Master, you surely do not wish for your disciple to lose their life, do you? I implore you, assist me. Yi Xian's eyes glowed crimson, his expression one of torment, as he forcefully pinned before him a woman of unparalleled beauty. Tearing apart her garments to reveal her pristine skin, clear sign of his descent into madness. The beautiful woman, alarmed, exclaimed in indignation, "You dare? I am your master." Yet, at that moment, Yi Xian had lost all reason, driven solely by primal instincts. How dare you? Everything remained unspoken after a day and night. Yi Xian awoke, staring blankly at the tattered garments strewn across the floor. He had, shockingly, violated his master. Gazing at the frail, pale woman lying before him, regret washed over him as he uttered, "Master, I silence. After such an incident, we can no longer face each other. Depart from the mountain." Yi Xian's countenance shifted, and he quickly replied, "Master, I do not wish to leave just yet. I long to continue serving you. Please, do not send me away." "Serve me." The woman recalled the events of the previous day, her heart racing, face flushed, as she indignantly retorted, "I have no need for your service. Your cultivation has reached unparalleled heights. Remaining on the mountain serves no purpose. Quickly descend. Your 7 beautiful senior sisters await you below. Should anything like today occur again, you may seek them out. Do you understand?" But Yi Xian attempted to protest. At that moment, a paper crane arrived, and upon reading its message, the woman's expression shifted dramatically. "Disciple, news from below the mountain reveals that your sister is still alive, though sold to northern Myanmar. Her eyes have been gouged out, and her life hangs by a thread. You must descend and find her, sister." This revelation filled Yi Xian with both shock and elation. Joy, for after 5 years of believing his family had perished, he discovered his sister yet lived. Shock, for she had been sold to northern Myanmar and had suffered such a horrific fate. An inferno of rage ignited within him. Whoever had committed this atrocity against his sister must pay with their life. The immediate priority was to rush to northern Myanmar and rescue her at all costs. Without hesitation, after bowing to his master, Yi Xian attempted to depart but stumbled, nearly losing his balance. His head felt heavy, his body drained, a consequence of the previous day's exertions. Yet now was not the time to dwell on such matters. He summoned a beam of golden light and swiftly departed. As he descended the mountain, memories of 5 years prior surged forth, a maelstrom of emotions threatening to shatter his composure. 5 years ago, the day had begun with joy, only to be marred by his fiancée Zhao Liqian's betrayal. Colluding with his so-called friend Zhou Haoqing to attack the Yi family, resulting in devastation. His parents had sacrificed themselves in a desperate bid to ensure his and his sister's escape. Perishing in the inferno, a scene forever etched in his memory. After their escape, Zhao Liqian and Zhou Haoqing relentlessly pursued them, dispatching assassins to eradicate any trace of their existence. During their flight, he and his sister clung to one another, wandering the streets, constantly evading capture. They endured not only the disdain and cruelty of others, but also the pangs of hunger, often going without food. Thus, they evaded their pursuers for nearly 2.5 years. Initially, they believed they could continue this way indefinitely, yet fate had other plans. Due to the alternating cycles of feasting and starvation, compounded by nights spent in dilapidated temples, Yi Xian fell gravely ill, bedridden with a high fever, teetering on the brink of death. As if fortune had conspired against them, in that very moment the assassins found them. It was a stormy night, thunder crashing and lightning illuminating the darkness, as countless figures clad in black descended upon them, an overwhelming aura of death filling the air. His sister burst into tears, yet she could not afford to cry, glancing at her ailing brother. She gritted her teeth and resolutely dashed out, drawing the assassins away, but she never returned, vanishing into the night. Gone forever. Though Yi Xian had fallen unconscious, his mind remained alert, aware that his sister had sacrificed herself for his sake. In that moment, tears streamed down his face. He understood that his sister had traded her life for his. Had it not been for her, he would have perished, perhaps his body devoured by wild beasts. Eventually, through fortuitous circumstances, he was rescued by his wandering master, who taught him all he knew, enabling him to surpass even his mentor. Today he stood invincible in the world, ready to descend the mountain. Sister, wait for me. Do not come to harm. I am coming to save you. Yi Xian summoned every ounce of his power, his speed surpassing that of a rocket, racing toward northern Myanmar with unrelenting haste. Chapter 2. A Life on the Edge in Northern Myanmar. A hell on earth known as Mayawadi is infamous for its reputation as a place from which no living soul can escape. It is the final station for the living. Here, the law holds no more weight than a scrap of paper. Enclosed within a vast cage, a young girl languishes. Dressed in tattered rags, her hair is disheveled, and her body is swollen. Her legs, twisted and broken from relentless beatings, bear the marks of her torment. Her arms are marred with countless bruises and needle marks. Evidence of her being drained of blood, she has become a blood slave, a mere human blood bank. Yet, what is most haunting is the sight of her eyes. Now resembling two dark voids, the eyeballs long removed, presenting a grotesque and chilling image. This girl is Yi Qing, the sister of Yi Xian. Nearby, 3 men armed with AK-47s are gathered, smoking and playing cards. Damn it, what bad luck. One of them exclaims, having lost a hand. In a fit of anger, he approaches the cage and, without a second thought, relieves himself on the girl inside, an act intended to vent his frustration. The other 2 men burst into laughter, mocking her plight. Huh, when do you think this piglet will die? One chuckles. Wanna die? It's not that easy. Her eyes have been sold, and they draw her blood once a week. I hear her kidneys are next on the chopping block. Here, wishing for death is a luxury. Yeah, but I've been holding back for days. If she weren't in such a state, I'd have had my way with her. 10 minutes would be enough for me to go multiple times. Their laughter echoes, utterly indifferent to the girl's suffering. To them, she is merely a pig waiting to be drained of all her worth, not deserving of any consideration, especially as her end draws near. At that moment, a girl in tattered clothing approaches, intending to feed Yi Qing. Indeed, it is pig feed, the kind even dogs would refuse. Lin Xiaoya, starting today, you needn't feed her any longer. She's about to have her kidneys removed and won't last much longer. You can go, one of the men, still holding a cigarette, states nonchalantly. The girl freezes, her heart aching at the sight of the girl in the cage. She knows Yi Qing's story, sold here for scams 6 months ago. She has endured relentless torment, sleeping in a dog kennel, eating pig slop, having her eyes gouged out, and now facing the loss of her kidneys. It is a tragic fate that stirs genuine compassion within her. Seeing the girl in despair, the man lifts his gaze, irritation etched on his face. Are you deaf? I told you to leave. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Xiaoya gathers her courage and pleads, Brother Chong, since Qingqing is in such a state, could you show some mercy and let her live? After all, her parents are gone, her eyes have been taken, she has suffered enough. Get the hell out of here. Before she can finish, the man slaps her hard, sending her sprawling. You're barely hanging on yourself, and you're worried about others? He berates her. Honestly, if the boss hadn't mentioned that someone was interested in your pretty skin, you'd have been at our mercy long ago. You think you can plead for someone else? Lin Xiaoya falls to the ground, clutching her swollen face, filled with indignation. If not for her deceitful friend who lured her here with promises of wealth, she would never have been subjected to such humiliation. Yet, she dares not voice her thoughts, fully aware that these brutes are capable of murder. She has witnessed a newcomer being caught while attempting to escape, only to be thrown into a grinder, their screams echoing as they were reduced to pulp and fed to dogs. Here, human life is deemed worthless, even less than that of a dog. At this juncture, 2 doctors clad in white coats enter, carrying toolboxes, their expressions devoid of emotion. Where's the subject? They inquire. Upon seeing the doctors, the previously belligerent man instantly adopts a sycophantic demeanor, gesturing toward the cage, right there. The doctors approach, donning gloves and preparing to commence the operation, intending to remove the girl's organs. Having performed such procedures countless times, they are utterly desensitized. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xiaoya shuts her eyes, despair washing over her. Though she feels profound sympathy for Yi Qing, she knows she is merely regarded as a slightly more valuable pig in their eyes. Her voice holds no power here. Lying motionless in the cage, Yi Qing is acutely aware of her impending fate. Is this the end for me? She contemplates, her expression neutral, devoid of fear. To her, death might serve as a release. Yet, she laments not having seen her beloved brother one last time. Mom, Dad, I'm coming to find you. Brother, you must live well. I will bless you from above. A serene smile graces her face, as if the imminent death she faces is not her own. Just then, the doctor brandishes a scalpel, poised to cut into the girl's body. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, a figure descends from above, smashing into the ground and creating a massive crater in the concrete. As the dust settles, Yi Xian surveys the scene, and upon seeing his sister's plight, he is struck with a jolt of horror. "Sister!" His voice rises in a furious roar, disbelief flooding through him. He never imagined she could suffer so grievously. In that moment, his heart feels as though it is bleeding, and rage consumes him. "Ah, die!" Like a whirlwind, he charges forward, striking one of the doctors, wielding a scalpel with such force that the man is sent flying, his body exploding midair, entrails and body parts raining down. "What the hell? Who are you?" The remaining men are left in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. One slap had obliterated a man. This cannot be human. Even fiction would hesitate to portray such a scene. Chapter 3. A Rampage Kid. This is Biao Ji's territory. Are you not afraid of death by causing trouble here? At this moment, 3 men wielding AKs snapped back to reality, their faces a mixture of shock and fury, eager to retort. However, the moment Yeshuan laid eyes on these scoundrels who dared to bully his sister, his gaze turned crimson with rage. He had no desire for idle chatter. He stepped forward and kicked the 3 men, sending them flying 800 meters, crashing through countless walls, until they erupted into a mist of blood, leaving no remains. "My goodness, I've encountered a demon." The last remaining doctor, paralyzed in fear, sat on the ground, his face ashen, trembling uncontrollably. With a single glare from Yeshuan, this complicit doctor burst into a cloud of blood, vanishing from existence. After dealing with these men, Yeshuan lifted his sister, Yeqing, whose body was battered and bruised. His heart ached with remorse. "Sister, I'm sorry, I came too late." The young girl, who had been awaiting death, trembled at the sound of that familiar voice, disbelief flooding her features. "Brother, is it really you? Have you come to see Qingqing?" "Qingqing, it's me. I'm here now, you will be safe." Yeshuan reassured her. "Brother, it really is you. I finally see you again." Yeqing clung tightly to her brother, tears streaming down her face like a river breaking its dam. However, in an instant, a look of terror crossed her face as she suddenly pushed Yeshuan away, shouting, "Brother, you must leave. They're coming. They are not human. You have to go." Unbeknownst to her, the moment her words fell, a sinister voice echoed, "Hee. Think you can leave? Not a chance." A group of armed men, brandishing AKs and submachine guns, rushed in, forming a line as a middle-aged man with a center-parting stepped forward. He was Biao, the owner of the local territory, a native from northern Myanmar, notorious for his involvement in scams, human trafficking, and organ trade, wielding significant power. Upon arriving, Biao surveyed the scene, his gaze locking onto Yeshuan, coldly inquiring, "Who are you to cause trouble here? Do you know who I am? To hell with you." Yeshuan and Apos' heart boiled with murderous intent upon seeing his sister and Apos' condition. Faced with the culprits, he wasted no time. He swung a powerful slap, sending Biao's head spinning 360 degrees before it snapped off and flew away. With a spray of blood, the surrounding armed men were momentarily stunned, but one leader quickly regained his composure, his face shifting to fury as he yelled, "Damn it! You dare kill Biao? I will ensure you die a horrible death. Open fire. Kill him, avenge Biao." At his command, dozens of armed men hesitated no longer, aiming their weapons at Yeshuan and pulling the triggers. In an instant, a hailstorm of bullets tore through the air toward him. Should he be struck, he would surely be reduced to a sieve. "You think you're tough? Toughness is useless in this world. To survive, one must have status and identity." The armed leader sneered, having seen many arrogant fools who relied solely on their fighting prowess, all meeting their demise in the end. After all, no matter how skilled one might be, against modern firearms, they were utterly defenseless. Yet, as the bullets neared Yeshuan, their momentum abruptly halted, suspended in midair, as if encountering an unseen force, like leaves resting on the surface of water, unable to advance further. "What?" The armed leader and his men were aghast, their expressions akin to that of someone who had just tasted something vile, disbelief plastered across their faces. What on earth is happening? Why are the bullets suspended in midair? This defies logic. Yeshuan offered them no time for confusion. With a swift motion of his hand, the bullets reversed course, hurtling back with greater speed, piercing through the skulls of the armed men, leaving them lifeless. "You." The armed leader was left in shock, still attempting to utter a word. But Yeshuan and Apos' fist sent him crashing against the wall, splattering him into a gruesome mess. Qingqing, rest assured, it and Appo's over now. After eliminating the henchman, Yeshuan cradled his sister once more, gently patting her back to comfort her. Brother. Yeqing managed a weak smile, intent on saying more, but suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed into unconsciousness. No, Qingqing, you can't be harmed. Yeshuan roared, extending his hands to press on various acupoints along her body, channeling his inner energy to suppress her injuries. After a quarter of an hour, he ceased, observing Yeqing's nearly lifeless form, particularly the empty sockets where her eyes once were, his expression dark with despair. Though her vitality had stabilized under his energy's influence, complete healing would require further treatment. Especially regarding her eyes, restoring her sight would be an arduous task unless the original eyeballs could be found. With a heavy sigh, Yeshuan suppressed the tempest of emotions within him and lifted his sister, seeking a place for her to recuperate. A local hospital would serve as the ideal sanctuary. Only when she had fully recovered could she withstand the rigors of the journey back home. Just as Yeshuan was about to depart with Yeqing, a faint voice called out, You are Qingqing's brother, right? Can you take me with you? Turning to the source, he saw Lin Xie standing there, her face fraught with anxiety and fear. Indeed, after witnessing Yeshuan's wrathful rampage, it was only natural for anyone to be terrified. Observing Lin Xie, Yeshuan frowned, remaining silent. Lin Xie, feeling the tension, pleaded earnestly, Please take me with you. If I stay here, I will surely die. I promise I won't be a burden. I can do laundry, cook, serve you tea, anything. Just please take me away from this hellish place. All right, follow me. Yeshuan consented, allowing her to accompany him. He bore no ill will toward her, having learned of her past assistance to Qingqing. Without her support, Qingqing and Appo's previous life would have been much more challenging. Upon locating the nearest hospital, Yeshuan's bloody methods compelled the director to promptly prepare a top-tier ward and assign specialized medical staff. After placing his sister on the hospital bed, Yeshuan set about treating her once more. His training on the mountain encompassed not only martial arts, but also medicine and more. As he channeled his energy, Yeqing's shattered legs reconnected, regaining their smoothness, and even her bruised arms showed signs of recovery. Aside from her eyes, she radiated vitality. This is a miracle. The hospital director was utterly astonished by the sight, tears streaming down his face. Having spent his life as a doctor, he had never witnessed such miraculous healing. It was nothing short of divine intervention, so astonishing it defied belief. Even Lin Xiaoyu, who stood nearby, was utterly astonished. She had initially believed that recovering from such grievous injuries would be an arduous endeavor for Yeqing. However, she was taken aback by the astonishing ease with which Yi Xian accomplished it. Silence. Yi Xian's gaze swept over. The dean promptly fell silent. Despite his lingering shock at the scene before him, having witnessed Yi Xian's previous bloody methods, he was thoroughly intimidated by this demonic figure. It was well known that his own people, who had merely displayed a slightly arrogant attitude in front of him, had been reduced to a mist of blood by a single slap. Such a person was indeed terrifying and not to be trifled with. Who removed my sister's eyes? Yi Xian inquired in a frigid tone. He needed to locate his sister's eyes immediately, for only then could she regain her sight. This. Lin Xiaoyu furrowed her brow in contemplation before quickly responding, I don't know much. Only that the person who sent someone to remove Qingqing's eyeballs is known as the Eight-Faced Buddha. As for whom he sold the eyes to afterward, I am unaware. The Eight-Faced Buddha. Yi Xian cast a glance at the slumbering Yeqing, and a wave of murderous intent erupted within him, causing the temperature in the entire ward to plummet significantly. The Eight-Faced Buddha? The dean exclaimed upon hearing the name. He is quite a prominent figure locally, rumored to have connections with the northern Myanmar warlords. Most people cannot afford to offend him, whoever he may be. Anyone who dares to send someone to gouge out my sister's eye shall face death, Yi Xian declared coldly. Both Lin Xiaoyu and the dean felt the weight of his murderous aura, trembling in fear and rendered speechless. Take good care of my sister, Yi Xian instructed Lin Xiaoyu, then turned to the dean with a piercing gaze. As for you, ensure their safety. I am aware that you have connections in this area, but regardless, should anything happen to them, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will make you pay with your life. Yes. Rest assured, I will ensure their protection, the dean hastily nodded, already gripped by fear. With that, Yi Xian strode out, determined to seek the Eight-Faced Buddha. Chapter 4. Annihilation in all directions in the northern region of Myanmar, a veritable paradise of sin unfolds. Numerous armed factions vie for dominance, with warlords battling for control of territory, and the infamous realm of electronic fraud thrives. Among these factions, the formidable figure known as the Buddha of Eight Faces stands out as a prominent leader. Within a lavish estate, the corpulent Buddha reclines on a bed, a look of indulgence etched on his face. Surrounding him are young models clad in various uniforms, showcasing stockings of black and white, as well as the iconic Japanese schoolgirl attire, each model exuding youth and vitality. The Buddha, now aged, finds himself increasingly drawn to these youthful forms, for in their presence, he can momentarily recapture the essence of his own youth. Just as he reaches a pivotal moment of pleasure, a deafening explosion shatters the tranquility, and the door is blown open. The Buddha, startled, lowers his head in shock, his anger boiling within. His moment of indulgence, a result of his indulgent lifestyle, has been cruelly interrupted, and he seethes with fury. Who dares disturb me? What is happening? He bellows. In response, a throng of armed henchmen rushes in, forming a protective circle around the Buddha, their eyes glinting with murderous intent as they glare toward the entrance. Entering with an air of authority is Yi Xian, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed on the Buddha. Are you the Buddha of Eight Faces? He inquires. Yes, and who might you be? The Buddha hastily wraps a bed sheet around his ample frame, his expression shifting from surprise to suspicion. Could this audacious youth be the source of the earlier commotion? With an icy demeanor, Yi Xian retorts, Buddha of Eight Faces, do you recall a girl named Yi Qing? You had her eyes gouged out. Now, I demand to know, who did you sell her eyes to? Yi Qing? Eyes. The Buddha's expression flickers momentarily before settling into a fade of indifference. I do not know who you are speaking of. Do you truly not know, or are you feigning ignorance? Yi Xian's countenance grows even colder. Enough of your prattle. I told you I don't know. The Buddha, now visibly irritated, exclaims. You dare interrupt my leisure? Kill him. Show no mercy. At his command, a wave of armed henchmen surges forward, their intent to eliminate Yi Xian palpable. Yet, before they can reach him, he effortlessly sends them hurtling back. As if struck by an unseen force, their bodies exploding into a crimson mist upon impact, rendered lifeless in an instant. Gasp. The spectacle leaves onlookers in stunned silence. Particularly the Buddha, whose jowls quiver in disbelief, his eyes wide as saucers. Nearly 100 elite enforcers, obliterated in a single encounter. Was this reality? Time is of the essence. Buddha of Eight Faces, I advise you to disclose everything I wish to know, or I shall grant you a gruesome view of your own brain matter. Yi Xian's gaze is as frigid as the depths of winter, seemingly capable of freezing all that exists. Aye. The Buddha, drenched in cold sweat and trembling uncontrollably, realizes that even a powerful figure can succumb to the primal fear of death, perhaps more so than an ordinary person. Suddenly, a massive armored vehicle crashes through the estate gates, followed by a battalion of 3,000 fully armed soldiers descending from its heights. A formidable man with a robust build steps forward, Koen Gu. Upon seeing this imposing figure, the previously terrified Buddha regains his composure and calls out, Koen Gu, this brat barged into my estate without cause and is inquiring about that wretched girl's eyes. You must have him killed. Koen Gu, a leading warlord in the region, commands respect and fear as no faction dares oppose him. Inquiring about that girl's eyes? Koen Gu's eyes flash with cold resolve. Rest assured, brother, I will see to it that this young man does not survive the day. The Buddha, relieved, laughs heartily. Huh, I trust you, Koen Gu. Open fire. Eliminate this nuisance. However, Koen Gu offers no words of engagement to Yi Xian. In his mind, anyone daring to seek information about those eyes must be prepared for death, a grave transgression. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of 3,000 soldiers firing in unison creates a cacophony of chaos, an overwhelming storm of bullets descending upon Yi Xian from all directions. Under such firepower, escape seems impossible. Koen Gu, ever cautious, orders a collective assault even against a lone adversary. He has survived in this perilous region by adhering to such prudent tactics. Against the might of 3,000, even a deity would meet their end. With a cold smirk, Koen Gu anticipates Yi Xian's imminent demise, waiting for the moment when he becomes a bloody spectacle. Yet just as the hail of bullets nears Yi Xian, a shimmering golden aura envelopes him. The bullets collide with this radiant barrier as if striking metal, falling harmlessly to the ground, a collection of spent casings. How can this be? A profound silence blankets the scene as disbelief grips the onlookers. 3,000 soldiers firing simultaneously, not 300, nor 30. Yet, despite this overwhelming force, Yi Xian stands unscathed. Is he even human? A warrior. I see now, you are a warrior. Kuan Gu suddenly realizes, his voice rising in a frenzied shout. Fire the cannons. Open fire. A warrior is a being of extraordinary strength, impervious to conventional means of confrontation, necessitating heavy artillery to combat. Boom. An earth-shattering roar erupts as an artillery shell is launched from the armored vehicle, hurtling toward Yi Xian with devastating intent. The projectile surges through the air, exuding a terrifying power, as if intent on obliterating all in its path. No one doubts the shell's destructive capacity. Even a mountain would be reduced to rubble in its wake. What chance does a flesh-and-blood individual have, even if he is a warrior? Yet, what unfolds next defies all expectations. Chapter 5. The barehanded capture of a shell boom. The shell, imbued with the power to annihilate all in its path, hurtled towards Yi Xian, threatening to obliterate him into mere fragments. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Yi Xian reached out with his bare hands and astonishingly seized the 1-ton shell. Without a moment's hesitation, he spun and hurled the shell back. Witnessing this jaw-dropping spectacle, Kunnel and his 3,000 soldiers stood paralyzed, utterly dumbfounded. To catch a shell with bare hands. Was this some sort of science fiction? It was utterly absurd. Yet, this surreal scene unfolded right before their eyes. Dear heavens! Run for your lives. At that instant, the 3,000 soldiers and Kunnel finally regained their senses, their faces drained of color as they attempted to flee like startled birds. However, it was too late. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated through the heavens, shaking the very earth beneath them. A torrent of flames erupted into the sky, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption. The 3,000 soldiers in Kunnel, situated at the epicenter of the blast, were instantly flung into the air as countless limbs, organs, and dismembered bodies rained down like a gruesome downpour. The scene was horrifying and utterly shocking. My heavens! The 8-faced Buddha, overwhelmed by the sight, collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant, completely dazed, even wetting himself without awareness. Yi Xian vanished and reappeared before the 8-faced Buddha, seizing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground. Cough, cough. Let me go. The 8-faced Buddha's face flushed red, gasping for air as he struggled futilely, his limbs thrashing in desperation. Tell me, to whom did you sell my sister's eyes? Yi Xian's voice was icy. No. I cannot say, if I do. I will die. The 8-faced Buddha gasped. If you remain silent, you shall meet the same fate. Yi Xian tightened his grip, seemingly intent on snapping the 8-faced Buddha's neck, his voice frosty. I ask you one last time. Will you speak? No. First, promise me that if I tell you, you will release me. Otherwise, you will never discover the fate of your sister's eyes. The 8-faced Buddha, recognizing the peril of divulging information, hastily proposed a deal, hoping to secure his own life. Very well, I accept your terms. Without a moment's thought, Yi Xian acquiesced. All right, I will tell you. Your sister's eyes were purchased by a powerful woman from the East Japan. East Japan? Yi Xian was taken aback, not expecting that the seemingly prosperous East Japanese would involve themselves in such matters. Yes, she is from East Japan, but I do not know her exact identity. Only the warlord Kunsha behind me knows. He acted as the intermediary, and the man you just killed, Kunnel, was his son. The 8-faced Buddha hurriedly concluded, then quickly added, I have spoken. According to our agreement, you should release me now. Release you? Dream on. Yi Xian scoffed. What? You intend to breach the agreement? The 8-faced Buddha's face turned pale. Indeed, breaking a promise may sound immoral, but regrettably, I possess no morals. You. The 8-faced Buddha's eyes widened in disbelief. His face contorted with rage. He yearned to unleash a torrent of curses. Yet, Yi Xian denied him that opportunity, and with a surge of energy, he shattered him into a crimson mist. Kunsha. Yi Xian furrowed his brows, contemplating this individual as he swiftly made his way forward. No matter whose hands they were in, he would reclaim his sister's eyes at all costs. In a secluded mountain forest, a vast military camp was established. This was Kunsha's stronghold, housing over 30,000 mercenaries, a veritable den of tigers. As one of the most powerful warlords in northern Myanmar, Kunsha resided here. It is noteworthy that he controlled 80% of the white powder trade in northern Myanmar and a vast array of fraudulent enterprises, engaging in a myriad of illegal activities. He was undoubtedly a formidable figure. Within one of the tents, Kunsha lay on his bed, indulging in prohibited substances, a euphoric expression gracing his face, while two alluring women attended to him. After an indeterminate period, Kunsha suddenly received a phone call. Upon hearing the words from the other end, rage surged through him, and he kicked one of the serving women away, bellowing, "Damn it! Who dares to kill my child? I want him dead. He must die." Oh! Upon hearing his words, the two women fell to their knees, trembling in fear, terrified of losing their lives with a single misstep. Kunsha's expression twisted as he continued to roar, ultimately venting his fury by shooting both women in the head. Only then did he feel a semblance of relief. At that moment, numerous subordinates who had received the news gathered, awaiting Kunsha's command. "Everyone, listen up." Kunsha was about to issue orders to launch an all-out assault in search of his son's killer when a booming voice echoed from outside. "Kunsha, old dog, come out and face your death." As the words faded, a figure approached rapidly, flickering in and out of sight, appearing before them in the blink of an eye. Along the way, a sentry attempted to intercept him, but before he could utter a word, he was reduced to a mist of blood with a single strike. Yi Xian had arrived, fixing his cold gaze upon Kunsha amidst the crowd. "Kunsha, tell me, who is the East Japanese woman that purchased Yi Qing's eyes? And where is she now?" Kunsha did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, he appraised Yi Xian from head to toe, his eyes glinting with malice. "You are the one who killed my son Kunnel?" "Indeed, it was I." His incessant chatter was intolerable. Yi Xian's icy gaze bore into him. "If you wish to avoid sharing your son's fate, divulge everything I seek to know, or face death. What it truly is you." Kunsha's eyes turned bloodshot. He had not anticipated that before he could seek vengeance for his son, the killer would come knocking at his door. This was utterly intolerable. "This grievance shall not go unavenged. Everyone, heed my command. Kill him." Before his words could fully escape his lips, a throng of soldiers armed with submachine guns surged toward Yi Xian, howling in fury. They would show no mercy to the murderer of their leader's son. Blood would be repaid with blood. Chapter 6. Where is Laozi's Italian cannon? These mercenaries are desperate men, with countless lives stained on their hands. For them, killing is as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Since Yi Xian dares to venture here alone, he has already equated his fate with death. Among the 30,000 mercenaries, several thousand formed a squad and charged towards Yi Xian without hesitation, demonstrating their rigorous training. Seeking death, Yi Xian's expression turned icy, and a murderous intent radiated from his eyes. He certainly would not show any mercy to these reckless fools willingly marching towards their demise. Bang! Yi Xian raised a massive hand and struck out. Before the thousands of mercenaries could reach him, they were already obliterated by his single blow. Countless blood mist erupted, staining the ground red, and a thick stench of blood filled the air. "What?" Kunsha, witnessing this scene, was astounded. A single slap annihilated thousands of his subordinates. Was this some kind of joke? But he quickly regained his composure and roared, "Everyone, attack. No matter how strong he is, we still have over 20,000 men. Even if every one of you spits on him, we can drown him. Do not be afraid." Upon hearing this, the mercenaries who had just felt fear instantly regained their composure, their expressions devoid of terror. Indeed, they had such a vast number of men on their side. Armed with guns, why should they fear him? With this thought, the mercenaries surged forward, their submachine guns blazing, unleashing a torrent of bullets towards Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian was no fool. He would not stand there to be shot. With a swift motion, he moved like a whirlwind, dashing into the crowd of mercenaries like a tiger descending a mountain. Though these mercenaries were elite compared to ordinary people, when faced with Yi Xian, they were no different from ants. With each slap or kick, thousands were reduced to blood mist. Before long, the once formidable force of over 20,000 mercenaries dwindled to a mere handful. Shock! The few remaining survivors stood frozen, their expressions more astonished than encountering a ghost in broad daylight. This was a force of over 30,000 men, and yet, in less than 10 minutes, they had been decimated. This was utterly absurd, beyond belief. If anyone had told them that a single person could annihilate more than 30,000, they would have scoffed and slapped that person for boasting. Yet, witnessing the scene before them, they were compelled to believe. Suddenly, Kunsha snapped out of his stupor, furiously cursing. "Where is my Italian cannon? Bring it out and fire. And get my tanks out. Crush him without holding back." With this command, the remaining mercenaries wasted no time in bringing out several brand new cannons. ready to fire at Yi Xian. But unexpectedly, Yi Xian vanished from sight, reappearing before them. And with a single hand, he obliterated both the mercenaries and the cannons. Did they truly think he would grant them the opportunity to fire? Idiots. Damn it. Kunsha fumed at this sight. Boom. At that moment, 3 tank-like behemoths barreled towards Yi Xian, intent on grinding him to a pulp. A futile struggle. Yi Xian did not even glance back. He unleashed a mighty slap. In the blink of an eye, the 3 tanks were sent flying hundreds of meters away, and upon crashing, they exploded. The occupants inside were reduced to nothing but remnants. After accomplishing this, Yi Xian turned to seize Kunsha, only to find that Kunsha had already fled 100 meters away, sensing impending doom. Yet, to Yi Xian, that distance was merely a blink away. Like a tempest, he surged forward and captured Kunsha. Damn it, you bastard, I'll tell you, slap. 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 Kunsha's face transformed as he attempted to make threats. But Yi Xian showed no leniency, raining down dozens of slaps until he became a grotesque figure. Only then did he demand, tell me, which Japanese woman bought my sister's eyes, and where is she now? Ha ha ha. Even if you kill me, I won't reveal anything. Kunsha, as a warlord, possessed a certain fortitude. Given that Yi Xian had slain his son, how could he easily bow to his enemy? Not willing to speak, are you? I have my ways to make you talk. Yi Xian snorted coldly, extending his fingers to gouge out Kunsha's eyes and crushing them beneath his foot. Since you had my sister's eyes taken, I shall make you taste this agony. Kunsha, accustomed to a life of luxury, was unprepared for such torment. He howled in pain, producing sounds akin to a slaughtered pig. But this was not the end. Knowing he was the one who ordered his sister's eyes to be gouged out, Yi Xian could not let him off easily. Without hesitation, he tore off Kunsha's arm and shattered his legs, rendering them irreparable. Finally, he ripped out Kunsha's kidneys and crushed them in his grasp. Ah! Kunsha emitted the most excruciating shriek of his life, cursing, Yi Xian, you bastard. If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I will never let you go, haha. Yi Xian remained indifferent, continuing to vivisect his lungs, spleen, stomach, and other organs, destroying them all. Since this man thrived on the trade of others' organs, he would experience this suffering without anesthesia. After such an ordeal, even Kunsha's iron will could not withstand it, and his screams became hoarse. Had Yi Xian not sustained his life with his vital energy, he would have long since perished. Now will you speak? Yi Xian inquired. Yes, I will speak. Kunsha, weakened, confessed. The woman who bought your sister's eyes is named Kanako Ikegawa, and she is right. Upon hearing his next words, Yi Xian's expression changed dramatically. He could not believe the situation that was unfolding. Chapter 7. Returning to the land of the rising sun? What? This woman is actually planning to return to Japan? Yi Xian's expression changed dramatically. According to the words of Kunsha, this Kanako Ikegawa was at a crucial port in northern Myanmar and was about to board a ship back to Japan. Several heavyweight warlords and influential figures in northern Myanmar were there to see her off. If he were to arrive late, this woman would have returned to her homeland. At that point, finding her would be as elusive as reaching the heavens. Seeing the change in Yi Xian's demeanor, Kunsha let out a cold laugh and said, so, Kanako Ikegawa is about to return to Japan. Do you dare to seek her out? Annoyed, Yi Xian furrowed his brow, exerted force in his hand, and instantly crushed the half-dead Kunsha, dispersing him into thin air with a wave. It was evident that Kunsha intended to make a last-ditch effort to thwart Yi Xian. Knowing that as Ikegawa was leaving, various warlords and big shots from northern Myanmar would be accompanying her. If Yi Xian rushed there, he would inevitably clash with these individuals, leading to a catastrophic battle. But would Yi Xian be afraid? No, he would not. If he were afraid, he would no longer be Yi Xian. Having owed so much to his sister, he had exchanged his own life for hers. At this moment, anyone who dared to obstruct him from retrieving his sister's eyes would face death. In short, he would slay gods and Buddhas alike, without exception. With a mighty strike, he drove the large camp, nestled deep within the forest, hundreds of meters underground. Yi Xian then soared into the sky, transforming into a beam of golden light, racing toward the port. At this moment, at the northern Myanmar port, a colossal cruise ship lay anchored. Guards were stationed every few steps, with armed soldiers everywhere. On board the cruise ship gathered several of the most powerful figures in northern Myanmar, including notorious scammers and drug traffickers, as well as warlords dealing in human trafficking. Yet, in the presence of a certain woman, they appeared unusually courteous, even somewhat fawning. This woman was strikingly beautiful, her figure voluptuous, with prominent curves that seemed to threaten to burst forth from her attire. Her delicate, fair thighs, clad in black stockings, radiated temptation, and each smile and gesture exuded a captivating allure. However, what drew the most attention were her eyes, brilliant and clear, reminiscent of stars in the night sky, deep and enchanting. It was hard to conceive that such beautiful eyes existed in the world. She was Kanako Ikuowa, a member of the illustrious Ikuowa family from Japan. Miss Ikuowa, congratulations on obtaining these eyes before your departure, a rotund middle-aged man said, his face adorned with an innocuous smile. It was hard to believe that this man was Wei Shilin, the most notorious warlord in northern Myanmar, known as the Smiling Tiger. Northern Myanmar borders the Great Xia, and its culture is predominantly derived from it, with the language primarily being that of the Great Xia. Indeed, Miss Ikuowa, congratulations. I hope you will remember our agreement upon your return to Japan. Another tall, bald man spoke. He was Bald Lu, the leader of the largest underground force in northern Myanmar, known for his ruthlessness. It was said that no one had ever left his grasp alive. Each victim drained of their worth before being turned into fertilizer, a true example of making full use of resources. With these two speaking, the other warlords and big shots chimed in. Miss Ikuowa, after the plan succeeds, please do not forget us. Yes. There are many foolish pigs in the Great Xia. Do remember to share some with me for proper training. These individuals, each taking turns to flatter the enchanting woman before them, spoke of not forgetting them once the plan succeeded. Giggles escaped Kanako Ikuowa as she caressed her beloved eyes, then addressed the influential figures. Rest assured, upon my return to Japan, I will not forget your assistance, nor will I forget our collaboration. You see, ever since our great Eastern Empire was defeated decades ago, we have longed for vengeance against the Great Xia. This collaboration aims to have you assist me in searching for something within the Great Xia, while also, her eyes glimmered with a hint of seduction. Naturally, I wish for you to deceive more of the foolish pigs from the Great Xia. This way, not only can we extract intelligence from these fools, but we can also weaken the Great Xia's national strength, creating chaos to facilitate our search for that item. Fear not. Once the deed is done, benefits will be plentiful for you all. If you desire to take control of the Great Xia, that too is not impossible. Upon hearing this, Wei Shilin, Bald Lu, and the other influential figures burst into laughter. They had grown weary of their local dominance and were eager to incite a war for greater territory. Naturally, the closest target, the Great Xia, became the prime objective, with the backing of Japan playing a crucial role. After a hearty laugh and further discussion of details, Kanako Ikuowa noticed someone was missing and inquired, by the way, wasn't Kunsha supposed to be with you? Where is he? Kunsha? The Smiling Tiger Wei Shilin frowned slightly, still wearing his harmless grin. Miss Ikuowa, you need not concern yourself with him. I had already notified that fellow to come here, but he is yet to arrive. He is likely preoccupied with some woman at the moment. We need not worry about him. This remark elicited another round of hearty laughter from the crowd. Even Kanako Ikuowa couldn't help but chuckle, saying, had I known Leader Kuan was so fond of women, I should have accompanied him more closely to discuss matters of intimacy and explore black holes. Haha. Miss Ikuowa, your wit is truly delightful. It is no wonder you embody the fine traditions of Japan. Bald Lu laughed heartily, stroking his bald head. He left unspoken the desire to engage more deeply with this woman, for Japanese women possessed an unparalleled knack for servitude. The others joined in laughter, exchanging compliments. Well then, I must take my leave. I shall not occupy your time any longer. Kanako Ikuowa glanced at the time, realizing it was getting late, and issued her farewell, preparing for her return home. Naturally, Wei Shilin and the others would not act foolishly, all smiling as they disembarked from the cruise ship. Yet, just as the cruise ship revved its engines, preparing to depart, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 8. The breath of death, a blinding golden light, surged forth from the distance, cleaving the cruise ship in twain with a resounding roar, sending waves soaring to heights of half a zhang. This unforeseen spectacle left all present momentarily dumbfounded. No one could have anticipated such an event occurring at such a critical juncture. The sheer unexpectedness was staggering. Yet, it was Wei Shilin who first regained his composure, shouting, "Enemy attack! Quick, someone protect me!" His alarm spurred the others into action, with frantic cries echoing around as they called for their subordinates to shield them. Even Kanako Ikegawa, who had just narrowly escaped death, joined in the clamoring. She had witnessed the horrifying sight of a golden beam descending from the heavens, first cleaving through one of her subordinates and then bisecting the entire cruise ship, sending it plummeting into the depths of the sea. Fortunately, she had managed to flee swiftly to the surface. Otherwise, she too would have been swallowed by the ocean's depths. Her face turned pale with rage as she shouted, "Someone tell me what on earth just happened." It was not only she who craved answers. Wei Shilin and the other influential figures were equally bewildered, pondering how a mere beam of light could sever a cruise ship in half. Could it be the latest weapon devised by a vengeful foe? Yet, even the most formidable armament must adhere to the laws of science. What transpired moments ago was utterly nonsensical. As the air thickened with their confusion, a young man appeared amongst them, Yi Xian. He had observed the cruise ship from afar as it prepared to depart, and, in a moment of desperation, attempted to halt its progress. Little did he expect that his efforts would result in the ship being cleaved asunder. It seemed his master had not deceived him. His cultivation had reached an unfathomable level, transcending conventional understanding. As Wei Shilin, Lu the Bald, and the others were engulfed in their inquiries, they caught sight of Yi Xian's presence, their expressions shifting to one of alarm as they exclaimed, "Who are you? Did you conjure this chaos?" However, Yi Xian paid them no heed, striding purposefully towards them, seemingly oblivious to the armed mercenaries surrounding him, as if he had entered a realm devoid of opposition. His gaze fell upon Kanako Ikegawa amidst the crowd. Her alluring aura was palpable even from a distance of 10 li. Moreover, her bright eyes were unmistakably those of his own sister. "Curse that Japanese woman. I have finally found you." Yi Xian's countenance darkened, his teeth clenched, his voice dripping with an ominous intent. Under his piercing gaze, Kanako trembled as if stared down by death itself, crying out, "Wei Shilin, Lu the Bald. Send someone to kill him, quickly." Without her prompting, Wei Shilin and Lu the Bald were already intent on commanding their subordinates to eliminate this troublesome youth. His sudden appearance, regardless of his connection to the ship's destruction, was enough to mark him as a significant threat. Better to err on the side of caution than to let him escape. "Kill him," Wei Shilin commanded, his usual prudence evident as he had brought only his elite forces, prepared for such an eventuality. At his order, the mercenaries surged forward without hesitation, converging on Yi Xian with lethal intent. Lu the Bald and the other leaders mirrored this command, fully aware that in such a precarious moment, none could afford to hold back. In an instant, the mercenaries swarmed towards Yi Xian like a horde of ants, intent on his annihilation. Yet, Yi Xian remained unperturbed. With a single sweeping motion, he dispatched thousands with a mere slap, reducing them to a crimson mist. A swift kick sent another 10,000 exploding into oblivion. This astonishing display left the advancing mercenaries in a state of shock. A single blow to vanquish thousands? A single kick to obliterate tens of thousands? How could they possibly contend with such an otherworldly opponent? It was akin to a dimensional strike, leaving them utterly defenseless. Even Wei Shilin, Lu the Bald, and Kanako were left gaping in disbelief, unable to fathom the scene before them. Is this truly a human being? Can such might exist in the world? Open fire. Use weapons. Lu the Bald finally snapped back to reality, bellowing the command. As his words rang out, the mercenaries drew their weapons and unleashed a torrent of bullets upon Yi Xian. Thousands of rounds rained down upon him, a veritable storm of death, accompanied by hundreds of artillery shells and armor-piercing rounds. In that moment, Lu the Bald and the others could not suppress their smirks, declaring, "This time, I truly don't believe you can survive." Even Kanako's lips curled into a smile, acknowledging his formidable strength, but she lamented that she would not witness his prowess any longer, for he was destined to perish. Only Wei Shilin sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere and discreetly retreated behind the others. Just as all believed Yi Xian would succumb to the barrage of gunfire, an astonishing event unfolded. Yi Xian, in the face of the overwhelming onslaught, paused momentarily, then inhaled deeply, exhaling with great force. A whirlwind erupted from the ground. An immensely powerful shockwave surged forth, carrying with it a cataclysmic force, as if to obliterate the very world itself. The bullets and shells suspended in midair were caught in this tempest, reversing course and hurtling back towards the mercenaries. Thunderous explosions resonated as the unprepared mercenaries were caught in the maelstrom, sent to meet their ancestors before they even comprehended the turn of events. A deluge of blood, severed limbs, and shattered organs rained down upon the ground, forming a crimson river that flowed incessantly. The scene fell into a deafening silence. as if the entire world had lost its hue. The atmosphere was eerily still, a terrifying calm enveloping the surroundings. Chapter 9. The Purge of Northern Myanmar. The ground was strewn with shattered corpses, an overwhelming array of entrails, severed hands, and dismembered limbs, all stained crimson, resembling a scene from the depths of hell. Just moments ago, the bald Lu, alongside numerous powerful figures from northern Myanmar, had been obliterated into fragments by the force of the explosions. In this battle, northern Myanmar suffered catastrophic losses, its existence rendered nearly null. As for Wei Shilin, who had hidden behind the crowd, he had been spared from the blast's wrath. However, he was now paralyzed with terror, witnessing Yi Xian approach like a reaper. He turned to flee, but was swiftly seized by Yi Xian. Faced with this god of death who had single-handedly decimated the northern Myanmar army, Wei Shilin no longer dared to boast bravado, repeatedly pleading for mercy. "Grandfather, I shall call you grandfather. Please spare my life. Whatever you desire, I can provide, be it women, power, or wealth. Even if you wish for my servitude, I am willing, as long as you grant me mercy." As he spoke, this grown man made a ludicrously flirtatious gesture, a sight that was utterly grotesque. Yi Xian had to admit that he was thoroughly disgusted by this man, prompting him to decide on a fate befitting such a character. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled Wei Shilin into the sea with a resounding splash. At that moment, the sharks and other predators, drawn by the scent of blood, surged forward and swiftly tore Wei Shilin into shreds. Witnessing this brutal scene, the only survivor, Kana Ichikawa, collapsed in terror, her legs spread wide, oblivious to her own exposed vulnerability. "You filthy woman, you do not deserve my sister's eyes," Yi Xian declared, extending his right hand to forcibly gouge out Kana Ichikawa's eyes, sealing them with his energy. Kana Ichikawa screamed in agony, clutching her bleeding eye sockets, writhing in pain. Yi Xian showed her no mercy, stepping on her as he coldly demanded, "Tell me, why did you remove my sister's eyes?" "Because my eyes were defective. And your sister's eyes were a perfect match," Kana Ichikawa confessed, fully aware of the man's ruthless nature. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian nodded, preparing to eliminate her entirely to return and save Yi Qing. However, at that critical moment, three ominous figures cloaked in black suddenly emerged from the air. One of them lunged forward, wielding a katana aimed at Yi Xian's back. Had the strike landed, it would have cleaved him in half. Yet, in this dire instant, Yi Xian seemed to possess a sixth sense. He retaliated with a swift, backward strike, shattering the katana and obliterating the attacker into a mass of flesh. "How dare you?" The remaining two figures exchanged alarmed glances, retreating several paces, widening the gap between themselves and Yi Xian. "Ninjas?" Yi Xian frowned, astonished to encounter Japanese ninjas in this place. A rare occurrence indeed. "Protect Kana Ichikawa and withdraw. I will handle this," commanded the apparent leader of the ninjas, his demeanor grave. Without hesitation, one of the ninjas grasped Kana Ichikawa, attempting to flee with her. "You shall not take her," Yi Xian asserted, unwilling to let the East Asian woman who had mutilated his sister escape. He reached out, intent on preventing their departure. "Foolish pig of the great Xia." The ninja leader scoffed, launching himself into the air, wielding his katana with deadly precision against Yi Xian. With a heavy stomp, Yi Xian propelled a stone into the air, striking the ninja leader before he could reach him, causing him to explode midair. "Fool, you will die?" The last ninja, determined to rescue Kana Ichikawa, charged at Yi Xian with a fierce resolve, embodying the spirit of the ninja, better to be shattered like jade than remain whole like clay. Yet, before he could mount an attack, Yi Xian tore him apart, leaving behind a gruesome scene of dismemberment. Casting aside the remnants of the ninja, Yi Xian turned to Kana Ichikawa, his face devoid of emotion. "It seems you hold a significant position in Japan to have such protection. However, even if you are a favored woman of the Dog Emperor of Japan, you shall pay for your transgressions against my sister." Hearing this, Kana Ichikawa trembled in fear, hastily tearing off her clothing to reveal her pale skin and voluptuous form, pleading, "Father, I know the people of Great Xia enjoy being called father. Please spare me. I will be your daughter, and this body is yours to enjoy." Before she could finish, Yi Xian struck her down with a powerful blow, reducing her to a pulp. Disinterested in her, he quickly oriented himself and departed, for now, he had acquired his sister's eyes, and it was time to return to heal her. Half an hour later, upon arriving at the hospital, he was struck dumb by the sight before him. The hospital, once standing tall, had been reduced to a mere ruin, the air thick with the stench of smoke, and the inhabitants nowhere to be found. Who can tell me what has transpired here? Yi Xian shouted, his eyes ablaze with fury, overwhelmed by disbelief. He could scarcely comprehend that in just over an hour, such devastation had occurred. At that moment, the hospital's director emerged from the shadows, fear etched across his pale face. What has happened here since your departure? Yi Xian demanded, gripping the director tightly. The director, trembling, recounted the events that unfolded in his absence. As Yi Xian listened, a fire ignited within him. He could not fathom the calamity that had befallen the hospital during his brief absence. Chapter 10. The return to Jinghai according to the director's account. Shortly after Yi Xian departed, a group of men clad in black stormed in, abducting Yi Qing and Lin Sheyue from the hospital. They brazenly declared that if Yi Xian wished to rescue them, he must return to the great city of Jinghai. At this juncture, the director seemed to recall something and hurriedly added, as they were leaving, they instructed me to convey a message to you. What message? Yi Xian inquired. They said that Miss Zhao Liqian and Mr. Zhou Haoqing are awaiting your esteemed arrival in Jinghai. Should you choose not to go, you might as well prepare to collect the remains of your sister and Lin Sheyue, the director warned cautiously. What? The ones who have captured my sister and the others are none other than those vile scoundrels. Yi Xian seethed, his anger erupting violently, causing the clouds above to disperse. Zhao Liqian and Zhou Haoqing were the very culprits behind the destruction of his family years ago. He could hardly believe that upon descending the mountain, they were already aware of his return and had dispatched people to seize Yi Qing and Lin Sheyue as leverage against him. It appeared that they had eyes and ears even in the northern regions of Myanmar. Very well, upon my return, I shall reckon both new grievances and old. At that moment, the director timidly interjected, I have delivered the message. Might you consider releasing me? Release you? If you cannot protect even my sister, what use are you to me? Yi Xian retorted, swiftly snapping the director's neck and discarding the lifeless body on the ground before hastening back to the Great Xia. Myanmar's northern territory was a realm steeped in crime. Those capable of operating a hospital there inevitably bore blood on their hands, and the director was no exception. It was only after Yi Xian's departure that news of the annihilation of local warlords and their factions began to spread. Instantly, the world was engulfed in shock. Speculations arose regarding the events that had transpired in northern Myanmar, as to how numerous factions, each with thousands of mercenaries, could be obliterated in the span of a single day. It is known that even the most elite special forces of the United States could not achieve such a feat. Some claimed it was divine retribution that descended from the heavens to eradicate these malevolent beings. Others reported witnessing an individual soaring through the sky, single-handedly cutting a swath through all of northern Myanmar. However, on the day he uttered such words, he was promptly admitted to a psychiatric hospital and subjected to forced rehabilitation. Contrary to the myriad conjectures circulating in the outside world, there were those within the distant land of the East, specifically within the Ikegawa clan, who possessed a clear understanding of the events that had unfolded in northern Myanmar. In a grand hall, prominent figures of the Ikegawa family convened, their faces solemn as they perused the intelligence that had been relayed to them. After an indeterminate amount of time, an elderly man radiating an imposing aura spoke. Ikegawa Kanako has perished in northern Myanmar. What are your thoughts on this matter? Upon his declaration, the hall erupted in fervent discussion. Humph, a lowly wretch's demise is of little consequence. What is there to deliberate? Scoffed a middle-aged man in his 40s, his disdain palpable. However, his words were swiftly countered. Ono-kun, you are mistaken. Regardless of her faults, Kanako was one of us, a member of the Ikegawa family. Her death in northern Myanmar cannot go without consequence, he replied ominously. Moreover, as I understand it, you, Ono-kun, as Kanako's uncle, frequently visited her chamber at night. I need not elaborate on what transpired within those walls, do I? Could it be that your inadequacies in bed are the reason behind your disdain for her? This statement held considerable weight, inciting Ono to erupt in fury and unleash a torrent of invectives toward the man who had dared to speak. Naturally, this man, emboldened by his ability to confront Ono publicly, was equally unyielding. Thus, before the astonished eyes of all present, the two engaged in a vehement quarrel, their exchanges laden with vulgarity and filth, leaving the other attendees utterly dumbfounded. Silence, commanded the elder from his elevated position. Instantly, the hall fell silent, and the previously bickering duo ceased their altercation. The elder, as the patriarch of the Ikegawa family, held a position of authority they could not afford to offend. With a calm demeanor, he continued, what is there to dispute? Kanako was tasked with locating that object in Great Xia, a matter tied to our nation and Appo's quest for vengeance for past humiliations and its future fortunes. It is of paramount importance. We cannot afford to be careless. With her demise, we must find a successor for her mission. I propose that we assign this task to the Sakura agency stationed in Great Xia. Ensure they fulfill their duty, or they shall face the ultimate consequence. Understood. The assembly responded in unison, well aware of the Sakura agency's formidable reputation for infiltration, subversion, and assassination, an instrument of lethal precision for the Empire of the Rising Sun embedded within Great Xia. Just as the assembly was about to disperse, the elder added, regardless, Kanako was a member of the Ikegawa family. Her death must not go unavenged. Let the Sakura agency exact retribution on her behalf. For her skills in the bedroom were indeed noteworthy, and I have had the pleasure of discussing such matters with her. At this revelation, the assembly was left in stunned silence, while Ono could hardly fathom that he had shared such intimate encounters with the patriarch, prompting thoughts of a potential future rendezvous. In the grand city of Jinghai, within an opulent tavern, a stunning woman clad in a leather skirt, her figure exquisite, sat in the embrace of a young man. Her expression sultry as she inquired, "Brother Haoqing, do you think that scoundrel Yi Xian is truly still alive?" "Ha ha ha. Dear Li Qian, rest assured, even if he is alive, should he dare to come here, he shall undoubtedly meet his demise." Zhou Haoqing laughed heartily, his hands roaming over the voluptuous form of the woman in his arms. Li Qian, the alluring woman, giggled in response. "Indeed, it was a splendid idea of yours to capture Yi Xian's sister. Now he has no choice but to come to us. Our tavern is teeming with skilled fighters. Should he dare to show his face here, you will be left in pieces." Zhou Haoqing exclaimed with boisterous laughter, burying his face in Zhao Liqian's softness, inhaling deeply before proclaiming, "My dear, I have recently devised a new form of exercise. Shall we try it together? Right here?" Zhao Liqian's eyes sparkled with desire as she playfully squeezed her legs together. "Indeed, right here, before the impending storm, let us indulge ourselves," Zhou Haoqing said, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. "Brother is quite right. Let us proceed." The two were in perfect accord, eager to engage in their ancient exercise right then and there. Yet, unexpectedly, in the very next moment, calamity struck. Chapter 11. The man who castrated himself with a sword bang. With a resounding crash, two figures flew in from outside the door. Yi Xian, exuding an intimidating aura of murderous intent, rushed in swiftly. "Zhao Liqian, Zhou Haoqing. It's indeed you two treacherous lovers. Where is my sister?" "Yi Xian, you're really alive?" Zhao Liqian and Zhou Haoqing scrambled to their feet, hastily donning their trousers to cover their exposed flesh. They had received news of Yi Xian's survival long ago, yet seeing him in the flesh still left them astonished. "I have no time to waste on you. Hand over my sister, and I might spare your lives." Yi Xian's eyes gleamed with a chilling ferocity. His heart was solely focused on the safety of his sister, leaving no room for idle chatter. "Humph, if you want to know where your sister is, you'd best survive first." After a moment of shock, Zhou Haoqing regained his composure and spoke coldly. "Yes, Brother Hao, order someone to kill this stray dog," Zhao Liqian said anxiously, clinging tightly to Zhou Haoqing. Once Yu Xian's fiancée, she had betrayed him and cruelly orchestrated his demise. Now, seeing him unscathed filled her with a sense of foreboding. "Bring him down alive. I want to torment him thoroughly," Zhou Haoqing commanded decisively. At his words, the hidden henchman surged forward, recklessly attacking Yu Xian. Unfazed, Yu Xian retaliated with a powerful slap. A series of explosive sounds filled the air as the henchmen were sent crashing, reduced to a mist of blood. "What the hell?" Zhou Haoqing, Zhao Liqian, and the other skilled fighters hiding nearby were left in stunned silence. The sheer power of Yi Xian was beyond comprehension. With a single effortless strike, he had obliterated so many. "What should we do, Hao?" Zhao Liqian's face paled as she spoke, for reasons she could not fathom. Regret washed over her for agreeing with Zhou Haoqing to capture Yi Xian's sister, which had led to Yi Xian's return. She had anticipated a straightforward confrontation, but it appeared this stray dog was not so easily subdued. "Humph, why panic with me here? He has merely learned a bit of martial arts. What is so frightening about that? Do you really think I lack capable fighters?" Zhou Haoqing scoffed, then called to one of his associates, "Western Invincible, it's your turn. Rest assured, young master, with me, Western Invincible, on the scene, I will certainly subdue this madman." A man wielding a sword emerged, radiating a formidable aura. This was Western Invincible, who had once performed the extreme act of castrating himself in pursuit of sword mastery, believing that any hindrance would impede his speed. Having perfected the art of the Chrysanthemum Classic, he could contend with the renowned Master Ma, known for his 5 whips, without fear of defeat. Seeing him prepare to engage, the crowd felt reassured. "Boy, your misfortune today is meeting me," Western Invincible boasted arrogantly, sword in hand, nostrils flared. "If you're wise, you'll quickly admit." Before he could finish, a resounding smack echoed as Yi Xian's hand struck him down, instantly obliterating him. The entire assembly gasped in shock. This was a master on par with the national martial arts expert, Master Ma, yet he had fallen in a single encounter? Yi Xian. Zhou Haoqing's forehead pulsed with rage. "I underestimated you. I thought you were merely a brash fool with a smattering of martial knowledge, but it seems I was mistaken. However, I have many more formidable fighters at my disposal." With that, he barked, "Desperate trio, it's your turn." 3 uniquely characterized men stepped forward, 1 bald, 1 blind, and 1 lame. Is this the fabled desperate trio? The crowd was momentarily bewildered. Sensing their confusion, the lame one pointed at the bald man and began. "See this bald head? He was once a long-haired beauty, but for every person he killed, he plucked a hair. Eventually, he became bald, known in the underworld as the Soul Chaser." He then gestured to the blind man, saying, "This is my second brother, who fought an exceptionally skilled martial artist and lost his sight. But that martial artist didn't fare well either. My brother managed to pluck a hair from him, earning the title of Divine Eye King. As for me," the lame man smirked, "I had the fortune to battle a grandmaster, but I escaped with a broken leg, hence the nickname Water Drifter." After their introductions, the trio looked at Yi Xian with arrogance. "So, boy, are you scared? If you are, you might as well kneel and beg for mercy, ha ha ha." Yi Xian, already growing impatient, swung his hand again without hesitation. Unsurprisingly, the laughing trio was sent flying 800 meters, bursting apart upon impact. "Is that all?" Yi Xian retracted his hand and scanned the surroundings coldly, inquiring, "Who's next?" Silence enveloped the scene. Everyone stood frozen, faces painted with disbelief. Had the so-called formidable trio truly been vanquished so easily? Was this what constituted masters? Surely, there must be some misunderstanding regarding the term. After an indeterminate period, someone awkwardly spoke up, "I think I've heard of those 3. The bald one lost his hair in a fight with women, the lame one reportedly has polio, and the blind one, rumor has it, isn't even truly blind." My word. Upon hearing this, the crowd finally grasped the reality. All 3 were nothing more than lowlifes. Zhou Haoqing was infuriated to discover he had been treating these miscreants as elite fighters. Yi Xian, driven by urgency to rescue his sister, charged directly at Zhou Haoqing and Zhao Liqian without wasting another moment. Note: in the realm of martial arts, there are various ranks such as warrior, master, grandmaster, martial spirit, great martial spirit, martial king, and great martial king. Each rank is further divided into stages: minor achievement, intermediate achievement, major achievement, and pinnacle. Chapter 12. Ruthless and unfeeling help. "Protect me. Whoever blocks him, I will give them 1,000,000. No, 3,000,000. Upon seeing Yi Xian charging towards him, Zhou Haoqing was immediately filled with terror, his soul nearly escaping his body as he hurriedly hid behind the crowd. Even Zhao Liqian was not exempt from the fear. 3,000,000. The mere mention of this staggering sum caused everyone's eyes to gleam with greed. This was an amount they might never earn in a lifetime. Kill him. In pursuit of this fortune, the numerous thugs and martial artists lying in ambush rushed towards Yi Xian, valuing money over their lives in their reckless charge to stop him. "You seek death." Yi Xian's eyes blazed with a chilling light, his presence reminiscent of a humanoid behemoth as he surged into the throng, bulldozing through them mercilessly. Anyone who crossed his path was obliterated without exception. In mere moments, the majority of those who had charged at him lay lifeless, their bodies unrecognizable. The few remaining witnesses to this grisly spectacle dropped their weapons in fear, turning to flee. No matter how tempting money may be, one must possess life to enjoy it. Yi Xian, however, granted them no chance for escape. With a single, forceful punch, he reduced the fleeing figures to mere remnants. Zhou Haoqing had initially thought to run, but upon witnessing this scene, his legs turned to jelly, and he urinated himself, paralyzed with fear. "Young Master Zhou, what should we do?" Zhao Liqian trembled in terror, her body drenched in cold sweat at the sight of Yi Xian approaching. Yet, she could not have anticipated Zhou Haoqing's reaction. A vicious glint flashed across his face as he seized her and hurled her towards Yi Xian, hoping to use her as a shield to halt his advance. "Ah, Zhou Haoqing, You heartless scoundrel. Zhao Liqian's anguished scream echoed as she realized he would sacrifice her at such a critical moment, revealing his true nature. She had indulged his many perverse desires, only to find herself cast aside in this manner. Even Yi Xian, witnessing this betrayal, could not help but lament the callousness of his former friend. He had once been treated similarly, and now Zhao Liqian faced the same fate. Yi Xian, please, do not kill me. I am willing to be your maid. I will do anything you ask. Zhao Liqian knew that her only hope of survival lay in pleading for Yi Xian's mercy, hoping he might spare her life for the sake of their past engagement. However, to her utter disbelief, Yi Xian paid her no heed. Instead, he struck her with a single slap, instantly reducing her to a gruesome pulp upon the ground. She would likely never comprehend that in Yi Xian's eyes, she had long since devolved into a mere object for others to exploit. Good heavens, how ruthless! Zhou Haoqing was struck with terror at this sight. He could hardly believe that Yi Xian would show no mercy, even to his former fiancée. Had he truly transformed so drastically from the amiable person he once was? In the midst of his thoughts, Yi Xian had seized him. His expression icy and voice chilling. Tell me, where is my sister? I. Zhou Haoqing trembled, a myriad of thoughts racing through his mind. He could not allow Yi Xian to discover Yi Qing's whereabouts so easily. You hesitated. I am not pleased. Yi Xian granted him no time for contemplation. Delivering a crushing blow that obliterated half of Zhou Haoqing's skull, brain matter spilling forth. Ah! Zhou Haoqing screamed in agony, writhing in pain. Speak. You have but one chance. Fail to do so, and you shall never have the opportunity again. Yi Xian's voice was cold and foreboding. All right. I will tell you. Please, do not kill me. Overwhelmed by fear, Zhou Haoqing wept as he confessed. The plan to capture your sister was not mine. It was orchestrated by another. Another? Yi Xian's gaze turned icy. Who? It is the Zheng family of Jinghai. You know that my Zhou family is insignificant in Jinghai. Even after we destroyed your Yi family and acquired some of its assets, we remain far inferior to the true aristocratic families of Jinghai. Thus, when Zheng Banqing ordered me to capture your sister, I dared not refuse and had no choice but to comply. She is currently with the Zheng family. Zhou Haoqing spilled the information like beans from a bamboo tube, fearing that any delay would cost him his life. The Zheng family? Yi Xian's eyes ignited with murderous intent. 5 years prior, the Zheng family had been involved in the attack on the Yi family, with Zheng Banqing leading the charge. Now, they dared to abduct his sister? They were courting death. I have told you everything you wish to know. Will you now release me? Zhou Haoqing pleaded desperately. Release you? Yi Xian chuckled, though his eyes held no mirth. Of course. I shall send you back to your hometown. With that, he granted Zhou Haoqing no further opportunity to speak, swiftly ending his life, setting the place ablaze. Yi Xian then made his way to the Zheng family. The Zheng family, one of the prominent clans of Jinghai, had dominated the region for centuries, wielding immense power. Even compared to the Yi family, which had been annihilated, the Zheng family was only slightly inferior. Today, the Zheng family was bustling with activity. A plethora of guests celebrating what appeared to be a joyous occasion. It was the day of Zheng Banqing's grand wedding, reportedly to his 36th wife. His previous wives had been discarded after he grew bored with them, only to be replaced by younger brides. Rumor had it that this new wife was over 20 years his junior, appearing remarkably youthful. Congratulations to the head of the Zheng family on his remarriage. Indeed, congratulations. I have brought you a fine gift, something to invigorate your vitality. May you conquer many ladies in the bedroom. As the crowd around him exchanged jovial remarks, Zheng Banqing, clad in a resplendent red robe, beamed with delight. Just as he was about to speak, the doors of the Zheng family were forcefully kicked open. A young man strode in with an imposing presence, disregarding the onlookers as if they were invisible. What is happening? The crowd stood frozen, bewildered by the sudden intrusion. Chapter 13. The absence of martial virtue. Who are you? And what brings you here? Upon witnessing Yi Xian and Apos' ostentatious entrance, which culminated in the forceful destruction of the main door, the chief steward of the Zheng family immediately leaped forth to obstruct Yi Xian's path, his countenance dark with fury. Leave. Yi Xian, disinterested in engaging in further dialogue, effortlessly sent the steward flying several hundred meters with a single strike, resulting in a gruesome explosion of blood and entrails upon impact with the ground. The onlookers were instantly taken aback, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. A single slap sent him flying that far. How much strength must that require? Ignoring the astonished gazes, Yi Xian strode forward, fixing his gaze upon a corpulent man clad in a resplendent red robe. Zheng, old ghost, where is my sister? Hand her over at once. Ah, I see now. It is you, the stray dog of the Yi family. Zhang Banqing, initially concerned that his mortal enemy had arrived, felt a wave of relief wash over him upon recognizing Yi Xian. I had someone capture your sister merely to ascertain whether you were still alive and had the audacity to return to Jinghai. I have already disseminated this news. I anticipate that many will be intrigued by your return. At this revelation, before Yi Xian could respond, the guests present began to murmur in astonishment. Yi Xian? The eldest son of the Yi family from 5 years ago? Is it truly him? I thought he was dead. Not only is he alive, but it appears he has returned with formidable skills. Is he here for vengeance? Vengeance. Don't be foolish. The destruction of the Yi family 5 years ago sent shockwaves throughout Jinghai, entangling numerous influential figures. Yi Xian's return might very well be a death wish. Hush. This is not a matter for us to discuss. Let's just quietly observe. Yi Xian scanned the crowd but failed to spot Yi Qing, his heart racing with urgency. He turned to Zhang Banqing, gritting his teeth and demanding, Zhang old ghost, I ask you once more, where's my sister? Ha ha ha, why the rush? Zhang Banqing relished the anxiety etched on Yi Xian's face, raising his wine glass with a mocking smile. Today is a day of great celebration for me, and I am pleased to allow you, this wretched creature, to attend my wedding. You may stay with my loyal guard. The dog food is my gift to you. No need to thank me, I am a generous man. To hell with you. Yi Xian retaliated with a powerful slap, sending Zhang Banqing spinning in the air 180 degrees before crashing to the ground, battered and bloodied, a pitiful sight. Had it not been for his determination to uncover his sister's whereabouts, that slap would have reduced Zhang Banqing to a mere mist of blood. Ah, this is insurrection. This stray dog dares to strike me. Bring forth my men. I want him dismembered into 108 pieces to feed the dogs. Zhang Banqing, regaining his composure, roared with fury, his eyes ablaze. Yi Xian's earlier blow had shattered his pride, igniting a burning desire for revenge. The Zhang family's numerous bodyguards, already poised for action, surged toward Yi Xian upon hearing Zhang Banqing's command, brandishing their weapons with fierce intent. Yet, despite their numbers, they were merely ordinary men. And how could they hope to contend with Yi Xian? Before they could even close the distance, Yi Xian had dispatched them with ease, reducing them to mere pulp upon the ground, indistinguishable from one another. The gruesome scene sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers, leaving them aghast. Has Yi Xian secretly mastered the Buddha's palm? How is it that no one can withstand his strike? This is more fearsome than any legendary technique. Yi Xian, are you human or a specter? Zhang Banqing trembled at the sight before him, utterly terrified by Yi Xian's brutal and merciless tactics, which far exceeded his expectations. He could hardly fathom how much stronger Yi Xian had become in just 5 years. Do not fear, my lord. I shall protect you. At that moment, a towering figure leaped forward, positioning himself between Yi Xian and Zhang Banqing. This man, standing 8 feet tall and sporting a thick beard, exhibited the hallmarks of a martial artist. Zhang Banqing sighed in relief, reassured. Very well, Chang Wei, I entrust this wretch to you. Ensure his demise, and unleash the techniques you once used against Lai Fu. Rest assured, my lord, I have already defeated Lai Fu. How could I not handle this boy? Do not forget, I am a master-level expert. Chang Wei maintained an air of indifference, dismissing Yi Xian entirely. He considered himself among the elite in Jinghai, a master of martial arts, and could not fathom how Yi Xian could possibly be his equal, unless, of course, he too were a master, which was an absurd notion. Boy, I advise you to take your own life to spare yourself from my hands. If I am forced to act, your end will be most unpleasant. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chang Wei assumed a posture of superiority, completely disregarding Yi Xian's presence. However, the response he received was Yi Xian's colossal hand descending upon him. How dare you disregard martial ethics? Chang Wei was taken aback, realizing Yi Xian was not following the expected norms. He charged forward with a roar, but predictably, he too was reduced to a mist of blood in an instant. This shocking display left the audience trembling, horrified at Yi Xian's sheer ferocity, dispatching all who opposed him with a single strike. Chang Wei, a master capable of defeating Lai Fu, was no match for Yi Xian, an inconceivable reality. Zhang Banqing felt a chilling dread engulf him, a fear so profound it seemed to freeze him to the core. After dispatching Chang Wei, Yi Xian advanced directly toward Zhang Banqing, his desperation to uncover his sister's fate overwhelming him. Chapter 14 The Grand Secret. Don't come any closer, or I'll take my own life. And you'll never find out where your sister is. Upon seeing Yi Xian rushing towards him, Zhang Banqing was immediately gripped by fear, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. In a moment of panic, he brandished a knife at himself, attempting to threaten Yi Xian with his own death. Yi Xian, do not bow to anyone's threats. Yi Xian replied coldly, relentlessly advancing towards him. Zhang Banqing was taken aback by Yi Xian's disregard for his own life, causing him to tremble involuntarily. A man like him would never truly commit suicide. His earlier act was merely a delay tactic. However, he did not anticipate that Yi Xian would see through his ruse, leaving him in a quandary. Was he truly prepared to end his own life? As he hesitated, Yi Xian closed the distance and seized him, speaking in a frigid tone. Where's my sister? Speak quickly. You have but one chance. Zhang Banqing, suspended in midair, felt his heart racing and beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. He realized that Yi Xian was indeed capable of killing him, prompting him to relent. Don't kill me. I'll tell you. Your sister is actually in our backyard. I'll take you to her. With that, Yi Xian flung him to the ground, his voice icy. Lead the way immediately. All right, I'll lead you. Zhang Banqing hastily scrambled to his feet, wincing from the pain of his fall, and hurried ahead, fearful that any delay might cost him his life. Yi Xian followed closely, a flicker of excitement igniting in his eyes. He was finally on the verge of reuniting with his sister. Meanwhile, in the Zhang family's backyard, Zhang Zixuan was reveling with his entourage of rascals. As the heir of the Zhang family, born in Rome, he had enjoyed luxuries beyond what most would experience in a lifetime, leading to a twisted psyche. Before them were two girls tightly bound together, their bodies marred with injuries. Tattered clothing revealing patches of pale skin. These were Yi Qing and Lin Xiayue, captured and brought to this place. Initially, Zhang Banqing had only instructed Zhou Haoqing to capture Yi Qing, but Lin Xiayue, having been entrusted by Yi Xian to care for her, could not simply stand by as Yi Qing was taken, and thus she too was seized. Zheng Xiao, how do you plan to have fun with these two? A wealthy young man in extravagant attire asked, eyeing the bound girls. The others, upon hearing this, turned their eager gazes upon Zhang Zixuan. They had enjoyed many indulgences alongside him, reveling in their supremacy over others. Zhang Zixuan frequently hosted extravagant parties featuring women, including rising starlets from the country, satisfying their every whim and further ingratiating them to him. How to play? Zhang Zixuan's face twisted into a malicious grin. My father is marrying someone up front. So as his son, I suppose I should also take a wife. But this time, I want tea per take. She asked for my brothers to enjoy. He gestured towards the two girls. Feel free. Even if this one is blind, it won't matter when the lights go out. You may have your way with them. Whether it's blowing horns or whatever else you desire. At this, the young men erupted into laughter, expressing their gratitude to Zhang Zixuan before eagerly lunging at the two girls. Please, don't come any closer. Lin Xiayue and Yi Qing trembled in fear, their faces pale. They would rather die than suffer such a fate. Go ahead and scream. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come to save you. Zhang Zixuan laughed maniacally, like a demon. Just as the group was about to pounce on the girls, a commanding voice rang out. Stop. You all, cease this at once. Before Zhang Banqing could finish his sentence, Yi Xian, filled with murderous intent, had already sprung into action. Upon entering, he had witnessed the imminent violation of his sister and Lin Xiayue, causing his blood pressure to soar. Without hesitation, he struck, reducing the assailants to mere blood mist. Caught off guard, Zhang Zixuan stood frozen, blood splattering across his face. Sister, I'm here. Yi Xian rushed over, freeing the two girls and enveloping Yi Qing in a tight embrace. Remorse etched on his face. Qing, I'm sorry. It's my fault for not protecting you. Brother, it's not your fault. I knew you would come for me, just like when we were young. Whenever I was in danger, you would always protect me. Yi Qing exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face as she touched Yi Xian's features, unable to see him. Phew, we are finally safe, Lin Xiayue thought. Feeling an overwhelming sense of relief wash over her. She knew Yi Xian was formidable, and with him present, both she and Yi Qing were out of danger. Who the hell are you? Dare to kill my people? Do you believe I want to chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs? At last, Zhang Zixuan regained his composure, wiping the blood from his face, his expression filled with rage. Horrified, Zhang Banqing quickly interjected, Son, be quiet. Don't speak recklessly. This person is... Bang. Before he could finish, Yi Xian struck Zhang Zixuan, reducing him to blood mist without hesitation. Yi Xian showed no mercy to such scum. Yi Xian Yu. Zheng Banqing's fury ignited upon witnessing his son's brutal demise, his eyes burning with rage as they bore into Yi Xian. I detest your gaze. Thus, you too shall perish. With that, Yi Xian prepared to deliver a fatal blow. No, wait. I have a secret to tell you. A monumental secret regarding the destruction of your Yi family. Faced with the specter of death, Zheng Banqing's anger dissipated, and he hastily revealed his last resort. He believed this revelation would spare his life. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Yi Xian paused and inquired, "What secret?" "It's like this." Zheng Banqing proceeded to divulge the secret. Upon hearing it, Yi Xian's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 15. The mastermind behind the fall of the Yi family. Yi Xian's expression shifted, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. "Speak." Zheng Banqing felt a chill run down his spine under Yi Xian's piercing gaze. No longer willing to withhold information, he hurriedly replied, "In truth, your Yi family was not destroyed without reason. It was orchestrated by someone with intent and planning. Otherwise, given your family's former standing, who could have possibly brought about your downfall overnight? What? Someone led the destruction of my Yi family." Yi Xian roared, gripping Zheng Banqing tightly. His teeth clenched in fury. "Tell me, who is this person?" He could hardly fathom that behind the demise of the Yi family lay a meticulously crafted scheme. "I don't know." "You don't know?" Yi Xian glared fiercely at Zheng Banqing, his voice icy. "Do you think I truly hesitate to kill you? And no, I genuinely do not know." Zheng Banqing stammered, terror evident on his face as he nearly broke into tears. "Yi Xian, think about it. If I wanted to deceive you, why would I even mention this? It makes no sense, does it? In that case, you might as well die," Yi Xian declared, preparing to end his life. What use was there in keeping such an ignorant fool alive? "Wait, I remember now." Under the threat of death, Zheng Banqing summoned his last reserves of courage, exclaiming, "The person from back then, though I do not know his identity, was the one who orchestrated the downfall of your Yi family. We all referred to him as the mastermind. He is very mysterious, with a powerful background, always contacting us via phone, never revealing himself. Even this time, when he lured you back to Jinghai, it was under his remote guidance. If you spare my life, I can call him and trick him into coming here." Desperate to survive, Zheng Banqing was willing to risk everything. Hearing his words, Yi Xian pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Call him immediately and bring him here. I wish to see this mastermind for myself." "All right, I'll do it right away." Without a moment's hesitation, Zheng Banqing dialed the number, saying, "Mastermind, as per your instructions, I have captured Yi Xian. Please come to verify." "Oh, is that so?" There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a voice that dripped with disappointment. "Xiao Zhang, do you know why I entrusted you with the task of luring Yi Xian back to Jinghai?" "Why?" Zheng Banqing asked instinctively. "Because you are reliable and capable. I have always considered you a trusted confidant. However, I did not expect you to deceive me this time, which has left me quite disillusioned." "What?" Zheng Banqing's face paled, panic rising within him. "Master, I swear I did not deceive you. I have always been loyal to you. How could I possibly betray you? Please do not misunderstand." "Enough." The voice on the other end interrupted coldly. "You needn't perform your poor act for me. It only deepens my disappointment. Do you truly believe I know nothing? Do not forget, I was the one who orchestrated the destruction of the Yi family in Jinghai. There is nothing here that can escape my notice. If I am not mistaken, Yi Xian is right beside you now. Hand the phone to him. I have something to say." Zheng Banqing stood frozen, phone in hand, stunned. He had never anticipated that the mastermind would be so well informed. And now he realized he could not deceive him. Yi Xian took the phone from Zheng Banqing, his face devoid of emotion. "I am Yi Xian. Who are you? And what do you wish to say?" "Ha ha, Yi Xian, long time no see." The voice on the other end chuckled coldly. "As for who I am, that is of no concern to you. Just know that the destruction of the Yi family had its reasons. The waters run deep, far beyond your comprehension. I am aware you have returned with some skills, but what of it? From this day forth, a flood of enemies will come knocking at your door. If you are wise, you might consider ending your life now. Well, I have said my piece. You may return the phone to Zheng Banqing." With an expressionless face, Yi Xian crushed the phone in his hand, declaring, "I, Yi Xian, vow that no matter who you are or where you hide, I shall find you and avenge my Yi family." However, the response from the other end was met with derisive laughter. Zheng Banqing took back the phone, his face ashen. "Mastermind, it is I? What do you wish to say?" "Xiao Zheng, I simply wish to inform you that I never show mercy to those who betray me. Can you guess what I will do to you?" The voice on the line sent chills down his spine. "What do you want?" Zheng Banqing trembled, fear coursing through him. Haha, I do not want anything. I merely wish to tell you that the phone I gave you is not just for contacting me. It is also for dealing with traitors. To be frank, within 3 seconds, this phone will explode with the force equivalent to 100 kilograms of explosives. Enough to lay waste to everything within hundreds of meters. From this moment on, run as far as you can. Do not say I did not warn you. What? Upon hearing this, Zheng Banqing was instantly paralyzed with fear, throwing the phone away and bolting for his life. But at that moment, boom, a deafening roar erupted, followed by a massive fireball that shot into the sky. The shockwave from the explosion surged forth like a volcanic eruption, sweeping in all directions with terrifying force. At the center of the blast, Zheng Banqing was obliterated, reduced to mere fragments, and ultimately consumed by the intense heat, evaporating into thin air. In his final moments, he realized that the explosion had occurred far sooner than 3 seconds. The treacherous mastermind had deceived him. Meanwhile, upon hearing the explosion, Yi Xian had swiftly shielded Yi Qing and Lin Xieyue beneath him, enveloping them in a protective barrier of profound energy, thus sparing them from harm. 3 minutes later, as the shockwave subsided, Yi Xian, Yi Qing, and Lin Xieyue emerged from the swirling dust, gazing at the ruins before them, each of them silently astonished by the ruthlessness of the mastermind. Afterward, they returned to the front hall. By this time, the guests who had come to congratulate Zheng Banqing were trembling in fear, especially after hearing the explosion from the backyard. Had it not been for the dread of retaliation, they would have fled long ago. Standing atop the platform, Yi Xian surveyed the crowd, declaring, "Anyone here who participated in the massacre 5 years ago, step forward." At his words, no one responded from the audience. In that moment, stepping forward equated to death. No one would be foolish enough to do so. But Yi Xian was undeterred, stating, "Since no one has the courage to step forward, I shall take matters into my own hands." To recall the incident from 5 years ago when the Yi family was slaughtered, he remembers it vividly. Since none of those present dared to step forward and admit their involvement, he took matters into his own hands. Without hesitation, he unleashed a flurry of powerful slaps, reducing the individuals who participated in the massacre to mere blood mist, dissipating into the ether. Initially, he had hoped to uncover the identity of the ringleader through these individuals, only to discover that they were nothing more than insignificant pawns, ignorant of the greater scheme. Thus, he eradicated them completely. This sudden display of brutality left the remaining onlookers in sheer terror, begging for mercy, with some even kneeling in supplication, praying fervently for divine intervention to spare their lives. Witnessing this, Yi Xian felt an overwhelming sense of disdain. "All right, the rest of you," he declared, "I shall spare your lives. But I require you to serve merely as a conduit for my message." Upon hearing this, the remaining crowd breathed a sigh of relief, regaining their composure. However, confusion soon clouded their expressions. What did he mean by being a conduit? Seemingly perceiving their bewilderment, Yi Xian continued without delay. "I have come here today for 3 purposes. First, to rescue my sister, which I have accomplished. Second, to eliminate our enemies present here, which has also been achieved. As for the third," he cast a piercing gaze over the crowd, "it is to convey a message to the families and factions responsible for the annihilation of the Yi family. 7 days from now marks the anniversary of my parents' passing. I demand that they all come to the Yi family home to bow and apologize. I intend to use their 3,000 heads as offerings to honor the spirits of my ancestors." As his proclamation echoed through the air, the audience erupted in disbelief. They regarded Yi Xian with expressions akin to those reserved for madmen. It was well known that the families who had destroyed the Yi family were immensely powerful, akin to giant crocodiles in the Jinghai waters. To demand their submission and sacrifice within a week was nothing short of preposterous. Yet, none dared voice their dissent, for those who might have opposed him had already met their end. After delivering his ultimatum, Yi Xian departed with Yi Qing and Lin Xieyue. He was confident that the news of his demands would spread like wildfire among his foes, including the deeply concealed ringleader. Once Yi Xian had left, the events of the day quickly circulated, causing a ripple of shock throughout the Jinghai circles. Word spread that the last remnant of the Yi family, Yi Xian, not only survived but had returned, issuing a fierce challenge for all enemies to kneel and repent in 7 days, offering their heads as tribute to his parents. Some who heard the news were filled with doubt, their brows furrowed in skepticism, questioning what fortune had befallen Yi Xian to embolden him so. Others dismissed his words entirely, convinced that such audacity would come at a steep price. After all, the forces that had once decimated the Yi family were not mere small-time factions. They held considerable power and influence, capable of shaking the very foundations of existence. Yi Xian, a mere stray dog, stood no chance against them. Conversely, some factions that had been coerced into attacking the Yi family felt a rising dread upon hearing Yi Xian's words. They recalled his recent acts of vengeance, having killed Zhao Liqian and Zhou Haoqing, as well as the numerous bodyguards in Zheng Banqing's employ. Fear gripped them at the thought of Yi Xian potentially seeking retribution against them. On a towering skyscraper, a middle-aged man clad in black stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a menacing aura as if he intended to crush the entire Jinghai underfoot. Behind him, a subordinate knelt, reporting, "Sir, Yi Xian has returned, and various families and factions of Jinghai are calling, seeking your guidance on how to respond. They await your orders." The man in black, the ringleader referred to by Zheng Banqing, replied coolly, "Tell them not to panic. I will shield them from any trouble. He is merely a stray dog, incapable of uprooting anything significant. Furthermore, notify the Zhaodian gang to eliminate Yi Xian. After all these years of support, it is time for them to earn their keep." "Understood," the subordinate replied swiftly before departing. Meanwhile, the man remained on the rooftop, clutching his hand tightly as if attempting to grasp the entire city of Jinghai within his grasp. In a luxurious five-star hotel, Yi Qing lay in bed, her small face etched with worry. Observing her distress, Yi Xian comforted her. "Do not fret, Qingqing. Your eyes are safe with me now, and I will return them to you. Just rest peacefully." She nodded, visibly relaxing as a look of calm settled over her features, and she drifted off to sleep. Yi Xian did not hesitate. He channeled his energy towards Yi Qing's eye sockets, healing the damaged nerves and blood vessels. Then, he retrieved the preserved eyes and placed them gently back into her orbits, using his energy to facilitate the healing process. Once satisfied with the results, he wrapped her eyes in a white cloth. After completing the task, Yi Xian exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. He turned to Lin Xiaoya and instructed, "When Qing wakes, tell her not to remove the bandages until she has fully adjusted. Only then will her vision be completely restored." Lin Xiaoya nodded eagerly. Her life had been saved by Yi Xian, and she was resolute in following his every word without question or excuse. Chapter 16. The emergence of the explosive Heaven Gang. The once grand and flourishing Yi family estate had devolved into a desolate ruin, overrun by wild grass, exuding an air of forlornness. "Mother, father, your unfilial son has come to see you." Yi Xian knelt before the stone forest, his legs trembling, as tears welled in his eyes. Faint memories of the warmth and joy that enveloped their family before their demise flickered in his mind. Back then, laughter and happiness filled the air, a blissful existence now shattered by the violent intrusion of malevolent forces. "Do not worry, dear parents, for I have returned. Armed with formidable skills, I have proclaimed that in 7 days, all those who participated in the massacre of the Yi family shall come here to kneel before you. I intend to offer their 3,000 severed heads as a tribute to your spirits and those of our kin. Rest in peace. Within these, I shall ensure that every adversary from Jinghai faces their reckoning, forcing them to regret their past transgressions." With that, Yi Xian poured fine liquor from 3 large vats onto the ground and burned an extravagant amount of paper money in their honor. He was preparing to depart when, unexpectedly, a group of uninvited guests arrived. Suddenly, a fleet of 70 to 80 vans sped toward him. One van, upon spotting Yi Xian, not only failed to slow down but accelerated, intent on crashing into him. Yi Xian cast a cold glance at the oncoming vehicle, seemingly indifferent until the moment before impact, when he swiftly delivered a fierce slap. Bang! The sturdy van, constructed from alloy, crumpled under the force, collapsing onto the ground, while its occupants were rendered lifeless. Witnessing this, the drivers of the other vans were momentarily stunned, promptly halting their vehicles. They then disembarked in droves, revealing a multitude of burly men clad in black suits and white gloves. Clearly, they were thugs of the explosive Heaven Gang. As the crowd parted, a muscular man, seemingly their leader, stepped forward. He glanced at the van now flattened on the ground, then fixed his gaze on Yi Xian, his expression icy. "Ah, you miserable wretch. Your strikes are quite ruthless, daring even to kill members of the explosive Heaven Gang." Explosive Heaven Gang. Yi Xian furrowed his brow. "What is that? I have never heard of it. What is your purpose here?" To his surprise, the burly man erupted into laughter. "You inquire about the explosive Heaven Gang? Allow me to enlighten you. Whatever the Law Enforcement Bureau dares not handle, we shall. Whatever they hesitate to confront, we shall confront. Whatever they can manage, we shall oversee. And whatever they cannot, we shall manage even more. In short, we operate with impunity. This is the essence of the Explosive Heaven Gang. Is that sufficiently clear? Following this display of bravado, the man regarded Yi Xian with disdain. Now do you comprehend what the Explosive Heaven Gang entails? If you possess the courage, strike me. With a swift motion, Yi Xian obliged, sending the man to meet his demise with a single blow. The remaining members of the Explosive Heaven Gang were left dumbfounded, their expressions betraying sheer disbelief. This so-called miserable wretch had the audacity to slay their leader. In their experience, merely uttering the name of the gang often led to their adversaries cowering in fear. Yet here, they faced a retaliatory strike instead. After dispatching the loquacious leader, Yi Xian turned his attention to the remaining members, his expression devoid of emotion. I ask you once more, what is your purpose here? His words snapped the crowd back to reality, prompting them to recall their mission without hesitation. Armed with weapons, they charged at Yi Xian. As formal members of the Explosive Heaven Gang, each was skilled in combat, having honed their abilities through years of street brawls. However, even the most adept warriors would prove insufficient against Yi Xian. With a single sweep of his hand, he felled numerous assailants. Those who sought to flee were swiftly sent to the afterlife as well. Uncertain if the King of Hell would express gratitude for such a bounty of souls, Yi Xian approached the lone member he had chosen to spare. I reiterate my earlier question. Will you answer, or will you die? I will speak. The fortunate soul stammered, petrified by Yi Xian's ruthless display. We have come on the orders of our leader to kill you. This is our mission. Yi Xian nodded. Even without the man and Appo's confession, it was clear they were here to eliminate him. It seemed that since he had proclaimed the 7-day deadline for his enemies to seek reconciliation, certain factions in Jinghai were eager to act. Having answered, may I leave? The fortunate soul ventured, attempting a last-ditch plea. Allow me to inform you that answering is also a path to death, Yi Xian declared, cutting him off and delivering a fatal blow without hesitation. He never showed mercy to those who wished him harm. After leaving the Yi family estate, Yi Xian returned to the hotel. At that moment, he found that Yi Qing, under Lin Xiaoyue's care, had awakened. Qingqing, how are you feeling now? Yi Xian inquired, concern etched on his face as he observed his sister's pale complexion. Brother, I feel much better, Yi Qing replied with a smile. After Yi Xian's treatment, her health had significantly improved. Only time and care remained for her complete recovery. By the way, brother, I feel ready. Can I remove this blindfold? Yi Qing wrinkled her delicate nose. She could sense her eyes and was eager to see her brother. Of course, Yi Xian responded, carefully removing the cloth that obscured her vision. As the blindfold fell away, Yi Qing blinked to adjust, and her first sight was of Yi Xian standing before her. Despite the years apart, she instantly recognized the brother who had always protected her. A surge of bittersweet emotions overwhelmed her, and tears welled in her eyes. Brother, unable to contain her emotions, Yi Qing rushed into Yi Xian's embrace, weeping freely. Do not cry, Qingqing. I am here, he comforted, patting her back gently. If one were to consider it, this moment marked their true first meeting. Lin Xiaoyue, witnessing the siblings embrace and weep, felt a swell of emotions within her, almost moved to tears herself. Eventually, she discreetly withdrew, leaving the space entirely for the two. After some time, Yi Qing, comforted by Yi Xian, gradually ceased her tears, and they began to converse about the painful separation they had endured. Initially, Yi Xian briefly recounted his own experiences, after which Yi Qing began to share hers. It transpired that years ago, Yi Qing had ventured out to divert the assassins, only to be captured and taken back to Jinghai. Following a harrowing ordeal of inhumane torture, she was ultimately sold to northern Myanmar by the treacherous duo, Zhou Haoqing and Zhao Liqian. Yi Xian was well aware of the grim conclusion, after Yi Qing was deprived of her sight and forced to sell her blood. He arrived just in time to rescue her. After sharing their stories, a tumult of emotions surged within both of them. Rest assured, dear sister, I shall never allow anyone to bully you again, Yi Xian vowed. I believe in you, brother, Yi Qing replied, nodding gently. Due to her still fragile condition, she soon felt fatigued, prompting Yi Xian to encourage her to rest before stepping out of the room. No sooner had he exited than a piercing scream echoed through the air, causing his expression to shift dramatically as he rushed outside. The source of the scream was none other than Lin Xiaoyue. What on earth had transpired outside? Chapter 17. A grand farce at that moment. A dense crowd had gathered outside the hotel, with an elderly man at the forefront, deftly spinning 2 iron balls in his hands. Beside him, Lin Xiaoyu was firmly restrained by 2 burly men in black, and in the midst of her struggles, she was struck across the face with a harsh slap. This elderly figure was none other than Zheng Yonghe, the patriarch of the Zheng family and father of Zheng Banqing. Originally, Zheng Yonghe was engaged in business negotiations in Jiangbei when he suddenly received the shocking news of his son's tragic death and the annihilation of his entire family. This news ignited a furious blaze within him. How could anyone in Jinghai dare to provoke the Zheng family and murder his son? Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to return to Jinghai. After a hurried journey, he finally arrived and unraveled the reasons behind the calamity. It turned out that this entire tragedy was orchestrated by Yi Xian, the remnant of the Yi family, 5 years prior. Yi Xian had even issued a proclamation, demanding that all families involved in the massacre of his clan come to the Yi family to bow and apologize within 7 days, or else face beheading. This outrageous demand left Zheng Yonghe so enraged that he nearly laughed in disbelief. The Yi family had once been powerful, and yet they had been obliterated by their combined forces in the past. Now, a mere stray dog of the Yi family dared to return and make such brazen threats. Without wasting time, Zheng Yonghe quickly gathered a formidable group of skilled fighters, including martial artists, and set out to confront Yi Xian. His mission was not only to avenge his son, but also to announce to Jinghai that no one could lay a hand on Zheng Yonghe and Apos, as kin. Upon arriving, before he could even seek out Yi Xian, he witnessed Lin Xiaoyu being captured. Sir, according to our investigations, this woman is allied with Yi Xian. How should we proceed? One of the men in black inquired. Kill her. Ensure the body is disposed of properly, Zheng Yonghe replied coldly, twirling the iron balls in his hand. To him, taking a life was as trivial as slaughtering a chicken. Human life held no value in his eyes. Upon hearing his command, the man in black nodded and drew a cleaver, preparing to behead Lin Xiaoyu. She trembled, her face paling in fear. Little did she expect that upon returning to her homeland, before even notifying her family, she would face death. It was utterly tragic. The man in black showed no concern for her thoughts, his actions decisive and devoid of hesitation. Just then, Yi Xian finally emerged, and upon seeing the imminent danger to Lin Xiaoyu, he swiftly flicked his fingers. With a sharp whoosh, a stream of energy surged 3 meters and pierced through the head of the man in black, leaving a gaping hole. This unexpected scene left the onlookers astounded. Is this a martial arts drama? Even Zheng Yonghe's pupils contracted in shock. He had not anticipated Yi Xian would be such a formidable opponent. Yet, he remained composed. For he was a seasoned figure in Jinghai, unperturbed by any spectacle. So, you are the stray dog of the Yi family? Zheng Yonghe's gaze fixed on Yi Xian, his voice icy. You should have hidden in obscurity after your narrow escape, yet you dare return to Jinghai and make such claims? Do you truly believe there is no one here capable of dealing with you? Zheng old dog. Yi Xian's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Zheng Yonghe had been present during the massacre of the Yi family, and now he sought revenge before Yi Xian could even confront him. Enough. Seize this wretch. I shall flay him alive to quench my rage. Zheng Yonghe ordered, his voice dripping with venom. He had only one son, Zheng Banqing, who had been slain by Yi Xian, along with his grandson, leaving Zheng Yonghe with nothing but hatred. As his command rang out, a throng of bodyguards surged forward towards Yi Xian, a fearsome sight indeed. Yet, Yi Xian had witnessed such scenes countless times before. With a swift motion, he struck out, scattering a multitude of adversaries into a crimson mist. The brutal display shocked the remaining attackers, causing them to halt in their tracks, paralyzed by fear. Indeed, the remnant of the Yi family was ruthless. Zheng Yonghe, undaunted, seemed to have anticipated this, turning to a man behind him and saying, Master Hua, it is your turn to intervene. Ensure you capture this remnant of the Yi family. Rest assured, Master Zheng, dealing with this boy is no challenge. He may have dispatched so many with a single blow, but it is merely a display of ruthlessness. Once I act, he shall be subdued in no time. A middle-aged man clad in a white training outfit stepped forward, exuding a formidable aura, clearly a master of the highest caliber. Zheng Yonghe's face broke into a smile upon hearing the man's words. With Master Hua's assurance, I can relax. However, the very next moment, the smile froze on his lips, and the iron balls slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground unnoticed. The middle-aged man turned to face Yi Xian and sneered, "Boy, although you possess great skill, you are still far from my match. Therefore you." Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Xian delivered a swift strike that reduced him to mere ash. "You." Zheng Yongha's eyes widened in shock, his expression one of utter disbelief. The expert he had hired at great expense had barely uttered a word before being dispatched by Yi Xian. This was beyond absurd. His 500,000 had been wasted on such a worthless fighter. Yi Xian paid no heed to Zheng Yongha's thoughts, having dispatched the middle-aged man with ease. He charged toward Zheng Yongha. Given Zheng Yongha's status, he was undoubtedly aware of the events surrounding the Yi family's demise. "Help! Someone protect me!" Seeing Yi Xian approach, Zheng Yongha's expression changed drastically, panic setting in as he shouted desperately. As his voice faded, the remaining bodyguards rushed to intercept Yi Xian. Yet, Yi Xian showed no mercy, striking out with force, sending them to their doom. Just as he was about to seize Zheng Yongha, an unforeseen event occurred. Chapter 18. The Unruliness of the World. No. Yi Xian, do not come any closer, or I shall take this woman's life. As Yi Xian charged towards him, Zheng Yong's expression shifted dramatically. He seized Lin Xieyue, pressing the gun against her temple as a threat. Lin Xieyue trembled in terror at the gun's muzzle, unable to suppress a cry of despair. "Silence. Otherwise, I will kill you." Zheng Yong growled menacingly. In that moment, he could only hold Lin Xieyue tightly, using her as leverage to ensure his own survival. Regret gnawed at him. Had he known Yi Xian possessed such formidable prowess, he would have sent subordinates in his stead. "You dare threaten me?" Yi Xian's demeanor was icy. "Yes, I threaten you," Zheng Yong shouted furiously. "Now, I command you, scum, to retreat immediately, or I will kill her." Utterly foolish. Yi Xian was disinclined to engage in further banter. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Zheng Yong, snatching the gun from his grasp and crushing it into a useless heap of metal, discarding it upon the ground. "Are you human or a specter?" Zheng Yong staggered back in shock, trembling uncontrollably. He had not anticipated that the fish that had slipped through the net 5 years ago had grown to such an extent. It was beyond his wildest imaginings. If fate permitted him another chance, he would have spared no effort to eliminate Yi Xian back then, to avert the calamity that now loomed over him. "What say you?" Yi Xian grasped his neck, his voice chilling. "You, old man, with your standing in Jinghai. You must know who orchestrated the annihilation of the Yi family. Tell me, and I may grant you a swift demise." "The orchestrator?" Zheng Yong's countenance paled. "I never imagined you were aware of his existence. Indeed, it was he who commanded our actions against the Yi family, but you shall never learn his identity. Since you have ensured the end of the Zheng family line, I shall never divulge what you seek. If you have the capability, then kill me." Crack! Before Zheng Yong could finish, Yi Xian had already twisted his arm with a brutal snap, then crushed his foot beneath his heel, eliciting a heart-rending scream from Zheng Yong. Yet this was not the end, for Zheng Yong desired a cruel end. Yi Xian would certainly indulge him. Employing every torturous method imaginable, such as breaking fingers and shattering ribs, he descended into a realm of merciless torment. Zheng Yong, reduced to a breathless wretch, ultimately surrendered, gasping, I will speak. Please grant me a swift release." Had you foreseen this moment, would you have acted differently? Yi Xian shook his head, his voice cold. "Speak. Tell me everything you know." Knowing Yi Xian's ruthless nature, Zheng Yong dared not play any further tricks. The orchestrator is shrouded in mystery, rarely showing himself. "And I do not know his identity." "You do not know?" Yi Xian's fury ignited as he yanked Zheng Yong's hair. "Are you mocking me?" "And no. I meant to say, while I do not know the orchestrator's true identity, there are those who do." Yi Xian seethed. "Speak clearly. I grant you but a minute. If you fail to articulate your thoughts, do not expect a merciful death." Enduring the excruciating pain, Zheng Yong forced the words out. Though the orchestrator remains enigmatic, there exists a faction in Jinghai closely aligned with him, one I suspect he has nurtured himself. After the annihilation of your Yi family, this faction absorbed most of the remaining wealth. "What faction?" "The Jia Tian gang," Zheng Yong divulged. "Its leader, Zhao Wuqia, undoubtedly possesses knowledge regarding the orchestrator." "What? That faction?" Yi Xian's brow furrowed. It made sense now. He had encountered members of the Jia Tian gang at the Yi estate, and everything fell into place. Clearly, it was the orchestrator's directive. "Now that I have spoken, in my suffering," Zheng Yong implored weakly. He had become a relic of his former self, and living was no longer preferable to death. Boom. Yi Xian delivered a decisive strike, granting him the release he sought. Take care of my sister upon your return. Yi Xian instructed Lin Xiaoyue, his expression steely as he departed. Where are you going? Lin Xiaoyue, still reeling from the scene, felt a pang of anxiety at his impending departure. To pay a visit to the Zhatian gang, Yi Xian replied, striding purposefully away, eager to uncover the truths that awaited him. Meanwhile, at the Zhatian gang's headquarters, their leader, Zhao Wuqia, reveled in a game with his subordinates. One known as life and death by fate. A revolver spun endlessly, and those with poor fortune would meet their demise. This cruel game claimed the lives of several unfortunate souls daily, instilling fear within the gang's ranks. Yet, they were powerless to resist, for it was the twisted amusement of their leader. If you wish to abstain from this game, the only alternative is death. Yes, only the dead are free from play. Bang! Witnessing a subordinate perish before him, Zhao Wuqia grinned with a bloodthirsty smile. Well then, let us conclude today's game. You are all free to leave. Upon hearing this, the members collectively exhaled in relief, grateful to have survived another day under their deranged leader's whims. However, just as they prepared to exit, a deafening crash resounded as the entrance shattered, and a young man entered with an impassive expression. Who dares intrude upon the Zhatian gang? Do you seek death? Zhao Wuqia fumed, his nostrils flaring at the sight of his own door being demolished. It was customary for the Zhatian gang to assault others, yet here they were, confronted by an audacious intruder. This was an affront that could not be tolerated. He resolved to rend the intruder limb from limb. Chapter 19. Sitting at the same table with children, you sent someone to kill me, yet now you pretend not to know me? Yi Xian entered and spoke coldly. You are Yi Xian? Zhao Wuqing recalled for a moment, and upon realizing the identity of the person before him, he erupted in furious anger. I never expected that you, this bastard, are still alive. It seems my brother sent to kill you has perished. However, how dare you storm into my Zhatian gang alone? This will be the gravest mistake of your life. Who doesn't he know that my Zhatian gang is the most formidable force in Jinghai? I have no time for your nonsense. Tell me who the leader is. Yi Xian's voice was icily cold. Ha ha ha, you wish to know who the leader is? First, you must get past this hurdle. Zhao Wuqing laughed cruelly, waving his hand. He commanded, brothers, attack. Kill this man. Tonight we feast. At his command, the numerous subordinates, who had initially prepared to leave, surged towards Yi Xian. These men were already seasoned killers before joining Zhatian gang. Taking a life posed no challenge for them. Yi Xian showed no mercy. With a powerful slap, he sent the rushing members of Zhatian gang sprawling, blood spilling everywhere. Gasp! The remaining members, who had yet to charge, collectively inhaled sharply, their faces etched with disbelief. In their eyes, fear took root as they beheld the man who had just slain their comrades with a single strike. It was truly terrifying. Yi Xian advanced step by step, and the members of Zhatian gang, intimidated by his overwhelming presence, could only retreat. Seeing this, Zhao Wuqing panicked, shouting, "What are you cowards afraid of? Attack! All of you attack and kill him." Ironically, he himself hid behind his men. One subordinate, with a pale face, spoke up, "Boss, this guy is extraordinarily formidable. The brothers are no match for him. I suggest we retreat." "Shut your mouth." Zhao Wuqing bellowed in fury, kicking the man away. "Do you know why others have become vice leaders over the years while you remain a mere lackey? Because you are cowardly and incapable of doing anything. From now on, you should sit at the same table as children." With that, he turned to his two capable aides, saying, "Nyoda, Nyoair, both of you are martial arts experts with considerable prowess. Can you take this brat down?" Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances and nodded. "Don't worry, boss. Although this kid appears a bit strange, he will surely perish under our combined assault." Zhao Wuqing was overjoyed, clapping his hands and laughing. "Ha, good. If you two can subdue this brat, I will arrange for the finest models to serve you afterward." "Thank you, boss," Nyoda and Nyoair said in unison before charging at Yi Xian. Both were masters of martial arts, and united, they could contend even with grandmasters. Yi Xian, no matter how powerful, could not possibly be a grandmaster. "Kid, for our prosperous lives, prepare to die," Nyoda roared, unleashing a powerful punch at Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not evade. He countered with a punch of his own. Boom. The two fists collided, producing a deafening sound in the air. Nyoda stood frozen. Terror reflected on his face as cracks appeared on his fist, then his arm, and finally his head. In a horrific spectacle, Nyoda exploded into countless pieces, leaving not a trace of his former self. Ah, damn. Neo Air shrieked at the sight and turned to flee. However, Yi Xian's kick struck him in the back, sending him crashing into the wall, reduced to a bloody pulp. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. Nioda and Neo Air were renowned masters of Zhatian Gang, feared by many. Yet, they crumbled before Yi Xian, unable to withstand even a single strike. It was utterly inconceivable. Zhao Wuqing was left in shock, his mouth agape as if it could hold a cow's egg. He never imagined that Yi Xian, missing for merely 5 years, had returned so formidable. What on earth had transpired during that time? Had the lad consumed an elixir of immortality to gain such strength? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Yi Xian approached like the harbinger of death. No, Zhao Wuqing screamed, turning to flee. Despite being a martial artist of considerable rank, witnessing Yi Xian's terror rendered him devoid of any desire to fight. To him, Yi Xian was a killing machine, unstoppable. Humph, think you can escape? No way. Yi Xian scoffed, moving with blinding speed, appearing behind Zhao Wuqing in an instant, seizing him as one would a chick. Let me go? Let me go? In that moment, the notorious leader of Zhatian Gang, who had reigned for years, was reduced to a quivering, ordinary man, terrified for his life. Speak. Tell me everything I wish to know. Yi Xian's voice was frigid. What do you want to know? I don't know. I know nothing. Zhao Wuqing frantically shook his head. Not willing to talk, huh? I have my ways to deal with you. Yi Xian's eyes glinted with murderous intent, preparing to employ further measures against Zhao Wuqing when suddenly, a large group rushed in from outside, each exuding a powerful aura. They were evidently martial artists. The crowd quickly formed a line, moving in unison, from which emerged a young master clad in an expensive suit, adorned with a Rolex. This young master entered with an air of arrogance, as if viewing the world and all within it as mere refuse. Upon seeing this young master, Zhao Wuqing, who had looked as though he were facing execution, suddenly saw a glimmer of hope and shouted, "Young Master Shun, save me." Chapter 20. The spokesman upon entering. Shen Kuaiyin was met with the sight of Zhao Wuqiu being held by Yi Xian as if he were a mere chick. However, he paid little heed to it. After all, Zhao Wuqiu was a mere brute. Were it not for his reliance on the favors of a certain individual, he would amount to nothing, let alone become the leader of the explosive Sky Gang. Shin, the young master, had always looked down upon such individuals. If it weren't for his father's orders to intervene, he wouldn't have bothered to make the long journey here. Hearing Zhao Wuqiu's desperate pleas, Shen Kuaiyin turned to Yi Xian, nostrils flaring, hands clasped behind his back, and boasted, "Yi Xian, is it? I've heard of you. 5 years ago, you escaped the clutches of the Yi family. Now, I offer you a chance. Release gang leader Zhao and take your own life in atonement. In doing so, I might just allow you to keep your remains intact. Get lost." Yi Xian interjected, not allowing him to finish, swiftly delivering a slap. "Damn it. You lack martial ethics." Shen Kuaiyin, taken aback by the sudden attack, trembled and rolled away on the ground to evade the blow. From his movements, it was evident that Shen Kuaiyin was a martial arts expert of no small caliber. Yet, while he narrowly escaped, his subordinates standing nearby were not so fortunate. They were instantly turned to dust by that very slap. Shen Kuaiyin seethed with rage. These were warriors he had painstakingly trained, and now several lay dead at the hands of Yi Xian. How could he possibly endure such a loss? Very well. I showed mercy by allowing you to keep your remains, but since you refuse, do not blame me for turning you into dog food. With that, Shen Kuaiyin charged at Yi Xian, his entire being emanating a formidable aura, hinting at the strength of a grand master. However, before he could reach Yi Xian, he was swiftly smitten into oblivion, disappearing forever with a gust of wind. The warriors accompanying Shen Kuaiyin were left dumbfounded, having witnessed their young master vanish in an instant. What had just transpired? Where had their master gone? Had they truly encountered a ghost in broad daylight? But soon, realization struck. Their master had likely been slain by Yi Xian. They exchanged glances and charged towards him, recognizing that if they did not act, their lives would be forfeit upon returning home. Yet, before they could even reach Yi Xian, a single descending slap turned them all into a grotesque mass of flesh, indistinguishable from one another. From Shen Kuaiyin's imposing entrance to their demise, no more than 3 minutes had elapsed. To outsiders, it appeared as though they had come merely to offer their heads. Witnessing Yi Xian eradicate, Shen Kuaiyin sent Zhao Wuqiu into a state of terror. "Yi Xian, you are finished. You truly are finished. You must understand, young Master Shen is from the esteemed Shen family of Jinghai. Killing him will cost you your life. The Shen family will stop at nothing to avenge him. Did I permit you to speak? Yi Xian furrowed his brow and delivered a strike, knocking out several of Zhao Wuqiu's front teeth. Ugh! Zhao Wuqiu opened his mouth, preparing to expel a mouthful of blood and teeth. However, Yi Xian swiftly clamped his mouth shut, forcing him to swallow the bloody mixture. Zhao Wuqiu, despite being a gang leader, had never endured such humiliation. He cried out in anguish, realizing that while he had relished tormenting others, experiencing it himself was an unbearable ordeal. Speak. Reveal everything you know. Who is the leader? Yi Xian commanded coldly. I will speak. Initially reluctant to divulge secrets, Zhao Wuqiu's resolve crumbled under Yi Xian's penetrating gaze. He understood that persisting would lead to a fate far worse than his current predicament. Thus, he relented, saying, "It is widely believed that the explosive Sky Gang was established by our leader, but that is not the case. The leader's identity is of utmost nobility, and I am merely a minor head of the gang, unworthy of such an individual's attention. What is the relationship between the explosive Sky Gang and this so-called leader?" Yi Xian pressed. "It is a subordinate relationship. Although our gang was not directly established by the leader, it was founded by his spokesperson. Thus, in essence, we are loyal subordinates of the leader, that much is clear." "Who is the spokesperson?" Yi Xian inquired further. "It is Qiao San. He alone knows who the leader is and where he resides. In fact, the downfall of your Yi family was largely orchestrated by Qiao San. We were merely his pawns. To uncover the leader's identity, one must first locate him. Moreover, at this point, Zhao Wuqiu gritted his teeth, a flicker of anguish flashing across his face. As he seethed, moreover, Qiao San's inclinations are utterly depraved. He had his sights set on me and threatened that if I did not fetch soap for him, he would kill me and deny me the position of gang leader. Reluctantly, I consented, but his insatiable desires have since tormented me to the brink of despair. My younger brother has been utterly humiliated, and I can barely live a normal life without adult diapers." As he spoke, Zhao Wuqiu, a grown man, began to weep uncontrollably. Bang! Yi Xian, uninterested in his lamentations, struck him on the head. Instantly, Zhao Wuqiu's skull burst like a watermelon, brain matter splattering, blood gushing forth, meeting a tragic end. Yi Xian then made his way towards the exit. Upon witnessing Yi Xian slay Zhao Wuqiu and depart, the surviving members of the explosive Sky Gang collectively breathed a sigh of relief, smiles breaking across their faces, thinking they had finally survived. Yet, in the next moment, their smiles abruptly froze, their eyes wide with sheer terror, as if they had encountered a ghost in the daylight. Chapter 21. My son possesses the qualities of a martial king. It was at this moment that Yi Xian, who had just departed, unexpectedly returned. Upon gazing at the remnants of the Zhaodian gang in the courtyard, Yi Xian's expression turned frosty as he remarked, "My apologies. I seem to have forgotten to send you on your way." With that, amid their pleas for mercy and furious curses, he delivered a powerful slap, sending them all to the afterlife. "Qiao San, I never would have guessed that the spokesperson for the leader would be you." How intriguing! A glimmer of coldness flickered in Yi Xian's eyes as he departed from the scene. Meanwhile, in a manor in Jinghai, beneath a ginkgo tree, two middle-aged men, both over 50, were seated at a stone table. They were engaged in a game of chess while sipping tea, each exuding an aura befitting their lofty status. Suddenly, a mobile phone rang. One of the men retrieved his phone, and, upon listening to the voice on the other end, his countenance swiftly changed, an overwhelming fury surging within him. Noticing the abrupt shift in his companion's demeanor, the man across the table inquired, "Brother Shun, what has transpired? Your expression is rather alarming." "Brother Qi Shan, to be candid, I just received news from my subordinate that my son has been murdered." Shen Shanha inhaled deeply, suppressing the tempest of emotions within, his face darkening as he spoke. The two men were none other than Shen Shanha, the head of the Shen family and father of Shen Quotian, and Li Qingshan, the deputy director of the Jinghai Martial Management Office, a figure of considerable power overseeing martial law offenders. "What? Quotian has been killed? Who possesses such audacity?" Li Qingshan's expression shifted upon hearing this. As a close friend of Shen Shanha, he was well aware of how often his friend extolled his son, who was endowed with the qualities of a martial king. The thought of such a beloved son being slain was unfathomable, and one could only imagine the depths of Shen Shanha's rage. Upon hearing Li Qingshan's question, Shen Shanha's eyes darkened further as he clenched his teeth. Uttering a name, "Yi Xian." "What? Yi Xian? The one who slipped through the cracks of the Yi family 5 years ago?" Li Qingshan furrowed his brow, saying, I did not anticipate that he would be the one to kill your son. This is indeed unexpected. He has been investigating the annihilation of the Yi family since his return. Regardless of his identity, whoever has slain my son must pay with their life. My son possessed the qualities of a martial king. He is the hope of our Shun family. Shun Shan's eyes seemed to blaze with fury as he thundered, Brother Qing Shan, I implore you to assist in eliminating the fiend who took my son's life. In return, you may select any reward you desire, be it wealth, beauty, or shares. Though seething with anger, he had not succumbed to blind rage. He understood that Yi Xian, capable of slaying his son, would not be an easy adversary. Thus, he sought the involvement of the Martial Management Office. An official organization tackling a martial artist was hardly a challenge, even if that individual were Yi Xian. Considering the Shun family's connection to the downfall of the Yi family, pay a small price to resolve this matter swiftly, restore peace, and avenge my son. It is a worthwhile endeavor. Ha ha, Brother Shen, you are too gracious. Upon hearing Shen Shan's generous offer, Li Qingshan laughed heartily. In truth, even if you had not mentioned it, our Martial Management Office would have taken action to apprehend Yi Xian. After all, this young man has just returned to Jinghai, disregarding the order of the docks, and has begun to wreak havoc. Most alarmingly, he has audaciously proclaimed that in 6 days, the prominent families involved in the events of 5 years ago must kneel before the Yi family to apologize and offer their heads as sacrifices to honor his parents' spirits. Tell me, do such words belong to a rational being? A rogue such as this must be dealt with, for the sake of justice. Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Shun Shan's face as he replied, If that is the case, I extend my gratitude to Brother Qing Shan. Li Qingshan nodded, dismissing any further pleasantries as he summoned his subordinates, instructing, send a few men to capture Yi Xian. Should he resist, deal with him ruthlessly. Understood. His subordinates immediately complied. With this, Shen Shanha reigned in his fury, nodding in satisfaction as he awaited news from the Martial Management Office. Meanwhile, on the other side of Jinghai, within the Qiao family, Qiao San reclined in a chair, a look of indulgence upon his face, surrounded by several young men adorned with makeup, attending to him. Undoubtedly, these men were all his lovers. As a man with a penchant for romantic pursuits, Qiao San had gone to great lengths to find these companions. Suddenly, Qiao San received a phone call, and upon hearing the voice on the line, his expression drastically shifted. He kicked aside the man beneath him and prepared to flee, as the caller had warned him that Yi Xian was approaching with lethal intent. Without a moment to spare, he gathered his beloved companions and prepared to escape. Just then, the front door burst open with a resounding crash, accompanied by the sight of several guards being thrown aside as Yi Xian made his entrance. Qiao San, long time no see. Why do you wish to leave just as I arrive? Upon entering, Yi Xian swiftly blocked Qiao San's escape, his demeanor chillingly cold. Qiao San, the spokesperson for the leader, was someone Yi Xian recognized, having a somewhat close relationship due to Qiao San's past as his father's sworn brother. In the days when the Yi family thrived, Qiao San had received considerable favors from them. Ironically, when the Yi family fell, Qiao San not only stood idly by but transformed into the spokesperson for the leader, wielding a blade against the Yi family during their annihilation, contributing significantly to their downfall. Yi Xiao San had not expected Yi Xian to arrive so swiftly. His expression fluctuated, and he forced a hollow smile, saying, Dear nephew, I understand your grievances regarding the demise of the Yi family. However, I hope you can understand that I had my reasons. Do not let hatred cloud your judgment. Oh, is that so? Yi Xian's voice dripped with coldness. Is your so-called reason the one that allowed you to thrive as the spokesperson for the leader, reaping benefits after the fall of the Yi family? Qiao San found himself at a loss for words, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he seethed with rage. Yi Xian, do not overstep your bounds. I am no longer the Qiao San of your. I am now Lord Qiao San of Jinghai. Do you believe a mere word from me could cast you into the abyss? With this declaration, the atmosphere thickened with tension, and the impending clash seemed inevitable. Chapter 22. The Legion of Light. In the courtyard, two factions stood in opposition. One side was represented by a solitary individual, while the other was a group of several. I, Qiao San, am no longer the insignificant figure I once was, but the formidable lord of Jinghai, Qiao San boasted, cradling a delicate male companion in his arms. I acknowledge that your Yi family was once more powerful than mine, and I have benefited from your assistance. But what does that matter now? The Yi family has long since fallen, and I, Qiao San, now command the fates of countless lives in this realm. With an air of arrogance, Qiao San dismissed Yi Xian entirely. Oh, is that so? You are indeed Qiao San, are you? Yi Xian replied coolly. And with a swift motion, he struck and reduced one of Qiao San's male companions to a crimson mist. You. Qiao San's expression shifted dramatically, taken aback by Yi Xian's sudden aggression. He opened his mouth to protest, but before he could utter a word, Yi Xian delivered another blow, obliterating yet another companion and chillingly taunted, "The Lord of Jinghai, is it?" Yi Xian, enraged by the loss of two of his cherished companions, Qiao San seethed, pointing a trembling finger at Yi Xian. "You insolent wretch, do not push your luck. Do you not know that I am now a person of stature? I have not only formed the explosive Sky Gang, but have also established the mightier Legion of Light, with warriors and advanced weaponry at my disposal. Is that so?" Yi Xian showed no concern, casually dispatching another of Qiao San's companions with a single strike. Blood splattered across Qiao San's face, igniting a fury within him. The loss of his carefully acquired companions felt like a dagger to his heart. "Oh, you family scum, I will kill you," he bellowed, gesturing wildly. "Legion of Light, what are you waiting for? Strike." No sooner had he spoken than the ground trembled, walls crumbled, and an army clad in uniforms, armed with an array of weaponry, enveloped Yi Xian. The Legion of Light, as the name suggested, consisted of those who believed in the light. Disbelievers were not permitted entry. This was yet another manifestation of Qiao San's peculiar predilections, as he had formed this legion specifically to indulge his whims, positioning himself as its leader. "You dare to offend Lord Qiao San? You are courting death. Remember to be more discerning in your next life." A burly man within the legion sneered as he aimed a rocket launcher at Yi Xian. With a whoosh, the missile streaked through the air, trailing flames as it hurtled towards its target. Observing this, Qiao San exhaled a sigh of relief, planting a kiss on the cheek of his flamboyant companion. He had invested considerable effort and resources into establishing the Legion of Light, acquiring advanced weaponry to thwart any potential retaliation. However, just as Qiao San reveled in his brilliance, the missile reached Yi Xian. In an astonishing display, Yi Xian effortlessly swatted the missile away. With a sharp sound, it reversed course and landed at the feet of its originator. "What is happening?" The man who launched the missile stood in shock. Before he could comprehend the situation, the missile exploded, obliterating him and a multitude of his comrades, transforming them into a grotesque spectacle of body parts and blood raining down like confetti. In an instant, all were rendered speechless. Was this reality or a dream? The stench of blood confirmed the grim truth. Even Qiao San was momentarily taken aback, astonished by his nephew's terrifying transformation over the past 5 years. Yet, he felt no fear. He had survived the calamity that befell the Yi family 5 years prior. And what was happening now was but a trifling matter. "Everyone, do not dawdle. Continue the assault. You must believe in the light," Qiao San shouted, rallying his troops. With renewed determination, the legion snapped back to focus. They were believers in the light, shielded by the deity of illumination, and they would not cower before this monstrous figure who could swat missiles with his bare hands. They were here to combat the beast. As Yi Xian approached, Qiao San assumed the role of commander, directing the legion with authority. At his command, no one hesitated. They all simultaneously pulled the triggers and pressed the launch buttons. In an instant, a torrential barrage of bullets and shells descended upon Yi Xian, weaving a formidable net of firepower. Yet, to their astonishment, as the projectiles neared him, an unseen force deflected them, rendering them harmless. The air was rent with the deafening sound of explosions, fire erupting into the sky as shockwaves radiated outward. Yet, none of this impeded Yi Xian's advance. He did not falter even a step. Everyone was once again dumbfounded. How could there exist such a powerful being? Emerging from the inferno, Yi Xian's expression was icy as he proclaimed, "Now that you have finished your barrage, it is my turn." To not reciprocate is to act discourteously. Before they could react, he swung his mighty hand, effortlessly pulverizing the stunned warriors into dust, scattering them like leaves in the wind. I do not believe in the light anymore. Run." The remaining men of the legion, terror-stricken by the sight, screamed and turned to flee. In the face of death, the ideals of believing in the light fled their minds. But Yi Xian would not allow their escape. With a single strike, he reduced them to nothingness, as if they had never existed at all. "Oh my God!" Qiao San stood in shock, unable to fathom that the Legion of Light he had painstakingly assembled had disintegrated without a trace. In that moment, He longed to return to his mother's embrace and weep. Chapter 23. A serious situation. What other means can you employ? Do not claim that I did not provide you with an opportunity. Yi Xian advanced step by step toward Qiao San, each stride causing Qiao San's heart to race violently, as if he were stepping upon his very heart. Unable to endure such pressure any longer, Qiao San's face contorted in agony as he bellowed, "Blood Shadow Dual Fiends. If you do not take action now, when will you?" As these words left his lips, two towering figures instantly positioned themselves before Yi Xian. These men were robust, with thick wrists and joints, exuding an overwhelming and intimidating aura, resembling two master-level experts. "Heh, I never expected it would be our turn to act." The Blood Shadow Dual Fiends cackled, their gazes fixed on Yi Xian like beasts eyeing their prey. "Ha, Shadow Fiend, remember our agreement. I shall feast upon this lad's heart. Do not dare to claim it for yourself. Do not worry, Blood Fiend. I have no intention of vying for his heart. I believe with a single strike, this lad can dispatch so many. His kidneys must be incredibly potent. I shall partake of them, for I am certain they will be delectable," Shadow Fiend replied, licking his lips with an expression of anticipation. From their words, it was evident that these two had indeed tasted the hearts and kidneys of others. For such declarations could not be made lightly. As they spoke, a chill ran down Qiao San's spine, prompting him to shout, "Blood Shadow Dual Fiends. I summoned you from Ghost Shadow Pavilion at great expense, not to ponder how to consume human flesh. Will you not swiftly dispose of this lad before us?" In response to his words, the Blood Shadow Dual Fiends shrugged with indifference and said, "Very well. It seems we must first fulfill our employer's task before we can indulge in our culinary delights." With that, Blood Fiend leaped into action, executing a vicious technique known as Black Tiger Prowling Heart, swiftly lunging toward Yi Xian while cackling, "Boy, your heart belongs to me. Thank you for the gift." Smack! Just as his words fell, he was instantaneously reduced to a pile of mush by Yi Xian's hand, dead beyond resurrection. What just happened? Shadow Fiend's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression akin to one who had just consumed excrement. His companion, a master-level warrior, had been slain with a mere slap? Where could one seek justice for such an absurdity? When did master-level experts become so fragile? You dare to kill a member of Ghost Shadow Pavilion? You have found yourself in quite a predicament. Shadow Fiend's complexion darkened to an extreme, and he stomped his right foot into the ground, creating a deep crater in the concrete. He then leaped into the air, delivering a powerful punch toward Yi Xian, one that encapsulated the power he had honed over 40 years. Even a massive diamond would shatter under his blow. How much more so a mere human body? Bang! To Shadow Fiend's astonishment, his punch struck Yi Xian's chest with a dull thud. Yet, his expression quickly morphed from joy to shock and disbelief. Rather than exhibiting any sign of injury, Yi Xian looked at him with disdain and remarked, "Is that all your strength? Have you not eaten today?" And no, it cannot be. Even a warrior at the martial spirit level would not emerge unscathed from my blow. What realm do you even belong to? Shadow Fiend shook his head vigorously, as if attempting to dispel the bewilderment that had engulfed his worldview. After all, he was a master-level expert and under full force. Even a martial spirit warrior should not have escaped without reaction. Yet, Yi Xian had effortlessly withstood the attack, defying all his expectations. "Is it my turn now?" Yi Xian scoffed, preparing to strike. Oh no! Shadow Fiend's face paled, and he attempted to flee. However, Yi Xian would not grant him such an opportunity, swiftly seizing him and declaring, "Since you yearn to feast upon my kidneys, why not first sample your own?" With that, without allowing Shadow Fiend a moment to react, Yi Xian extracted his kidneys from within his body and stuffed them into his mouth. Shadow Fiend's eyes bulged in horror. He could scarcely fathom that one day he would taste his own kidneys. This was beyond shocking. Just as he contemplated retaliating, Yi Xian delivered a kick that sent him flying hundreds of meters away, bursting mid-air into a mass of flesh. The once formidable Blood Shadow Dual Fiends met their demise before Qiao San. Qiao San stood in shock, frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. Even if he racked his brain, he could not comprehend how Yi Xian had become so powerful in just 5 short years. "Qiao San, why did you betray our Yi family and become the lackey of the head honcho?" Yi Xian approached him, his voice icy cold. I had no choice. The rewards were simply too great." Qiao San trembled as he replied, lacking the former dignity of the formidable Qiao San. "Too great." Yi Xian's fury flared, and he crushed one of Qiao San's legs beneath his foot. After receiving so much from the Yi family, he had proven to be an ungrateful wolf. Yet, Yi Xian knew this was not the time for grievances. He had more pressing inquiries. Who is the head honcho, and where is he? Why did he lead the effort to destroy our Yi family? Speak everything you know. With his leg shattered, Xiao San collapsed to the ground, wailing in pain. Trembling, he confessed, though I was chosen as the spokesperson by the head honcho, I know little about him. He is exceedingly mysterious and cautious. Most of our conversations occurred through phone calls. Even when we met, he stood with his back to me, and I could not see his face. So, you do not even know who the head honcho is? Then you are of no further use, Yi Xian seethed. He had not anticipated that this so-called head honcho would be so deeply concealed that even Xiao San was unaware of his identity. And no, I am still of use. I know where he is. I can take you to him. In a desperate bid for survival, Xiao San was willing to risk everything. What? You know where he is? Quickly, lead me there, Yi Xian exclaimed, filled with elation, seizing Xiao San and rushing toward the location of the head honcho. After such a long pursuit, he was finally poised to confront the architect behind the demise of the Yi family, causing Yi Xian's heart to race with excitement. However, upon arriving at the location, they found it deserted and silent, devoid of any presence. The so-called head honcho was nowhere to be found. Where is he? Did you deceive me? Yi Xian's fury erupted as he glared at Xiao San, his eyes burning with murderous intent. And no, how could I deceive you? The last time we met was in this very room. I have seen him here more than once. Xiao San was on the verge of tears, never expecting the head honcho to have departed so stealthily, more elusive than a long-lived tortoise. Is that so? Yi Xian was consumed by rage, defiantly charging into the room and meticulously searching every nook and cranny, yet he found no trace of anyone. The only thing he discovered was a solitary mobile phone resting on the table, which was currently playing a recording. Yi Xian, I am the leader you seek. I never imagined that you, a remnant, would actually find this place. This indicates that Xiao San has indeed betrayed me. Huh, are the people of Jinghai so spineless? But it matters not, for he is merely a pawn. What I wish to convey is that I am the one who killed your parents, indeed. I have annihilated your entire family. Ha ha ha, does that not ignite your fury? The phone echoed with a brazen, triumphant laughter. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes blazed with fury, his fingers cracking ominously. Should he capture this leader, he would ensure that this individual experienced the most excruciating torments imaginable. Following the laughter, the voice of the leader resounded once more. Yi Xian, did you not proclaim that you would demand everyone kneel before the Yi family and offer their heads an apology? Rest assured, I shall personally attend to that, but only if you manage to survive until then. Well, I have finished my words, and I have prepared a little gift for you. Please pay attention to its arrival. As the last words faded, the phone emitted a sharp beep. Yi Xian and Appo's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could react, a thunderous roar erupted, followed by a blaze shooting skyward. Chapter 24. The truth. A thunderous explosion echoed as a mobile device detonated, unleashing a devastating shockwave akin to a tsunami, obliterating the surrounding structures and reducing everything to rubble. Flames surged forth, shrouding the scene in smoke. The explosion persisted for a full 3 minutes before finally subsiding, revealing Yi Xian and Xiao San ensconced within a protective barrier. However, Xiao San appeared tragically mutilated, his lower half obliterated, leaving only his upper torso clutched in Yi Xian's grip as he emitted anguished cries. The rapidity of the explosion had rendered Yi Xian capable of activating the protective shield just in time to safeguard himself and half of Xiao San's body. Brother in charge, I swear, wherever you flee, I shall hunt you down and end your life. This marked the second occurrence of such a calamity. With a grim expression, Yi Xian returned to the Qiao family estate, addressing Xiao San. It seems your worth has diminished. You may now perish. With that, he prepared to deliver the final blow. No, please don't kill me. I've recalled something of value. Xiao San pleaded desperately, his will to survive fueling an extraordinary resilience. What do you recall? Speak. Yi Xian urged. I remember the reason brother in charge led the assault on your Yi family, Xiao San stammered, terror evident in his demeanor as he divulged everything he knew. Years ago, brother in charge orchestrated the annihilation of your family primarily to acquire a certain object of immense significance, harboring a colossal secret. To obtain it, he allied with the families of Jinghai and certain foreign forces to invade your household. An object? Yi Xian's brow furrowed deeply. What exactly was it? Did they succeed in obtaining it? I inadvertently overheard brother in charge mention that it was an ancient map. Xiao San continued. After the destruction of the Yi family, they indeed acquired the ancient map, and everything should have concluded there. However, I later heard brother-in-charge lamenting that they had been deceived. Your father, Yi Xiaodian, was exceptionally astute, having outmaneuvered everyone. He divided the ancient map into two parts. The one they seized was merely a replica, while the original remains elusive, despite their exhaustive searches. In their quest for the original map, brother-in-charge deliberately spread rumors of your sister's sale to northern Myanmar, intending to lure you out, knowing that upon your return, you would seek the truth of that fateful day, perhaps tracing the lead back to the missing original map. Moreover, I can reveal that brother-in-charge's surname is Xiao. This is information I overheard accidentally. That is all I know. Xiao Xin gasped, finishing his account and turning to Yi Xian with a plea. Nephew, I have disclosed everything. You can let me go now. But before he could finish, Yi Xian struck him, reducing him to a mist of blood, before turning his attention to the remaining effeminate male companions. Upon meeting Yi Xian's gaze, the men fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Please, do not kill us. We possess unparalleled skills in fetching items for men. If you spare us, we can facilitate your escape. Yet Yi Xian harbored no interest in them, swiftly dispatching them into oblivion before departing. As he made his way back, Yi Xian's brow remained furrowed, his mind heavy with thoughts. He had gleaned the information he sought, yet his confusion only deepened. The leader's surname was Xiao, but with so many individuals sharing that name, how could he ascertain his identity? He could not simply execute every person named Xiao. Furthermore, what precisely was the ancient map Xiao Xin referenced? Why had he never heard of it? Who had obtained the replica? And where had his father hidden the original map? Would Qingqing possess that knowledge? A cascade of questions flooded his mind, threatening to overwhelm him. The truth behind the annihilation of his family was entangled with so many mysteries. Moreover, since descending the mountain, every step he had taken seemed orchestrated by this Xiao leader, which was profoundly unsettling. Who was this enigmatic figure? This accursed old sixth had concealed his identity far too well. In a haze of uncertainty, Yi Xian returned to the hotel, just as Yi Qing regained consciousness. After dismissing Lin Xiaoya, Yi Xian imparted his queries to Yi Qing, emphasizing, Qingqing, has father ever mentioned where the original map is hidden? This map was pivotal to unraveling the mystery of their family's downfall. Regardless of whether this was part of a conspiracy orchestrated by someone named Xiao, he needed to possess the map. After all, it was something his father had sacrificed his life to protect, tied to the truth of their family's obliteration. Yi Xian was confident that he had become invincible. Whatever schemes lay behind this, he would confront them head-on. If adversaries dared to approach, he would not hesitate to eliminate them, relentlessly pursuing the truth. Thus, locating the original map was of paramount importance. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Yi Qing pondered for a moment before replying, Brother, I believe I remember something about the original map. Really? Yi Xian exclaimed with delight, pressing for details. Where is it? As she was about to respond, Yi Qing suddenly cried out in agony, Brother, my head hurts terribly. Yi Xian's countenance shifted dramatically. Supporting Yi Qing, he summoned his internal energy, swiftly forming it into needles that penetrated the acupoints on her head to alleviate her pain. This technique, if witnessed by a renowned physician, would undoubtedly provoke astonishment beyond measure. Under Yi Xian's care, Yi Qing gradually regained her composure, the pain subsiding, and she continued, Brother, I recalled that some malevolent individuals had questioned me about the original map before, but I never divulged any information. Yi Xian felt a pang of sorrow. Though Yi Qing refrained from detailing her torment, he imagined the suffering she must have endured, which likely triggered her sudden headache due to a traumatic stress response. Rest assured, Qingqing, I will never allow anyone to take you from me again. I shall protect you, he vowed, gently ruffling her hair. Ha, brother. You need not be so anxious. I trust you. Yi Qing smiled brightly at her brother, then added, when our family was still intact, I witnessed father entrust an object to Uncle Fu, instructing him to leave the Yi family. After that, Uncle Fu never returned. I suspect that object was the original map you mentioned, and father must have sensed something amiss, prompting him to send it away. I even suspect that father intended to send us away as well, but for reasons unknown, he was unable to follow through. Uncle Fu, whose full name was Zhang Dafu, had been the steward of the Yi family, having watched Yi Xian and Yi Qing grow up, akin to a family member. This revelation from Yi Qing was immensely significant to Yi Xian. Regardless of whether the original map was in Uncle Fu's possession, this lead warranted investigation. At that moment, Yi Qing stifled a yawn and said, "Brother, I am quite tired. When can we return home? I no longer wish to stay in a hotel." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian could only allow her to rest for the time being, assuring her that once he had tidied up and reorganized the Yi family, they would be able to go back. Shortly thereafter, Yi Xian exited the room, took out his phone, and dialed a mysterious number, smiling as he spoke. "Seventh senior sister. It has been a long time. Do you still remember me?" Chapter 25. Younger disciple, wait for me at this moment. Within a luxurious and grand mansion situated in the northern Jiang region, a tall, ethereal woman with long, flowing hair and an exquisite visage was diligently attending to some official matters. Suddenly, the phone rang. Upon answering, the woman stood up in surprise, her face lighting up with joy as she exclaimed, "Younger disciple, you have descended from the mountain? Excellent. Please investigate a man named Zhang Dafu. That should pose no difficulty." After exchanging pleasantries for some time, she hung up the phone. Standing still for a moment, she contemplated before commanding, "Bring forth preparations. I am bound for Jinghai." Upon hearing this, the two female guards stationed outside were taken aback, exchanging looks of astonishment. The master was indeed going to Jinghai, a matter of considerable significance that necessitated extensive preparations. Ignoring the guards, the woman gazed into the mirror, caressing her stunning face, licking her rosy lips, and smiling as she mused, "Younger disciple, you have finally come down. This time, you cannot escape the embrace of your senior sister. Await my affection obediently." With that, she smiled, her charm illuminating the entire room. Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Yi Xian felt a significant lift in his spirits. He understood that with his senior sister's abilities, discovering Uncle Fu's whereabouts was merely a matter of time. Eventually, he would uncover the location of the main map. While Yi Xian busied himself with this pursuit, news of his solitary defeat of Qiao San had spread throughout Jinghai overnight. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Qiao San had been the representative of the leading elder, stationed in Jinghai to monitor every movement, every whisper in the city. Yet now, he had met his demise at the hands of Yi Xian, stirring a tumultuous wave of fear among the populace. If Yi Xian could vanquish Qiao San, who commanded the explosive Tianbang and the Ao Legion, what chance did they have? As many families that had participated in the downfall of the Yi family trembled in dread. Contemplating a hasty retreat, the mysterious leading elder suddenly made an appearance. He reached out to each of them, informing them that he had dispatched envoys to assist in countering Yi Xian. He promised that he would appear 5 days later at the Yi family, leading everyone to annihilate Yi Xian, just as they had done to the Yi family before, urging them to remain calm and composed. This proclamation acted like a powerful stimulant, silencing the crowd and igniting anticipation for the impending events. They all understood that as long as the leading elder intervened, Yi Xian's days were surely numbered. The following morning, Yi Xian stepped out, intending to honor his promise to Qingqing by finding a renovation company to refurbish the Yi family villa, which had fallen into disrepair after 5 years of abandonment. As he exited the hotel and made his way to a renovation company, he was suddenly confronted by a group of individuals clad in uniforms, blocking his path. One of them stepped forward, scrutinizing Yi Xian with a haughty demeanor. "You are Yi Xian, correct? We are from the Martial Management Division. Due to your recent rampage in Jinghai, which has severely disrupted the city's peace, we are under orders from the Deputy Director to escort you for questioning." Yi Xian furrowed his brow but quickly relaxed, replying, "I have no time for this. Step aside." Yi Xian, the captain, Yang Wei, thundered with indignation. "This is an order from the Deputy Director. Do you intend to defy it? We have the authority to execute you. I said move aside." Yi Xian barked, and with a swift motion, he sent the group flying 100 meters away, some landing in trash bins, others hanging from trees, and a few unfortunate souls crashing to the ground in a most humiliating manner. With an air of impatience, he declared, "Return to your Deputy Director and inform him that since he did not stand with me when the Yi family was jointly destroyed 5 years ago, I expect him to remain silent now that I have returned to settle scores. Otherwise, he should not blame me for being unkind." Hearing this, Yang Wei, who had just risen from the ground, angrily tossed aside a banana peel from his head, glaring at Yi Xian's retreating figure and seething. "Yi Xian, you dare strike us? This is outrageous. I will not let this go." Regrettably, Yi Xian had already vanished from sight. With no other option, Yang Wei swallowed his anger and led his team back to the Martial Management Division. Meanwhile, Deputy Director Li Qingshan and Shun Shanha were still sipping tea, awaiting favorable news. Upon witnessing the disheveled state of Yang Wei's team, Li Qingshan frowned and asked, "What transpired? Did I not instruct you to apprehend Yi Xian? Where is he?" Yang Wei, filled with despair and indignation, rushed forward to recount the events, embellishing them as he went. "Director, Yi Xian is insufferably arrogant. When I conveyed your orders, he not only refused to comply but insulted you, calling you a foolish pig and threatening to beat you so badly that even your mother wouldn't recognize you." "Preposterous!" Li Qingshan shouted, hurling his teacup to the ground in fury. "This Yi Xian is far too audacious. Yang Wei, I command you to lead a team of 3 to apprehend him, regardless of the consequences." Upon hearing these words, Yang Wei's spirits soared, and he hurriedly set off to execute the orders. Li Qingshan then turned to Shen Shanha, assuring him, "Rest assured, last time was merely an accident. This time, Yang Wei will surely capture this fiend Yi Xian. I will not go back on my word. I shall see this through. Thank you, my friend. My son, Qutian, possesses the potential of a martial king. He cannot die in vain." Shen Shanha replied. At that moment, Yi Xian remained blissfully unaware that his moment of mercy towards Yang Wei would only incite a more severe retaliation. He had now arrived at the doorstep of a renovation company, and just as he was about to enter, he spotted someone at the entrance, causing his expression to change dramatically. Chapter 26. A dog's eye sees a person's lowly status. Is that you? The same phrase escaped the lips of 2 individuals, yet it resonated with different sentiments. At the entrance of the renovation company, Yi Xian found himself locked in astonished eye contact with a disheveled young man clad in a cheap suit. Their expressions mirrored one another's surprise. However, in the blink of an eye, the young man strode forward, fervently grasping Yi Xian's hand, his voice brimming with excitement. "Brother Yi, you're alive? Years ago, when calamity befell the Yi family, I searched for you for an eternity, convinced that you had." The unspoken words hung heavily in the air, yet their meaning was unmistakable. "I am fortunate to be alive, but Zhu Wen, what brings you here?" Yi Xian's face beamed with joy upon recognizing the young man. Zhu Wen, his college classmate and roommate, had always been one of Yi Xian's closest friends. I work for this company." Zhu Wen sheepishly scratched his head, embarrassment coloring his features. "Working here?" Yi Xian's brow furrowed in confusion. If his memory served him right, Zhu Wen's family possessed a fortune in the hundreds of millions in Jinghai. Yet here he was, reduced to the status of an ordinary renovation company salesperson. Surely, even if he was sent here for training, he wouldn't be in such dire straits. Sensing Yi Xian's bewilderment, Zhu Wen's face flushed with embarrassment. Yet he quickly redirected the conversation. "Oh, Brother Yi, please, let us not dwell on me. After all these years, where have you been? Why the long disappearance?" "I ventured to a distant place." Yi Xian briefly recounted his experiences, deliberately omitting the part about his cultivation on the mountain. Upon hearing his tale, Zhu Wen exclaimed in wonder, bombarding him with questions, clearly delighted to reconnect. However, whenever Yi Xian inquired about Zhu Wen's life, he hesitated, as if burdened with unspeakable secrets. Not wanting to pry further, Yi Xian chose to respect his friend's silence. Just as the two were engrossed in their conversation, the supervisor of the renovation company emerged, berating Zhu Wen. "Are you unaware that it's working hours? What are you doing idling here?" He then turned his disdainful gaze upon Yi Xian, sneering, "And you, dressed like a beggar, what business do you have loitering at our company's entrance? What if you disturb our company's feng shui?" At these words, Zhu Wen's face flushed with indignation, ready to speak up. Yet Yi Xian was quicker, delivering a swift blow that sent the supervisor sprawling to the ground. You dare strike me." The supervisor, clutching his face, rose in shock, unable to fathom that this seemingly ordinary young man would dare to hit him. Infuriated, he bellowed, "Where are the security guards? Come quickly, I've been assaulted." Moments later, a group of security personnel rushed in, shielding the supervisor. Bolstered by their presence, he glared at Yi Xian. "You dare to lay a hand on me? I'll make you pay for this. Security, teach him a lesson." Horrified, Zhu Wen attempted to intervene, but Yi Xian halted him, casually waving his hand at the approaching guards. In an instant, before they could reach him, they were all sent flying, landing painfully on the ground, groaning in agony. Zhu Wen stood in a daze, astonished at the transformation in Yi Xian over the years. The supervisor, too, was taken aback, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he realized the formidable prowess of the seemingly unremarkable youth before him. Yi Xian approached, delivering 2 resounding slaps to the supervisor's face, leaving him battered and bruised. Given the supervisor's previous tone, it was clear that Zhu Wen had suffered under his tyranny. This was Yi Xian's way of avenging his friend. At that moment, the company manager, alerted by the commotion, stepped outside. Upon seeing Yi Xian, his expression shifted dramatically. What is he doing here? The supervisor, seeing the manager, scrambled over, weeping. Manager, you finally arrived. Look at what this thug has done to me. You must avenge me. He turned to glare at Yi Xian, venom dripping from his words. You bastard, you dare hit me? Now that our manager is here, you, smack. Before he could finish, the manager's hand flew across his face in a swift slap, followed by a fierce kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Shut your mouth. The supervisor, bewildered and stunned, eventually stammered. Manager, did you strike the wrong person? It's this guy. Silence. You're the one I'm punishing. The manager roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. He never could have imagined that this supervisor would be foolish enough to offend Yi Xian. Terrified by the manager's wrath, the supervisor fell silent, cowering under the weight of his own folly. In the midst of the shocked gazes of onlookers, the manager approached Yi Xian, bowing deeply in a show of respect. Young Master Yi, I'm deeply sorry. I had no idea you would visit our company. Had I known, I would have prevented this incident from occurring. Please forgive me. This scene left everyone, including the supervisor, in utter disbelief. The manager, typically authoritative, was now bowing to this young man. Even Zhu Wen regarded Yi Xian with incredulity, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in dynamics. In the midst of the astonished crowd, Yi Xian looked at the manager and inquired, You recognize me? I had the honor of seeing you at Zheng Banqing's wedding. Your commanding presence left a lasting impression on me, the manager replied, nodding respectfully. Internally, he berated the supervisor for his short-sightedness, lamenting, How could you provoke someone like him? Everyone knows that the recent turmoil in Jinghai is attributed to him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the manager quickly added, Rest assured, young Master Yi. I will have this supervisor dismissed immediately. He must face the consequences of his actions. That won't be necessary. I'll handle it myself, Yi Xian stated. And with a single strike, he reduced the supervisor to a bloody mist, splattering the manager in the process. In an instant, the atmosphere turned to one of profound silence. Chapter 27. Blood and Vengeance. Upon witnessing the tragic demise of the company supervisor before his very eyes, the manager trembled in fear, yet mustered the courage to speak. Young Master Yi, is there something you require from our company? With that, Yi Xian articulated his purpose for visiting. The manager, upon learning that Yi Xian's intent was merely to oversee renovations for the Yi family, exhaled a deep sigh of relief and promptly assured him that he would utilize the finest materials and expedite the renovations. Acknowledging this, Yi Xian turned to Zhu Wen and proposed, Shall we go out for a meal? Certainly, Zhu Wen replied, his mind swirling with unexpressed questions regarding Yi Xian's formidable presence. The two then departed from the premises. Once Yi Xian had left, the manager could no longer maintain his composure and collapsed onto the floor with a thud. It was only then that he realized his back was drenched in cold sweat. After exiting the company, the duo casually sought a quaint eatery, ordered a few bottles of beer and some barbecue delights, and began reminiscing. Initially, Zhu Wen was animated, chattering incessantly with a mix of astonishment at Yi Xian's prowess and joy at their reunion. However, as the drinks flowed, he gradually opened up about his own tribulations. Brother Yi, I shouldn't burden you with my woes so soon after your return, but I find myself overwhelmed by despair, having no one to confide in for so long. Tears streamed down Zhu Wen's face before he could even articulate his feelings. Take your time. Speak at your own pace. I am here to listen, Yi Xian reassured him, having sensed his old friend's turmoil. With a deep breath, Zhu Wen began to recount his story. 5 years ago, after Yi Xian's sudden disappearance, Zhu Wen, being his closest confidant, had exhausted every avenue to uncover his whereabouts and investigate the downfall of the Yi family. Unfortunately, this pursuit led to dire consequences. Not only did it ruin him, but it also precipitated his family's bankruptcy, culminating in the tragic suicides of his parents. The annihilation of the Yi family had been the most guarded secret among the elite of Jinghai, impermissible for outsiders to probe. Although the Zhu family possessed some assets, they paled in comparison to the true predators of the city, such as the Haos. Zhu Wen's relentless inquiries had drawn the ire of the Hao family, who retaliated with a series of assaults on the Zhu family, ultimately leading to their ruin and scattering the once mighty clan. In a cruel twist of fate, Zhu Wen's fiancée Yi, who was on the verge of marriage, betrayed him by aligning herself with Hao Jian, the heir of his family's adversary. This betrayal plunged him into despair, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. Yet the desire for vengeance fueled his will to survive, even as he endured years of misery. After sharing this harrowing tale, Zhu Wen, a towering man, was reduced to tears. The Hao family. Yi Xian's eyes blazed with fury. He had not anticipated that his friend had suffered so profoundly, losing not only his family, but also his beloved to the ruthless Hao clan. A torrent of rage surged within him. Zhu Wen, let us seek retribution, Yi Xian declared, rising to his feet with an intensity that crackled in the air. Brother Yi, Zhu Wen hesitated, contemplating the futility of opposing such a formidable foe. Yet, upon meeting Yi Xian's resolute gaze, his icy heart ignited with fervor. Let us go and make them pay, he exclaimed. With that, they settled the bill and set forth towards the Hao family's stronghold. In that moment, Zhu Wen felt a resurgence of youthful vigor, his blood boiling with anticipation. He recalled a time in school when he and Yi Xian had stood against a gang far outnumbering them, charging forth without fear and ultimately emerging victorious despite their injuries. Now, as they approached the Hao estate, he felt that same adrenaline coursing through him. Even if this venture led to their demise, he welcomed the prospect. The Hao residence, located in the heart of Jinghai's bustling district, was a testament to wealth and power, its grounds unattainable for ordinary folk. Only families like the Haos, with both affluence and influence, could claim such a domain. Yi Xian and Zhu Wen hastened their pace and soon arrived at the Hao estate, where the grand characters of Hao family adorned the entrance, symbolizing their might and riches. Stop! Who are you two, and what business do you have here? Two sentinels at the gate demanded. Suddenly, Zhu Wen snapped back to reality, realizing the peril of intruding upon the Hao family, a den of predators. His complexion paled as he opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, Yi Xian stepped forward boldly, proclaiming, "Summon Hao Jian and all members of the Hao family to face me." The guard stared, incredulous. "What did you just say? Repeat that," one exclaimed, convinced he had misheard. However, Yi Xian wasted no breath on further dialogue. He strode forward and shattered the Hao family's plaque with a single, forceful slap. The sudden act left the guards dumbfounded, but they quickly regained their composure and erupted in fury. "You dare defile the Hao family's emblem? You seek death," they yelled, brandishing their weapons and charging at him. Zhu Wen gasped, instinctively moving to shield Yi Xian. Yet, Yi Xian was swifter, with a decisive blow. He reduced the advancing guards to mere mist, then strode into the Hao estate. Gulping in disbelief, Zhu Wen hurried to follow him inside. Upon entering, they were immediately surrounded by the Hao family's enforcers, who shouted, "Who are you? And do you know the consequences of trespassing on the Hao estate?" In response, Yi Xian delivered a single, resounding slap, and the air was filled with the sound of bones cracking, as crimson blossoms erupted forth in the wake of his fury. Chapter 28. Borrowing your strength after effortlessly dispatching the large group of guards, Yi Xian continued to advance. Zhu Wen followed closely behind, feeling a mix of tension and exhilaration. "Kid, this is the Hao family, you dare." Yet another batch of guards rushed out, but before they could reach Yi Xian, he had already struck them down with a single blow. As he walked forward, hands in pockets, he killed every foe that approached, including a dog barking at him, which he swiftly silenced with a slap. Countless lives were claimed as they finally arrived at the entrance of the Hao family's grand hall. At that moment, the head of the Hao family, Hao Go, along with senior members like Hao Jian, arrived late to the scene. Upon witnessing the numerous corpses of their kin, Hao Go and Apos' fury erupted. "Who are you? Why have you invaded my Hao family?" "I am Yi Xian," he replied bluntly. "This is my dear friend Zhu Wen. I have come to avenge him and to inquire about the leader's whereabouts. After all, your family played a pivotal role in the massacre of my clan years ago. You must possess valuable information." "What? Yi Xian, a remnant of the Yi family?" Hao Go's pupils constricted in shock. He had been aware of the recent disturbances caused by Yi Xian, but had not expected him to confront them so soon. Meanwhile, Hao Jian burst into laughter upon hearing Zhu Wen's name. "Zhu Wen, so you are the infamous cuckold. It was I who placed that green hat on your head back then. Now you wish for me to adorn you with it again? By the way, your girlfriend is truly delightful." He gestured towards a beautiful woman in his embrace, a mischievous grin on his face. "Qian Qian, am I wrong?" The woman, Lu Qian, was Zhu Wen's fiancée. "Oh, Jiangu, you are incorrigible." Lu Qian blushed, squirming in his arms. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Wen's rage flared, and Yi Xian wasted no time, aiming a powerful slap at the pair, seeking revenge for his friend. "Jian, Get out of the way. Hao Gou's expression shifted drastically as he propelled Hao Jian and Lu Qian aside with a kick. Bang! Just then, Yi Xian's slap struck the ground, leaving a deep imprint. Undoubtedly, had it connected, it would have spelled certain death. How ruthless! Hao Jian stumbled to his feet, his face pale with shock, while Hao Gou breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing his son escape death. His anger surged as he turned to Yi Xian, rebuking, Yi Xian, you have gone too far. You have slaughtered my family and now seek to kill my son. This is intolerable. Oh really? When you invaded my Yi family and slaughtered us, you had no such qualms, Yi Xian replied coldly. Humph, the attack on your family was organized by the leader. We were not the only ones involved. You were simply meant to perish, Hao Gou retorted indifferently. Now that you, the last of your kind, dare to appear in my home, you shall pay with your life. It saves us the trouble of dealing with you in 5 days at the Yi residence. As his words fell, a throng of armed, well-trained bodyguards surged toward Yi Xian. Unlike the previous guards, these were elite warriors and death warriors, each capable of taking on 10 foes. Zhu Wan, witnessing this, felt a chill of fear and turned to speak to Yi Xian. However, before he could utter a word, Yi Xian unleashed another powerful slap, decimating the majority of the advancing guards into mere remnants. The sight left the remaining members of the Hao family aghast. Disbelief etched across their faces. I leave the rest to you. I shall confront the others, Yi Xian declared. Me. Zhu Wan was instantly paralyzed with fear. Those were formidable fighters. Charging in would be tantamount to delivering himself as prey. Perceiving his trepidation, Yi Xian grasped his hand, channeling a surge of potent energy into Zhu Wan. In an instant, Zhu Wan transformed into a formidable warrior. Utilize this power wisely. It is sufficient for you to avenge yourself, Yi Xian instructed before launching himself toward Hao Gou and the senior members of the Hao family. Feeling the surge of energy within him, Zhu Wan was engulfed with newfound strength. Without hesitation, he struck out, obliterating an enemy with a single blow. Wow, I am truly this powerful. Zhu Wan was initially taken aback, but soon surged with excitement, charging into the fray, exclaiming, Come on, my darlings. He had longed for vengeance against the Hao family, and now that opportunity had arrived, he could not let it slip away. With each strike of his palm or kick of his foot, foes turned to blood mist or pulp, demonstrating a ferocity rivaling that of Yi Xian. On the opposing side, Hao Gou's expression turned icy upon seeing Yi Xian approach, disdain evident in his voice. Seeking death, he turned to a gray-robed elder behind him, speaking with deference, Elder Chun. I entrust you with eliminating this remnant of the Yi family. Rest assured, Master, he is but a child. Even with some fortune, he is no match for me. One strike will suffice, the elder replied confidently, hands clasped behind his back. Hao Gou relaxed somewhat, but just then, Yi Xian charged forth. The gray-robed elder leapt into action without hesitation, his techniques reaching their zenith as he roared, Yi Xian, prepare to witness my might. Before his words could fade, a resounding crack resounded as Yi Xian's palm turned the elder into dust, dissipating into the ether. In that instant, the atmosphere seemed to still for several moments. Was this the legendary one-strike kill against Yi Xian? Perhaps the narrative had been inverted. Chapter 29. Was it truly the case that one's rear end raised itself? Has Chun Gufeng perished? In less than 10 seconds upon encountering the gray-robed elder, he met his demise at Yi Xian's hands, leaving the onlookers in a state of utter disbelief. It is crucial to note that the gray-robed elder, having attained the high rank of a guardian for the Hao family, possessed formidable capabilities, his martial arts prowess having reached the pinnacle of a grand master, a mere step away from the martial spirit realm, truly a master of his craft. Yet, to witness such a peak-level expert being extinguished in less than a mere 10 seconds raised questions about the martial prowess of this remnant of the Yi family. Hao Gou's countenance was one of shock as he beheld the high-priced guardian he had summoned vanish so swiftly, his mind overwhelmed with a torrent of frustration. This was a grand master, effortlessly dispatched with a single blow. Was this a jest? With measured steps, Yi Xian approached him, his expression devoid of emotion. Yi Xian, let us discuss this rationally. I was in the wrong. Please, do not resort to violence. Hao Gou began, only to realize that the assassins he had summoned were already in position. His expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed, What nonsense! Act quickly. At that moment, 2 specially crafted bullets shot forth at an astoundingly precise angle towards Yi Xian, effectively sealing off all avenues of retreat. Seeing this unfold, Hao Gou's heart sank. only to be followed by a profound sense of relief. These two marksmen had been meticulously procured from abroad, their reputations and fees commensurate with their skill. Never had they failed in their endeavors. The firearms they wielded were exorbitantly priced heavy sniper rifles, their ammunition designed to pierce through armor. Even a 50-centimeter thick steel plate would crumble under their assault, let alone flesh and blood. However, he could never have anticipated the astonishing events that would follow. Just as the two armor-piercing bullets were about to strike Yi Xian, he swiftly extended his hand, grasping both bullets with a force that rendered them immobile. Unbelievable. What am I witnessing? The two foreign marksmen, witnessing this miraculous feat, felt their expressions change rapidly, their hearts gripped by shock. Without hesitation, they prepared to flee, for a true assassin knows that retreat is prudent when a strike fails, seeking another opportunity to strike later. But at that moment, Yi Xian flicked his fingers, and the bullets shot back towards their origin like arrows released from a bow. "Curse it!" the marksmen exclaimed in their final moments, only to be met with excruciating pain as their bodies succumbed to oblivion, disintegrated into mere fragments. How is this possible? Hao Go felt a profound sense of despair wash over him as he witnessed the effortless demise of the two highly esteemed marksmen he had hired at great expense. It felt as though his investment had been a cruel joke, a waste of resources. At that moment, Yi Xian extended his hand, preparing to deliver a strike to Hao Go. "Ah, you insolent wretch! Do not presume you are the only martial artist here." As Yi Xian's hand descended like the Grim Reapers, an overwhelming aura erupted from Hao Go. His strength surged, advancing from martial artist to master, and finally reaching the martial spirit realm, where he barely paused. No one had anticipated that Hao Go, the head of the Hao family, would be a martial artist of the martial spirit realm. Long live the head of the family, mighty leader. Witnessing Hao Go radiate such astounding power, the previously despondent members of the Hao family erupted in cheers, their faces alight with hope. "Ye family scum, you shall now experience my might." Feeling the tempestuous energy within him, Hao Go felt rejuvenated, a confident smile gracing his features as he extended a finger to intercept Yi Xian's approaching hand. He believed that as a martial spirit realm expert, he could easily withstand Yi Xian's strike with a mere finger. With a resounding impact, Yi Xian's hand descended, and Hao Go was obliterated, vanishing from existence. The cheers of the Hao family members fell abruptly silent, their expressions morphing into those of bewilderment. How could the head of the family perish so swiftly? Am I the fool here? Yet Yi Xian paid no heed to their dismay, casually sweeping his hand and reducing them all to a mist of blood. It was only then that he recalled his intention to inquire about the leader from Hao Go, inadvertently having dispatched him. However, it was not entirely Yi Xian's fault. His strike was initially intended to incapacitate Hao Go rather than kill him outright. Yet, who could have foreseen that Hao Go, a martial spirit realm expert, would foolishly attempt to intercept his strike with a mere finger? This miscalculation resulted in Yi Xian inadvertently unleashing excessive force, leading to Hao Go's untimely demise. With the battle concluded, Yi Xian turned his attention to the other side. There, Zhu Wan, invigorated by the power he had received, unleashed the pent-up resentment that had accumulated over the years, ruthlessly attacking the members of the Hao family without mercy. Within mere minutes, he had dispatched all the Hao family's guards surrounding him, leaving the ground strewn with dismembered limbs and entrails. Only Hao Jian and Lu Qian remained, tightly entwined, trembling in fear at the scene before them. "Zhu Wan, I implore you, do not act recklessly." As Zhu Wan approached, Hao Jian's voice quivered with fear. With a swift motion, Zhu Wan struck Hao Jian, causing blood to flow from his mouth, even knocking out teeth in the process. He did not intend to end Hao Jian's life with a single blow. Rather, he sought to keep him alive, to torment him slowly, allowing him to languish in despair. "Ah!" Lu Qian screamed, unable to contain her terror, rushing to kneel at Zhu Wan's feet, tears streaming down her face. "Zhu Wan, please do not kill me. I was wrong. I did not betray you intentionally. It was Hao Jian who forced me. Enough of your lies." Zhu Wan bellowed, his patience wearing thin. With a powerful slap, he sent her crashing to the ground, scolding, "You claim Hao Jian forced you? Tell me, did your skirt fall off on its own? Did your rear end raise itself?" Chapter 30. Cleansing the grounds. Zhu Wan's words left Lu Qian at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. "I will wait for you outside." With this, Yi Xian addressed Zhu Wan and then stepped outside, leaving the matter to him. He understood that the fates awaiting Hao Jian and Lu Qian would be tenfold more agonizing than death itself. As Yi Xian exited the Hao residence, he encountered Yang Wei and his companions arriving at the scene. This time, Yang Wei had brought a considerable entourage, evidently the third squad of the Martial Management Department, consisting of the finest warriors tasked with apprehending serious offenders. Yang Wei had initially felt confident in capturing the reckless Yi Xian with his formidable team. However, upon witnessing the shattered plaque of the Hao residence and the numerous fallen guards, the eerie silence within the estate, coupled with the pungent scent of blood wafting from inside, left him dumbfounded. Had Yi Xian annihilated the entire Hao family? Yang Wei's shock was profound. The Hao family was a prominent clan in Jinghai, renowned for their immense power. Even within the Martial Management Department's records, the head of the Hao family, Hao Go, was noted as a formidable warrior at the martial spirit realm. The utter destruction of such a powerful family by Yi Xian was beyond Yang Wei's expectations, causing him to reconsider the viability of confronting him with merely 3 squads. It dawned on him that if the mighty Hao family could be eradicated, it would be folly to believe he could succeed with his own forces. Failure could cost him his life. In this moment of turmoil, Yang Wei was uncertain of how to proceed. Just then, Yi Xian noticed them, his brow furrowing as he inquired, "You again? What brings you here? Are you attempting to apprehend me?" Upon hearing this, Yang Wei's expression shifted dramatically, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as countless thoughts raced through his mind. He quickly responded, "Please, do not misunderstand. We mean no harm. We are merely here to observe. Yes, just to take a look, nothing more." It was absurd to think that with his meager forces, he could capture Yi Xian. There was a real possibility that Yi Xian could turn the tables and eliminate them instead. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Yang Wei understood the necessity of humility and discretion. "Is that so?" Yi Xian regarded Yang Wei's words with skepticism. However, he refrained from acting on his doubts and pointed toward the Hao residence, stating, "Aren't you from the Martial Management Department? Perfect timing. You may as well go inside and cleanse the premises. I wish to present this estate to my friend Zhu Wan." "Cleanse the premises? Clean it up?" Yang Wei's mind nearly exploded at this demand. "How dare you ask me, a representative of the Martial Management Department, to perform such menial tasks? This is an affront." Fury surged within him, but as he met Yi Xian's enigmatic gaze, his anger dissipated, replaced by a chilling realization. This was Yi Xian, the one who had just decimated the Hao family. To provoke him could mean dire consequences for himself and his men. With resignation, Yang Wei begrudgingly agreed, leading his subordinates into the Hao residence to commence the cleaning and collection of bodies. It was likely the first instance in the history of the Martial Management Department that they had been reduced to such duties. Once Yang Wei and his team entered the Hao residence, Zhu Wen emerged shortly after, his expression revealing the grim fate of Hao Jian and Lu Qian. "Brother Yi, who were those people that just went in?" Zhu Wen asked, perplexed. Though he had no martial training, he could sense the formidable strength of those who had just entered. "Do not concern yourself with them," Yi Xian replied, gesturing dismissively. "I intend to transfer the Hao family's estate and its assets to you." Before he could finish, Zhu Wen quickly interjected, "Brother Yi, that is entirely unnecessary. I am already deeply grateful for your assistance in avenging me. How could I possibly accept the Hao family's possessions?" "Allow me to finish," Yi Xian continued, placing a reassuring hand on Zhu Wen's shoulder. "Firstly, your Zhu family suffered greatly due to my actions, and I wish for you to utilize the Hao family's resources to help restore your clan. Secondly, I seek to cultivate my own influence to aid in tracking down my elder brother, and you are the ideal candidate for this task. Additionally, the assets of the Zheng and Xiao families, along with the exploding Sky Gang, remain unclaimed. I want you to manage their recovery and help restore my family's legacy. After all, these factions have devoured many of our resources, and it is time we reclaim what is rightfully ours." Upon hearing this, Zhu Wen felt compelled to respond. "Rest assured, Brother Yi, I will help you recover the assets of the Yi family and assist in locating your elder brother. My good brother, I have faith in you," Yi Xian affirmed. As they departed the Hao residence, Zhu Wen felt his inner energy dissipate, leaving him with a sense of weakness. He lamented, "Brother Yi, your blood mist technique is incredibly powerful. If only I could master it, I would have the strength to fend off any adversaries." Yi Xian contemplated this, replying, "You are absolutely right. Mastering martial arts would not only allow you to protect yourself, but also enable you to accomplish many things. Thus, I have a technique suited for you, which I will write down." With that, he procured pen and paper, transcribing a martial art he had memorized during his time on the mountain. Zhu Wen's excitement was palpable at the prospect of learning martial arts, as every young man harbors dreams of heroism. However, when he beheld the title of the technique Yi Xian presented to him, he was taken aback. The Sunflower Manual? Was this truly a path to self-castration? He was still young and unmarried. He had no desire to lose his manhood. In that moment, Zhu Wen felt a profound sense of despair, gazing at Yi Xian with tears in his eyes. Brother Yi, is there truly no other technique aside from this Sunflower Manual? Chapter 31 The appearance of Uncle Fu. Upon hearing the term Sunflower Manual, Yi Xian was initially taken aback, only to burst into laughter shortly thereafter. Could you perhaps open your eyes wide and observe closely? Did I write Sunflower Manual? Ah, is it not? Zhu Wen lowered his head and examined it again, only to discover that it indeed read Plum Blossom Manual, not Sunflower Manual at all. After all that, it turned out he had simply misread it. Brother Yi, this. Zhu Wen felt somewhat embarrassed, attributing his mistake to the excessive influence of television dramas, and cursed the misguided portrayal of eunuchs. Enough of such thoughts. Upon your return, practice according to what is written. In due course, you shall undoubtedly become a formidable master, Yi Xian assured him. It is important to note that the techniques gathered by the master are far from mere commonplace skills. Yes, I will, Zhu Wen nodded earnestly. As the Yi family villa was still undergoing renovations, Yi Xian decided to head back to the hotel, and the two parted ways midway. Meanwhile, Yang Wei, leading the third team of the Martial Artist Management Bureau, felt increasingly stifled after thoroughly cleansing the Hao family's estate. Damn it, here I am, a dignified martial arts expert, reduced to this despicable task of cleaning and collecting corpses. It is an utter humiliation. He had never endured such indignity in his life, all of which stemmed from Yi Xian. Fueled by rage and frustration, Yang Wei returned to the bureau, embellishing the events at the Hao residence. He recounted how Yi Xian had insulted Li Qingshan and ruthlessly annihilated an entire family. In his narrative, Yi Xian was painted as a nefarious villain, committing heinous acts without remorse. Li Qingshan, upon hearing this, was instantly consumed by fury, his anger boiling over. Without hesitation, he ordered the entire force of the Martial Artist Management Bureau to mobilize and vowed to capture the reckless Yi Xian. Beside him, Shen Shanhe was thrilled and quickly expressed his desire to join, eager to avenge his son. On his way back to the hotel, Yi Xian first stopped by the Yi family residence, where renovations were underway, and then returned to the hotel. After visiting his sister, he instructed Lin Sheyue to take good care of her before stepping out. Just as he exhaled in relief, he received a call from his senior sister, junior brother. I found the person you asked me to investigate. He is in Fenglin town, and his situation is dire. What? Senior sister, you have news of Uncle Fu? Yi Xian exclaimed, rising with excitement. Thank you, senior sister, I understand. As he prepared to hang up, the woman on the other end chuckled. Junior brother, don't be hasty to end the call. Now that I've found him, how will you thank me? How should I thank you? Yi Xian replied, momentarily taken aback. I want you to pledge yourself to me. Once I finish my tasks, I will visit Jinghai, and to conserve water, we can take a bath together. The senior sister succinctly stated. Take a bath together? Cough, cough, cough. Yi Xian was startled by her boldness and quickly coughed to mask his embarrassment. Ha ha. Laughter filled the line. All right, junior brother, I won't tease you any longer. You go on with your business. I will be there soon. So do remember to clean yourself up. With that, she hung up. Yi Xian was taken aback by the senior sister's audacity. He found it somewhat hard to adjust. However, there was no time for such thoughts. Uncle Fu, who had been missing for so long, was in Fenglin town. Realizing this, Yi Xian hurriedly made his way there. Finding Uncle Fu would lead him closer to the truth behind the destruction of the Yi family all those years ago. Fenglin town, a small township under the jurisdiction of Jinghai, had a modest population of fewer than 30,000. A bustling market street was alive with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares. Sweet candied hawthorn, 5 yuan a skewer, come taste and see. Watermelons for sale. Juicy and sweet, or it's free. Beer, drinks, and mineral water, don't miss out. The cacophony of voices melded together, creating a lively marketplace. An elderly man, with graying hair and a hunched back, was selling roasted sweet potatoes nearby. Due to the heat, his business was not thriving. Grandpa, this watermelon is from my mother's garden. She said it's hot today, so I brought you one to quench your thirst, a little girl. Around 5 or 6 years old, with her hair styled in pigtails, offered a watermelon nearly as large as her head. Ah, it's you in 1 yuan. Go back and tell your mother thank you, but she needn't spend so much on me. Although I am old, I can still take care of myself." The old man said with a smile, handing her a perfectly roasted sweet potato, cautioning, "Be careful not to burn yourself." "All right, thank you, Grandpa." Nuan beamed as she accepted the sweet potato and skipped back to the watermelon stand not far away. The old man chuckled and nodded at the woman at the watermelon stall, who responded with a smile but soon returned her gaze, sighing inwardly. The old man was surnamed Zhang, affectionately known as Old Zhang. He had wandered into town 5 years ago, without family or kin, living a life of hardship, relying solely on selling roasted sweet potatoes for sustenance. The locals, seeing his plight, often lent him a helping hand. At that moment, a group of young delinquents with brightly dyed hair sauntered down the street. The sight of them caused the atmosphere to shift abruptly. A rotund youth adorned with a gold chain swaggered forward, toothpick in mouth, and shouted to the vendors, "Listen up, folks. It's time to pay your monthly safety management fees." He was known as Black Dog, the leader of the gang, notorious for bullying and extorting the local merchants. After announcing his demand, Black Dog proceeded to collect fees from each stall. The so-called safety management fee was merely a euphemism for protection money. Though the stall owners were outraged and reluctant to pay this so-called fee, they had no choice but to comply, fearing the repercussions of defiance. Soon, the protection fee was collected from the woman and her daughter selling watermelons. "Here's this month's management fee, Black Dog," the woman said sheepishly, pulling a handful of change from her pocket and presenting him with 5 100 yuan bills. 500? Black Dog accepted the money with a smirk. "Lu Widow, I'm not saying this to be rude, but your business is booming, yet your generosity seems to have dwindled. I've heard you've made quite a fortune." As he spoke, Black Dog casually grabbed half of a watermelon and took a bite, as if he owned the place. Hearing his words, the woman's expression changed, quickly replaced with a forced smile. "Black Dog, you jest. I hardly have any money. It's just my daughter and me, and expenses are piling up. Nuan often requires hospitalization for treatment, leaving us with hardly anything at the end of the month." Before she could finish, Black Dog smashed the watermelon in his hand onto the ground, impatience etched across his face. "Stop your nonsense. Hand over another 500, and we'll call it even. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unkind." As he spoke, he smashed all the watermelons in front of him. A little girl, who was eating roasted sweet potatoes, witnessed this scene and immediately stood up, shouting, "Bad guy, don't bully my mother." The Black Dog, without hesitation, kicked the little girl away. "Nan," the woman gasped. Rushing over to embrace the little girl, her eyes reddened as she asked, "My daughter, don't scare me. Are you all right?" "Mom, don't cry. Nan is fine. Just my tummy hurts." Tears streamed down the little girl's face, yet she still reached out to wipe away her mother's tears, comforting her to stop crying. The woman held her daughter tighter, her own tears flowing even more. "Enough of this mother-daughter drama. Hand over the money." The Black Dog growled menacingly, relentless in his demands. "All right, I will pay." Concerned for her daughter's safety, the woman said no more and produced 500 yuan to hand over. However, to her astonishment, the Black Dog glared and cursed, "That's not enough. This time I want 2,000. Who told you to chatter on and ruin my mood? 2,000? The woman felt her vision blur, nearly fainting. After a month of hard work, she barely earned 2,000 yuan, and with living expenses, there was no way she could find such a sum. Desperate, she pleaded with the Black Dog to lower the amount. "No money?" The Black Dog's eyes glinted maliciously as he fixated on the woman, saying, "No money? Then go sell yourself. Although you're getting old. Some old men prefer women like you." At this, not only did the woman's face flush with anger, but the nearby vendors also seethed, though they dared not voice their outrage. "That's enough." At that moment, an elder stepped forward, looking at the Black Dog and calmly stating, "What kind of skill is it to bully women and children? If you have guts, come at me. This is Old Zhang. Is he throwing his life away?" The vendors gasped in surprise at the elder's unexpected courage. They never anticipated he would stand up. You old fool, are you courting death?" The Black Dog, enraged to see someone daring to act heroically, kicked over the roasted sweet potato stand and shouted, "Seems like I need to teach you all a lesson. You don't know my strength." As he spoke, he swung a fist towards the elder's head. If that punch landed, the elder would surely collapse on the spot. The crowd could hardly bear to watch, closing their eyes. Yet the anticipated scene did not unfold. Instead, a pitiful scream escaped the Black Dog's lips. "Ah! Let go of me." The onlookers opened their eyes to see the formerly stooped elder standing tall, grasping the Black Dog's fist with one hand. twisting it forcefully until the entire arm broke. With a swift kick, the black dog was sent flying like a lifeless dog. I can't believe old Zhang is so formidable. Indeed, we never noticed. The scene astonished everyone. They had not expected this seemingly frail neighbor to be so skilled. He had concealed his abilities well. How dare you hit me? The black dog scrambled to his feet, his face contorted in rage, shouting at his underlings. What are you waiting for? Get him. Kill this old fool. With that command, his gang charged at the elder. However, they were quickly dispatched. Each one sent flying with a punch or kick from the elder, collapsing to the ground in agony. You'll pay for this. The black dog's expression changed drastically, realizing the elder was a martial artist, and he barely managed to utter a threat before he and his gang fled in panic. Witnessing the once menacing black dog being driven away by old Zhang, the vendors collectively exhaled in relief and enthusiastically surrounded the elder, offering him various treats, cold noodles, roasted gluten, pancakes, and more. Even the woman selling watermelons approached with her daughter, Nan Nan, to express their gratitude, thanking him for saving them, for otherwise, they would have faced a terrible fate today. The elder smiled and declined all their kindness, intending to say something when suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Old Zhang, what's wrong? Grandpa, are you all right? Several people gasped, rushing to support him, worry etched on their faces. I'm fine, don't worry. Just an old ailment. The elder wiped the blood from his lips, signaling them not to fret. This was an old injury from a battle long past, and today, exerting himself had triggered the old wounds and ailments. At that moment, the entire alley fell silent, the temperature plummeting significantly. Two figures clad in black, wielding curved blades, their faces concealed by masks and headscarves, emerged from the alley, resembling grim reapers from the netherworld. Old Zhang raised his head, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Run. Everyone, flee as far as you can. Don't worry about me, just go. Chapter 32, The Eastern Ninja. At this moment, everyone present turned their gaze towards the figures clad in black emerging from the alley. The peculiar attire worn by these individuals caused a collective change in expression. They were unmistakably from the East, and moreover, they were ninjas, resembling the characters from television dramas to an uncanny degree. Old Zhang, what is happening? Are they here for you? What can we do? We can call the police. Someone suggested. It's futile. There are many matters in this world that you cannot comprehend. Leave quickly. Do it for my sake, the elder exclaimed, his eyes fixed intensely on the approaching Eastern ninjas, his expression gravely serious. Upon hearing this, even those reluctant to depart understood the necessity of leaving, and they hastily dispersed. Grandpa, I don't want to go. The little girl, Nana, protested, but was pulled away by a woman. However, after they had left, the woman insisted that Nana bow her head in gratitude to the elder for his assistance. Once everyone had vacated the area, the elder sighed in relief. Yet, as he beheld the advancing ninjas, a wave of sorrow washed over him. He had never imagined that after a desperate battle years ago, where he had narrowly escaped under the protection of the family head, he would eventually be found after 5 years of hiding. It was truly a matter of fate. His own demise held little concern for him, but the thought of not being able to deliver the main artifact to the young master was a profound regret. The elder sighed softly but soon steeled himself. As the ninjas drew closer, he could no longer contain his rage, shouting, "You damned Eastern devils! I long to feast upon your flesh and drink your blood. I know what you seek, but as long as I draw breath, you shall never lay your hands upon my great Siage treasures." With that, he charged forward, prepared to fight to the death. The two Eastern ninjas, undeterred, unleashed a flurry of shurikens. A cacophony of slicing sounds filled the air as the elder fell to the ground, riddled with wounds and barely clinging to life. He was already gravely injured, while the ninjas were in peak condition, creating an insurmountable disparity. "Speak, foolish Xiao Pig, where is the artifact?" One of the ninjas inquired coldly. The elder lay silent on the ground, seemingly resigned to his fate. The ninjas exchanged glances, furrowing their brows as they prepared to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, a figure surged in from the distance with astonishing speed, leaving onlookers stunned. Fu Bo. The moment Yixian arrived, he witnessed the two ninjas poised to strike at the elder. Consumed by rage, he bellowed, "You seek death." With a powerful punch, he obliterated one of the ninjas. Bakayuru. The remaining ninja's expression shifted drastically as he hurled a shuriken at Yixian as a surprise attack. Yet, with a swift motion, Yixian deflected the shuriken, which struck the ninja's legs, pinning him firmly to the ground. Young master, Fu Bo, who had prepared for death, was taken aback by Yixian's sudden arrival. His eyes lit up with hope, but excitement soon gave way to a sudden deterioration of his condition, causing him to faint. "No, Fu Bo, you cannot die," Yi Xian shouted, as his internal energy surged like a river. He employed a technique known as the 9 Needles of Huayong, renowned for its life-saving efficacy. Even if one were on the brink of death, this technique could restore them. After completing the 9 needles, Yi Xian's energy stabilized Fu Bo's condition, averting the immediate danger to his life. Now, if Fu Bo could simply rest and recuperate, he would fully recover. Yi Xian retrieved his phone and dialed Zhu Wen, instructing him to arrange a hospital in Jinghai before hanging up. He then turned his cold gaze toward the struggling Eastern ninja on the ground, demanding, "So, you're the Eastern ninja? Tell me, why are you pursuing Fu Bo? What is your objective?" Yi Xian's expression was icy. He could hardly fathom that Eastern ninjas were after Fu Bo, suggesting that the destruction of the Yi family 5 years ago had Eastern involvement. "Baka Xiaopig, you will never make me betray our great Eastern Empire. Whatever you ask, I will not divulge," the ninja retorted, fury alight in his eyes. "You refuse to speak?" Yi Xian showed no mercy, employing a technique to inflict excruciating pain on the Eastern ninja, who soon began to plead for mercy. "Stop torturing me, I will tell you. Speak, or suffer further," Yi Xian demanded coldly. The weakened ninja replied, "We belong to the Sakura Agency. Our pursuit of this Xia individual is a directive from our superiors, aimed at acquiring a certain object from him." "What object?" Yi Xian felt a foreboding sense of dread. "The main artifact. It is said to hold immense significance for our great Eastern Empire, and a strict order has been issued for us to obtain it." His suspicions confirmed. Yi Xian was enraged, realizing that the accursed Eastern Empire was indeed targeting the Yi family's artifact. This confirmed his belief that the Easterners had a hand in the massacre of the Yi family 5 years prior. "Where is the Sakura Agency?" Yi Xian pressed further. I am merely a low-ranking ninja. My level is insufficient to know the location of the Sakura Agency. For confidentiality, we only communicate via text for our assignments." The ninja stammered, his face pale and energy waning. "Do you not know? Then what use are you?" Yi Xian thundered, reducing the Eastern ninja to a mist of blood. With a frown, he pondered the implications. The enemies responsible for the Yi family's demise now pointed to either the Easterners or the Sakura Agency, deepening the enigma. Without further contemplation, he contacted Zhu Wen again, instructing him to investigate any leads on Easterners in Jinghai, particularly concerning the Sakura Agency. With Zhu Wen having connections from the Hao family and Yi Xian's own support, they possessed considerable power. After completing these tasks, Yi Xian prepared to leave with Fu Bo. However, at that moment, a large group of armed individuals surged forth, surrounding him in Fu Bo Chapter 33. The king covers the earth. After this group of individuals appeared, they encircled Yi Xian and Uncle Fu, from which 2 figures emerged. One was the previously encountered Black Dog, and the other was a man bearing a long scar across his face. Black Dog stepped forward and addressed the scarred man, saying, "Brother Scar, that old man is the one who injured our brother. You must seek justice for us." Though Uncle Fu lay unconscious, still injured, Black Dog was indifferent to his condition, remembering only that this old man had broken his arm and caused him great loss. "Oh, it's this old fellow? Rest assured, you have shown me respect in the past, and I shall not turn my back on you," Brother Scar replied, glancing at Uncle Fu and nodding. "Ha ha ha, thank you, Brother Scar. I knew you would be loyal." Black Dog flattered him before turning to Yi Xian, his demeanor arrogant as he declared, "Kid, who is this old man to you? If you have no connection, you'd best leave. If you do, then kneel before me." Before he could finish, Yi Xian frowned and struck with a palm, instantly transforming Black Dog into a cloud of blood mist. The blood mist splattered onto Brother Scar's face and even into his mouth, leaving him momentarily stunned. What the hell? How could Black Dog be killed before finishing his sentence? Realizing that this young man was far from ordinary, Brother Scar's expression shifted, and he clenched his teeth, stepping forward with his hands clasped in salute. "The king covers the earth, the pagoda suppresses the river demon, a true hero of the martial world. May I inquire which brother you hail from?" His words dripped with the language of the underworld, clearly inquiring about Yi Xian's identity. However, the response he received was another resounding slap. Without any surprise, Brother Scar was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, stuck to the ground, unable to be pried away. At this moment, everyone stood wide-eyed in disbelief. Their leader had been killed so effortlessly? Surely this was some mistake. Was it merely a trick of the light? Yet, The overwhelming scent of blood continuously reminded them that the scene before them was all too real. My goodness, this is madness. Run. Once they grasped the reality of the situation, all the underlings scattered in panic, discarding their gear in their haste to escape. Yet, Yi Xian did not allow them to flee. With a swift motion, he extended his hand and wiped them from existence. Without hesitation, he then took Uncle Fu to the First People's Hospital of Jinghai. Under Zhu Wen's arrangement, Uncle Fu was placed in the finest VIP ward, attended by dedicated nurses and guarded by assigned bodyguards. After ensuring Uncle Fu was settled, Yi Xian turned to Zhu Wen and inquired, "How has it been since we parted? Did you encounter any trouble taking over the Hao family's influence?" "None at all. It went remarkably smoothly. And I even reclaimed a significant portion of the Yi family's assets," Zhu Wen replied, his face beaming with excitement. He felt as though he had regained the sensation of being a wealthy heir, all thanks to Yi Xian. Nodding in acknowledgement of Zhu Wen's words, Yi Xian remained silent. However, as Zhu Wen glanced at the injured Uncle Fu, his brow furrowed with concern. "Brother Yi, what happened to Uncle Fu? How could he be so severely injured? After the crisis with the Yi family, I thought he had. I never expected he would still be alive." Uncle Fu was attacked by the Easterners. Yi Xian's eyes glinted with a hint of murderous intent. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wen recalled Yi Xian's earlier request to investigate the Easterners and nodded in understanding. Angrily, he declared, "Brother Yi, rest assured, I will help you track down those Eastern devils. They seem to think it's still decades ago, believing they can massacre our people on our land. It's utterly despicable." At that moment, as they conversed, Uncle Fu finally regained consciousness. Yi Xian rushed to his side. "Young master, I have long awaited your arrival." Tears streamed down Uncle Fu's face upon seeing Yi Xian, for he had waited so long for this day that he nearly lost hope. "Uncle Fu." Yi Xian grasped the elderly man's hand tightly, his heart full of emotion. Although Uncle Fu had merely been the steward of the Yi family, his status was significant, and both Yi Xian and Yi Qing held him in deep respect, akin to family. After a lengthy, heartfelt reunion in the hospital room, Yi Xian finally asked, "Uncle Fu, what transpired 5 years ago? Do you know who was behind the assault on our family?" "Young master, forgive this old servant for my impotence. I left too early to know the details. All I can recall is that everyone was driven mad that night," Uncle Fu replied, his face grim. "You do not know?" Yi Xian frowned. "I heard from Qing that when the Yi family was still intact, my father entrusted you with something as you departed. Is that correct?" "Indeed," Uncle Fu admitted candidly. "To be frank, the item the family had asked me to take was a master map. I believe you have surmised that many have sought its whereabouts over the years. Now that you have returned, I should reveal its location to you." With that, Uncle Fu disclosed the whereabouts of the master map to Yi Xian. Upon learning its hidden location, Yi Xian was taken aback and asked, "Uncle Fu, did you hide the master map within the Yi family estate?" "Yes, for the most perilous place is often the safest. This principle, I understand well," Uncle Fu explained. Yi Xian was momentarily speechless. He realized that Uncle Fu had misled everyone into believing the master map had been taken away, when in fact, it had remained within the Yi estate all along. Thus, it was no wonder the ringleader and his accomplices had been unable to locate the map. They had searched in the wrong direction. Now that he was aware of the master map's whereabouts, Yi Xian resolved to retrieve it immediately. After instructing Zhu Wen to ensure Uncle Fu was well cared for, he hastened towards the Yi family residence, eager to discover what the ringleader and the Easterners sought in their relentless pursuit of the master map. The Yi residence, having undergone renovation and restoration, no longer bore the desolate appearance of before, but rather presented a clean and orderly visage. The master map was hidden here. Chapter 34, Life and Death Crisis. According to Uncle Fu, the main map should be hidden beneath this spot. Yi Xian arrived beneath an ancient tree in the courtyard, and with a single palm strike, a resounding crash echoed as a hidden entrance revealed itself. He leaped into the opening. Upon entering, he discovered a chamber approximately 3 meters square, entirely constructed of concrete, vast and empty. Perhaps it had been long abandoned, as a thick layer of dust covered the ground. With only a small wooden box placed in the center, Yi Xian approached, brushed off the dust from the box, and opened it, revealing a letter wrapped in cowhide paper. Unfolding it, he was greeted by a yellowed, ancient map, exuding an air of antiquity and history. The map appeared aged and mysterious, adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to narrate a saga of time, sacred and profound. "Is this the main map that Uncle Fu spoke of?" Yi Xian examined it for a while, but found no discernible secrets. Perhaps only by reuniting it with the stolen submap could the hidden truths be unveiled. He attempted to touch the main map and realized it was composed of an unknown material, neither traditional paper nor metal, yet possessing an unyielding strength. He was astounded to discover that no matter how much force he exerted, the map remained intact, proving sturdier than many weapons. After a thorough examination yielded no further insights, he decided to stow the main map away, leaped out of the entrance, and sealed the cavity with a powerful strike. Having completed his task, Yi Xian prepared to depart. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared, brandishing a sharp dagger aimed menacingly at the back of his head. Sensing the rush of wind behind him, Yi Xian swiftly dodged, countering with a palm strike that obliterated the assailant into a mist of blood. In that instant, a large group of individuals surged in, surrounding him. Each exuded a formidable aura, their ranks filled with martial artists at the master level, including 2 grandmasters. One stepped forward, fixating on Yi Xian, or rather, the map in his hand, his eyes gleaming with avarice. "I never imagined that the main map we have long sought would be found by you, a remnant. It seems our leader's strategy was indeed effective. If we hadn't received prior warning from Messenger Fong to station people here, you might have successfully absconded with the main map." Yi Xian turned to face the group, his tone calm, yet inquisitive. "Who are you?" "Humph. We are from the Yang family. My elder brother is Yang Dingtian, and I am his second brother, Yang Dingtian." Yang Dingtian sneered, addressing Yi Xian. "A remnant of the Yi family. If you wish to avoid a painful demise, hand over the main map. Otherwise, do not blame us for being merciless." The mention of the Yang family sent a chill through Yi Xian. If memory served him right, during the assault on the Yi family, the Yang family had been at the forefront. Unexpectedly, before he could seek them out, they had come to find him first. He had initially planned to have them kneel and beg for forgiveness at the Yi family in 4 days, but since they had come knocking now, he had no qualms about killing them on the spot. With that, Yi Xian delivered a powerful palm strike toward Yang Dingtian. By heavens, Yang Dingtian had not anticipated Yi Xian would strike first, and he was taken aback. He knew all too well the potency of Yi Xian's palm, responsible for reducing many to mere mist. Without a moment's hesitation, he dropped to the ground, rolling away to evade the lethal blow. Upon regaining his stance, Yang Dingtian, exasperated, shouted, "Everyone attack! Slay this brat! But be careful not to harm the main map." As his command fell, several master-level martial artists unleashed their strongest techniques upon Yi Xian. Unfazed, Yi Xian extended his hand, deflecting all attacks with a mere wave, then delivered a palm strike that crushed numerous masters into fine powder, vanishing from existence. Yang Dingtian's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as though he had swallowed something foul. The many powerful warriors he had brought were gone just like that? Had he lost the very treasures cultivated through the Yang family's relentless efforts? Feeling the weight of Yi Xian's gaze upon him, a sense of impending doom surged within Yang Dingtian. He hastily turned to the 2 grandmasters behind him, urging, "You too, hurry. If you can kill this Yi family wretch, I, Yang Dingtian, will grant you anything you desire, even my wife and daughter." In that moment, desperate for survival, Yang Dingtian was willing to sacrifice anything. The 2 grandmasters exchanged glances, cursing inwardly. They were acutely aware that this remnant was a harbinger of death. Charging at him would be tantamount to delivering themselves to slaughter. Yet, the allure of Yang Dingtian's wife and daughter spurred them on, and they recklessly lunged forward. Alas, they were met with a swift end, as Yi Xian's palm struck them down, reducing them to mere remnants of flesh. Witnessing this, Yang Dingtian was left in utter despair, collapsing to the ground, overwhelmed with fear. He had not anticipated that this Yi family remnant would be so formidable, rendering his entourage powerless. Just as Yi Xian approached to seize Yang Dingtian, 2 new figures appeared with a swift motion. Clad in black robes, they radiated a chilling aura, their strength evidently at the minor realm of martial spirits. Upon their arrival, they caught sight of the main map in Yi Xian's possession, erupting into sinister laughter. "Hee, fortune favors the bold. We never anticipated our arrival would coincide with the discovery of the coveted main map. Hand it over, and we may spare your life, absolving you of the bloodshed of our brothers, the Blood Shadow twins." These 2 figures were indeed assassins from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion, seeking vengeance for the fallen. Their encounter with Yi Xian finding the main map felt like a windfall from the heavens, an opportunity they could not afford to overlook. Chapter 35. What is that dog barking? Yi Xian gazed at the two audacious figures cloaked in black and asked coldly, Are you from the Phantom Shadow Pavilion? Ha 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 indeed. Are you afraid? If so, hand over the main map to us obediently. The duo, known as the Black Wind Duo, laughed heartily, completely disregarding Yi Xian. However, in the blink of an eye, Yi Xian obliterated them into a mist of blood. There was no point in reasoning with such lunatics. The only solution was to eliminate them. As for the so-called Phantom Shadow Pavilion, he would deal with it when necessary, extinguishing it to prevent it from reappearing like an insufferable cockroach. Yang Dingdi had initially hoped that the Black Wind Duo could eliminate Yi Xian. Yet, to his astonishment, they were mere blusterers and were effortlessly dispatched, which made him feel utterly foolish. Now, witnessing Yi Xian approach, Yang Dingdi was terrified, collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Tell me, how much do you know about the events from 5 years ago? And what did you mean by the messenger you mentioned earlier? Yi Xian seized Yang Dingdi, coldly interrogating him. Once standing at a height of 6 feet, Yang Dingdi now appeared like a mere chick in Yi Xian's grasp, quaking incessantly. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, he immediately caved, hastily confessing, Do not kill me. I will tell you everything. When your Yi family was attacked 5 years ago, I was not there. I remained at the Yang family home, while my elder brother Yang Dingtian led the charge. He knows more than I do. As for the messenger I mentioned, his full name is Fang Feihu, personally dispatched by my elder brother to assist us in dealing with you. He is currently a guest at our Yang family, and devised the plan to ambush you at your Yi family. Fang Feihu. Yi Xian's eyes flickered, his voice cold. Take me to your Yang family, quickly. Do not attempt any tricks, or I shall kill you. Very well, I shall take you there at once. Yang Dingdi, thrilled by the prospect of Yi Xian visiting the Yang family, eagerly complied. The Yang family was filled with formidable experts. Surely, this young man was walking straight into a trap. With such thoughts, he swiftly led Yi Xian to the Yang family estate. Stop. This is the Yang family. No entry for outsiders. Upon their arrival, they were blocked at the entrance. Yang Dingdi was about to speak, but Yi Xian did not grant him that opportunity, unleashing a powerful strike. With a resounding crash, the 2 3-ton stone lions at the entrance were reduced to rubble, and the guard who had spoken was also obliterated beneath the force of his blow. Then, Yi Xian, holding Yang Dingdi, strode in with an overwhelming presence. At that moment, the Yang family was alive with laughter and merriment, as they hosted Fang Feihu, the messenger sent by their leader. The leader's identity was significant, thus, his messenger was formidable. If they could curry favor with Fang Feihu, the Yang family would soon dominate the Jinghai region. Come, Fang Feihu, allow me to toast you. A middle-aged man, beaming with joy, raised a glass to the man beside him. He was Yang Dingtian, the head of the Yang family, while the man beside him was Fang Feihu. The envoy sent to coordinate efforts against Yi Xian. Ha ha ha, the head of the Yang family is truly too courteous. Fang Feihu lifted his glass, preparing to down its contents. Just then, a deafening noise erupted from outside. Yang Dingtian furrowed his brow and inquired, What is happening? Please wait. I will investigate. A subordinate stepped forward. Be quick and return swiftly. Yang Dingtian nodded, sensing that something was amiss. Fang Feihu set down his glass, addressing Yang Dingtian. Since there is a matter at hand, I shall take my leave. My identity is not suitable for exposure, and other families in Jinghai await my coordination. Farewell. Safe travels, Fang Feihu. Seeing Fang Feihu prepare to leave, Yang Dingtian dared not impede him, rising to see him off. Fang Feihu nodded and swiftly exited through the back door. Not long after Fang Feihu's departure, Yi Xian arrived, kicking down the man blocking his path with explosive force. You? Yi Xian. Upon recognizing the intruder, Yang Dingtian rose abruptly, his face filled with shock. He never anticipated that immediately after Fang Feihu's departure, this remnant of the Yi family would appear at their doorstep. What an incredible coincidence. Brother, save me. Yang Dingdi, who had been feigning death, finally glimpsed his lifeline. He struggled to plead, Brother, the main map is in this young man's hands. Hurry, have someone retrieve it, and we will achieve great merit. Second brother. Upon seeing Yang Dingdi captured, Yang Dingtian quickly comprehended the situation. Hearing his brother's words, he exclaimed, What do you mean? The main map has been found. It's with this young man? Yes. Brother, quickly have someone kill this remnant. We will be the first to find the main map, and the leader will surely reward us greatly. Yang Dingdi said with a beaming expression. Yang Dingtian understood the significance of locating the main map, his face lighting up with joy as he turned to Yi Xian, saying, Hand over the main map, and release my brother. I shall spare your life. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian crushed Yang Dingdi into a mist of blood with a single strike, questioning, "What are you barking about?" Yi Xian. Witnessing his brother's death before his eyes, Yang Dingtian's fury ignited, his eyes glaring at Yi Xian. "Even if you hand over the main map, I will not let you go. Who will spare whom is yet to be seen. You truly are a bat tethered with chicken feathers, unaware of your own identity. Now, tell me, where is Fang Feihu? Bring him out to see me," Yi Xian stated coldly. However, Yang Dingtian disregarded his words and summoned his henchmen and warriors to attack Yi Xian. "Overestimating yourselves." Yi Xian's expression turned icy as he unleashed a single palm strike, obliterating all the attacking henchmen and warriors into a mist of blood. Seeing this, Yang Dingtian's expression changed, and without hesitation, he quickly turned to two burly men dressed in foreign attire, saying, "Mingda, Qiaozhi, this remnant is too formidable. I implore you both to take action and eliminate him, in honor of my brother's spirit." Chapter 36. The Pinnacle Showdown. Mond and George were foreign bodyguards specially invited by Yang Dingtian from abroad, renowned for their formidable combat skills. Mond, a master of ancient Thai boxing, was exceptionally powerful, capable of delivering a single blow that could fell a Siberian tiger. In terms of the martial arts hierarchy of the Great Xia, he had already reached the realm of martial spirit completion. George, on the other hand, was no less impressive. He had mastered mixed martial arts to an extraordinary degree, rendering his entire body a lethal weapon, boasting the strength of martial spirit great completion. Upon hearing Yang Dingtian's command, both men stepped forward without hesitation, positioning themselves before Yi Xian. Mond, barefoot and with his hands wrapped in white cloth, looked at Yi Xian with disdain and declared, "The martial arts of Great Xia are insignificant compared to those of my homeland. They have always been suppressed by our techniques. I advise you to concede early and avoid engaging with me." How absurd. Do you truly believe that your lackluster skills can stand in comparison to the 5,000-year legacy of Great Xia's martial arts? Yi Xian retorted with a cold smirk. "You ignorant fool from Great Xia, prepare to witness the prowess of my homeland's 8-armed fist. You shall perish." Mond's words ignited a fierce anger within him, and with a thunderous roar, he surged forward, his height seemingly increasing as he transformed into a towering figure, charging directly at Yi Xian. "Come at me," Yi Xian exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he launched a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, Mond was utterly obliterated, his body reduced to mere fragments that scattered across the ground. The arena fell into an eerie silence. No one anticipated that Yi Xian could vanquish Mond with a single strike, showcasing a level of power that was truly terrifying. Yang Dingtian, witnessing this spectacle, momentarily stunned, erupted in furious expletives. "Useless. Truly worthless. How dare you boast about the superiority of your martial arts when you cannot even withstand a single punch? Go to hell." After venting his anger, he turned to George, stating with solemnity, "George, it's your turn to deal with this remnant. I trust you will not disappoint me." Snapped back to reality, George glared at Yi Xian and proclaimed, "You truly live up to your reputation. Spare me the flattery. Come at me. I have little time to waste." Yi Xian waved his hand dismissively, urging George to make his move. Furious at Yi Xian's arrogance, George unleashed a punch with all his might. Yet, Yi Xian effortlessly caught George's fist, crushing it along with his arm with a single, forceful grip. With a swift kick, he sent George flying, and in midair, the latter exploded, blood splattering everywhere. In mere moments, Yi Xian had dispatched both foreign experts hired at great expense by Yang Dingtian, leaving the onlookers in utter shock. "You." Yang Dingtian's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a mix of astonishment and fury. He could not fathom that Yi Xian possessed such remarkable strength, far beyond his expectations. Had he known, he would never have allowed Fang Feihu to leave earlier. Perhaps then he could have dealt with this remnant of the Yi family. "Yang Dingtian." Yi Xian extended his right hand, seizing Yang Dingtian by the throat and pulling him close, his voice icy. "Tell me, where is Fang Feihu? The envoy sent by the leader?" "I." Yang Dingtian attempted to maintain his bravado, but Yi Xian's grip tightened, reducing his arms to mere powder with brutal force. A swift motion severed his legs, leaving him with nothing but a bloody torso. "Ah!" Yang Dingtian's forehead strained with agony as he emitted a heart-wrenching scream. His face contorted in pain. "Will you speak?" Yi Xian pressed again. I will tell you." The once formidable Yang Dingtian now wept in pain, hastily revealing, Fang Feihu left before you arrived. He is no longer with our Yang family. Left? Not with you? Yi Xian's rage ignited. After traveling such a distance and engaging in a fierce battle, it seemed all his efforts were in vain, an unacceptable reality. Yes, that scoundrel left on his own. Yang Dingtian lamented, his body racked with pain as he pleaded, Yi Xian, I beg you, spare me. I will give you anything you desire, including beautiful women, houses, and wives. Enough of your nonsense. Tell me what you know about the annihilation of my Yi family 5 years ago. And what secrets lie within that main map? Yi Xian demanded. I know nothing of the main map. Only that the leader ordered us to search for it, promising us immense rewards. As for the specifics, I was merely invited to partake in the spoils. The details of that event are known only to the leader. Yang Dingtian confessed desperately. I only know this much. I implore you, spare me. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's expression hardened, and he crushed Yang Dingtian into dust, astonished that he remained uninformed about the events of 5 years prior. It appeared that to uncover the full truth behind the destruction of the Yi family, he would have to wait for the leader and the enemies from that time to arrive at the Yi family estate in 4 days. Very well. I shall wait 4 more days. At that time, both old grievances and new ones will be settled, Yi Xian declared, preparing to search the Yang residence for any remaining threats. However, as he entered a nearby room, his expression abruptly shifted, for he discovered. Chapter 37. No entry for the people of Daxia and dogs. As Yi Xian stepped into a room, his expression swiftly transformed. The space was filled with women, at least a dozen of them, including alluring figures clad in black silk, youthful maidens with ponytails, stunning married women, and students in JK uniforms, among various other beauties. Upon seeing Yi Xian open the door, the women immediately recoiled in fear, their faces pale and trembling in terror. After inquiring, Yi Xian learned that these women had all been coerced and lured to this place by Yang Dingtian through various means. He was left speechless, astonished by Yang Dingtian's apparent obsession with women, truly living up to his name. In addition to discovering this room, full of women, Yi Xian conducted a thorough search of the premises, but found nothing else of significance. Ultimately, he contacted Zhu Wan, informing him of the situation and instructing him to ensure the complete takeover of the Yang family's assets and influence. Zhu Wan was taken aback, astonished that Yi Xian had managed to eradicate another family in such a short span of time. His efficiency was akin to a relentless machine of vengeance, coldly reaping the lives of the enemies of various clans. However, he did not linger on the matter and promptly agreed to take charge of the Yang family's possessions. He also mentioned that he had tracked down the whereabouts of the Eastern Yi people. What? You have discovered where the Eastern Yi are located? Yi Xian's expression changed as he inquired further. Indeed, Brother Yi. Based on the information you provided, I found that the Bikku Martial Arts School is run by the Eastern Yi, and this school appears to have connections with the Sakura Affairs Office. Moreover, there are hints that this school was involved in the destruction of the Yi family 5 years ago, Zhu Wan replied with a grave tone. Understood. Please take good care of Uncle Fu, Yi Xian concluded, ending the call, his expression darkening, his eyes glinting with cold fury. The Bikku Martial Arts School. I am on my way. Whether it was Uncle Fu being pursued by Eastern Yi ninjas or the information Zhu Wan had uncovered, it all indicated that the destruction of the Yi family had involved the Eastern Yi. Yi Xian was determined to investigate thoroughly and uncover the truth. The Bikku Martial Arts School was situated in a discreet location in the southeast of Jinghai, a place that no one would suspect was run by the Eastern Yi. Upon arriving, Yi Xian noticed 2 Eastern Yi warriors guarding the entrance. Stop! The 2 warriors declared coldly, their eyes filled with disdain. This is our territory. Daxia people are forbidden from entering. Can't you see what is written on the sign beside you? Turning his gaze, Yi Xian saw that a stone tablet read, Daxia people and dogs are prohibited from entering. His fury ignited. He shattered the stone tablet with a single slap, exclaiming, This is the land of Daxia. I come and go as I please. Yet you Eastern Yi dare to post such insulting signs in my homeland. What is your intention? How dare you destroy our sign? You will pay for this. The 2 warriors shouted, enraged by Yi Xian's defiance. Unfazed, Yi Xian felt the ancestral spirit of resistance awaken within him, and with a decisive strike, he reduced both warriors to mere blood mist. To him, these Eastern Yi were not only personal foes, but also adversaries of his nation. They had recklessly discharged toxic waste into the sea, endangering the lives and health of the Daxia people, a form of aggression that could not be tolerated. As a young man of Daxia, Yi Xian, despite having his vendettas to settle, felt compelled to extend his hand against these Eastern Yi who lived comfortably at the expense of others. Hearing the commotion at the martial arts school, dozens of Eastern Yi warriors rushed out, furious. How dare a Daxiao person cause trouble here? Have you forgotten the massacre inflicted by our great Eastern Yi Empire? Enough of this, Yi Xian declared, slapping the speaking warrior into oblivion, silencing him completely. Do you Eastern Yi think we Daxiao are still the same as before? Let me make it clear. Should you dare to wreak havoc on our land, I will kill one for every single one that approaches, and two for pairs. His words incited the remaining Eastern Yi warriors to fury. They bellowed and charged at Yi Xian, weapons drawn, glinting menacingly in the sunlight. Without hesitation, Yi Xian delivered a powerful kick, propelling several warriors 800 meters away, where they exploded upon impact. Following this, he unleashed another mighty slap, obliterating the remaining warriors into blood mist, leaving no trace behind. Having dispatched the Eastern Yi warriors, Yi Xian entered the martial arts school. Inside, he was confronted with a decor steeped in Japanese style and shrines dedicated to malevolent deities. With a swift motion, he shattered these grotesque idols, declaring that such filth had no place on Daxia soil. With so many lives lost, the school finally recognized the threat and dispatched numerous warriors donned in white training uniforms, their heads wrapped in white cloth and wooden clogs on their feet. One of them shouted angrily, "This is not a place for Daxia people. You dare to intrude and slay our kin? Do you not fear inciting the wrath of our great Eastern Yi Empire? Huh, a mere speck of land. The Eastern Yi holds no terror for me. Should you provoke me, I shall simply extinguish you," Yi Xian proclaimed grandly, waving his hand dismissively. "Now, I have little time for idle chatter. Who is the master of this school? Have him come forth. I have questions for him. How dare you demand to see our master? First, you must seek permission from our blades." The Eastern Yi warriors shouted, charging at Yi Xian with their swords gleaming ominously in the sunlight. Chapter 38. Confrontation with the Ronin warriors. To attempt to obstruct a force as formidable as Yi Xian's is akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, utterly foolish. These Eastern warriors, trained as they are, could easily bully the ordinary citizens of Great Xia. Yet they are woefully inadequate when it comes to confronting someone of Yi Xian's caliber. As a multitude of Eastern warriors charged at him, Yi Xian merely swatted his hand down, sending them all back to their homeland in a swift and decisive motion. Following this brief interlude, the true leader of the dojo, Kamita Ichiro, finally made his appearance. Upon discovering that all his meticulously trained disciples had perished, he was seized by a fit of rage, exclaiming, "Great Xia, you have gone too far. What grievances do we Easterners hold against you that would warrant such a massacre?" In response, Yi Xian coldly replied, "If we were to recount the enmity between us and your people, it would take 3 days and nights to cover it all. From the Ming dynasty's resistance against the Japanese pirates to the wars of decades past. Not to mention the recent incident of toxic waste being discharged into the sea, another matter of grievance." Kamita Ichiro's anger flared, yet he found himself at a loss for words, for the truth of his compatriots' actions was undeniable. "Enough of this idle chatter," Yi Xian interjected impatiently. "I have come to inquire about your involvement in the destruction of the Yi family 5 years ago. What role did your Easterners play? And what is the truth behind the Sakura Agency?" At the mention of the Yi family's demise, Kamita Ichiro's expression shifted dramatically. His eyes locked onto Yi Xian as he said, "So you are the elusive Yi Xian, the sole survivor of the Yi family. I must admit, I did not expect to find you here. Recently, we received news from our homeland that Inakawa Kanako perished at your hands, urging us to seek vengeance. Who would have thought you would come seeking us first? You've saved us the trouble of searching for you. Inakawa Kanako, that woman with a bosom larger than watermelons?" Yi Xian was taken aback to learn that these individuals were connected to the Eastern woman who had removed his sister's eyes. What a tangled web of fate. Very well. Foolish, Great Xia swine, you wish to know about the Sakura Agency? If you survive, I shall reveal it to you, though I doubt you will have that opportunity," Kamita Ichiro declared, stepping back and signaling his warriors to charge forth without hesitation. Among them, 2 warriors stood out, clad in tattered war robes, wielding large Japanese swords, their mustaches curling downwards, and their long, disheveled hair tied up high. These were renowned Ronin warriors. Typically, such warriors possess formidable martial prowess. being descendants of the illustrious two-sword style practitioner Miyamoto Musashi, Miyamoto Rokuzu and Miyamoto Shikizu, both esteemed inheritors of the two-sword technique. As the Eastern warriors lunged forward, Yi Xian did not hold back. With a single swipe of his hand, he reduced a large swath of them to a mist of blood. Witnessing this, Kameda Ichiro furrowed his brow and commanded, Miyamoto Rokuzu, Miyamoto Shikizu, do not hold back any longer. Dispatch him swiftly to minimize our losses. Aye, the two Ronin warriors acknowledged, charging towards Yi Xian without hesitation. Although Yi Xian had just dispatched numerous foes with terrifying ease, for those who have long been acquainted with death, this was not a cause for fear. They were capable of slaying countless adversaries themselves. Great Xia Swine, witnessed the true swordsmanship of our Eastern warriors. Miyamoto Rokuzu proclaimed as he leaped into the air, bellowing, I shall unleash a sword strike. He reached for his sword, but Yi Xian denied him the chance, effortlessly shattering him with a single blow, his innards spilling onto the ground. An eerie silence fell over the arena. No one could have anticipated that Miyamoto Rokuzu would perish before even unsheathing his blade. Such a humiliating demise for a warrior. Kameda Ichiro's face twitched, astonishment flashing in his eyes as he clenched his fists involuntarily. His calm demeanor had relied upon the presence of the two formidable masters, yet one had just fallen. At that moment, Miyamoto Shikizu snapped back to reality, his expression grave as he confronted Yi Xian. Great Xia Man, I recognize your strength, but your actions were dishonorable. You did not allow him to draw his sword and demonstrate his true capabilities. This is not a legitimate victory. Dare you allow me to draw my sword, so we may engage in a true contest of martial prowess, to see whether your great Xia or our Eastern techniques reign supreme. Your words are utterly ludicrous. Know that your Eastern martial arts were derived from our great Xia. What merit is there in comparison? Yi Xian retorted coldly. Yet since you humbly request it, I shall graciously permit you to draw your sword. Only in this manner will your demise be met with acceptance. Prepare to die. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Miyamoto Shikizu's face flushed with fury. With a thunderous roar, he drew his sword and launched a fierce strike at Yi Xian. The air shimmered with the flash of the blade, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Indeed, Kameda Ichiro chuckled heartily, witnessing Miyamoto Shikizu finally unsheathing his sword. He was well aware of the prowess of Miyamoto Shikizu's swordsmanship, a legacy passed down from his ancestor, Miyamoto Musashi. Surely, slaying a foolish great Xia swine would be a trivial matter. Yet, in the next instant, the smile on his face froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as if witnessing the most inconceivable event. As Miyamoto Shikizu's blade descended, Yi Xian merely swatted it aside, sending his head flying from his shoulders. A fountain of blood erupted into the air. Then, with a swift kick, he obliterated Miyamoto Shikizu's body, rendering him utterly erased from existence. The arena was engulfed in a deafening silence. The stench of blood permeated every corner, chilling the few remaining Easterners to their core. Kameda Ichiro stumbled backward, collapsing to the ground like a frightened dog, paralyzed with fear. Chapter 39. After dispatching the two rogue warriors, Yi Xian coldly approached Kameda Ichiro. Stop him. Block him. Upon seeing Yi Xian advancing, Kameda Ichiro bellowed with all his might. He realized that if Yi Xian reached him, his fate would be far from pleasant. The few remaining samurai from the east, hearing Kameda Ichiro's command, reluctantly brandished their swords and charged at Yi Xian. Driven by the spirit of Bushido, faced with the onslaught of the East Asian warriors, Yi Xian effortlessly dispersed them into a crimson mist with a mere flick of his hand. These insignificant foes could not even impede his advance. Kameda Ichiro's face turned pale, and he trembled uncontrollably, his fear palpable. The last remaining member of the Beck-kin was none other than himself. Yi Xian was truly terrifying. Speak. Reveal everything you know, especially regarding the Sakura Agency, Yi Xian demanded coldly. Upon hearing this, Kameda Ichiro quickly raised his hands, pleading, All right, I will tell you everything. Please do not kill me. The Sakura Agency is an organization established by our homeland in the Great Xia, engaged in assassination, subversion, and intelligence theft. It is exceedingly sinister. Most of its members are ninjas, but there are also many formidable warriors among them. We, the Beck-kin, indeed participated in the annihilation of your Yi family. But it was at the behest of the Sakura Agency. We merely served as a foothold for this organization in Jinghai. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian furrowed his brow and inquired icily, I know that you invaded my Yi family to seize an ancient map. What secrets does this map hold? With a mournful expression, Kitada Ichiro lamented, I do not know what secrets the ancient map possesses. All I know is that they claim that seizing it would allow them to avenge the defeat of years past and reintegrate your great Xia into our East Asian Empire's territory. You must understand, although I am the head of the Baek Clan, to them, I am merely a servant fetching tea and running errands. So I am not privy to the core secrets. Indeed, you East Asians are truly relentless. Yi Xian remarked ominously. He had thought that after their defeat years ago, the East would remain subdued for a time. Yet, to his astonishment, they had not learned from their past mistakes and had turned their ambitions once more toward the Great Xia. Moreover, he had not anticipated that the ancient map held such significance, warranting the East's desperate pursuit for vengeance. Fortunately, his father had possessed great wisdom, splitting the ancient map into two, thereby thwarting the East's nefarious scheme. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, now was not the time for such contemplations. Yi Xian pressed on. One last question. Where are the members of the Sakura Agency? I do not know, Kitada Ichiro stammered. I already mentioned that this is merely a resting place for the Sakura Agency. They do not inform me of their whereabouts. Is that so? Then it seems you have outlived your usefulness. Yi Xian replied coldly. No. Please do not kill me. My elder brother, Kitada Dairo, works for the Sakura Agency. If you kill me, he will not let you go. Before he could finish, Yi Xian struck him down with a single blow. To him, whether it was Kitada Ichiro or Dairo, anyone daring to stand before him would be reduced to mere refuse. After searching through the Baek Clan and finding nothing of value, Yi Xian set the place ablaze, purging the ill fortune and cleansing the air of Jinghai. Having resolved matters there, Yi Xian returned to the hotel and informed Yi Qing that he had located Uncle Fu. What? Brother, you found Uncle Fu? Yi Qing exclaimed joyfully. Since the annihilation of the Yi family, her kin had dwindled, and hearing that Uncle Fu had been found filled her heart with genuine happiness. Yes, but he has sustained serious injuries and is currently recuperating in the hospital. Once he is fully healed, I will bring him to see you. Yi Xian replied with a smile. Yi Qing nodded happily. At this moment, Yi Xian retrieved the main map from his possession, his expression growing serious. Qing. This is the main map they seek. Can you discern anything? This is the main map. Yi Qing took the ancient cloth, which appeared both metallic and non-metallic, into her hands, her eyes widening as she examined it closely. After a thorough inspection, she shook her head and said, Brother, aside from its unique texture, I cannot identify any secrets or anything of the sort. Yi Xian nodded in agreement. I too see nothing of note. Hence I suspect that only when the stolen auxiliary map is united with this main map will the true secrets be revealed. Yi Qing, resonating with his thoughts, nodded in understanding. All right, Qing, I noticed on my way here that our Yi family has been rebuilt. We can return home now, Yi Xian announced. We can finally go home. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing's face lit up with a joyous smile, and her entire demeanor radiated excitement. Indeed, we can return home. Yi Xian echoed with a smile. Without wasting any more time, Yi Xian informed Lin Xiaoyue next door, and the three of them set off together to return to the Yi family. During the journey, Lin Xiaoyue expressed her intention to return home to handle her own affairs once Yi Qing's injuries were fully healed. Yi Xian did not oppose this. His initial reason for bringing Lin Xiaoyue back was twofold. First, because Yi Qing needed someone to care for her in her injured state, and second, because Lin Xiaoyue had secretly assisted Yi Qing in the north of Myanmar. Thus, he felt a moral obligation to help her in return. We're finally back. Looking at the familiar Yi family villa, Yi Qing shed tears of joy. No one understood better than she the bittersweet experience of wandering afar. Yi Xian approached and tightly grasped her hand. At that moment, no words were necessary. Companionship spoke volumes. Observing the profound bond between the siblings, Lin Xiaoyue couldn't help but sigh heavily as she reflected on her own family. Since being deceived and taken to Myanmar, it seemed that her family had not even bothered to search for her, shrouding her heart in a veil of gloom. Upon entering the villa, the trio distributed the rooms and discovered that it was already time for dinner. Lin Xiaoyue stood up, smiling at Yi Xian. I'll prepare dinner for you. Uffed. Yi Xian, having just sipped tea, sprayed it everywhere. Wait, do you have to be so provocative when you speak? Chapter 40. The Martial Arts Management Office visits Lin Xiaoyue, possessed in exquisite beauty, with a slender figure that boasted alluring curves. Her skin was as fair as fine jade, and her long legs shimmered under the light, radiating an almost blinding brilliance. It is undeniable that she was captivating, exuding an irresistible charm that had caught the attention of a wealthy patron from Myanmar who sought to possess her innocence. At this moment, upon noticing Yi Xian's reaction, she finally grasped the ambiguity in her words. Her delicate face flushed crimson, even the tips of her ears turning a vibrant shade of red, as she hastily clarified. Yi Xian, please don't misunderstand. I meant I would prepare noodles for you and Qingqing. Without waiting for his response, she hurriedly retreated to the kitchen, flustered. Yi Xian merely shook his head with a smile, choosing not to comment further. Meanwhile, Yi Qing, who was about to turn on the television, witnessed the scene and mischievously grinned at Yi Xian, saying, "Brother, I think Sister Xiaoyue may have feelings for you." A cough escaped Yi Xian's lips as he replied, "Qingqing, don't say such things. I'm not joking," Yi Qing insisted earnestly. "Ever since you saved Sister Xiaoyue, I've noticed a change in her demeanor towards you. She often steals glances at you and shows concern. If that isn't affection, then what is? Honestly, I wouldn't mind if she were to become my sister-in-law." Yi Xian dismissed her words lightly, chuckling, "Qingqing, you're still young and don't understand the nuances of romantic feelings. Now go watch TV." "Oh," disappointed by his disbelief, Yi Qing shook her head and glanced down at her developing curves, muttering softly, "But I'm not that small anymore." After a while, Lin Xiaoyue emerged from the kitchen with a meal she had prepared. It must be noted that her culinary skills were remarkable. A simple bowl of noodles was presented with an enticing appearance, making it truly appetizing. This was, of course, thanks to Zhu when having stocked the house with various supplies and filling the refrigerator beforehand. Otherwise, they would have had to dine out or order takeout for the evening. After dinner, the trio settled on the couch to watch television for a while before retreating to their respective rooms to rest. Yi Xian, after lying down for a short time, felt the need to use the restroom. As he walked to the bathroom and opened the door, he was met with a scene that set his heart racing. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xiaoyue was in the midst of bathing. Her smooth, delicate form was fully visible. Her tender arms, the alluring curves of her bosom, an enviable waistline, a flat abdomen, and those long, fair legs, all of it was profoundly enticing. Resembling a masterpiece of art, Yi Xian found himself momentarily entranced. At that moment, Lin Xiaoyue finally noticed Yi Xian's presence and was about to scream. Instantly, Yi Xian snapped back to reality, rushing forward to cover her mouth, urgently saying, "Please don't scream. I didn't mean to intrude. If Qingqing hears and misunderstands, it could lead to complications. You understand what I mean, right?" After a brief moment of panic, Lin Xiaoyue calmed down at his words and nodded. Relieved, Yi Xian felt a sudden softness in his grasp. Unsure, he squeezed again, only to realize with embarrassment that he had inadvertently touched her bosom. Flushing with humiliation, he quickly said, "I didn't do it on purpose." "Then let go quickly," Lin Xiaoyue exclaimed, a mix of shame and urgency in her voice. Upon her words, Yi Xian released her, and Lin Xiaoyue, face flushed red, darted back to her room. Yi Xian sighed, pondering the absurdity of the situation. After using the restroom, he retired to bed. Meanwhile, in another room, Lin Xiaoyue lay on her bed, her heart racing uncontrollably. This was the first time in her life a man had seen her bare, and the fact that he had touched her made her cheeks burn with heat. She couldn't help but squeeze her legs together, her mind flooded with thoughts of Yi Xian. As time passed, morning arrived. After the three had washed up, Yi Qing suddenly focused on Lin Xiaoyue, wrinkling her nose in curiosity. "Sister Xiaoyue, did you not sleep well last night? Your dark circles are quite noticeable." Lin Xiaoyue felt embarrassed and glanced at Yi Xian, who seemed oblivious to the previous events. Ultimately, she conjured an excuse to deflect the question. Observing the exchange between them, Yi Qing and Appo's face was marked with suspicion. She sensed something had transpired between the two, but remained in the dark about its nature. What could it be? Lost in thought, Yi Qing pondered the possibilities. After breakfast, Yi Xian left the villa, intending to visit the hospital to check on Uncle Fu's recovery and to request Zhu Wen to ensure the safety of the two young women at the villa. However, just as he had walked a distance from the Yi residence, a fleet of several large trucks approached. Each truck was filled with heavily armed martial artists, exuding an overwhelming aura that was suffocating. The combined number of martial artists amounted to approximately 3,000. Upon their arrival, the martial artists leapt from the trucks, swiftly surrounding Yi Xian. As the crowd parted, a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit emerged, followed closely by Yang Wei. who had previously failed in his attempts to capture Yi Xian. Upon seeing Yi Xian, memories of his humiliating moments flooded Yang Wei's mind, prompting him to step forward and shout, "Yi Xian, do you remember me? I am from the Martial Arts Management Office, and this is our Deputy Director, Li Qingshan. You should come forward and pay your respects." Smack! Before he could finish, Yi Xian had already struck him, reducing him to dust with a single blow, nonchalantly stating, "I let you off twice before. Did you truly believe I wouldn't dare to kill you?" Witnessing his subordinate's death before his eyes, Li Qingshan's face twisted in rage. Nearly bursting with fury, he bellowed, "You audacious Yi Xian! You indiscriminately kill the innocent and wreak havoc upon countless families and factions in Jinghai. Now, you dare to kill my subordinate in front of me? Do you truly believe no one can bring you to justice in Jinghai?" Chapter 41. The arrival of Senior Sister. Can you truly handle me? You are still insufficient. Yi Xian stated coldly. What if I were to join in? As his words fell, a multitude of martial artists swiftly arrived, led by the head of the Shen family, Shen Shanha. Upon seeing the killer of his son before him, Shen Shanha's eyes burned with vengeful hatred. His son possessed the potential of a martial king, yet was reduced to a mist of blood by Yi Xian's single strike, leaving behind no complete corpse. Such an act was utterly unforgivable. As Shen Shanha and his followers arrived, Yi Xian merely shook his head slowly, declaring, "Still not enough." Boom. His words astonished the crowd. After all, they were facing Li Qingshan, the Deputy Director of the Martial Management Bureau, and Shen Shanha of the Shen family. The combined might of these two was formidable enough to sweep through all powers within Jinghai. Yet, Yi Xian audaciously claimed that even their alliance was insufficient to subdue him. Such arrogance was astounding. Li Qingshan and Shen Shanha both wore expressions of furious disbelief. They never anticipated Yi Xian's audacity. Just as they were about to respond, another voice rang out. What if I were to join in? With this, another wave of warriors surged forth from the entrance. Each of them was a well-trained martial artist, clearly not to be trifled with. Leading them was an elder with a goatee, whose cunning eyes glimmered with mischief. Upon recognizing this elder, the crowd was taken aback. This man was Gongsun Yang, the head of the Gongsun family in Jinghai, a figure of significant influence whose reach extended throughout the region. Anyone who encountered him would have to bow their heads and respectfully address him as Brother Gongsun. Even Li Qingshan and Shen Shanha were astonished that Gongsun Yang had come to confront Yi Xian. Did they share some enmity? Seemingly reading their thoughts, Gongsun Yang stroked his beard and casually spoke. I am aware that Deputy Director Li and Family Head Shen are here today to deal with Yi Xian. I, Gongsun Yang, at the behest of the envoy, am willing to lend you my assistance. Upon hearing this, both Li Qingshan and Shen Shanha nodded in gratitude, then turned to Yi Xian, proclaiming, Yi Xian, with our three great forces gathered here, do you believe you possess the qualifications to withstand us? Throughout this exchange, Yi Xian's expression remained unchanged. Upon hearing their declaration, he coldly retorted, still not enough. Boom. His words struck like thunder, leaving the assembled crowd in shock. It was well understood that Li Qingshan, Shen Shanha, and Gongsun Yang represented three of the most formidable powers in Jinghai. Collectively, they could easily dominate the entire region, even rivaling the forces of Jiangbei. Yet, despite such overwhelming strength, Yi Xian dismissed them with utter disdain. Was he truly intending to defy the heavens? For a moment, the crowd was left in stunned silence. Upon regaining their composure, Li Qingshan's face turned ashen with fury. Yi Xian, since you are so arrogant, let us see if our three forces can indeed subdue you. With that, he commanded the martial artists of the Martial Management Bureau to attack. Shen Shanha and Gongsun Yang naturally followed suit, ordering their subordinates to seize Yi Xian. Regardless of the consequences, a fierce battle was imminent. However, at that moment, a clear voice interrupted. I wonder who dares to touch my junior brother. Before anyone could react, a procession of armored vehicles approached, followed by thousands of fully armed soldiers, surrounding the area in concentric circles. Above, advanced helicopters hovered, their ominous gun barrels aimed at all martial artists below, ready to fire at the slightest provocation. The sudden turn of events left Li Qingshan, Shen Shanha, and Gongsun Yang utterly bewildered. What was happening? They had merely come to deal with a remnant of the Yi family, yet now found themselves encircled by the military. Was this young man some kind of national treasure? Amidst their confusion, a strikingly beautiful woman emerged from the ranks of armed soldiers. Her unparalleled beauty, cascading hair, and flawless skin radiated an unmatched presence that left the crowd speechless. With everyone's gaze fixed upon her, she approached Yi Xian, scrutinizing him closely before breaking into a radiant smile. Little junior brother, it's finally a pleasure to meet you. Senior sister, Yi Xian exclaimed in delight, taken aback by her sudden appearance and commanding aura. Little junior brother, you've grown taller and more handsome during our years apart. Come, let your senior sister see if those abs are still intact. She teased, reaching toward his shirt. Ahem, senior sister, not here. There are so many people watching. You ought to maintain your image, Yi Xian quickly interrupted. His senior sister, Ling Bingxian, had always been someone he shared a close bond with, often engaging in playful antics on the mountain. While she maintained a cool demeanor with others, her warmth towards him was overwhelming. Ling Bingxian glanced at Li Qingshan and the others, unfazed, and remarked, "What is there to fear? If need be, we can simply eliminate them all." Though her words were bold, she paused her playful antics, recognizing the importance of maintaining a public image. After all, they could always have their fun in private later. Upon hearing Ling Bingxuan's threat to eliminate them, Li Qingshan's face contorted with rage as he shouted, "Who are you? And how can you command the military? Do you not realize that mobilizing the military without authorization is illegal?" "Who am I?" Ling Bingxian replied, her gaze dismissively sweeping over the gathered crowd. "Listen closely. My name is Ling Bingxian." As soon as her name left her lips, Li Qingshan's face drained of color, and he stumbled backward in shock, drenched in cold sweat. He had never anticipated that this formidable woman would be the one to arrive here. Seeing this, Shen Shanha and Gong Sun Yang exchanged worried glances. Deputy Director Li. Just who is this Ling Bingxian? Li Qingshan's subsequent words left both men aghast. Chapter 42. Let us face this together. Upon hearing the inquiries from Shen Shanha and Gong Sun Yang, Li Qingshan's expression darkened as he replied, "Since you do not hold official positions within the court, you are naturally unaware of who Ling Bingxian is. It can be said that all officials serving in the Jiangbei region fall under her jurisdiction. This woman is formidable, having established her dominance at such a young age, wielding both military and political power within the province." What? The gravity of his words struck Shen Shanha and Gong Sun Yang, their expressions shifting dramatically as they regarded Ling Bingxian with palpable trepidation. Ling Bingxian reveled in their reaction, smiling as she remarked, "Now, tell me, is it still illegal for me to mobilize the War Department?" Li Qingshan was rendered speechless. While others might face legal repercussions for such actions, the situation was markedly different for Ling Bingxian due to her considerable authority. Shen Shanha and Gong Sun Yang were taken aback, realizing that this stray member of the Yi family possessed such an immense background. With Ling Bingxuan's protection, any attempts to confront Yi Xian would prove exceedingly difficult. Ignoring their dismay, Ling Bingxian turned her attention to Yi Xian, her smile softening as she posed a chilling question with the utmost gentleness. "Little junior brother, how do you wish to deal with these individuals? Just say the word, and I shall eliminate them all, leaving not a single one behind." Her words seemed to saturate the air with a hint of bloodlust, causing everyone to change countenance, especially Li Qingshan and his companions. They were acutely aware that they were encircled by the personnel of the War Department, with no avenue of escape. Should Ling Bingxian choose to act, they would be left with no hope of survival. With this realization, a wave of despair washed over them, their hearts plummeting into a pit of anxiety. Yi Xian, hearing her, chuckled softly, about to respond, when Li Qingshan's face turned ashen, and he suddenly shouted, "Yi Xian, do you only know how to hide behind a woman? If you have any courage, step forward yourself." This provocation momentarily stunned Shen Shanha and Gong Sun Yang, but they quickly grasped Li Qingshan's intent and echoed, "Indeed, Yi Xian. If you are a man, stand up and fight us head-on rather than cowering behind a woman. What kind of man hides behind someone else? Yes, Yi Xian. Relying on a woman to survive. What kind of man does that make you? If you have the ability, do not lean on her. Let us settle our matters ourselves." Though they could not afford to offend Ling Bingxian, they resorted to this tactic to force Yi Xian to declare his stance. Yet, Yi Xian had already discerned their ploy. Sneering as he retorted, "You are absolutely right. I indeed hide behind a woman to thrive. What of it? If you have the guts, you too can seek refuge behind a woman. You, shameless." Li Qingshan and his companions were incensed, nearly spitting blood in outrage. They had witnessed disgraceful acts before, but this level of audacity was unprecedented. Was he even still a man? Beside them, Ling Bingxian couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. "Little junior brother, you remain unchanged from your time on the mountain. Your character has not shifted at all." As Li Qingshan and his companions despaired, believing they would return empty-handed. Yi Xian suddenly declared coldly, "Enough of this wasted time. You make valid points. This is my own matter, and I must resolve it myself. Now, I offer you a chance. Let us face this together and see what you are truly capable of. Do not accuse me of bullying you." Ling Bingshuan's expression turned tense as she looked at him, saying, "Little junior brother, are you certain you wish to confront all of them alone? You can command my people. Do not hesitate. Do not worry, sister. I am capable of handling this. Have you forgotten? I am invincible, in my eyes. There is nothing that cannot be resolved with a single strike. If there is, I shall strike again," Yi Xian replied confidently. "You impudent boy." Ling Bingshuan laughed, understanding that Yi Xian had his own reasons for this course of action, and she refrained from further interference. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Li Qingshan, Shen Shanha, and Gong Sun Yang's despondent expressions transformed instantly into elation. They hastily inquired, "Yi Xian, is it true? You intend to face all of us alone?" "Indeed, it is true. Spare me the chatter. Let us commence. I am preoccupied with discussing life experiences with my sister," Yi Xian replied, his impatience evident. "Excellent." Li Qingshan had awaited this affirmation. Wasting no time, he commanded Shen Shanha and Gong Sun Yang, "From this moment forth, you two and your men shall follow my lead. We must subdue this madman." Shen Shanha and Gong Sun Yang, recognizing Li Qingshan's superior position and his experience in subduing martial artists, had no objections. Seeing their agreement, Li Qingshan promptly issued orders. "Shan, you lead your men to charge from the left. Gong Sun, you take your men from the right, while I will confront him head-on. Together, we shall prevail against this madman." "Understood." Without hesitation, Shen Shanha and Gong Sun Yang roared in unison and charged towards Yi Xian. Shen Shanha's eyes blazed crimson as he yelled, "My son, Kuo Tian, today I shall avenge you. You can rest easy now." With that, he led numerous warriors fearlessly into the fray, unleashing a flurry of weapons and techniques upon Yi Xian. However, the response was a resounding slap from Yi Xian, a cosmic force that obliterated Shen Shanha and his warriors without a sound, reducing them to mere ashes, leaving not a trace behind. Notably, even in his final moments, Shen Shanha's last thoughts lingered on his son's potential as a martial king, wondering if his son would ascend to such heights in the afterlife. In disbelief, Gong Sun Yang witnessed the instantaneous annihilation of Shen Shanha and his men right before him, abruptly halting his advance, skidding to a stop as if his heels were on fire. One of his subordinates, bewildered, asked, "Master, shall we continue the attack?" Before Gong Sun Yang could respond, he lashed out, knocking the man to the ground as he bellowed, "Attack? Are you mad? Run, or you'll be the next to perish." Before he could finish, he was already sprinting several dozen meters away, leaving his subordinates in stunned silence. Even Li Qingshan was taken aback by this sudden retreat. Chapter 43. Spare my subordinates. Fang Feihu, that scoundrel, has betrayed me. As Gong Sun Yang fled in a frenzy, he cursed incessantly within his mind. It was only by Fang Feihu's assurance that he had come here to kill Yi Xian, believing that today would be the end for him. Yet upon arrival, the situation was utterly contrary. If this continued, it would be his own life at stake. Run. Upon witnessing their leader's retreat, the warriors of the Gong Sun clan hesitated no longer and turned to flee. Since they had arrived, they should not leave. Yi Xian scoffed, unleashing a powerful slap. With a thunderous crash, Gong Sun Yang and numerous clan warriors were sent crashing into the ground, buried dozens of meters deep, clearly beyond salvation. Requiring no grave to be dug, Yi Xian, Li Qingshan was both astonished and enraged to see Shen Shanha and Gong Sun Yang perish before his very eyes. He could hardly fathom the cruelty of Yi Xian. Dozens, even hundreds of lives had just vanished before him, a sight most terrifying. However, he was not afraid. He had brought along the elite warriors from the Martial Management Bureau, well-trained and of high caliber, who would not cower before Yi Xian. "All of you, follow my command. Fear not, charge forth and eliminate him," Li Qingshan ordered coldly. Hearing this, the warriors behind him lost any hesitation, shouting fiercely as they surged toward Yi Xian. After all, there were 3,000 of them. They swarmed toward him, intending to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Witnessing this scene, Ling Bingshuan's gaze turned icy. Should anything go awry, she would immediately give the order to fire. Facing the advancing warriors, Yi Xian's expression remained unchanged. Instead of retreating, he charged forward like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. Plunging into the throng, with a swift motion of his right hand, he sent hundreds flying, reduced to a mist of blood. A swing of his left hand met the same fate for another 100. A powerful kick shattered the ranks before him, limbs and torsos scattering in chaos. Finally, he inhaled deeply, his chest swelling, and unleashed a torrent of true energy in a fierce exhalation. This energy transformed into a wave, slicing through the multitude of warriors ahead like a scythe. The sounds of flesh being severed echoed. None who stood in the path of this energy wave survived. They were cleaved into countless pieces, their remains falling to the ground. Within a mere minute, all the warriors from the Martial Management Bureau who had stood against him lay dead, not a single one left alive. The ground was awash with blood, and the remains piled high, a gruesome tableau of severed limbs and eviscerated bodies. This horrific sight left Li Qingshan in shock, his expression one of utter bewilderment. With his experience and insight, he could not comprehend how such a formidable being existed, defying all logic, truly inhuman. As he observed Yi Xian approaching, he snapped back to reality, madness flashing in his eyes as he irrationally shouted, "Yi Xian, you wretch! Do you think I will fear you for killing so many? Do not forget, I am the Deputy Director of the Martial Management Bureau, a warrior and swordsman who has slain countless rebellious fighters. Today, I shall end your wicked life." With that, he drew a sharp sword and charged at Yi Xian, laughing maniacally. "The heavens do not give birth to one like me, Li Qingshan." The sword path stretches long into the night. But before he could finish, a resounding crash echoed as Yi Xian obliterated him into a mist of blood, denying him even a chance to strike. At that very moment, a commanding voice boomed from afar. "Spare my subordinates." No sooner had the words been spoken than a figure appeared. Clad in a Zhongshan suit, the newcomer appeared to be in his 60s, robust in stature. Upon seeing Li Qingshan reduced to a cloud of blood, a flicker of anguish crossed his face as he raised his gaze to Yi Xian, suppressing his rage and inquiring, "I commanded you to spare my subordinates. Why did you not heed my words? And who are you to command me? Why should I listen to you?" Yi Xian retorted disdainfully. Hearing this, the newcomer took a deep breath to steady his emotions before responding, "I am Wei Changfu, Director of the Martial Management Bureau." His heart ached at the thought that he had arrived too late, merely distracted by learning a foreign language. Who could have predicted that Li Qingshan, whom he had valued highly as a successor, would meet his end here, reduced to mere blood mist, leaving him unable to even collect his remains? With this realization, Wei Changfu's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on Yi Xian, coldly asserting, "Yi Xian, you have gone too far. Since your return to Jinghai, you have mercilessly slaughtered innocents, annihilating entire families. Even Qingshan came to apprehend you and met his demise at your hands. Do you not see how excessive your actions have been?" "Excessive?" Yi Xian chuckled, his eyes glinting with frost. "I only slay those who deserve it. Not a single innocent has perished by my hand. Each of them bears the blood of my family. Even so, you should not have killed them, especially not Qingshan. There are laws governing our actions." Wei Changfu seethed through clenched teeth. "And you, Yi Xian, returned to pursue the so-called truth, killing indiscriminately. Do you even acknowledge the existence of laws?" Wei Changfu pressed. "Laws?" Yi Xian scoffed. "If laws truly held power, why were the executioners who annihilated my family allowed to roam free for so many years?" "You." Wei Changfu was rendered speechless. "Enough, Wei Changfu. Do not concern yourself with this matter," interjected Ling Bingxian. "I fully support my junior brother's quest for vengeance. Should anyone dare obstruct him, including you, Wei Changfu, I will not hesitate to strike you down. If you value your position, I suggest you depart at once and refrain from interrupting our reunion." "Ah, it is Lady Ling." Wei Changfu was taken aback upon recognizing her. Her immense power was not something he could afford to offend. However, the memory of Li Qingshan's demise ignited a fierce anger within him. Having no children of his own, he regarded Li Qingshan as a son, one he had intended to support in old age. The thought of allowing this grievance to fester was utterly intolerable. Thus, Yi Xian must die. Chapter 44. Contest of Fate and Life. Since it was Lord Ling who spoke, I, Wei Changfu, naturally must show respect. I may overlook other matters, but the death of Qingshan demands accountability. Wei Changfu turned his gaze towards Yi Xian and declared, "Yi Xian, since we are both practitioners of martial arts, let us settle this according to the rules of our realm. I formally challenge you to a duel. One day hence, atop the pinnacle of Jinghai, we shall determine our fates." "How absurd! Why should I acquiesce to your challenge?" Yi Xian shook his head, intending to depart, utterly disinterested in such a contest. He would rather engage in profound conversations about life and the intricacies of relationships with his senior sister. However, at that moment, a statement from Wei Changfu halted him in his tracks. Yi Xian, you must accept this duel, for I possess a reason you cannot refuse. Yi Xian ignored him, still preparing to leave, already contemplating his upcoming rendezvous with his senior sister to reminisce about the past. Observing this, Wei Changfu laid bare his intentions, stating, Yi Xian, I am aware of the true identity of the leader. This revelation prompted Yi Xian to whirl around, his eyes sparking with intensity. His formidable aura locking onto Wei Changfu as he coldly inquired, Is that true? Indeed, it is true, Wei Changfu responded confidently. As the director of the Jinghai Martial Arts Administration, if someone intended to annihilate a family within Jinghai, such a significant endeavor could not proceed without my consent. Not even the leader could accomplish it without my approval. Yi Xian erupted in fury, seizing Wei Changfu by the throat, flames of rage igniting in his eyes. Speak. Who is the leader? Coughing, Wei Changfu had not anticipated being caught off guard, and he struggled to articulate, Yi Xian. Unless you agree to duel me and emerge victorious, I shall not disclose anything, even if you were to kill me. Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare to kill you? Yi Xian glared at Wei Changfu, tightening his grip, intent on extinguishing his life. Wei Changfu's face flushed, feeling the encroaching shadow of death, yet he showed no inclination to plead for mercy or reveal the leader's identity. He understood that for Yi Xian to learn the truth, he would not be killed, unless he forsook his desire for vengeance. As anticipated, Yi Xian ultimately relented, casting Wei Changfu to the ground, stating, Fine, I accept your challenge. I hope you can deliver good news then. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to obliterate your entire lineage. This Wei Changfu was the sole individual to claim knowledge of the leader's true identity. While it would be easy to kill him, discovering the leader's identity afterward would be an arduous task. Wei Changfu sat on the ground, gasping for air, having genuinely felt the specter of death moments before. He believed that in that instant, Yi Xian would indeed have killed him, but for the sake of uncovering the leader's identity, he had refrained. This realization incited a wave of frustration within him. Had he not been so careless, this remnant of the Yi family would never have ensnared him. The following day, he swore to exact revenge and ensure that this remnant would pay with his life for the death of Qin Shan. Thus, Yi Xian and Ling Bingxian departed. And as the soldiers tidied the battlefield, it marked the conclusion of this fierce conflict. Yet, the ripples it created left the inhabitants of Jinghai astounded, causing sleepless nights for many. Have you heard? The remnant of the Yi family has slain Li Qingshan. Indeed, not only that, but he also eliminated Gong Sun Yang and Shen Shana, leaving no complete corpses behind. Such brutality, such terror. Can we truly kill him when we unite against him in 4 days? Perhaps we should flee while we still can. It might offer us a chance at survival. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd shifted instantly, with some calculating their escape routes in their minds. After all, Yi Xian was indeed formidable, and they held no confidence in confronting him. At that moment, Fang Feihu emerged from the shadows, assuring everyone to remain calm. Following the leader's orders, he had made arrangements and urged them to be patient and await developments. Upon hearing this, the crowd quieted, expressing their anticipation for Fang Feihu's actions, as none wished to abandon their lives in Jinghai. Simultaneously, a shocking announcement spread like wildfire. 1 day hence, the director of the Martial Arts Administration, Wei Changfu, challenges Yi Xian at the pinnacle of Jinghai, where they shall determine their fates. This news swept through the streets of Jinghai, from the heads of prominent families to delivery boys, captivating the attention of all. Conversations erupted about the duel between two prominent figures, Wei Changfu, the director, and Yi Xian, the recently notorious remnant of the Yi family. Who would triumph in this impending confrontation? The anticipation of the crowd swelled, eager for the morrow. Meanwhile, Yi Xian and Ling Bingxian strolled along a street. Sister, please wait a moment. I need to make a call. Yi Xian pulled out his phone, dialing Zhu Wen to inform him that he could now take over the assets of the Shun, Gong Sun, and Li families. Should any complications arise, he was to notify Yi Xian directly. In his quest to restore the Yi family and elevate its legacy, reclaiming former assets was essential, but expansion was equally crucial, necessitating the acquisition of rival families' properties. This task was straightforward, handing over the management to skilled professionals like Zhu Wen, who specialized in such matters. What, Brother Yi? You want me to take over the Li, Gong Sun and Shin family's assets? Zhu Wen's astonishment was palpable. It had barely been a while since assistance had arrived for Brother Yi, and now he was being entrusted with such monumental responsibilities. Yi Xian chuckled at his incredulity, asking, "Is there a problem?" "Not at all." Zhu Wen regained his composure, exclaiming, "Brother Yi, no wonder my mother used to say you were destined for greatness. It appears she was correct. Did you know? After my calculations, the combined assets of those three families are valued at approximately 100 billion, a sum most ordinary people could never hope to amass in 10 lifetimes. As Zhu Wen spoke, he reflected on how even at the peak of his own family's prosperity, they had barely reached a valuation of 1 billion, while now he was poised to manage assets worth 100 billion. Yi Xian reassured him, "Stay composed. Such opportunities will arise frequently. You must learn to adapt. I will visit Uncle Fu tomorrow morning. For now, I have other matters to attend to." After ending the call, he turned to Ling Bingxian and inquired, "Sister, have you eaten yet? Allow me to treat you." "Eaten?" Ling Bingxuan's exquisite features broke into a subtle smile, shaking her head as she gazed affectionately at Yi Xian. "I do not wish to eat." "Then what do you desire?" he asked. "I wish to have you." "Ahem." Yi Xian awkwardly cleared his throat. How had his seventh senior sister become so passionate after years of separation? "Let us depart," she said, as Ling Bingxian approached and firmly took his hand, leading him away. "Senior sister, where are we headed?" Yi Xian inquired, bewilderment evident in his voice as they walked. "To a hotel," Ling Bingxian declared with unwavering certainty. "Ah!" Yi Xian was left speechless, and before he could utter another word, he was drawn into a hotel amidst the envious and resentful gazes of numerous male peers. Chapter 45. Senior sister, are you serious? Is it true, senior sister? You really came? Yi Xian's expression shifted when he saw Ling Bingxian pulling him into the hotel. Even though he remained unfazed in the face of tens of thousands of troops, he felt a surge of panic at this moment. "Of course it's true. What else could it be?" Ling Bingxian replied, already having arranged a large bedroom at the front desk, leading Yi Xian straight to the room. Throughout the journey, Yi Xian's heart raced incessantly. If senior sister wanted to be intimate with him, should he yield or resist? Gazing at her graceful figure and fair skin, his thoughts began to wander. Once inside the room, Ling Bingxian wasted no time and stated directly, "Take off your clothes." "Ah, so straightforward?" Yi Xian paused. Although he found senior sister beautiful and their relationship had always been good on the mountain, the thought of engaging in such activities now made him question if it was appropriate. "Why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and strip," Ling Bingxian urged, seemingly unable to contain herself. All right." After a moment of hesitation, Yi Xian resolved within himself that if senior sister desired it, he would oblige. After all, she was not a stranger. One should not let good fortune slip away. However, to his surprise, Ling Bingxian pulled out a set of clothes and said, "Little junior brother, this is a custom-made outfit just for you. Try it on and see how it fits. You should know that I personally stitched it for you." Yi Xian was taken aback. "Senior sister, you brought me here to try on this outfit after asking me to take off my clothes?" "Of course. What else would it be?" Ling Bingxian looked at him, blinking playfully, and added with a grin, "I hope you didn't think otherwise?" Cough, cough, "No. Absolutely not. I am a virtuous person," Yi Xian quickly refuted. Once he realized they were not engaging in the expected activities, he felt an inexplicable hint of disappointment in his heart. "All right, since it's not that, quickly change into the outfit I made for you. I bet you'll look dashing and make sixth senior sister envious," Ling Bingxian urged. Taking her words to heart, Yi Xian donned the exquisite attire. The fabric felt luxurious, a kind of silk that was unattainable even with wealth. Such material was reserved for only the highest echelons of society, and even in the grand realm of Daxia, only a select few could wear garments made from such cloth. Furthermore, since it was crafted by Ling Bingxuan's own hands, it was incredibly comfortable. "Senior sister, how do I look?" Yi Xian inquired, genuinely pleased with the outfit. It was evident that it was a masterful creation. "You're looking splendid." Ling Bingxian gazed at him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. After circling him to take in the sight, she exclaimed, "Stand still. Let me take a picture to commemorate this moment." She snapped several photos from various angles before selecting one to set as her phone's wallpaper. "Are you done taking pictures?" Yi Xian asked. "Yes. Now we must attend to serious matters," she said, putting away her phone, licking her lips with a hint of seduction in her gaze. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly intimate. "What do you want to do, senior sister?" Yi Xian sensed the shift in the ambience and could not help but inquire. What do you think? In an instant, Ling Bingxian pushed Yi Xian onto the bed, her body pressing against his. Their forms melded perfectly together, and Yi Xian's breath grew heavy. Ling Bingxuan's long hair brushed against his face, and her breath warmed his skin, causing his blood to race. Senior sister, you're playing with fire. Yi Xian gasped, his eyes filled with a mix of desire and apprehension. Indeed, little junior brother, I am playing with fire. Don't you want to do something? She whispered, her breath teasing him as she leaned closer. Suddenly, a ringtone pierced the charged atmosphere, interrupting their moment. Ling Bingxian answered the call, her expression turning serious as she listened. I understand, she said coldly before hanging up. Climbing off Yi Xian, she announced, little junior brother, it seems I cannot stay with you tonight. There's an urgent matter in Jiangbei that I must attend to. Yi Xian sighed internally, rising to compose himself. Senior sister, what happened? Do you need my help? No need, just some petty rascals causing trouble. I can handle it once I return, she replied, looking at him with a teasing smile. Little junior brother, it seems your plans have been thwarted. Cough, cough. Senior sister, don't say such things. I wasn't thinking about anything, Yi Xian insisted, trying to maintain his dignity despite the disappointment. Really? Because I distinctly felt your enthusiasm earlier, Ling Bingxian teased, watching him with a playful smile. At her words, Yi Xian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, wishing he could vanish into thin air. Her laughter rang out like silver bells, and after she finished, she looked at him with a hint of reluctance. All right, little junior brother, I must take my leave. Remember to visit me in Jiangbei when you have time. My cat can do backflips, and it's quite a sight. With that, she departed swiftly. Once alone, Yi Xian found himself with pent-up frustration, rushing into the bathroom to take a cold shower to cool off. That night, he chose not to return home, instead calling Qingqing to assure her of his safety before remaining in the hotel to cool down. The following morning, he hurried to the hospital to visit Uncle Fu, as he had many questions he wished to ask. However, upon his arrival, he was taken aback to find that Uncle Fu was not in his room. It was eerily empty. What is going on? Yi Xian exclaimed, approaching the nursing station for answers. He soon learned that Uncle Fu had already been discharged. Confused, Yi Xian wondered, but I didn't take Uncle Fu home. Did Zhu Wen take him without my knowledge? Immediately, he dialed Zhu Wen. On the other end, Zhu Wen had just awakened from a woman's embrace. Startled by Yi Xian's call, he quickly reassured him, I didn't arrange for anyone to take Uncle Fu, but I'll head to the hospital right away. As he hurriedly dressed, the woman beside him complained, Zhu Wen, why are you leaving so soon? Stay a little longer with me. I have matters to attend to. We can talk later, he replied, fastening his shirt. Uncle Fu is missing, and this is serious. I cannot afford to be careless. The woman, increasingly dissatisfied, clutched Zhu Wen's arm and insisted, Brother Zhu Wen, I won't allow it. I want you to stay and keep me company. Why must you leave just because Yi Xian called? Why isn't he coming to find you? I see he doesn't value you at all. Before she could finish her tirade, Zhu Wen struck her fiercely across the face. His voice laced with fury as he rebuked, How dare you speak of Brother Yi? Remember, you are but a mere pawn. If I am displeased, I can cast you aside at any moment. Brother Yi has given me a new lease on life, and I have pledged my loyalty to him for eternity. No one, not even you, shall speak ill of him in my presence. Should there be a next time, I suggest you vanish from this world completely. With that, Zhu Wen departed, leaving the woman sprawled on the bed, covering her face in tears, consumed by sorrow. Meanwhile, Yi Xian waited at the hospital for scarcely a minute when Zhu Wen arrived. Panting heavily, Brother Yi, please remain calm. I've arranged for someone to protect Uncle Fu, and I will call them immediately to ascertain the situation. Zhu Wen retrieved his phone and attempted to contact the bodyguards he had stationed. However, to his dismay, the phone rang multiple times without anyone answering. It was evident that they too were in peril. Yi Xian's expression darkened further. At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly, displaying an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a distinctive voice echoed from the other end. Moshi Moshi, is this Yi Sang? I am Kuei Tiandaro. Your man is in my custody. Fury surged within Yi Xian as he realized Uncle Fu had been abducted. The voice continued, Yi Sang, to demonstrate my sincerity, I can allow you to hear his voice. In that instant, a cacophony of shouts and curses erupted, followed by Uncle Fu's urgent plea, Young master, do not trust these eastern devils. Do not come here. These wretched beasts have laid traps for many. Before he could finish, the line went dead. Yi Xian's eyes blazed with wrath as he ground his teeth and demanded, Speak. What do you intend to do? Haha, Yi sang. You are a clever man and should comprehend our desires. You have 3 minutes, no, 1 minute, to bring the main map to the Dongying group. Otherwise, with each passing second, you will never see this Chinese pig again. Kuei Tiandaro's derisive laughter echoed in his ears. Yi Xian ended the call, a murderous intent coalescing fiercely within him. He had never felt such a strong urge to kill. Brother Yi, I will accompany you. More hands mean more strength, Zhu Wen urged. No, Yi Xian replied decisively. Your martial arts training is still nascent. You would only hinder me. Stay here. I can manage alone. With that, he strode forth, an aura of lethal determination radiating from him, instilling trepidation in all who beheld him. Chapter 46. The Assault on the East Japan Group. The East Japan Group is situated to the southwest of Jinghai, established by the Japanese for investment, primarily exporting seafood products to the Great Xia. At this moment, 2 portly guards with mustaches stood at the entrance, smoking and engaging in light-hearted banter. One of them, revealing a mouth full of yellowed teeth, leered and remarked, "The young girls of Great Xia are truly delightful. There are many virgins, and they are much cleaner than the women of our great East Japan Empire. Indeed, 10 minutes is often enough for me to indulge 10 times. The other replied with a chuckle, "If given the chance, I'd love to try for 108 times in a single night." Haha. If it were to be so, I fear you might perish on the belly of a Great Xia woman before completing your task, the first one retorted with a grin. They both shared a crude laugh before shifting to another topic. Do you think that Yi Xian, that foolish pig from Great Xia, would dare to come to our East Japan Group? Well, his companion pondered. I'm not sure, but if he dares to come, he will certainly not return. After all, we have set up ambushes here under Mr. Kamida's orders, with many awaiting him. Indeed, the ones lying in wait are our Empire's finest warriors. Slaying a Great Xia person is a trivial task. If that fool has any sense, he wouldn't dare come here. I think so too. After all, the people of Great Xia are timid, weak, and devoid of the spirit of the samurai. As they laughed derisively at Yi Xian, a chilling voice interrupted, "Are you talking about me?" The two turned to see Yi Xian, whose arrival they hadn't noticed. His expression frosty as he gazed at them. A Great Xia person. The 2 guards were momentarily stunned, then filled with rage, brandishing rubber clubs as they charged at Yi Xian. They had recognized him. However, they never anticipated he would actually dare to come here. Humph. Yi Xian scoffed as the 2 attackers lunged at him. With a surge of true energy, he obliterated them into a mist of blood. He then strode into the building as if it were an unguarded realm. Meanwhile, at the top floor of the building, in an office, Kamida Daro sat watching the surveillance, witnessing Yi Xian eliminate the guards and enter. To his astonishment, he truly dared to come. Kamida's countenance darkened as he commanded, "Bring forth the warriors to kill him. I shall oversee everything from here. I will witness it all. And before you kill him, remember to retrieve the main image." Upon hearing this, his subordinates eagerly rushed to execute the order, thirsting for blood. A glint of malice crossed Kamida's face. This accursed Great Xia pig had slain his dear brother, Kamida Ichiro. His mission was not only to fulfill the orders from above, but also to avenge his brother's death. Every floor of the building housed a top-tier warrior from East Japan, alongside a cadre of ordinary warriors. Yi Xian would have to ascend from the ground floor, fighting his way up to reach the top. Kamida was confident that so many would suffice to eliminate a mere East Asian invalid. As Yi Xian stepped into the building, he immediately sensed a wave of murderous intent approaching. After advancing a few steps, he encountered a group of samurai clad in traditional Japanese attire, armed with katanas, awaiting him. "Kill him!" The warriors shouted in unison, surging toward Yi Xian with fierce intent. Prior to his arrival, they had learned that this Great Xia individual had annihilated the Biku Martial Arts Hall in Jinghai, and they had a deep-rooted vendetta against him. No words were necessary. Their encounter was destined for violence. Unfazed by the oncoming warriors, Yi Xian advanced steadily, his furious true energy swirling around him. The samurai, before even making contact, were torn apart by the violent energy, leaving a scene of carnage in an instant. Blood and flesh splattered, coating the ground, walls, and ceiling in a gruesome display. Bakayuru, one of the top-tier samurai, witnessing the massacre of his comrades, roared in fury, leaping high with his katana aimed at Yi Xian. Yet, with a mere wave of his hand, Yi Xian shattered the air, claiming the entire first floor in less than a minute. He then ascended to the second floor. Kamida Daro's expression darkened further as he observed the slaughter of all his warriors on the first floor. his eyes fixated on the surveillance screen, anxiously waiting for his second-floor warriors to eliminate this great Xia fool. He had meticulously arranged his forces. The warriors on each level were not randomly assigned. The first floor housed the weakest, while the strength of the warriors increased with each ascending level. The samurai on the second floor were fewer in number, but significantly more powerful, some possessing the strength of grandmasters. Before the warriors could charge at him, Yi Xian took the initiative. Understanding Kamida's strategy was to wear him down with sheer numbers. Yet for Yi Xian, it held no significance. Whether he killed 100 or 1,000, it made no difference. For the glory of the East Japan Empire, for His Majesty the Emperor, and for the spirit of the samurai, we shall slay this great Xia pig. The lead samurai shouted, rallying his comrades in a fervent charge, their faces alight with murderous zeal. Without hesitation, Yi Xian unleashed a single strike, reducing them all to a crimson mist. He then turned and ascended to the third floor, leaving behind a scene of bloodshed and a stunned Kamita Daro, an icy dread spreading through his heart. Chapter 47. The Northern Star's Blade on the third floor. The Japanese warriors, fully prepared, charged at Yi Xian without hesitation upon his arrival. The concept of fear was foreign to them. From birth, they had been indoctrinated to pledge unwavering loyalty to the Emperor of the Sea. This nation harbored a profound sense of servitude, often choosing to fight to the bitter end, embracing the spirit of preferring a noble death over a disgraceful survival, even when aware of their inevitable defeat. Confronted by the frenzied Japanese fighters, Yi Xian showed no mercy, effortlessly turning them into a gruesome paste beneath his hands. Following this, he raised a fist, and with a thunderous crash, he obliterated the floor above, leaping to the fourth floor with ease. How is this possible? The numerous warriors lying in ambush on the fourth floor had anticipated Yi Xian's ascent via the staircase, but were utterly unprepared for his unconventional approach of smashing through the floor. Yet, in an instant, they regained their composure and surged towards him. Yi Xian and Apos' eyes gleamed with determination as he swept forward. With a resounding thud, the advancing Japanese warriors met their demise, leaving not a single survivor in their wake. Thus, Yi Xian carved a path through foes, reaching the top floor, where he forcefully kicked open the office door. Yi Xian, Kamita Daro, upon witnessing Yi Xian's unscathed descent, felt a mixture of shock and rage. He had never expected that this pig from Dian would prove so formidable. The elite warriors he had summoned from the Sakura Agency were no match for him, a reality that was utterly bewildering. "Where is Mr. Fu?" Yi Xian inquired coldly, his heart sinking upon finding no trace of Fu. You wish to know his whereabouts? It's quite simple. Hand over the main map, and I shall inform you." Kamita Daro replied with a mocking grin. He felt a surge of self-satisfaction for having prepared a contingency plan, relocating the Chinese pig beforehand. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble. "Do you dare to deceive me?" Yi Xian's eyes ignited with murderous intent. Upon his arrival, he had been assured that Fu was present, yet now, it was clear he had been deceived. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful slap. "Nanny." Kamita Daro was taken aback. He had not anticipated Yi Xian's sudden aggression. In a panic, he hurled one of his subordinates at Yi Xian in a futile attempt to block the impending strike. Bang! The subordinate was obliterated by the slap, leaving him bewildered even in death, unaware of how he had met his end. Though Kamita Daro narrowly evaded Yi Xian's devastating blow, his fury erupted as he shouted, "Ah! Baka! 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 You, a pig from Dian, are so brutal. Today, I shall avenge my brother's death and utterly annihilate you. Oyakuen, it is time for you to act." At that moment, a formidable warrior clad in traditional samurai attire, exuding an overwhelming aura, appeared. This was Kyakuo Oya, a contemporary master of the Japanese swordsmanship, a representative of the Northern Star Blade style, and a grandmaster of martial arts. He had once claimed the title of champion in a Japanese swordsmanship competition, a testament to his formidable prowess. Seeing him, Kamita Daro felt a wave of relief wash over him. With Kyakuo Oya on his side, he was certain that the pig from Dian would meet his demise without question. A smile crept onto his face as he turned to observe the unfolding scene. Kyakuo Oya eyed Yi Xian with disdain, declaring, "You, a Dian native, are unfortunate to encounter me. Prepare to face your death." With that, he leaped into action, drawing his sword and bellowing, "Northern Star Blade, may I strike your grandmother's legs?" Yi Xian retorted, slapping Kyakuo Oya and Apos' sword, shattering it, and then delivering a crushing blow to Oya and Apos' head. In an instant, Kiyakawa Oya and Apos. S head was driven into his chest, and Yi Xian's force sent him crashing from the 18th floor to the underground level, resulting in his obliteration into a puddle of flesh, dead beyond resurrection. A profound silence enveloped the scene. No one could have anticipated that Kiyakawa Oya, a representative figure of contemporary Japanese swordsmanship, would fall so easily to a single blow from Yi Xian, a sight that was utterly terrifying. Was Yi Xian truly a master of the Dian Palm style? Witnessing the demise of Oya-kun, Kamida Daro's smile froze, leaving him unable to express joy. He had never imagined that the guardian he had left behind would meet such a fate. Who, then, could possibly stand against Yi Xian? As Yi Xian advanced toward him, Kamida Daro could no longer suppress his terror, frantically shouting to his remaining subordinates, "Stop him! Block him! If anyone dares to retreat, I will kill their entire family." Upon hearing this, the assembled Japanese warriors charged at Yi Xian without hesitation. Yet, undeniably, before they could even reach him, they were all annihilated in an instant. Subsequently, Yi Xian delivered a devastating blow that reduced Kamida Daro's lower body to a pulp, then stepped on his head, coldly demanding, "Tell me, where is Mr. Fu?" Kamida Daro writhed in agony, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "I will tell you. I will tell you. Please, spare my life. The old man has been taken away by the people from the Sakura Agency." What? Yi Xian's fury ignited once more, realizing that cursed Sakura Agency was behind this. For the past 5 years, Fu had been relentlessly pursued by their ninjas. To think that even now, he had been captured by this organization, it was as if they were an unrelenting specter. Where is that damned Sakura Agency? Yi Xian pressed, tightening his grip, causing Kamida Daro to scream in pain. "Please, ease up. I will tell you everything." The Sakura Agency has a secret base in Jinghai, located at a chemical factory on the outskirts. "If you go there, you will find them," Kamida Daro cried, desperate for mercy. "I have told you everything. Please spare my life." Bang! Before he could finish, Yi Xian crushed his skull beneath his foot, silencing him forever. With the location of the Sakura Agency now known, Yi Xian turned to leave, determined to rescue Fu from their clutches. However, just as he was about to depart, his expression shifted dramatically. Beneath the desk in the office, he spotted someone hiding. "Who is there? Come out." Yi Xian smashed the desk, revealing a corpulent middle-aged man beneath. A Japanese? Yi Xian's gaze hardened, ready to deliver a fatal blow. "Please, don't kill me. I am the boss of this group, and I have vital information for you. Please, spare my life." The trembling Japanese man, terrified, crawled towards Yi Xian, attempting to beg for his life. Feeling repulsion, Yi Xian kicked him away and coldly inquired, "What do you wish to tell me?" After hearing the Japanese man's words, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically, a chilling realization washing over him. He had never anticipated that such a situation could exist. Chapter 48. The Cherry Blossom Agency. The rotund figure from the land of the rising sun crouched submissively at Yi Xian's feet, exclaiming, "You must be aware that the food products from our Fukushima island are contaminated with toxic radiation, making them inedible. Consuming them leads to various cancers and genetic anomalies, which are incurable. Yet, our corporation imports a plethora of aquatic products and food to the Great Xia, all tainted, with the sinister intent of causing your people to suffer and perish, ultimately leading to your extinction." What? Yi Xian's countenance shifted drastically, followed by an eruption of rage. "You despicable Japanese. What are your true intentions? First, you blatantly discharge toxic waste into the ocean, endangering the health of the Great Xia populace. And now you surreptitiously sell contaminated food to us? This is utterly intolerable." Feeling Yi Xian's overwhelming fury, the Japanese man trembled uncontrollably, his corpulence quaking as he pleaded, "You cannot blame me. I am merely an executor following orders. I cannot defy the higher-ups. Please, for the sake of my honesty in revealing this matter, spare my life." "Spare you?" Yi Xian fumed. "If I were to spare you, how could I justify it to the countless citizens of the Great Xia who have perished due to your toxic products?" With that, he delivered a fatal blow, ending the man's life. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Yi Xian hastily dialed his senior sister's number to inform her of the dire news. "What? Such a matter exists?" Ling Bingshuan's expression darkened upon hearing his words. Though these Japanese were defeated decades ago, their imperialistic desires towards our Great Xia remain. This issue concerns the safety of our people. I will ensure the truth is revealed and uncover who is responsible for introducing these contaminated products. Understood. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to call upon me. The rise and fall of the nation is a shared responsibility, and I, Yi Xian, am no exception, he declared. Rest assured, junior brother, I will. Ling Bingxian nodded, her fury boiling at the thought of such malevolence occurring under her watch as the highest commander in Jiangbei. She vowed to show no mercy once the culprits were identified. After ending the call, Yi Xian proceeded to the Cherry Blossom Agency. Uncle Fu was still in their custody, and rescuing him was of utmost urgency. Outside Jinghai, in an abandoned chemical factory, lay a branch of the Cherry Blossom Agency. At that moment, the branch's head, Tian Wuxiang, was engaged in a jovial conversation with a young man clad in an expensive suit. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted, and upon hearing the news, his expression shifted dramatically. What is it, Ministerin? What has happened? The young man inquired, raising an eyebrow. My subordinate's Japanese group has been wiped out, and the assailant is heading this way. And Tian Wuxiang replied, his face grim. The young man frowned, immediately rising. In that case, I shall take my leave. Our collaboration must remain confidential, and my presence here is no longer appropriate. Understood, Mr. Feng. Safe travels, and Tian Wuxiang acknowledged, knowing their dealings were clandestine and not meant for the light of day. If discovered, the consequences would be dire. Without hesitation, the young man departed. Once he was gone, and Tian Wuxiang's smile vanished, replaced by a cold command. Prepare the men. A great Xia pig is approaching. Boom. As his words echoed, a tremendous noise erupted. For dismembered Japanese men came crashing through the air, landing heavily on the ground, reduced to a gruesome mess. What is happening? And Tian Wuxiang gasped, rushing to the window. He beheld a young man from Great Xia striding in with an imposing presence, causing debris to scatter and Japanese warriors to flee in terror. You are Yi Xian? And Tian Wuxiang's face turned a ghastly shade upon recognizing him. Baka, I did not expect you to arrive so swiftly. Enough with the pleasantries. Where is Uncle Fu? Hand him over, and I shall grant you a swift death, Yi Xian declared, his demeanor icy and direct. Want to know his whereabouts? Very well. Surrender the main map to me. And Tian Wuxiang retorted with a mocking smile. He had preemptively arranged for Zhang Dafu's evacuation to safeguard against Kuei Tiandalu losing leverage in negotiations. Desire the main map? Then prepare to pay with your life. Yi Xian growled ominously. He extended his hand toward Tian Wuxiang, ready to strike. Humph. Where are my valiant warriors of the great Eastern Empire? Attack him. And Tian Wuxiang commanded coldly. Upon hearing this, the ambushed warriors surged toward Yi Xian with savage cries. Yet, with a mere flick of his hand, he sent them plummeting 18 meters underground, reducing them to mere pulp. No trace remained. Baka, this great Xia pig possesses some skill. It is no wonder he could kill Kuei Tiandalu. And Tian Wuxiang seethed with fury. He clapped his hands, and 2 Japanese warriors appeared, escorting Zhang Dafu. The elderly man's visage was marred with wounds, his body bruised and battered, evidently having endured considerable torment. Uncle Fu. Yi Xian's heart raced as he instinctively moved to rescue him. Stop. Do not move, or I shall ensure he meets a gruesome end. And Tian Wuxiang threatened, pressing a blade against Zhang Dafu's throat, his voice dripping with malice. Faced with the threat, Yi Xian had no choice but to halt, knowing he could ensure his own safety, but could not guarantee Uncle Fu's. This is more like it. There is an ancient saying in Great Xia. Those who know how to adapt are wise, and Tian Wuxiang taunted, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. That saying is those who know how to adapt are the true heroes, not fools, Yi Xian corrected, his expression unwavering. It was absurd that he, having no understanding of Great Xia culture, would pretend to be an expert. Such ignorance was truly embarrassing. Baka, I say what I mean. And Tian Wuxiang, humiliated by Yi Xian's rebuke, erupted in anger. Enough idle chatter. If you wish for this Shina pig to live, obediently hand over the main map, or I will kill him now. At those words, Yi Xian's gaze hardened, a frigid aura radiating from him. Meanwhile, Zhang Dafu, struggling against his captors, shouted, Master, whatever you do, do not hand over the main map to those Japanese devils. If you do, I, Zhang Dafu, will never find peace, nor face the master in the afterlife. Baka, silence. And Tian Wuxiang interrupted, his palm connecting with Zhang Dafu's face, drawing blood from his lips. This scene caused Yi Xian's heart to surge with murderous intent, coalescing into a palpable force. Chapter 49. The blade remains sharp. Yi Xian. I shall inquire once more. Will you provide me with the main diagram? If not, I shall take the life of this Chinese swine right here. With a Japanese sword poised against Zhang Dafu's neck, and Tian Wuxiong threatened vehemently once again. Very well, I shall give it to you, Yi Xian replied, his gaze cold and lifeless. With a forceful motion, he flung the specially crafted main diagram towards Tian Wuxiong, causing it to spin rapidly through the air. Yaxi, you good citizen. And Tian Wuxiong was taken aback by Yi Xian's unexpected compliance, his expression transforming into one of delight as he sheathed his sword and reached out for the diagram. But then, a sickening sound sliced through the air, the sound of flesh being severed. And Tian Wuxiong's right hand was cleanly severed at the wrist by the swiftly approaching diagram, blood gushing forth. Bakayiru, your conscience has failed you. And Tian Wuxiong screamed in agony, his face contorted in pain. He could scarcely believe that a mere diagram could possess such sharpness. Was it not merely a piece of paper, perhaps forged of metal? Kill this Daxia pig immediately. With his hand severed, and Tian Wuxiong frantically commanded his subordinates to eliminate Zhang Dafu in a fit of rage. Yet, Yi Xian would not allow them such an opportunity. The moment he hurled the main diagram, he had simultaneously propelled himself forward. As the diagram severed in Tian Wuxiong's hand, Yi Xian pinched it between his fingers and swept it forward with force. The two Japanese warriors gripping Zhang Dafu felt a chill at their throats before their heads rolled away, fountains of blood erupting. Oh my God! And Tian Wuxiong, witnessing this spectacle, hurriedly retreated to the side. Yi Xian's swift and decisive actions had exceeded his expectations, instilling within him a newfound fear of this Daxia individual who had repeatedly provoked the great Eastern Empire. Fubo, are you all right? Yi Xian, ignoring Tian Wuxiong's retreat, rushed to support Zhang Dafu, concern etched across his face. Rest assured, young master, these are merely superficial wounds, nothing grave, Zhang Dafu replied, astonished that Yi Xian had saved him. Initially filled with joy, he soon felt guilt wash over him. Young master, I apologize, it was I who brought you trouble, nearly costing you the main diagram. Fubo, there is no need for guilt. Blame those Eastern devils whose insatiable greed drives them to obtain the main diagram by any means necessary, Yi Xian reassured him. Young master, Zhang Dafu and Apos, eyes brimmed with tears, deeply moved. He had anticipated reproach from Yi Xian for his capture by the Japanese, yet instead, he received comfort, igniting a warm surge within him. Let us speak of this after I have dealt with these Japanese scoundrels, Yi Xian declared, continuing to grip the main diagram tightly. To him, employing this diagram as a blade proved unexpectedly effective and sharp. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dafu's eyes gleamed with hatred as he gritted his teeth, saying, Young master, I too wish to join you in avenging this affront by the Eastern devils. You? Yi Xian pondered for a moment before consenting. I shall lend you my strength. With that, he infused Zhang Dafu with a surge of vital energy. This infusion invigorated Zhang Dafu, elevating his prowess from merely a master to the pinnacle of grand mastery, enabling him to contend against even those of the martial spirit realm. Thank you, young master, Zhang Dafu exclaimed, excitement radiating from his face. He turned towards the Japanese warriors and shouted, Come forth, you scoundrels, and taste the blade of Zhang Dafu. With that, he seized a Japanese sword from the ground and charged at the Eastern warriors with a fierce bloodlust. With a swift stroke, he cleaved one of the warriors in two. In this moment, Fubo's blade had not dulled. He had returned to the era of resisting the Japanese invaders. Baka, witnessing Zhang Dafu, whom he had oppressed for so long, effortlessly slay a Japanese warrior, and Tian Wuxiong erupted in fury. All of you attack. Kill him. As his words fell, numerous Japanese warriors surged towards Zhang Dafu. Yet, instead of retreating, Zhang Dafu advanced, sword in hand, unleashing a bloody rampage. Baka, and Tian Wuxiong, witnessing this, felt a surge of regret for not having eliminated this old man thoroughly from the start. At that moment, Yi Xian approached him, a chilling aura surrounding him. You. And Tian Wuxiong's expression shifted as he saw Yi Xian advancing. He quickly bellowed, Emperor-san, what are you waiting for? Come forth. At his command, a formidable Ronin appeared, exuding a powerful presence, his gaze keenly fixed on Yi Xian. Ha ha ha, Yi Xian, your demise approaches. And Tian Wuxiong's spirits lifted upon the arrival of Emperor-san, laughing heartily. Know that Emperor-san is one of our most outstanding warriors. Known as the Devil Muscle Man, slaying a foolish Daxia man is well within his capabilities. As if to validate his words, Emperor-san turned to Yi Xian and coldly proclaimed, Da Xiaoman die. With that, he charged at Yi Xian, his martial energy honed to perfection, evidently possessing peak martial spirit strength. And Tian Wuxiong's confidence surged, a satisfied expression gracing his face. But in the next instant, an unexpected turn of events unfurled. Yi Xian effortlessly struck in Pei Ersan, reducing him to a mist of blood, hot crimson splattering onto Tian Wuxiong's face. What flavor is this? Salty. And Tian Wuxiong instinctively licked his lips, tasting the metallic tang, and in that instant, dread washed over him. He stumbled back. Shock etched across his features as he gazed at Yi Xian. He could scarcely fathom that a renowned master like Pei Ersan had fallen without even landing a single blow against Yi Xian. What manner of strength did this Da Xiaoman possess? Before he could ponder further, Yi Xian was already advancing towards him, overwhelmed by fear. And Tian Wuxiong could no longer contain his terror and bellowed, "What are you doing? Hurry and protect me. If I perish, you shall not survive either." As his words echoed, a powerful aura of death locked onto Yi Xian. Chapter 50. I am willing to be your dog suddenly. Two figures clad in black, their faces obscured by masks and scarves, emerged from the air, exuding a chilling aura. Clearly, they were ninjas. The moment these two ninjas appeared, they brandished shurikens and ruthlessly hurled them toward Yi Xian. "Young master, be careful." Zhang Dafu, having just dispatched the numerous Japanese warriors surrounding him, was alarmed by this scene and urgently shouted a warning. Yi Xian's gaze sharpened, unperturbed, as he raised his right palm and swiftly struck forward. With a resounding thud, the two ninjas were instantly reduced to a mist of blood. "You!" And Tian Wuxiong was so terrified that his scalp tingled. He immediately yelled at one of the ninjas before him, "Take me away. Quickly. This person is a devil, invincible." The ninja, upon hearing this, showed no hesitation and swiftly tossed two spherical objects to the ground, exclaiming, "Fire release technique." In an instant, the ground erupted with a loud bang, igniting a great fire that was soon followed by a dense cloud of smoke, enveloping the area entirely, rendering visibility impossible, even for those with extraordinary eyesight. "Young master, that wretched Tian Wuxiong is trying to flee." Zhang Dafu's complexion changed, and he hurriedly alerted him. "Fear not, they cannot escape my grasp." Yi Xian's expression remained unchanged as he struck out with his palm once more. The powerful gust of wind from his hand dispersed all the smoke, revealing Tian Wuxiong, who was about to be led away by the ninja. Realizing that their fire release technique had been seen through, the ninja leapt into the air, brandishing a shuriken, and roared, "Shadow Clone Slash." As his voice echoed, the ninja in midair split into two, each wielding a ninja blade, and fiercely descended upon Yi Xian. "Merely a diversion," Yi Xian declared, striking once more, obliterating one of the ninjas into a fine mist of blood, erasing him from existence. With the main body destroyed, the remaining ninja also vanished in a puff of smoke. Thus, the three ninjas appeared swiftly and disappeared even more rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they were all reduced to blood mist. And Tian Wuxiong, struck with terror, broke into a cold sweat, his legs buckling as he sank to the ground. At that moment, Yi Xian took a swift step forward, grabbing him by the throat and lifting him up. With a chilling tone, he demanded, "Speak. Apart from you, what other Japanese exist in Jinghai, and where are they?" And Tian Wuxiong, already terrified by Yi Xian's bloody methods, felt his courage shatter completely. Upon hearing the question, he hesitated no longer and divulged everything he knew. "Please don't kill me. In Jinghai, apart from our Sakura agency branch, there are no other Japanese. Only a branch." Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. "Then it follows that there is a headquarters. Where is this headquarters?" "To eradicate the roots is to prevent the spring breeze from reviving them." To avoid the recurrence of today's events, Yi Xian resolved to uproot this so-called Sakura agency entirely. "Yes, we do have a headquarters, but its location is always changing. I do not know where it is. All I know is my superior's name is Fujita Aiki, and beyond that, I know nothing." He continued, "However, my homeland is desperate to obtain the main map. As long as the main map is with you, I believe the Sakura agency will continually send experts to find you. At that time, you can follow the trail to locate the headquarters. That is all I know. I have told you everything. Please spare me." And Tian Wuxiong, in a desperate bid for his life, wore a mournful expression and said everything he could. Seeing that no useful information had been obtained, Yi Xian furrowed his brows, contemplating whether to end his life. But just then, he seemed to recall something, and instead of hastily delivering a fatal blow, he asked, Are you aware of the East Japan Group's illegal importation of contaminated food from Fudao? Who was behind this transportation chain? He understood that it was strictly forbidden in Daxia to import food from Fudao, yet the East Japan Group managed to blatantly bring these items into Jiangbei Jinghai. He would never believe that there were no insiders facilitating this process. And Tian Wuxiong had not anticipated Yi Xian would inquire about this matter, and his expression shifted, becoming evasive. Observing his demeanor, Yi Xian was certain he knew something. He tightened his grip and coldly urged, "Speak. Reveal everything you know, or I shall ensure your demise is most unpleasant." I will tell you." And Tian Wuxiong, believing in the authenticity of Yi Xian's threats, quickly responded, "The importation of contaminated products into Jiangbei is merely a preparatory measure by our East Japan Empire to invade Daxia once more. The goal is to weaken the physical constitution of the Daxia people, to alter their genes and lead to extinction, akin to the previous effects of the dental tablets, even surpassing them in severity. To facilitate the importation of these foods, we approached the Feng family in Jiangbei, offering substantial sums of money to establish a cooperative relationship. Not long ago, Feng Quan from the Feng family came to discuss this matter with me. That is the entirety of the situation. I have disclosed all I know. Please, spare my life. I am willing to be your loyal dog. Be my dog. You are not worthy." As Yi Xian channeled his energy, he utterly reduced in Tian Wuxiong to dust, his brow furrowing slightly. Nearby, Zhang Dafu, having listened to Tian Wuxiong's words, erupted in furious curses. "These Japanese devils have indeed been eyeing our Daxia with malicious intent, utterly unrepentant. It is infuriating. I wish to invade Japan and make their emperor kneel in disgrace, sinking the entire island nation beneath the waves. Moreover, it is despicable that the Feng family in Jiangbei has betrayed their country for profit, acting as traitors and turncoats. They have brought shame upon all Daxia people." Uncharacteristically, Zhang Dafu's temper flared, a testament to the fury boiling within him. Yi Xian recognized that there has never been a shortage of traitors, even in peaceful times. Without further ado, he dialed his senior sister and Amp Oppo's number, relaying the information he had just gathered, especially mentioning the name Feng Quan. "What? It and Amp Oppo's the Feng family?" Ling Bingshuan's expression shifted upon hearing this. "What is it, senior sister? Is there a problem?" Yi Xian inquired. "Nothing, just that the Feng family, being one of the 4 great families of Jiangbei, is quite significant, and Feng Quan is the second in command of the Feng family. I did not expect them to collude with the Japanese invaders," Ling Bingxian said coldly. "Thank you, junior brother, for providing this invaluable information. I will promptly investigate the Feng family and apprehend Feng Quan. Senior sister, you are too kind. Should you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask." "Understood." Yi Xian ended the call and was about to say something to Zhang Dafu when he suddenly recalled something, his complexion dramatically changing. Chapter 51. The Pinnacle of Jinghai. "The contest begins. What is troubling you, young master?" Zhang Dafuku inquired, noticing the drastic change in Yi Xian's expression. "Oh no. I've just recalled that I have a duel with Wei Changfu today. Uncle Fu, you should return first. I must leave," Yi Xian replied, without a moment's hesitation, and swiftly made his way to the agreed-upon location. Today was supposed to mark the day of his duel with Wei Changfu, but he had delayed it to rescue Uncle Fu. He hoped that the old man was still there. Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of Jinghai, Jiujing Mountain. Early in the morning, the Martial Management Bureau had cordoned off the area, forbidding ordinary citizens from entering. Only those with significant status in Jinghai or those who had received invitations were permitted to ascend the mountain. This was due to an unparalleled competition taking place at Jiujing Mountain today. Various influential figures, having received the news, had arrived at the mountain early to await the contest. Among these dignitaries, some were merely curious, drawn by the excitement, while others harbored ulterior motives linked to the annihilation of the Yi family 5 years prior. They, being well aware, understood that Yi Xian was the one dueling the head of the Martial Management Bureau, Wei Changfu. Their presence here was fueled by the hope that Wei Changfu would eliminate Yi Xian once and for all. After all, with Yi Xian's recent penchant for violence and his relentless pursuit of the truth behind the past, it was only a matter of time before he sought them out, which would spell trouble. Thus, motivated by such thoughts, these individuals arrived before dawn, eager to witness Yi Xian's demise. However, to their astonishment, despite their early arrival, they waited until noon, even with Wei Changfu present, yet Yi Xian had not shown up. This left everyone bewildered. speculating whether Yi Xian had succumbed to fear and forfeited the duel. As doubts lingered, they continued to wait, but as the sun began to set, Yi Xian still did not arrive. At this point, their patience wore thin, and they erupted in indignation. What is going on? Why hasn't this remnant of the Yi family arrived? Indeed, could it be that he truly fears for his life and has chosen to flee? I suspect that is quite possible. Otherwise, why would this remnant still not have appeared? I once thought this Yi family scion was a formidable figure. Yet it seems he cannot even muster the courage to face a duel. What a coward! I must have overestimated him. In my eyes, Yi Xian is nothing more than a spineless jester. He has nothing to fear. In 3 days, I shall march to the Yi residence and take his head as a trophy. The crowd's murmurs were rife with disdain for Yi Xian. Convinced that he was too afraid to attend the duel, opting instead to run away. Such a coward aspired to avenge his family? What a jest! Even Wei Changfu, who had been seated atop Jiujing Mountain without moving, furrowed his brow at this moment. Could it be that Yi Xian truly intended not to come? Did he not wish to uncover the true identity of the mastermind behind the annihilation of the Yi family? Very well, I shall wait another 3 minutes, he decided. If Yi Xian dared to honor the appointment, he would regard him as a man of courage. However, should he choose to forsake the meeting, Wei Changfu would not hold back in his retaliation. Once he captured him, it would not only be death for Yi Xian, but his friends and family would also pay the price for his audacity. With this thought in mind, Wei Changfu remained in silent anticipation for another 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, Yi Xian had still not appeared. Disappointment washed over Wei Changfu, and he resolved to leave. The others shared the same feelings of disillusionment. They had not anticipated that Yi Xian was, in fact, a coward who had backed out of their agreement. Yet, at that moment, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from the base of the mountain. Swiftly, everyone turned in unison, only to behold a remarkably poised young man appearing before them. It was Yi Xian. He had arrived. All eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief written on their faces. No one had expected Yi Xian to show up at this critical juncture. Yi Xian, you are finally here. Wei Changfu, perched atop the mountain, sprang to his feet the moment he saw Yi Xian, his eyes sparkling with intensity. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. In a flash, Yi Xian materialized before Wei Changfu and coldly declared, Wei Changfu, let us commence. I am eager to learn the true identity of the mastermind behind the destruction of the Yi family. The thought of finally uncovering the truth filled Yi Xian with exhilaration. After all this time, he was on the verge of unraveling the mystery surrounding the downfall of his family. I too can hardly wait to sever your head and offer it as a tribute to the spirits of the fallen, Wei Changfu retorted, drawing his sword swiftly and charging at Yi Xian. In an instant, an oppressive aura of murderous intent enveloped every corner of the vicinity. Let us eliminate this remnant of the Yi family. The spectators erupted in excitement at Wei Changfu's imminent strike. To them, the head of the Martial Management Bureau was a formidable force. Surely, dispatching Yi Xian would pose no challenge. Once Wei Changfu eradicated this remnant, their lives would be free from fear, and they could finally live in peace. However, what transpired next defied all expectations, leaving them utterly flabbergasted. With a single thrust, Wei Changfu lunged forward. A glimmer of cold light surged forth, followed by the blade slicing through the air, aiming directly for Yi Xian's forehead, poised to pierce through his skull. Yet, at that moment, Yi Xian struck back. With a swift motion, he shattered the approaching sword with a single palm strike. Then, in a display of strength, he seized Wei Changfu by the throat, lifting him high into the air, and coldly demanded, Speak. Who is the true mastermind? A profound silence enveloped the arena. At that moment, everyone was rendered speechless. They could not fathom how swiftly Wei Changfu had met his defeat. Was this truly the head of the Martial Management Bureau? How could he be so woefully inadequate? Chapter 52. Silencing I have lost. Wei Changfu found himself grasped by Yi Xian by the throat, rendered utterly immobile. Tears streamed down his face as confusion clouded his expression. He could scarcely believe that he had been defeated by Yi Xian in a single move, without even the chance to engage in a proper contest. Was this a cruel jest from fate? As he gazed at Yi Xian, tears of despair flowed freely, his voice hoarse as he recounted. I began my martial training at the tender age of 8, vanquished all my peers by 12, entered the realm of warriors at 15, and ascended to the master level by 20. The martial world of Jiangbei reverberated with my name. By 30, I had reached the Grandmaster tier, and after 2 decades, I stepped into the realm of martial spirits, ultimately attaining the peak of martial spirits after another decade, just a step away from the great martial spirit. My journey has been paved with accolades and applause. Yet today, I find myself defeated by a mere child. Before he could finish his lamentation, Yi Xian delivered a sharp slap, interrupting him coldly. I have no time for your drivel. Speak quickly of the true identity of the leader. You. The slap jolted Wei Changfu from his reverie, igniting a furious blaze within him. Though he had been bested, his inherent pride remained unyielding. A warrior could be slain, but never humiliated. Yet, before he could utter a word, Yi Xian seemed to foresee his intentions, his voice icy. Do not feign a struggle for life. Honestly divulge the true identity of the leader, lest you forget this was your promise to me. Yi Xian's chilling words sent a shiver through Wei Changfu, extinguishing the fire of his rage in that instant. He comprehended that today he had no choice but to reveal the leader's true identity. Taking a deep breath, he declared, Very well, I shall disclose the leader's true identity. He stands at 178 centimeters tall, weighs 180 jeans, and is named Xiao Tian. Bang! A burst of crimson erupted. Before Wei Changfu could complete his sentence, a bullet pierced his skull, extinguishing his life. The suddenness of this event left all present in stunned silence. No one had anticipated that just as Wei Changfu was on the verge of revealing the identity of the leader, he would be assassinated. Even Yi Xian himself was taken aback, staring at Wei Changfu and Appos' wide, unblinking eyes, frozen in death. He is dead. Just like that, Wei Changfu had perished. The painstakingly acquired lead had been abruptly severed. A tempest of fury swelled within Yi Xian. Ah! He roared, discarding Wei Changfu's lifeless body, transforming into a streak of golden light as he surged toward the source of the bullet. The perpetrator must be there. Meanwhile, a foreigner with a pale complexion, standing 1,200 meters away, stowed his sniper rifle and smiled at his two companions, saying, We can depart now. Yes, let South leave this place swiftly. For some reason, I have an ominous premonition. Daxia is truly not a realm we can recklessly tread, replied a golden-haired woman named Michelle, an expert in tracking and information gathering, her expression grim. Beside her, a burly man named Albert, a master of close combat, laughed heartily. Michelle, are you afraid? What is there in this impoverished Daxiao that we cannot confront? Michelle and Appos' face darkened at his words. The mission is complete. If you wish to remain, do so. I shall leave on my own. With that, she turned to depart. Albert, grinning widely, licked his lips and jested, Michelle, it seems you've been ridden so many times that not only have you grown lax, but your courage has diminished as well. At that remark, Michelle and Appos' face turned a deep shade of fury, just as she was about to retort. However, the sniper, Ged, frowned and interjected, Enough? Let us save our discussion for when we return home. Albert, tone it down. Hearing this, Michelle shot a fierce glare at Albert before relenting. Just as the trio prepared to leave, a figure approached with remarkable speed, closing the distance rapidly. Fark! He is coming. Run! Ged exclaimed, startled, as he shouldered his sniper rifle and fled. Michelle, agile and swift, followed suit, knowing she was not suited for direct confrontation. Although Albert longed to confront the oncoming foe. Seeing his companions flee, he too had no choice but to follow. Yet Yi Xian's speed was extraordinary, swiftly blocking their path. Oh no, this Daxia man is incredibly fast. Michelle gasped in terror. Just moments ago, they had been so far apart, yet in the blink of an eye, he had closed the gap. Such swiftness surpassed even 10 Olympic champions combined. Fark, what is there to fear? Let this Daxiao fool taste Albert's fists. The muscular Albert had long awaited a chance to spar with Yi Xian, and now that opportunity had finally arrived. He licked his lips, grinning menacingly as he charged toward Yi Xian. Given Albert's prowess, he believed he could withstand this Daxiao man. The worst outcome would be mutual injury. But with his presence for a sneak attack, victory would certainly belong to him. Ged analyzed the situation, quietly aiming his weapon at Yi Xian, seeking a lethal opportunity. Albert lunged forward, bellowing as he threw a punch, the air crackling with sonic force. The blow possessed at least 500 gene of power, capable of piercing through a human body with ease. Yi Xian remained impassive, neither dodging nor evading, and just as the punch was about to connect, he unleashed a swift kick. In an instant, Albert was sent flying hundreds of meters away, crashing into a rock with a resounding thud, leaving no trace behind. Oh my God! This scene left Ged and Michelle utterly astonished. They could hardly believe that Albert had been dispatched so effortlessly. Was he a demon sent by Satan? The thought nearly brought them to their knees before Yi Xian. Chapter 53. Senior sister, you are too indecent, Leah. You go ahead. I will hold off this yellow-skinned monkey. After the initial shock, Ged regained his composure, his eyes fixed intently on Yi Xian as he spoke to the blonde beauty. He realized that Miss Helia was not a combat type and would be of no use here. It was better to let her leave quickly rather than hinder him. Upon hearing this, Miss Helia did not hesitate and turned to flee into the distance. Yi Xian stepped forward, declaring, "Hey, yellow-skinned monkey, your opponent is me," Ged shouted loudly, raising his gun and firing 3 shots in quick succession. Each shot was ruthless, aimed directly at Yi Xian's vital points. It was important to note that Ged's sniper rifle was specially crafted, far superior to the so-called Barrett AWM, boasting over 10 times the power. Its bullets had formidable penetrating power, capable of piercing through several meters of concrete. Confident in his marksmanship, Ged recalled how he had sniped Wei Changfu from a distance of 1,200 meters. How could he fail against someone merely a few meters away? He was convinced that this yellow-skinned monkey from Daxiao would surely meet his demise. However, in a stunning display, Yi Xian waved his hand and caught all 3 15-centimeter bullets mid-flight, rendering them powerless. "What the hell is this?" Ged exclaimed, his jaw dropping in shock as he watched the impossible unfold before him. He could never have imagined that someone could catch a heavy sniper bullet. Was this the legendary figure of dismantling? Before Ged could collect his thoughts, Yi Xian flicked his wrist, sending the 3 bullets straight into Ged's open mouth, exiting through the back of his head in a spray of blood. Ged die? This chilling scene was witnessed by Miss Helia, who had managed to flee a short distance away. Overcome with terror, she stumbled and fell to the ground, her legs refusing to respond, leaving her utterly incapacitated. At that moment, Yi Xian stood before her, pressing her down firmly with his foot, his face as cold as ice. "Speak. Who are you? And who ordered you to assassinate Wei Changfu?" I will tell you. Esteemed father of Daxiao, please do not kill me." Miss Helia, realizing the futility of resistance, chose to plead for her life, knowing she stood no chance against Yi Xian, who had already dispatched formidable fighters like Ged and Albert effortlessly. Seeing her compliance, Yi Xian's expression softened slightly, though he still uttered a cold command, "Speak." Miss Helia, not daring to hesitate, quickly replied, "We are all on the international assassins list. Recently, someone contacted us, offering $200,000 to eliminate Wei Changfu, so we infiltrated Daxia." The international assassins list? Yi Xian was uninterested in such matters and pressed for the answer he truly sought. "Who contacted you to kill Wei Changfu?" "That, I don't know. In our line of work, we have rules against revealing our employers' identities. I truly don't know who hired us. We communicate through the dark web for assignments. And there's no real name system. No one knows who anyone else is." Miss Helia explained. "In that case, you are of no further use to me," Yi Xian remarked coldly. Upon hearing this, Miss Helia quickly realized the implication and pleaded, "Esteemed father of Daxiao, please do not kill me. I am still useful. I can provide any service you desire. You can do as you please." As she spoke, she began to remove her clothing, revealing her voluptuous figure in the open air. She then reached out to unbuckle Yi Xian's belt, intending to perform an act of servitude right there. Yet, Yi Xian offered her no opportunity. With a cold expression, he struck her down, turning her into dust and erasing her from existence. Although she had provided no valuable information, it was easy to surmise that the person who had hired the assassins to eliminate Wei Changfu was likely related to the leader. After all, the leader was killed just as he was about to reveal his identity. The leader? Yi Xian's gaze grew icy. In 3 days, it would be time for the agreed-upon meeting, and he would finally confront this elusive rat. Very well, he would wait another 3 days. Just as he prepared to leave, his phone rang. It was his senior sister calling. "Hello, little junior brother. Based on the clues you provided, I investigated the Feng family, but found nothing." "Found nothing?" Yi Xian frowned. "That's impossible. Those Eastern Japanese devils are terrified of me, and wouldn't dare deceive me." "Yes, I understand." Ling Bingxian nodded, continuing. "So when I investigated the Feng family, I also focused on the Feng Quan you mentioned. However, I was puzzled to find that he has disappeared and did not appear at the Jiangbei Feng family. When I inquired, their attitude was quite ambiguous. They refused to disclose any information. I called to warn you to be cautious of Feng Quan's retaliation. After all, my investigation has already startled the snake. It will be difficult to uncover the Feng family's criminal records in the future. Don't worry, as long as Feng Quan dares to retaliate against me, I will make sure he doesn't return. Yi Xian replied nonchalantly, his confidence stemming from his formidable strength. Hee, little junior brother is indeed formidable. Ling Bingxian chuckled before asking, by the way, when are you coming to Jiangbei? I can't wait to discuss the matters of human reproduction with you. And I also want to invite you to have milk. Cough cough, what kind of words are these? Senior sister, you are too indecent. You should try a stain remover. Yi Xian coughed and hung up the phone. For some reason, ever since their meeting, his seventh senior sister had been persistently trying to lure him into her bed, leaving him quite perplexed, as he considered himself an honest man, a paragon of virtue who would never engage in such acts. Meanwhile, in a certain location in Jiangbei, filled with Eastern Japanese individuals, Feng Quan, whom Ling Bingxian had been searching for, was among them. He was seen shamelessly reaching under the skirt of an Eastern Japanese woman, indulging himself. After venting his frustrations, Feng Quan looked up at a prominent Eastern Japanese man and angrily declared, to my knowledge, this sudden investigation by Ling Bingxian into my Feng family is all due to that little brat Yi Xian from Jinghai. Because of him, I am now unable to return home and am forced to hide here. You Eastern Japanese must help me. Chapter 54. The Beast Desiring to Violate His Daughter. Rest assured, Mr. Feng, the headquarters of the Sakura Agency, is already aware of this matter, declared the man from the land of the rising sun. This individual, named Yi Xian, possesses an item we desperately need. To this end, we have already sacrificed our Sakura Agency branch in Jinghai and the hard-earned establishment of our Japanese conglomerate. The higher-ups are extremely enraged and demand that we reclaim the item from him and restore the Japanese conglomerate to continue our cooperation. After burying his head in the bosom of the woman beside him and fiercely biting down, Feng Quan impatiently lifted his head and said, Ting Tianinga, enough with the nonsense. Just tell me what we need to do about this matter. Upon hearing this, Ting Tian's brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing as he replied indifferently, Mr. Feng, I understand your current anger. Here is the plan. I will provide you with a team. You will capture Yi Xian, retrieve the item we seek, and then you may take your revenge as you see fit. Excellent. That is precisely what I wanted to hear. I've heard that this little rascal is quite formidable. So I require you to send me your most elite samurai, Feng Quan exclaimed excitedly, slapping his palm against the woman's ample chest. The woman winced in pain, tears brimming in her eyes, yet she dared not voice her complaints. No problem, Tung Tian-Inga agreed without hesitation, adding, to ensure the utmost success of this operation, my department will also dispatch ninjas to assist you covertly. Very well, it is settled then. Feng Quan laughed heartily, pointing at the woman in his embrace as he declared, Tung Tian, your women from the east are quite impressive. Find me 10 more like her, dressed in various maid outfits and equipped with assorted props. Tonight, I intend to indulge in the pleasures of 10 maidens and improve my foreign language skills. Despite feeling considerable displeasure at his request, Tung Tian-Inga maintained a facade of cordiality for the sake of their collaboration, nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, after finishing a phone call, Yi Xian recalled that he had not returned home for a day. Turning to head back, he wondered how his sister was faring. Just then, 2 figures clad in black robes appeared, blocking his path, their faces twisted into sinister smiles. Are you Yi Xian? Who are you? Yi Xian furrowed his brow and inquired. Ha ha ha. We are the Whirlwind Duo, members of the Ghost Shadow Pavilion. Before they could finish their sentence, Yi Xian had already struck them down with a single blow, turning them into a mist of blood. What nonsense is this Ghost Shadow Pavilion? They're merely a nuisance delaying my return home. Half an hour later, Yi Xian arrived at the Yi family estate. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, his expression shifted dramatically. He saw that the numerous bodyguards sent by Zhu Wen to protect the Yi family were all lying on the ground, each one grievously injured and writhing in pain. What on earth happened here? Without time to ponder further, Yi Xian rushed inside. Inside the villa, Lin Xiaoyu stood with a pale face, confronting another group of individuals. Yi Qing stood behind her, her face ashen. Lin Xiaoyu glared at the woman opposite her with fury. Lu Lian, what exactly do you want? You should know that I have yet to settle the score for your deceit that led me to northern Myanmar, yet you come here uninvited and have even harmed Qingqing. This is utterly outrageous. Outrageous? A flamboyantly dressed woman with heavy makeup placed her hands on her hips, a haughty expression on her face. I have even more outrageous news for you, Lin Xiaoyu. I am now married to your father. You should call me mother instead of by my name. Do you understand? No more disrespect. You. Lin Xiaoyu was taken aback. It was well known that the woman before her had once been her confidant, a scheming friend. Now, she had married her father for power and become her stepmother. Such a revelation was utterly shocking. Seeing the stunned expression on Lin Xiaoyu's face, Lu Liyan smirked. Enough. Lin Xiaoyu, although we were once friends, you must now call me and Apos, mother, and Apos. I came here for a simple reason, to take you back to Jiangbei. Your father misses you, and I hope you will not be ungrateful. He misses me. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened in fear. The man in question was not her biological father, but her stepfather. And after her real mother's unfortunate passing, he had often gazed at her with lecherous eyes and even spied on her while bathing. Had it not been for her cleverness, she would have already fallen victim to his vile intentions. Such a man was unworthy of being called a father. He was a beast who would not hesitate to violate his own daughter. Dream on. Even if I die here, I will not return. Lin Xiaoyu declared resolutely. Huh. That is not up to you. Lu Liyan sneered, then commanded her subordinates. Go. Capture her. Oh, and make sure to seize that little wench behind her as well. I'm sure the master will find such a tender young thing quite appealing. The tender young thing she referred to was, of course, Yi Qing. Upon hearing that Lu Liyan intended to capture Yi Qing, Lin Xiaoyu panicked and shouted, Lu Liyan, if you dare to lay a finger on Qingqing, you will surely meet a terrible fate. However, Lu Liyan paid her threats no heed. At that moment, two lecherous men approached, intent on seizing the terrified Lin Xiaoyu and Yi Qing. It was evident that both women were stunningly beautiful, and the thought of taking advantage of them during the capture was undoubtedly enticing. As the two men approached with malicious intent, Lin Xiaoyu held Yi Qing tightly, trembling in fear. If only Yi Xian were here at this moment. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the door burst open, and a figure strode in with an aura so icy it seemed capable of freezing all in its path. It was Yi Xian. He had overheard the entire conversation along the way and grasped the gravity of the situation unfolding before him. He could hardly believe that the person responsible for selling Lin Xiaoyu to northern Myanmar was standing right here, and that this culprit sought to deliver Yi Qing to a lecherous old man. The thought ignited within him a murderous rage. As he entered, one of Lu Liyan's henchmen furrowed his brow and stepped forward, shouting, Hey, who are you? What are you doing here? Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Xian had already struck him down without hesitation, turning him into a mist of blood, leaving the entire room in stunned silence. Chapter 55, Murder. I am a professional. After a few moments of silence, Lin Xiaoyu and Yi Qing raised their heads to discover that Yi Xian had returned. His expression a mixture of surprise and joy. Brother, you're back? Yes, I am. Yi Xian strode over, his gaze landing on the palm print on Yi Qing's face, and fury ignited within him, a chilling aura enveloping him. Lu Liyan, witnessing her subordinate being struck down, changed her expression dramatically before erupting in rage. Who is this little nobody daring to meddle in my affairs? You lot, go and chop him into pieces to feed the dogs. As her words echoed, her numerous martial artist subordinates emerged, their faces twisted with malice as they advanced towards Yi Xian. The two lewd men who had previously sought to take advantage of Yi Qing and Lin Xiaoyu wore particularly sinister expressions, furious that their plans had been thwarted by the unexpected arrival of Yi Xian. However, facing the throngs of approaching martial artists, Yi Xian remained icy, delivering a single palm strike. With a resounding thud, they disintegrated into a mist of blood, not even uttering a scream. How is this possible? Lu Liyan, witnessing this scene, was struck with astonishment, her expression akin to that of someone who had just tasted something vile. This young man's strength was terrifying. He had reduced her followers to mere blood mist with a single blow, an act beyond human capacity. Did you strike my sister? Yi Xian's cold gaze pierced through her, the chill within it capable of freezing all. Upon meeting his gaze, Lu Liyan broke into a cold sweat, her hesitation evaporating as she turned to a frail old man standing silently behind her, pleading, Old Ma, please intervene and kill this brat, quickly. The old man, upon hearing her, opened his tightly shut eyes. Observing the scene before him, he sighed. Must I take action once more? Everyone knows my disciple Ma Baohua wields the 5 whips with great skill. Who is aware that my 7 whips are even more formidable? As he watched Yi Xian approach, the old man's eyes brimmed with pity as he lamented, Young man, I shall not bully you. If you kneel and take your own life, I will grant you a complete corpse. Yet, his response was met with Yi Xian's palm strike. You little brat lack martial ethics. Allow me to show you the might of my 7 whips. As he finished speaking, the old man surged forward, unleashing an astonishing momentum towards Yixian. With a crack, dust settled. In an instant, the old man was reduced to a puddle of flesh, leaving no trace of his former self. This scene left Lu Lian paralyzed with fear, losing control of her bodily functions. She had never imagined that the expert sent by the Lin family to protect her would be so effortlessly slain, without a chance to retaliate. As Yixian approached, she stumbled backward, shrieking, "No, you cannot kill me. I am the wife of Lin Mahai from the Lin family in Jiangbei. If you slay me, the Lin family will seek retribution." But Yixian cared not for her pleas. He reached out, forcibly tearing both her arms from her body, then stomped on them. This woman dared to harm his sister. She must not be allowed to die easily. Ah! Lu Lian emitted a heart-wrenching scream, nearly fainting from the pain. Yixian showed no mercy, swiftly shattering her legs, then methodically crushing every bone in her body, ensuring she experienced all forms of agony before finally obliterating her remains with a single palm, sending her to meet the king of hell. After dispatching these foes, Yixian did not forget the injured bodyguards outside. He stepped forward, unleashing a powerful surge of true energy, condensing it into countless needles, which he flung with precision. Puff, puff, puff. These needles accurately pierced the bodies of the bodyguards, reviving them from their unconscious state. Once they realized they had not perished, but rather their injuries had completely healed, the bodyguards were filled with astonishment and joy, bowing repeatedly in gratitude towards Yixian. In response, Yixian waved his hand, signaling them to refrain from formality, then instructed them to clean up the mess left by Lu Lian and her associates. Finally, Yixian found the time to accompany his sister. "Qingqing, how do you feel? Are you all right?" Yixian observed Yiqing's pale face, concern etched upon his features. "Brother, I'm fine. Thanks to Sister Xiayue's protection." Yiqing shook her head, reassuring him. Upon hearing this, Yixian turned to Lin Xiayue, nodding in gratitude. This took Lin Xiayue by surprise, prompting her to exclaim, "Yixian, you need not thank me. This is ultimately my fault. If it weren't for me, Lu Lian would not have come here to harm Qingqing." She spoke with a face full of self-reproach. "Sister Xiayue, you must not blame yourself. All the fault lies with those despicable individuals. They were not satisfied with selling you off to northern Myanmar, and upon learning of your return, sought to drag you back again. I have never encountered such unscrupulous people." Yiqing and Appo's face was filled with righteous indignation, having formed a bond with Lin Xiayue over time. Witnessing her being bullied stirred her emotions deeply. After expressing her thoughts, Yiqing turned to Yixian, saying, "Brother, can you help Sister Xiayue? I believe those people will not relent and may return here." This comment reminded Yixian, and he looked at Lin Xiayue, asking, "How about it? Do you need me to go to Jiangbei and eliminate the Lin family for you?" Lin Xiayue hesitated for a moment, biting her lip before shaking her head. "Thank you and Qingqing for your kindness, but this is ultimately my family matter. I do not wish to trouble you. I want to resolve it myself." Yixian did not press further, nodding in agreement. "Very well. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to speak. I, Yixian, may not excel in many things, but when it comes to murder, I am indeed a professional." Yiqing chimed in. "Sister Xiayue, if you ever need help, be sure to tell my brother. He is incredibly capable, not just in killing but also in other matters." Upon hearing this, Yixian's face darkened, chastising her. "Qingqing, what are you thinking about all day? Do not speak carelessly." Even Lin Xiayue felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, unsure of how to respond. Hearing Yixian's words, Yiqing huffed in defiance, muttering, "Brother, you're no longer a child. I'm merely considering your lifelong happiness, not speaking nonsense." Chapter 56. Warm stop. Yixian interrupted her, saying, "Qingqing, Warren and Appo's. You eager to see Uncle Fu? I and Appo's. LL call him over so we can have a gathering." "Uncle Fu?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy crossed Yiqing's delicate face. "Great. I haven't seen Uncle Fu in years. Brother, please call him here." Without hesitation, Yixian dialed Uncle Fu's number to invite him to the Yi residence. When Uncle Fu learned he could visit, he eagerly agreed, his excitement palpable. After all, it had been 5 years since the Yi family was annihilated, and the prospect of returning was a source of immense joy for him. After the call, Yixian turned to Lin Xiayue and instructed, "When Uncle Fu arrives, please prepare some delicious food. If we lack any ingredients, I'll go buy them." "All right," Lin Xiayue replied cheerfully. Cooking was her forte, and she was confident in her culinary skills. "Sister Xiayue, let me help you," Yiqing exclaimed, her face alight with enthusiasm. Clearly, the prospect of seeing Uncle Fu was a momentous occasion for her. Before long, Zhang Dafu arrived at the Yi residence, already dressed in clean attire. His hair neatly groomed, exuding an invigorating energy. Although he had endured some torment at the hands of the Japanese invaders, they had spared him significant suffering, utilizing him merely as leverage against Yi Xian. The minor injuries he sustained had healed well, especially considering his martial arts background. Uncle Fu. Upon seeing the elderly man enter, Yi Qing rushed toward him, embracing him tightly and bursting into tears. Uncle Fu, where have you been all these years? I've missed you so much. Zhang Dafu, patting her back, replied with a mix of excitement and nostalgia. All these years, I've been hiding from the Japanese pursuers, living in constant fear, longing for you and the young master. I don't care. Uncle Fu, now that you're back, please don't leave again. It's just you and brother left for me. Yi Qing insisted. Of course, I want to leave. I promise I'll stay, Zhang Dafu said, affectionately ruffling Yi Qing's hair. Little Qing, you still cry like you did when you were a child. Look at you, almost a little raccoon. At this, Yi Qing transformed her tears into laughter, playfully tugging at his sleeve and pouting in mock annoyance. Uncle Fu, you always tease me. Zhang Dafu couldn't help but laugh heartily, the joy of the moment washing over him after 5 long years of sorrow. Come, Uncle Fu, please sit. Yi Xian invited with a warm smile. As they settled down, Lin Xia brought forth a sumptuous spread, sweet and sour ribs, pickled fish, roasted chicken, and various other dishes that tantalized the palate. It was undeniable. Lin Xiaoyue's culinary skills were exceptional. Qing, fetch a bottle of fine wine. I wish to enjoy a few drinks with Uncle Fu, Yi Xian directed. Yi Qing eagerly complied, swiftly retrieving a cherished bottle of aged wine. It was worth noting that the wine in this villa was all top tier, collected from other esteemed families by Zhu Wan. As they poured the wine, conversation flowed freely, the atmosphere becoming increasingly lively. Eventually, Zhu Wan arrived, having heard of the gathering, and they exchanged pleasantries before returning to their drinks. As the evening progressed, Zhu Wan suddenly appeared pensive and asked, Brother Yi, in 3 days, the families and their leaders are expected to arrive. Will they come? Yi Xian set down his glass, his gaze piercing as he replied coldly, if they dare not show, I shall hunt them down, one family at a time, and make them suffer as we did when our family was destroyed. Zhu Wan nodded in understanding. Brother Yi, do you need me to prepare anything in advance, perhaps to set up an ambush? Not at all, Yi Xian declared confidently. Just watch. I will not let a single enemy escape. Seeing Yi Xian's unwavering confidence, Zhu Wan nodded, refraining from further comment. He understood that Yi Xian was well prepared. Zhang Dafu too wore a proud expression, aware that with Yi Xian's current strength, annihilating a few enemy families posed no challenge. As the night wore on, they indulged in drink and food until they were all quite inebriated, including Yi Xian. Despite his high cultivation level, the joy of the reunion had led him to forego refining the alcohol with his energy, resulting in his own intoxication. With 3 of them thoroughly drunk, Lin Xiaoyue and Yi Qing arranged for Zhang Dafu and Zhu Wan to be taken home. Yi Xian, supported by Lin Xiaoyue, was escorted to his room to rest. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Yi Xian awoke and, after washing up, stepped outside. Noticing Lin Xiaoyue's absence, he inquired, Where has Lin Xiaoyue gone? I haven't seen her. Having already finished her morning routine, Yi Qing replied, Sister Xiaoyue received a call last night and left, saying she needed to visit the Lin family. The Lin family? Yi Xian nodded, about to speak when his phone rang. His expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the caller ID. It was Lin Xiaoyue. She had only uttered, Yi Xian, save me, before the line went dead. No matter how he tried, he couldn't reach her again. Lin Xiaoyue was in trouble. In that moment, Yi Xian understood the gravity of the situation. His face darkened as he realized that Lin Xiaoyue had only just returned to her family the previous evening and was now in urgent need of help. He knew he had to visit the Lin family to uncover the truth. Without hesitation, he instructed Yi Qing to stay at home before setting off for the Lin family in Jiangbei, deeply concerned for Lin Xiaoyue's safety after their time spent together. Chapter 57. My anger will have grave consequences after ascertaining the address of the Lin family. Yi Xian made his way to Jiangbei. Meanwhile, within the Lin household, Lin Xiaoyue found herself confined to a room, utterly stripped of her freedom, her phone confiscated. In this chamber, apart from her, a middle-aged man lingered, Lin Mo Hai, the head of the Lin family. Lin Mo Hai's gaze roamed over Lin Xiaoyue with unrestrained lechery, and he spoke, "Xiaoyue, my dear daughter, you have finally returned. Your father has longed for you during this time. Do you know that?" At his words, Lin Xiaoyue felt a wave of nausea wash over her. "Lin Mo Hai, you are unworthy of being my father. You deceived me into returning from Jinghai. What is it that you truly desire?" As she uttered these words, bitterness surged within her. Just the previous night, as she prepared to rest, Lin Mo Hai had called, claiming he wished to reveal the truth behind her mother's death and insisted she return alone. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyue was filled with agitation. She had always found her mother's demise suspicious, yet as a child, she lacked the means to investigate. Now, with Lin Mo Hai offering insights into this matter, she hastily traveled to Jiangbei, unable to discern the truth behind his intentions. Upon arrival, she discovered to her horror that it was a trap, one designed to ensnare her. Desperate, she had reached out to Yi Xian for help, praying he would arrive swiftly. "What do you intend to do with my return?" Lin Mo Hai's eyes fixated on her as he grinned maliciously. "Of course, I wish to fulfill desires I have harbored for so long. When your mother remarried and brought you with her, I recognized your beauty immediately and yearned to possess you. Alas, you were too young then, which left me regretful. Now that years have passed, and you have blossomed into a captivating woman, it is time to savor the fruit of my long wait." Lin Xiaoyue felt a chill of dread and fury wash over her, and she spat. "You are nothing but a beast, lower than swine. Huh, curse all you wish. The more you revile me, the more exhilarated I become." Lin Mo Hai laughed as he lunged towards her, his excitement palpable. "My dear daughter, let your father indulge you. Get away from me. Leave me be." Lin Xiaoyue's face was a mask of terror as she attempted to flee. Unfortunately, the door was locked tight, leaving her no escape, and she was swiftly overpowered by Lin Mo Hai. "Ah, release me," she cried, struggling with all her might, yet her efforts were in vain. Despair engulfed her, and in a moment of desperation, she bit her tongue, contemplating the ultimate sacrifice to prove her innocence. Just then, an urgent voice called from outside the room. Trembling with fear, Master, are you there? Who the hell is it?" Lin Mo Hai's nefarious intentions were interrupted, igniting a blaze of fury within him. "If you have no pressing matters, I swear I will have your manhood severed and fed to the dogs." The servant outside, quaking in fear, stammered, "Master, it's just that a man claiming to be Yi Xian has arrived. He is terrifying. He turned one of our brothers into a mist of blood with a single blow. We simply cannot withstand him and seek your guidance." Yi Xian? Upon hearing the name, Lin Mo Hai's understanding dawned. He knew this was the individual responsible for his wife, Lu Lian's demise. He had not anticipated Yi Xian would come seeking him first, such a fortuitous turn of events. "Very well," he mused, "let me deal with this scoundrel, and then I shall return to my delightful plans." Rising from Lin Xiaoyue, he spoke with a menacing tone. He was aware that Yi Xian was her savior, yet he dismissed him entirely. To Lin Mo Hai, Yi Xian was merely a penniless vagabond from Jinghai. No matter his prowess, he would ultimately fall before him. With this thought, Lin Mo Hai straightened his attire and strode out. Within the room, Lin Xiaoyue heard of Yi Xian's arrival and first felt relief, only to be consumed by concern. She was acutely aware of Lin Mo Hai's cowardice. He had secretly amassed a cadre of formidable fighters. Could Yi Xian possibly stand against them? Would he emerge unscathed? As she pondered this, unease gripped her heart. Meanwhile, Lin Mo Hai stormed out to find his men confronting a young man. "So you are Yi Xian, the one who killed my wife? You have some audacity. Attack him. Avenge my wife." He recalled how Lu Lian was nearly 30 years his junior, a true treasure who catered to his every need, both in and out of the bedroom, bringing him great comfort. Yet, he had scarcely enjoyed her company when she met her untimely end at Yi Xian's hands, leaving him seething with rage. Wishing to rend Yi Xian limb from limb, at Lin Mo Hai's command, his guards rushed forward, weapons drawn, ready to strike. Yi Xian, however, wore a cold expression as he raised a hand, effortlessly obliterating them in an instant, severed limbs and gruesome remains littering the ground. Lin Mo Hai's eyes widened in sheer disbelief as he beheld this spectacle, questioning his own fortune. How could such an outrageous event occur? One slap had annihilated so many of his men. This was beyond terrifying. Yi Xian's icy gaze locked onto Lin Mo Hai. "Where is Lin Xiaoyue? Deliver her to me before my wrath is unleashed." "Deliver? To hell with that." Lin Mo Hai roared, his fury boiling over. "You have slain my men. And you expect me to hand over that wretched girl? You dream too grandly. Know this. Regardless of your emotions, I am furious now, and the consequences shall be dire. As he spoke, Lin Mo-hai felt a chilling aura of murderous intent envelop him, sending a shiver down his spine. Chapter 58. Bagua Palm, it seems you truly seek your own demise. Observing Lin Mo-hai's obstinacy and his audacity to speak disrespectfully, Yi Xian could no longer tolerate him. He raised his hand and struck with a fierce slap. Someone, block him for me. Lin Mo-hai's expression shifted as he bellowed, realizing the gravity of the situation. His defiance belied his intelligence. He was acutely aware that many of his subordinates had perished under Yi Xian's earlier blows, which attested to the formidable power behind such an attack. The few martial artists behind him exchanged resolute glances, each seeing the determination mirrored in the other's eyes, and decided to fight to the death. After all, they were merely mercenaries, accustomed to taking risks for the sake of wealth. Kill! The martial artists shouted in unison, charging towards Yi Xian, with no one daring to retreat. They understood that only by uniting their strength to vanquish Yi Xian could they hope to survive. Boom! Yi Xian unleashed a punch, and a torrent of violent true energy erupted forth, akin to a volcanic eruption, obliterating the oncoming martial artists in an instant. Limbs and shattered organs rained down like a macabre downpour, a harrowing sight. My heavens! Lin Mo-hai, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, felt his legs buckle beneath him, collapsing to the ground. He had seen death before, but nothing like this. It was as if a grim reaper was ruthlessly reaping lives in a hellish display, utterly terrifying. In that moment, he regretted provoking Yi Xian. With measured steps, Yi Xian approached him, his expression icy. Why you? Don't come any closer. Lin Mo-hai stammered, scrambling backward in fright. Yet, his pleas were futile. Yi Xian reached out, poised to seize him. Suddenly, a furious voice rang out. Halt! I command you to stand still. Turning to the source of the voice, Lin Xiaoya was seen ensnared by a group of individuals. They were clearly not the Lin family's guards. Leading them was a young man clad in a trench coat and expensive casual attire, exuding an air of arrogance as he regarded Yi Xian as if he were a mere peasant. Upon seeing this youth, Lin Mo-hai felt a flicker of hope, akin to a drowning man spotting a lifeline. Young Master Wang, you finally arrived. Thank heavens. This wretched scoundrel has slain so many of my men. You must avenge me. Once you eliminate this dog, Xiaoya will be yours. Fear not, for now that I am here, I shall not turn a blind eye. The young master replied. His name was Wang Sikong, a favored scion of the Wang family in northern Jiang. The Wang family wielded considerable power in the region, with their real estate ventures dominating the market, a true titan of capital. Hearing his words, Lin Mo-hai felt reassured, casting a look at Yi Xian as if he were already dead. Wang Sikong was someone even the Lin family sought to appease. Lin Mo-hai had originally planned to offer Lin Xiaoya to him after playing with her, as Wang Sikong had long coveted her, but Lin Mo-hai had resisted, for he too had designs on his stepdaughter. However, with the threat of Yi Xian looming, he was willing to make the sacrifice, hoping Wang Sikong would not disappoint him. Upon realizing Lin Mo-hai intended to offer her to Wang Sikong, Lin Xiaoya erupted in rage. Lin Mo-hai, you despicable beast. You are not human. How can such a fiend exist in this world? Why don't you just die? She then turned to Yi Xian, her expression pleading. Mr. Yi, you need not concern yourself with me. I beg you, eliminate this beast. I could not bear the thought of his existence. Kill him, and I will be yours. Shut your mouth. Did I permit you to speak? Wang Sikong lashed out, slapping Lin Xiaoya across the face, sending her staggering, nearly falling. You! Lin Xiaoya glared at him, seething with anger. What of it? Wang Sikong grinned, his hand caressing her face mockingly. Do you know? I have longed to see you submit beneath me. Once I deal with this scoundrel, we shall have a delightful conversation. With that, he ceased his banter and turned his attention to Yi Xian, arrogantly declaring, You, who dare to disrupt the peace in northern Jiang, must learn your place. Let me show you how to bow down like the vermin you are. Yi Xian had long been itching for a confrontation, and upon hearing his words, he wasted no time in delivering a fierce slap. You insolent wretch, allow me to teach you a lesson. As a favored son of the Wang family, Wang Sikong had skilled protectors. Upon witnessing Yi Xian's attack, one such elder leapt forth, his voice booming in protest. The elder, though of modest height, emanated a formidable aura, suggesting a power level that surpassed the others Yi Xian had encountered thus far. Bagua Palm. The elder shouted. his sleeves billowing as he struck at Yi Xian with tremendous force. The energy of his palm was palpable, the wind preceding the strike. "Yes, kill him," Lin Mahai exclaimed with delight, and even a smirk appeared on Wang Xizong's face. This elder was a master of the Bagua school, hired at great expense, and he had yet to encounter anyone capable of withstanding his might. "Mr. Yi, be careful," Lin Xiaoye cried out instinctively, her heart racing as she watched the elder's ferocious attack approach. However, the ensuing events would unfold in a manner that defied all expectations. Chapter 59. The truth behind my mother's death. As the elderly man advanced with a fierce palm strike, Yi Xian met his challenge with equal fervor, delivering a palm of his own. "Gagaga, boy, you seek death." The elder erupted into laughter upon witnessing Yi Xian's audacity to counter him with palm techniques. He was a master of the Bagua palm, having never encountered anyone capable of surpassing him in this art. Thus, Yi Xian's actions seemed to him a certain path to demise. Yet, in the next moment, he was obliterated into a mist of blood, vanishing without a trace. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, unable to fathom such an outcome. Lin Mahai collapsed in terror, overwhelmed, while Wang Xizong shook his head in disbelief, shouting frantically, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! How could this brat possibly be a match for old Wang? He practices the Bagua palm, unbeatable throughout Jiangbei. Could it be that this brat has mastered the blood mist palm? This is absurd, utterly absurd." Yi Xian, uninterested in further banter, struck again with a swift palm. In response, Wang Xizong, abandoning all pretense, hid behind his subordinates and bellowed, "You all, charge at him. Bring this brat down with your blades." Without hesitation, his men surged forward, their faces displaying a fearless determination. Alas, their bravery was in vain. Under Yi Xian's palm, they too were reduced to mere blood mist. With no suspense whatsoever, now genuinely frightened, Wang Xizong faced Yi Xian as he approached, attempting to muster bravado. "Brat, I warn you, you dare to boom." Before he could finish, he too was crushed into a pulp by Yi Xian's hand. "Ah, you killed young master. You've brought calamity upon us." The two henchmen holding Lin Xiaoye were struck with terror upon witnessing Wang Xizong's demise, their faces turning pale and legs trembling. Yi Xian showed them no mercy either, dispatching them with a single strike. Thus, Wang Xizong's entire faction was utterly annihilated, with not a soul left alive. Lin Mahai sat paralyzed on the ground, trembling in shock. He could hardly believe that someone dared to slay a member of the Wang family. Was this a disregard for life itself? In that moment, Lin Mahai felt as though his entire worldview had been shattered. Ignoring him, Yi Xian turned his attention to Lin Xiaoye and inquired, "Are you all right?" At the sound of his voice, Lin Xiaoye snapped out of her stupor, shaking her head, her expression filled with gratitude as she replied, "I'm fine, thank you, Yi Xian. If it weren't for you, I shudder to think what might have happened today. I am truly grateful." Yi Xian gestured for her not to mention it, then looked back at Lin Mahai, asking, "How do you intend to deal with this man?" With all his support now vanquished, Lin Mahai found himself trapped with no escape, awaiting his grim fate. Lin Xiaoye gazed at Lin Mahai, who understood that his life now hinged on her decision. Desperate to survive, he crawled before her, weeping and pleading, "Xiaoye, my dear daughter, I was wrong. Please, spare me. I will never harbor any ill intentions towards you again." "Silence. You are not my father. You are nothing but a beast." Lin Xiaoye rebuked him fiercely. Yes, I am unworthy, a beast." Lin Mahai's head bobbed like a drum as he implored, "Xiao, for your mother's sake, spare my life. If you do, the entire Lin family will be yours to command from now on." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoye erupted in fury. "Lin Mahai, how dare you mention my mother? Since the day she married you, you've either been reveling in debauchery or chasing other women. Has she ever known a day of happiness? Where were you when she was maligned? Where were you when she was bullied? Since you were absent then, what right do you have to speak of her now?" Lin Mahai fell silent, at a loss for words. Seeing his silence, Lin Xiaoye took a deep breath to calm herself, then coldly demanded, "Lin Mahai, since you brought up my mother, tell me now, how did she die?" At her question, Lin Mahai's expression shifted, stammering as he hesitated to respond. His reluctance only solidified Lin Xiaoye's suspicion that her mother's death was shrouded in mystery. Realizing that Lin Mahai was stalling, Yi Xian wasted no time, striking him with a palm that shattered half his body. "Answer her question or face death." "Ah, I will speak, I will speak." Lin Mahai, terrified by Yi Xian's sudden violence, quickly confessed, "Xiaoye, your mother did not die of illness. She was poisoned gradually by Lu Liyan." "What? Lin Xiaoyue's face paled as she ceded. That wretch poisoned my mother. I knew her health was robust. How could she have fallen so gravely ill? Everything was orchestrated by her. If she were alive, I would ensure she suffered a fate worse than death. Indeed, it was all her doing. Otherwise, your mother could have lived for several more years. How could she perish so young? Lin Mahai hastily agreed. Do not pretend to be virtuous before me. Lin Xiaoyue cut him off, her voice icy. You were aware of Lu Lian's actions when she poisoned my mother, correct? You must have tacitly approved of it. After all, without your consent, how could she have dared to act against my mother? Lin Mahai's expression shifted again, and he finally said, Xiaoyue, I had no choice. I never intended for your mother to die. You must believe me. So, you were indeed complicit? You participated in the plot against my mother. Lin Xiaoyue grasped the truth, realizing that her mother had been betrayed by her own kin. The agony of such a revelation crushed her spirit. Driven by rage, she picked up a knife, her heart heavy with resentment as she approached Lin Mahai. What do you intend to do? Lin Mahai sensed the impending doom, his face contorted in fear as he shouted, Lin Xie, do not be reckless. I am your father. Yet, before he could finish, Lin Xiaoyue raised the knife high and brought it down with a fierce resolve. Splat! A spray of blood erupted, splattering her visage. Chapter 60. The traitorous dog. Deserving of death in an instant, Lin Xiaoyue wielded her blade, severing Lin Mahai's head and extinguishing his life. Following this, as if to vent her pent-up emotions, she struck him with the blade a dozen more times before finally ceasing. Casting aside the weapon, Lin Xiaoyue lifted her gaze to the heavens, tears streaming down her face as she softly uttered, Mother, I have avenged you. You may now rest in peace. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned to Yi Xian, knelt before him, and proclaimed, Mr. Yi, as per our agreement, my life henceforth belongs to you. You may command me as you wish. You brought me back to my homeland, enabled me to exact my revenge, and unveiled the true cause of my mother's demise. Without you, I would never have returned, let alone avenged her. I, Lin Xiaoyue, vow that in life I am yours, and in death, I shall follow you as a spirit. You direct me east, and I shall never stray west. You command me to ascend a mountain of blades, and I shall not descend into a sea of flames. Yi Xian was taken aback by her submission, quickly assisting her to her feet, ultimately supporting her in taking control of the Lin family. He resolved to nurture Lin Xiaoyue as a key ally. Once these matters were concluded, Yi Xian accompanied Lin Xiaoyue to pay homage to her mother before preparing to depart, for the affairs here had reached their conclusion. Suddenly, a throng of Japanese intruders burst in, encircling Yi Xian. The crowd parted, revealing a man, Feng Quan. He was embracing a Japanese woman clad in a kimono, his eyes surveying Yi Xian and the deceased members of the Lin family, including Wang Xikong. He exclaimed with disdain, So you are Yi Xian, the troublemaker. Wherever you go, chaos follows. Not only have you obliterated the Lin family, but you have also slain the renowned scion of Jiangbei, Wang Xikong. I am at a loss whether to commend your audacity or lament your ignorance of mortality. Who are you? Yi Xian inquired, furrowing his brow. As this man was a stranger to him, Feng Quan burst into laughter, his tone dripping with contempt. You truly do not know? Are you not tirelessly seeking me along with Ling Bingxian? Yet upon encountering me, you feign ignorance. Have your eyes failed you? Feng Quan. Yi Xian's expression shifted as realization dawned. This was indeed the traitor collaborating with the Japanese, the very person his sister had been searching for. Unexpectedly, he had come seeking Yi Xian, which indicated his intentions were far from benign. Indeed, it is I, Feng Quan retorted, one hand caressing the Japanese woman while glaring at Yi Xian, ire evident in his voice. I had been collaborating splendidly with the Japanese, profiting together, only to have you, a mere wretch, disrupt our affairs, leaving me like a lost dog, unable to return home. Tell me, how shall I deal with you now? Foolishness. You conspired with the Japanese to import toxic food from the islands, disregarding the health and safety of your fellow countrymen. Traitors like you, the despicable dog of the enemy, deserve death. Yi Xian's voice was cold and unyielding. Even if you had not sought me today, I would have eventually found you. You are the traitor, and your entire family are traitors. Feng Quan roared, his fury igniting as Yi Xian's words struck deep. He knew that being labeled a traitor was his greatest fear, and Yi Xian's proclamation pierced his psyche. Scoundrel! Feng Quan pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Xian, seething with rage. If I do not eliminate you today, I shall not be called Feng Quan. Why do you hesitate? Attack! His command was directed at the Japanese warriors behind him. As his words fell, the warriors surged forth, babbling in their incomprehensible tongue. Yi Xian, indifferent to their chatter, unleashed his palm. A surge of dragon-shaped energy erupted, crashing into the advancing warriors. In mere moments, they were reduced to a grotesque amalgamation of flesh, entrails, severed limbs, and blood, an overwhelming sight that engulfed the ground. What is happening? Am I hallucinating? Feng Quan's eyes widened in disbelief, witnessing the carnage. A dragon-shaped energy? Was this a scene from a mythical drama? And these supposed elite warriors from Japan seemed utterly inept, having fallen in less than a minute. What a disgrace. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Feng Quan glared at Yi Xian, his expression venomous. You little wretch. You possess some skill, but do you think this terrifies me? No, it is far from it. I came prepared for this encounter. He then bellowed, Hondao, Tarangshan, come forth. In response, two warriors donned in traditional Japanese garb appeared, their gaunt yet imposing figures exuding an aura of formidable power. Their martial prowess reaching the realm of grand martial spirit. Tarangshan, in particular, had achieved a notable mastery of his art, an intimidating presence indeed. Seeing the two emerge, Feng Quan exhaled in relief and introduced them. Hondao, a master of karate, is among the finest in all of Japan. Tarangshan, a grandmaster of Aikido, possesses unrivaled counter techniques, with countless warriors perishing at his hands. Yi Xian, to die at their hands would be an honor befitting you. As his words concluded, Hondao stepped forward, his gaze filled with disdain as he addressed Yi Xian. Da Xiao Pig, make your move. Let me witness your so-called abilities. To show fairness, I shall grant you 3 strikes. 3 strikes? Yi Xian chuckled in disbelief, finding the request utterly ludicrous. A minor figure from a distant land had the audacity to suggest such terms. To express his gratitude for the amusement, Yi Xian resolved to send this Japanese fool back to his homeland. Chapter 61. Come here. With a resounding slap, Yi Xian raised his hand and struck out. Honda Kusa, as expected, remained stationary, arrogantly gazing upward at a 45-degree angle, completely oblivious to Yi Xian's presence. However, in the next moment, he was utterly obliterated into a mist of blood. Dead. The renowned karate master from the east, Honda Kusa, met such a swift demise. In an instant, Feng Quan was petrified. He could hardly fathom such a turn of events. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, furiously erupting with rage, cursing. That Honda Kusa is truly a fool, an utter imbecile. Does he not recognize his own limitations? To claim he would allow 3 moves. I have never encountered such a dimwit. It infuriates me. Tai Langshan, advance. Do not emulate that fool Honda Kusa. Upon hearing this, Tai Langshan stepped forward, casting a glance at Yi Xian, and declared, You from the Great Xia are truly despicable. Know that Honda Kusa was completely unprepared when you ambushed him. I will not commit such a blunder. Allow me to eliminate you, you foolish Great Xia pig. With that, he stomped his right foot on the ground, leaping into the air, drawing his katana, and shouting, Haki Ichido slash. As he drew his sword, a torrent of lethal energy surged forth. In response, Yi Xian simply slapped down, shattering the katana into 2 pieces, and then, with another strike, reduced Tai Langshan to a mist of blood. Tai Langshan was vanquished. Seeing this, Feng Quan stumbled back several steps, his expression one of horror. His contingent of East Asian warriors had all perished in such a brief span. This was far too swift. These individuals from the East were nothing more than the epitome of failure, utterly worthless. At that moment, Yi Xian approached Feng Quan. Suddenly, a dart exuding toxic fumes hurtled toward his head. Should it strike, it would surely spell disaster. In the nick of time, Yi Xian tilted his head, evading the projectile. Following the dart's trajectory, he noticed 5 ninjas clad in black had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Ah, these shadowy vermin again. Yi Xian's gaze turned icy as he strode forward, completely dismissing their presence. Those who face us shall be arrayed before us. The 5 ninjas shouted, swiftly forming a formation that ensnared Yi Xian within its confines. This was the ninja's signature combined attack technique, renowned for ensnaring even the most formidable foes, ensuring their demise without exception. Excellent. Let us trap him. With Yi Xian now encircled, Feng Quan felt a surge of confidence return, a smug smile reappearing on his face. The East had dispatched ninjas skilled in combined techniques specifically to deal with Yi Xian. Once their formation was unleashed, Even if Yi Xian possessed extraordinary abilities, he would surely meet his end. Kill. With Yi Xian ensnared, the 5 ninjas roared in unison, launching a fierce assault upon him. A flurry of poison darts, shurikens, and kunai rained down upon him. Unfazed by the onslaught, Yi Xian's expression remained unyielding, his gaze cold. He then brought his right foot down heavily. A powerful surge of true energy erupted from him. A torrent of force so overwhelming it seemed poised to annihilate all in its path. The 5 ninjas were sent flying. The combined formation was shattered. The oncoming attacks were swept away by the violent energy, dispersing outward. Nanny. The disbelief was evident on the faces of the 5 ninjas. Since mastering this combined technique, they had never encountered an adversary capable of escaping its grasp, let alone dismantling it. Yet today, this individual from the Great Xia had effortlessly dismantled their formation with a mere flick of his hand, leaving them in a state of incredulity. At that moment, Yi Xian advanced toward them. The 5 ninjas exchanged glances, drawing their shurikens and charging at Yi Xian. They had been indoctrinated from a young age that retreating was not an option. They would fight to the death, if necessary. Yi Xian raised his hand, striking down upon the foremost 3 ninjas, reducing them to a mist of blood. The remaining 2 ninjas, seeing this, bore expressions of grim determination, hurling every concealed weapon they possessed at Yi Xian. Poison darts, blow darts, caltrops, arrows, their arsenal was unleashed. In response, Yi Xian swatted his hand, generating a powerful gust that sent all the weapons careening back. The 2 ninjas, unable to evade in time, were pierced by their own projectiles, succumbing to poison and collapsing lifelessly. Thus, the 5 ninjas appeared swiftly but perished just as quickly. Feng Quan was left utterly dumbfounded, the smile frozen on his face. Did this mean that all the East Asian warriors sent by Fujita Igo were dead? No, there was one left. Feng Quan glared fiercely at the East Asian woman in his arms, commanding, "You go and block Yi Xian." Me? The woman looked utterly bewildered. She was merely a woman. Her skills limited to those of the bedroom. What could she possibly do against Yi Xian? Yes, you. Stop whining. Use your legs to deal with him. Squeeze him to death. Feng Quan bellowed, forcefully pushing the woman forward. With no choice, the East Asian woman approached Yi Xian, her expression pleading as she said, "Esteemed sir from the Great Xia, I am Mayuko. Please allow me to serve you." With that, she attempted to remove Yi Xian's clothing. Get lost. Yi Xian kicked her away with tremendous force, sending her flying far from him. Such a harlot sought to tarnish his purity. How absurd. As Feng Quan attempted to flee, Yi Xian's hand shot out, capturing him effortlessly, as if he were a mere chick. "Yi Xian, let me go." Feng Quan's expression twisted with shock and fury as he struggled frantically. "Behave yourself." Yi Xian was not inclined to indulge him. With a swift slap, he rendered Feng Quan utterly compliant, silencing any further resistance. Chapter 62. The Feng family reflecting on the previous incident. I inquired why my senior sister failed to uncover the collusion between your Feng family and the Easterners. Yi Xian's expression was frigid as he commanded, "Disclose everything you know." Feng Quan, already intimidated by Yi Xian, felt compelled to answer without a hint of concealment. "We received advance warning and concealed all the criminal evidence and transaction ledgers with the Easterners, hence you could not find them." "Are you implying that there is a traitor amongst my senior sister's ranks?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and probed. "Who is the infiltrator your Feng family has placed beside her?" "I genuinely do not know. Only my father is privy to that information. Most matters concerning the family are managed by him, and I merely follow his orders." "I am unaware of specifics," Feng Quan replied. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian suppressed the urge to obliterate him and inquired in a grave tone, "Where is the ledger documenting your transactions with the Easterners?" Yi Xian understood that possessing this ledger would confirm the Feng family's treachery and allow him to eradicate this malignant tumor from the entirety of Jiangbei. The ledger. Feng Quan hesitated, his eyes flickering. He contemplated fabricating an excuse, but was met with Yi Xian's piercing gaze. "Should you dare to lie, I will make you regret your existence." At this declaration, Feng Quan shuddered, his thoughts extinguished, and he quickly responded. "The ledger is hidden in the most secretive place within the Feng residence. I can lead you there, provided you spare my life." "Let us proceed to the Feng residence at once," Yi Xian commanded without hesitation. He also called Ling Bingxian to explain the situation. Upon hearing, she promptly assured him that she would gather people to accompany him to the Feng residence and advised him to be cautious. After ending the call, Yi Xian seized Feng Quan and made his way to the Feng family home, a formidable establishment with extensive influence throughout Jiangbei. As they arrived, the two guards at the entrance were taken aback, exclaiming, "Young master, what has happened to you?" Seeing Feng Quan's battered state, their faces were filled with shock. Feng Quan, the heir apparent of the Feng family, now bore visible injuries. How could this be? In the presence of the guards, Feng Quan's despair transformed into hope as he urged, "Do not ask me what happened. Quickly inform my father that I have returned." "Understood. I will notify him immediately," one of the guards replied, hastily rushing inside to report to the family head about the day's events. The remaining guard, noticing Yi Xian's firm grip on Feng Quan, attempted to assert authority, barking, "You there! Who are you? Release our young master at once, or you will face the consequences." In response, Yi Xian delivered a swift slap, silencing the guard before he could even utter a cry. He then continued onward, dragging Feng Quan with him. Soon, they encountered Feng Tsangnan, the head of the Feng family, along with several others. Upon seeing his son in Yi Xian's grasp, Feng Tsangnan's expression darkened. "Yi Xian, is it? Why are you here in Jiangbei instead of seeking vengeance in Jinghai? And what does seizing my son signify?" Yi Xian remained silent, but Feng Quan, filled with agitation, cried out, "Father, save me." Silence. Yi Xian's hand struck Feng Quan's face, rendering him mute. Witnessing this, Feng Tsangnan's countenance darkened further, and he addressed Yi Xian with a menacing tone, "You underestimate me. Regardless of Feng Quan and Appo's faults, he is my son and the future heir of the Feng family. Your humiliation of him is tantamount to insulting our family." "Enough of your prattle," Yi Xian interjected impatiently. "Surely you understand the purpose of my visit? Hand over the ledger documenting your collusion with the Easterners, so we need not waste any more time." At these words, the pupils of all present, including Feng Tsangnan, constricted, their expressions shifting. "What do you mean by that?" "I fail to comprehend," Feng Tsangnan remarked. "Fail to comprehend?" Yi Xian's voice turned icy. "Your son has divulged everything. Do not feign ignorance." "What has he disclosed?" Feng Tsangnan scoffed. "Even if he revealed something, it is merely coerced confessions and cannot be taken seriously." "Is that so? Does this imply that your Feng family denies any collusion with the Easterners that jeopardizes the health and safety of Dixia citizens?" Yi Xian pressed. "That is a fabrication. What basis do we have for such an admission?" Feng Tsangnan, losing patience, retorted coldly, "Yi Xian, I shall ask you once more. Will you release my son? If not, do not expect me to show mercy." "Show me mercy?" Yi Xian replied, unfazed. "It seems I must subdue you to procure that ledger documenting your transactions with the Easterners." Realizing further dialogue would be futile, Feng Tsangnan resolved to let strength dictate the outcome. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Seize this arrogant fool and teach him a lesson. Let him know the Feng family is not to be trifled with." With his command, the Feng family's martial artists could no longer contain their fury and charged at Yi Xian, weapons in hand. Yet, regrettably for them, they faced Yi Xian. As the multitude of Feng family warriors surged forward, Yi Xian remained unperturbed, calmly extending his hand. Bam! In an instant, those warriors were reduced to mere blood mist, vanishing into the air before they could even reach him. Silence enveloped the scene. Chapter 63. Do not be overly arrogant. It is futile upon witnessing his men rushed forward only to be reduced to a mere mist of blood by Yi Xian's slap. Feng Tsangnan's expression mirrored that of one who had just consumed excrement. It was astonishing to realize that these were the elite warriors of the Feng family, and yet, before they could even approach Yi Xian, they had already met their demise in a single blow. This was simply outrageous. "I concede, I underestimated you." Feng Tsangnan's gaze turned icy as he regarded Yi Xian. "You have caused such a ruckus in Jinghai for so long, yet you remain unscathed. It seems you possess genuine prowess." He then shifted his tone, adding, "However, do not presume that my Feng family can be compared to those trifling families in Jinghai. Our family's resilience in Jiangbei over the years, enduring countless storms, is not merely by fortune, but by true strength." With that, he bellowed, "All death warriors, come forth." Immediately, a substantial number of death warriors surged forth from within, numbering approximately 400 to 500. The Feng family had relied upon these warriors to accomplish a myriad of clandestine undertakings in Jiangbei. Thus, they represented a significant aspect of the family's true foundation. The mere fact that Feng Tsangnan could summon them all indicated the gravity with which he regarded Yi Xian. "Boy, are you frightened by my numbers?" Feng Tsangnan taunted Yi Xian. "If you are, Now would be the time to release my son. Otherwise, you shall find yourself in a precarious position. Such trivialities fell upon deaf ears for Yi Xian, who merely swatted his hand dismissively. Having dared to approach the Feng family, how could he possibly be intimidated by a few of Feng Songnan's words? It was patently implausible. Kill him. Feng Songnan, seeing that Yi Xian disregarded him, issued the command without hesitation. With this declaration, the 400 to 500 death warriors charged towards Yi Xian. Unlike the previous attackers, their collective strength was decidedly superior. Kill. In an instant, the death warriors enveloped Yi Xian, launching a fierce assault against him. Observing this scene, Feng Songnan's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. He was certain that the outcome was inevitable. Yi Xian would undoubtedly perish. Feng Quan, witnessing the unfolding drama, also exhibited a relaxed demeanor. He understood that while these death warriors may not be the strongest, they were more than adequate. In the past, whenever the family faced significant challenges, the involvement of these warriors guaranteed resolution. This time would be no different. However, to their astonishment, the subsequent developments defied all expectations. As the death warriors advanced, Yi Xian thrust both palms forward. Boom! A dragon-shaped surge of true energy erupted into the throng of death warriors, its ferocity akin to that of a cataclysmic force. Unstoppable and overwhelming. Though the death warriors were undaunted by death, they were taken aback by the sight before them. Unfortunately, by the time they considered retreating, it was too late. They could only charge forth, bracing themselves. Boom! They may have rushed in swiftly, but they fell even faster. In an instant, it was as though a blood rain had descended, with entrails and dismembered limbs littering the ground, transforming the scene into a veritable hell on earth. My heavens! Feng Songnan's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. How could it be possible that 400 to 500 death warriors had perished so swiftly? This was utterly absurd. As for Feng Quan, the horrific spectacle left him speechless, nearly foaming at the mouth in terror. In his lifetime within the Feng family, he had never witnessed such an outrageous event. These were death warriors, each one comparable to a formidable martial artist. Yet they had all fallen to Yi Xian without causing even a ripple. Was this a jest from the heavens? Moments later, Feng Songnan finally shook off his shock and regarded Yi Xian, his previous condescension replaced with a somber tone. Yi Xian, it seems our encounter has brought misfortune upon the Feng family. If I were to request that you search our residence, would you agree to cease hostilities? We do not wish for a complete rupture. Yi Xian's expression remained cold. Had Feng Songnan adopted this demeanor upon his arrival, he might have considered acquiescing. However, now that hostilities had commenced, such a possibility had vanished. After all, it was not prudent to seek a peaceful resolution when one was clearly at a disadvantage. Yi Xian understood that had their positions been reversed, Feng Songnan would never have allowed him to escape so easily. This was human nature. Very well. Observing Yi Xian's reaction, Feng Songnan recognized that there was no room for reconciliation. He promptly summoned two esteemed elders he had acquired at great expense for the Feng family. He turned to a gray-robed elder and a black-robed elder standing nearby, respectfully stating, Elder Chun, Elder Hua, we require your assistance. This Yi Xian is not to be trifled with, and we are unable to contend with him. Fear not, the two elders replied nonchalantly. Since the Feng family has engaged us as protectors, we shall not sit idly by in the face of such events. The gray-robed elder then regarded Yi Xian, his voice calm as he remarked, a young man with some talent becomes arrogant. This is ill-advised. Remember this. Do not be overly arrogant, for it is futile. As his words fell, the gray-robed elder transformed into a bolt of lightning, akin to a hawk diving down upon Yi Xian. Should he strike, it would spell disaster for Yi Xian, leading to incapacitation, if not death. Even the elder, despite his outward composure, was fully aware of the gravity of the situation, having witnessed Yi Xian's prior display of lethal prowess. Yet, as the elder approached, Yi Xian merely observed with a detached gaze. Just as the elder closed in, Yi Xian unleashed a powerful slap. Puffed. The gray-robed elder was instantly obliterated, dissolving into a cloud of blood mist. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 64. I dare anyone to move, Elder Chun. Upon witnessing the gray-robed elder perish right before his eyes, Feng Songnan's expression was one of sheer horror. It is worth noting that this formidable master was someone he had expended a considerable fortune to employ. Yet, even he had fallen to the hands of Yi Xian. To what astonishing realm had his martial prowess ascended? In that moment, Feng Songnan's heart was not only filled with shock, but also with profound confusion. At this juncture, the black-robed elder, having recovered from his astonishment, cast a wary gaze towards Yi Xian and gravely declared, "So it is you, Yi Xian. Indeed formidable. Even Elder Chen was no match for you. However, do you believe this will intimidate me? That is impossible. Allow me to engage you." With that proclamation, he lunged toward Yi Xian, channeling all his strength into a single, forceful punch. Bang! Yi Xian responded with a punch of his own. The black-robed elder was instantly overwhelmed by an unmatchable force. Just as he contemplated evasion, it was already too late. With a loud explosion, he was reduced to mere dust, dispersing into the ether. Walao! Feng Songnan was utterly aghast, his aged face trembling uncontrollably. The years of refining his inner energy seemed to vanish in an instant. Hand over the ledger of your transactions with the Eastern Island people, or face death. Yi Xian stepped forward, coldly reiterating his demand. Yi Xian Yu. Feng Songnan's forehead bulged with veins as he ground his teeth in suppressed rage, retorting, "My Feng family possesses no such ledger. Do not push me too far." Huh. Seeing him still in denial, Yi Xian resolved to utter no further words of waste and advanced menacingly. "You." Feng Songnan's face flushed with anger as he attempted to obstruct Yi Xian, yet dared not confront him. Who would dare cause a ruckus in Jiangbei? At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from outside. The crowd turned to see a large contingent of individuals in uniform storming in, efficiently surrounding the area with precision and discipline. Moments later, the throng parted to reveal a man with a square jaw and a thick beard, his piercing eyes radiating authority, clearly a figure of high standing. "Director Duan, it is you." Upon sighting this man, Feng Songnan's previously grim visage transformed into one of elation. He hurriedly exclaimed, "You have arrived. That is splendid news. This Yi Xian is truly detestable, having slaughtered so many of my Feng family. You must capture him." It turned out that the group that had burst in was the Martial Artist Administration of Jiangbei, and the man leading them was none other than Director Duan Tiancheng, a martial artist of exceptional prowess in Jiangbei. Upon hearing Feng Songnan's words, Duan Tiancheng replied, "Rest assured. Feng family head, I am here to resolve this matter. Yu Xian has not only committed numerous murders in Jinghai, but has also created chaos here in Jiangbei. Such audacity cannot be overlooked by the Martial Artist Administration. In that case, I must trouble you, Director Duan." Feng Songnan sighed with relief, his earlier anxieties dissipating. Duan Tiancheng then turned to Yi Xian and said, "Yi Xian, the director of the Jinghai Martial Artist Administration, Wei Chongfu, was killed by your hand, was he not? I have worked alongside him for decades. He was a man of utmost dedication to his duties. His death is indeed a great loss to the great Xia." Yi Xian replied, "He was not slain by my hand, but was assassinated. As for the identity of the assailant, I am currently in pursuit of the truth." "Is that so?" Duan Tiancheng responded coolly. "Regardless, his death is inextricably linked to you, and coupled with your rampant killings in Jiangbei, the repercussions are exceedingly grave. Do you understand? For the sake of maintaining order, you are required to accompany us." "Accompany you?" Yi Xian regarded Duan Tiancheng and Feng Songnan, seemingly grasping the underlying implications, and scoffed, "What if I refuse? Impudent. This is not Jinghai, a place where you can act with impunity. Just because you could do as you please there does not mean you can do so in Jiangbei." Duan Tiancheng's countenance darkened, his tone turning frosty. "If you insist on resisting arrest, do not blame me for being merciless. Begone. I have no time to squander with you here." Yi Xian replied with evident impatience, dismissing his words entirely, knowing full well that Feng Songnan and Duan Tiancheng were undoubtedly in collusion. "Outrageous. It seems you are determined to resist arrest." Duan Tiancheng and Apos' expression shifted to one of fury, his anger surfacing. Yet, he had no expectation that mere words would subdue Yi Xian. Action would be required. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, commanding his subordinates, "Seize this criminal." As soon as the command was given, the members of the Martial Artist Administration surged forward, ready to apprehend Yi Xian. But at that moment, another cold voice rang out, "I dare anyone to move." As the words fell, an extraordinarily graceful woman strode into the room, emanating a powerful aura. Two icy-faced female attendants, radiating formidable martial energy, followed closely behind her. The sight of this woman caused the expressions of everyone present to shift dramatically. None had anticipated her arrival, which took them all by surprise. Duan Tiancheng's demeanor fluctuated. and he stepped forward, bowing his head respectfully. "My lady, what brings you here?" However, the woman paid him no heed, seemingly oblivious to his presence. This brought a shadow of unease to Duan Tiancheng's eyes, yet he dared not utter a word, remaining obediently at the side. One of his subordinates, clearly unable to discern the gravity of the situation, inquired, "Director Duan, should we capture this Yi Xian or not?" Upon hearing this, Duan Tiancheng's face darkened, wishing he could silence the subordinate's foolishness. "Are you blind? Can you not see the situation before us? How could I have such a dim-witted subordinate?" Yet, in order to maintain his image before the lady, he had to suppress his fury and respond, await further instructions. Hearing this, the subordinate nodded in apparent understanding and fell silent. At that moment, the woman approached Yi Xian, her stunning visage breaking into a smile, albeit with a tone of playful reproach. "Little junior brother, did we not agree to wait for me? Why did you come here alone? If something were to happen to you, it would surely break your elder sister's heart." She was none other than Ling Bingxian. Chapter 65. Miscalculation. Rest assured, senior sister. With this motley crew before me, they cannot harm me, Yi Xian declared confidently. Yi Xian's words ignited a firestorm of rage within Duan Tiancheng. How could he be so dismissive of himself? It was utterly infuriating. However, before he could express his fury, Ling Bingxian cast a cold, piercing glance in his direction and asked, "Do you have any objections?" Faced with Ling Bingxuan's icy gaze, Duan Tiancheng's anger was extinguished instantly. He lowered his head and muttered, "I have no objections." "Since you have no objections, then be gone," Ling Bingxian stated bluntly, leaving no room for dignity for Duan Tiancheng, whose expression shifted multiple times in response. Yet, due to the identity of the woman before him, he dared not utter a word. He turned to his subordinates and forced out a single word through gritted teeth: "Leave." With that, he took the lead in departing. He truly did not wish to linger in this place where he had lost face. As their leader retreated in disgrace, the warriors of the Martial Management Division exchanged glances but remained silent, quickly following his lead out of the vicinity. They came in haste and left in haste. Witnessing this scene, Feng Cangnan was left dumbfounded. He desperately wanted to shout, "Director Duan, what am I to do now that you've left?" Yet he refrained from voicing it, for he understood that with Ling Bingxian present, no one in Zhangbei would dare to challenge her authority. At that moment, Ling Bingxian turned her gaze towards him and, in a tone devoid of warmth, said, "Head of the Feng family, I have received reports from my junior brother claiming that your family has colluded with the people of Dongying, and he possesses evidence of your family's crimes. What do you have to say for yourself?" This is a grave misunderstanding. A sheen of cold sweat broke out on Feng Cangnan's forehead as he protested. "Did you not inquire into our Feng family last time? You found nothing. So why return now? It is precisely because you were found innocent last time that I am compelled to investigate further. The health and safety of the people of Zhangbei is at stake, and I, Ling Bingxian, will not tolerate any collusion with the people of Dongying." Her commanding aura filled the air as her gaze bore down on Feng Cangnan. Her voice frosty. "Head of the Feng family, do you intend to hinder my investigation?" "I would never." Feng Cangnan lowered his head, knowing that despite the strength of the Feng family, they were insignificant compared to someone wielding such power over an entire province. Only a fool would openly oppose someone of her stature. "Then step aside and allow us to search," Ling Bingxian ordered. "My lady, you may search. But what about the fact that Yi Xian has killed many of our men here? Will you not address that?" Feng Cangnan pressed stubbornly, unwilling to let go of the affront to his family. "Address it?" Ling Bingxian scoffed. "He is my junior brother. Do you expect me to apprehend him? Are you implying that, just because he is your junior brother, you will shield him, allowing him to act recklessly? This will not only provoke the Feng family's ire, but also that of other families in Zhangbei." Feng Cangnan summoned his courage to argue. "Let them come to me if they dare," Ling Bingxian replied nonchalantly. "Who else would cherish my junior brother if I do not? You." Feng Cangnan was about to retort, but Ling Bingxian had clearly lost her patience. Her voice turned icy as she declared, "Enough. I have little time to waste on your ramblings. You face two options: allow us to search or refuse. In which case, I will mobilize an army to flatten your Feng family. Which will you choose?" Her words hung heavy in the air, suffused with a palpable sense of menace, leaving Feng Cangnan no choice but to concede and allow them to search. "Chenghua, Zhiyue, you two go in and search. If you encounter any resistance, eliminate it without hesitation," Ling Bingxian commanded her two handmaidens. "Understood." The two maidens, their expressions as cold as ice, nodded resolutely, and prepared to enter the Feng family residence. Wait. At that moment, Yi Xian halted them, tossing Feng Quan before them. He knows where the Feng family has hidden the evidence. Let him guide you. Chunhua and Qiu Yue, having no objections, promptly took Feng Quan with them into the house. Seeing this unfold, a cold expression crossed Feng Songnan's face. Yet, he remained silent, standing still and waiting, revealing no signs of anxiety. Junior brother, fear not. Chunhua and Qiu Yue excel in such matters. If the Feng family indeed harbors any secrets, they will surely uncover them, Ling Bingxian reassured Yi Xian. In response, Yi Xian nodded, though impatience began to brew within him. Senior sister represented the official authority, and thus everything required evidence. She could not recklessly endanger a family's existence. For instance, despite knowing the Feng family's collusion with the people of Dongying, without proof, she could not act against them. Otherwise, it would incite widespread panic and dissatisfaction among the families of Jiangbei. However, if it were solely his decision, he would not concern himself with such matters. Once he determined that the Feng family was indeed colluding with the people of Dongying, he would eliminate them without hesitation. Regrettably, in consideration of his senior sister, he could not proceed in such a manner. After a few minutes of waiting, Chunhua and Qiu Yue emerged with Feng Quan, shaking their heads to signal that, as before, nothing had been found. Nothing found. Ling Bingxuan's expression darkened. She had not anticipated that this visit would yield the same results as the last, leaving her perplexed about the situation. Could it be that her junior brother had made a mistake? But that was inconceivable. She knew her junior brother well. He was certainly incapable of such a gross oversight. Are you deceiving me? Yi Xian had not foreseen such an outcome, and his expression shifted as he seized Feng Quan, glaring at him with a murderous intensity. I did not deceive you. I truly did not. The ledgers were right there before. How could they have vanished? Feng Quan exclaimed in disbelief. This is impossible. At that moment, he suddenly seemed to remember something and turned to Feng Songnan. I understand now. It must have been my father. He moved the items beforehand, right? Father, did you transfer the items? Nonsense. There was nothing you mentioned to begin with. How could I have moved it? Feng Songnan adamantly denied any knowledge of such evidence. To admit its existence would implicate the Feng family in collusion with the people of Dongying, sealing their fate. Chapter 66. When trouble arises, I shall bear it, father. Upon hearing his father's words, Feng Quan's expression shifted dramatically as he was about to voice his thoughts. Silence. However, before he could utter a word, Feng Songnan had already interrupted him and turned to Yi Xian, saying, Yi Xian, you have yet to uncover any evidence of collusion between our Feng family and the Easterners. Can you not release my son? Yes, you must release me. After his father's reminder, Feng Quan realized this point and shouted vehemently. Unfortunately, the next moment, he was struck by Yi Xian's palm, reduced to a mist of blood dissipating into the void. Feng Quan had come with the intent to kill, so how could Yi Xian possibly let such a person go? Quaner. Feng Songnan let out a furious roar, tears of blood streaming down his face. This was his own son, slain before his very eyes, causing his heart to ache with unbearable pain. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Yi Xian and declared, Yi Xian, you dare to kill my son. I shall remember this. I swear I will avenge him. In that case, you shall meet your end as well. Yi Xian raised his right hand, prepared to deliver a lethal blow. Junior brother, one must have evidence to commit murder. You need not. Ling Bingxian intervened, explaining. Feng Songnan is the head of the Feng family, with a formidable background. To kill him so recklessly would have significant repercussions. Upon hearing her words, Yi Xian's gaze flickered momentarily, refraining from immediate action. Meanwhile, Feng Songnan, feeling a weight lift from his heart, regarded Yi Xian with hatred and said, Yi Xian, I know you are formidable, but surely you have friends, family. Oh, I recall you have a sister in Jinghai. Surely there are times when you are not by her side. At these words, Yi Xian's fury ignited. Without hesitation, the raised hand descended with great force. No. You cannot kill me. Feng Songnan's face turned pale with terror. He realized his words had crossed a line and attempted to evade. But Yi Xian's palm had already fallen. With no unexpected turn of events, Feng Songnan was instantly transformed into a cloud of blood mist, joining his son in the afterlife. Junior brother, you have killed him? Ling Bingxuan's delicate face changed slightly, surprised that Yi Xian would take Feng Songnan's life, despite her prior warnings. He dared to threaten my sister. He deserved to die? Yi Xian replied, his expression as frigid as ice. Very well. Ling Bingxian sighed in resignation. Recognizing that Feng Songnan's death was not unjust, given his audacity to threaten her junior brother with his sister. If he did not perish, who would? Junior brother, rest assured. Since you have killed him, whatever consequences arise, I will bear them, Ling Bingxian declared solemnly. Sister, there is no need. Should anyone have objections, they may approach me directly, Yi Xian proclaimed with an air of dominance. With a chuckle, Ling Bingxian poked his forehead with her finger, saying, Junior brother, you remain just as bold as you were on the mountain. Now that you have slain Feng Songnan, we need not concern ourselves with him any longer. Now that you have finally arrived in Jiangbei, let us go dine together. Dine? Yi Xian shook his head, replying, Sister, I fear that is not feasible. Let us postpone it. I wish to return, for in 2 days, I shall learn the identity of the one responsible for the downfall of our Yi family. Very well. Ling Bingxian hesitated briefly before consenting. She understood that her junior brother had descended the mountain specifically to seek vengeance. If he did not avenge it, it could very well become a source of inner turmoil for him, a matter of utmost seriousness. Observing Yi Xian, she said, Junior brother, you know, I hold some influence in Jiangbei. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I shall do my utmost to help you. No need, sister, I understand your intentions. But when it comes to vengeance, I prefer to resolve it by my own hand, without relying on anyone. Yi Xian replied. In light of this, Ling Bingxian reluctantly set aside her thoughts of sending aid. After bidding farewell to his sister, Yi Xian prepared to return to Jinghai. After all, the matter concerning Lin Xiaoye had reached a satisfactory resolution, and it was time for him to go back. As for Lin Xiaoye, she would return to the Yi family only after the Lin family had stabilized completely. Ling Bingxian watched Yi Xian's departing figure until he had long vanished from sight. Suddenly recalling something, lamenting, Alas, I completely forgot to discuss life with my junior brother. What a missed opportunity. I must not let him leave so easily next time. Shortly after Yi Xian's departure, news of Feng Songnan's murder spread throughout Jiangbei, leaving everyone astonished. After all, he was the head of the Feng family, who possessed the audacity to kill him. Such boldness was unfathomable. Did they not fear inciting the wrath of the Feng family's patriarch? They were well aware that the patriarch was very much alive and wielded power far beyond that of ordinary families. Meanwhile, at a villa nestled on a hillside in Jiangbei, an elderly man with graying hair, dressed in simple robes, was seated in a Buddha hall, rhythmically striking a wooden fish and diligently practicing Buddhist teachings. He was Feng Shilin, the patriarch of the Feng family and Feng Songnan's father. Due to his advanced age, he had retired to focus solely on the study of Buddhism. Just then, a subordinate rushed into his presence, whispering urgently, What? Both Songnan and Quaner are dead. Upon hearing this news, the elder's eyes widened, and he erupted in fury. Who is responsible for this? I shall have them torn to pieces. Hearing this, the subordinate trembled with fear and, without reservation, recounted the events that transpired within the Feng family, including the arrival of Ling Bingxian. Once the elder had absorbed all this information, his eyes nearly ignited with fury as he bellowed, Damn it! Ling Bingxian is utterly arrogant. She permits her junior brother to kill at will. Does she believe her junior brother is human while my son and grandson are not? How dare she allow Yi Xian to commit murder and not apprehend him, letting him leave freely? What is the meaning of this? Chapter 67. Yi Qing captured the air within the Buddhist hall was thick with Feng Shilin's furious roars. The tragic deaths of his son and grandson had truly crossed a line for him. Who could have foreseen that after retiring, intending to lead a leisurely life while pursuing the teachings of Buddhism, he would return home to find it ransacked? The brutal slayings of his family ignited an inferno of rage within him. Without hesitation, Feng Shilin rose, his expression icy, and commanded, Prepare the carriage. We will visit other families in Jiangbei. I refuse to believe that my family has suffered such calamity and they will remain indifferent. If it can happen to the Feng family, it could very well be their turn next. Although Ling Bingxian held the highest command in Jiangbei, it was merely out of mutual respect. Should she provoke the others, it would be fascinating to see how she would extricate herself from the situation. Those present were taken aback by his words, but responded promptly, acknowledging his command. Their astonishment only deepened as they realized that Jiangbei, which had lain dormant for years, was destined to boil over once more due to Yi Xian's arrival. Meanwhile, in a secluded location, a considerable number of Japanese were gathered. The leader among them wore a grim expression, addressing his colleagues. All our men sent to pursue Feng Quan have been slain by Yi Xian, including him. What are your thoughts? What? That damn Da Xiao man is so formidable? One exclaimed in disbelief. This is outrageous. He has repeatedly opposed us. We should simply send someone to eliminate him. Yes, I support this. After we dispose of him, we can reclaim what we need. The collective anger of the Japanese was palpable, each voice laced with a thirst for vengeance. Observing their reaction, Fujita Eiko remarked, I have heard everyone's suggestions and will consider them seriously. The lives of my compatriots will not be in vain. What we seek will undoubtedly belong to the great Eastern Empire. Upon hearing this, someone below chimed in, Very well, Minister. We await your good news. Whatever is needed, please let us know. For the Emperor and our great Eastern Empire, I am willing to do anything. I too, Minister, please do not hesitate to ask. Fujita Eiko recognized that he had achieved his aim and began to contemplate strategies for dealing with Yi Xian. After all, his homeland had tasked him with two objectives, to eliminate Yi Xian and retrieve the main map. Having already failed several times, his opportunities were dwindling. Meanwhile, after leaving Zhongbei, Yi Xian hastened back to Jinghai. However, upon returning to the Yi residence, his expression drastically changed. The bodyguards, responsible for the safety of the villa, lay lifeless on the ground, their deaths gruesome. The entire Yi family was enveloped in an overwhelming stench of blood. Ching. Witnessing the horrific scene, Yi Xian's heart sank. He could not afford to ponder further. He dashed into the villa, desperately searching for Yi Qing. With such chaos unfolding, he feared for his sister's safety. Tragically, after scouring the entire estate, he found no trace of her, deepening his despair. Where could she be? What on earth had transpired here? He had never anticipated that such calamity would befall the Yi family in his brief absence. At that moment, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a malevolent voice spoke. Hello, Yi Xian? We are from the Ghost Shadow Pavilion. Your sister is in our custody. If you wish to save her, bring the main map to us, or you will never see her again. Before he could respond, the call ended abruptly. The Ghost Shadow Pavilion. Learning of his sister's whereabouts brought Yi Xian a modicum of relief, but his gaze soon turned icy with fury. How dare this Ghost Shadow Pavilion abduct his sister? Time was of the essence. He quickly dialed Zhu 1, instructing him to ascertain the location of the Ghost Shadow Pavilion before he set off. In a desolate area on the outskirts of Jinghai, a massive fortress had been constructed, spanning hundreds of miles. Within its expansive interior, a large hall was filled with individuals, each radiating formidable energy, unmistakably warriors. Among them, the weakest had already reached the master level, an impressive and formidable force. At the center sat a man clad in black robes. The leader of the Ghost Shadow Pavilion, Guo Sha, the strongest of them all. Flanking him were two imposing figures, the infamous Yin and Ming Sha, the pavilion's most feared guardians. Before them, Yi Qing was bound tightly to a pillar. Gazing at Yi Qing's delicate, fair skin, her graceful figure, and her long, slender legs, Yin Sha licked his lips, exclaiming, This girl is truly exquisite. Most importantly, she possesses an aura of purity. It is evident she is untouched by man. Simply divine. If I were to break her, absorbing her essence would undoubtedly enhance my power significantly. In response, Ming Sha added, You speak the truth. Her essence is surely pure and would greatly aid in our cultivation. I too am intrigued. Yin Sha furrowed his brow. What do you mean by that? Quite simply, her essence is singular, yet we both desire it. Let us wager, when that remnant of the Yi family arrives, we shall compete to see who can kill him first. The victor shall claim her essence. What say you? Agreed. Just as they reached an accord, a tremendous noise erupted from outside. Yi Xian had arrived. Chapter 68. A severed hand with a thunderous crash, the door shattered, and two figures were sent flying inside. Yi Xian, his expression icy, strode in. Upon his arrival, the members of the Ghost Shadow Pavilion in the hall hesitated for a moment, then instinctively surged forward, ready to surround and eliminate the audacious intruder. Wait, let him enter. The pavilion master, Guo Sha, interjected. At his command, the members halted, though their gazes remained hostile as they glared at Yi Xian. Ignoring them, Yi Xian marched forward and spotted his sister tied to a pillar. Ching, are you all right? He called out. I'm fine, brother. You must be cautious of them. Yi Qing replied, her face pale from fear, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Upon seeing Yi Xian, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, but still worried for his safety amidst so many adversaries. Don't worry, your brother will rescue you soon. Yi Xian reassured her before turning his cold gaze towards Gui Sha, seated on the central sofa. Release my sister, and I will spare your life. Spare my life? Such audacity. Gui Sha scoffed, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. Yi Xian, I have no desire to engage in idle chatter. Have you brought me what I seek? I know of your prowess, so do not even think of rushing to save your sister. I can assure you that before you can rescue her, I will have her killed. Fool. This is the headquarters of the Ghost Shadow Pavilion. After you've slain so many of us, do you not think you owe us your life in return? Yu Shao mocked. Even Ming Sha, visibly displeased, chimed in. Enough. I was originally planning to extract this girl's essence, but you've interrupted that plan. Now, hand over the main map, or I will dispose of her right before your eyes. At this declaration, a flicker of chilling murderous intent flashed in Yi Xian's eyes, but he maintained his composure. Fine, you desire the main map? Here it is. With that, he forcefully flung the main map into the air. Ha! The main map is ours. Yu Sha laughed triumphantly, leaping to catch it. He knew that possessing the main map would allow them to dominate the entire Jinghai region. Even if they fell short, they could always hand it over to their leader in exchange for what they needed. Just as he reached for it, the map sliced through his hand with a sharp sound. Ah! Yu Sha screamed in agony, clutching his severed hand, his face contorted in pain. He had never anticipated the map to be so lethal. What is happening? Hearing Yu Sha's cry, the expressions of Gui Sha and the others changed as they turned to witness the scene of Yu Sha's hand falling to the ground. You dare to harm my men? You're utterly despicable. It seems you are willing to forfeit your sister's life. Guards, kill this girl. Gui Sha's face darkened as he commanded. Without hesitation, one of his henchmen brandished a weapon and lunged at Yi Qing. But in that instant, Yi Xian vanished from his spot, reappearing beside Yi Qing. Grasping the main map, he swiftly slashed forward. Without fail, the assailant was cleaved in two, blood and entrails spilling across the ground. The onlookers gasped in shock. Do not fear, Qingqing. I will free you, Yi Xian said, focusing on his sister. With 2 fingers, he deftly sliced through the ropes binding her, and they fell apart. Brother, Yi Qing exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she threw herself into his embrace. All is well now, Yi Xian comforted her. Is it well? I see you are the one in trouble. Gui Sha's expression darkened as he barked orders to the Yin Ming duo. Since this brat refuses to cooperate, eliminate him swiftly and cleanly. Yes, the Yin Ming duo responded, advancing towards Yi Xian. Yu Sha, having bandaged his injured hand, glared at Yi Xian with cold fury. You took advantage of my moment of carelessness to launch a sneak attack, infuriating me. Now, I shall enjoy dismantling you. With that, Yu Sha drew a steel knife forged from iron and charged at Yi Xian with ferocity. He was a peak martial artist, renowned for his left-handed swordplay, having slain countless foes with his blade. Prepare to die, he roared as he swung the knife down towards Yi Xian's head. Impressive, Yu Sha has grown stronger. Gui Sha noted with approval. Even Ming Sha acknowledged Yu Sha's prowess, recognizing that he was slightly more formidable. Clang, Yu Sha's blade struck, but Yi Xian effortlessly blocked it with his hand, producing a resounding clash. How is this possible? Yu Sha exclaimed, stunned. He knew the might of his strike. Even a 10-centimeter thick steel plate would succumb to his blade. Yet, Yi Xian had thwarted it with ease. Was this a ghost? Yu Sha looked up, ready to retort, but Yi Xian seized the moment, slapping the knife back with incredible force, cleaving Yu Sha in half from head to toe, leaving him in a state of utter ruin. Yu Sha. The onlookers were aghast, unable to fathom that Yu Sha had perished at Yi Xian's hands. Was this a mirage? Yet the gruesome scene before them was an undeniable reality. Ming Sha, it is your turn now. Eliminate this remnant of the Yi family at once. Gui Sha commanded urgently, his expression shifting dramatically. Ming Sha, upon hearing this order, felt a surge of dread. Did Gui Sha not realize that Yu Sha had just fallen? To approach Yi Xian now was tantamount to courting death. Chapter 69. My affection for you is boundless yet. The specter of the Ghost Shadow Pavilion. Gui Sha commanded authority, and his orders were not to be defied by Ming Sha. Left with no choice, Ming Sha brandished his blade and charged at Yi Xian, vowing to slay him. However, to his astonishment, before he could even reach Yi Xian, he was struck down with a single, devastating slap, leaving a pool of blood in his wake. Gasp! Witnessing this scene, the onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, their eyes wide with shock. Ming Sha was dead. Did this not imply that both of the pavilion's formidable guardians, the twin shadows of the netherworld, had fallen at the hands of Yi Xian? They had not even managed to withstand a single blow from him. A chill crept into the hearts of the crowd, and Gui Sha was no exception. Nevertheless, true to his status as the pavilion master, he did not falter. Instead, he bellowed, "Brothers, advance. Slay this wretch and avenge our guardians." As his command resonated, the throng of subordinates could no longer contain themselves, rushing forth like a tidal wave towards Yi Xian. It is crucial to note that those retained by the Ghost Shadow Pavilion were all martial artists of at least master rank. Their numbers totaled no less than 200 to 300. What kind of power did this represent? Even a formidable martial spirit would meet their demise here. Fledgling, you believe yourself invincible? Show me your prowess now. Gui Sha sneered, harboring a blind confidence in his multitude of subordinates, convinced they could overpower Yi Xian. In that very moment, the throng surged forward, engaging Yi Xian in a fierce battle. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Xian unleashed a punch. A colossal fist of pure energy surged forth, imbued with an unstoppable force, striking down upon the advancing minions of the Ghost Shadow Pavilion. Without a hint of hesitation, his blow shattered more than half of them into oblivion. Holy smokes! The remaining fighters halted in sheer terror, their faces reflecting utter astonishment. With but a single punch, Yi Xian had decimated so many. It was almost surreal, as if they were still caught in a dream. Even Gui Sha was taken aback, never anticipating Yi Xian's overwhelming strength, which surpassed all expectations. Yet, swiftly regaining his composure, he roared in indignation, "What are you waiting for? Rush forth and eliminate this brat. I've lavished riches upon you for this very purpose. Should anyone dare to retreat, I will annihilate their entire family." His words quelled any thoughts of retreat, and the remaining subordinates exchanged resolute glances, understanding that they had no choice but to fight for their lives. After all, if Gui Sha spoke thus, who would dare to flee? Unless they were willing to forsake their loved ones. Kill! The crowd erupted in a furious roar, charging at Yi Xian with a determination to face death head-on. However, the chasm of skill could not be bridged merely by numbers. Facing the onslaught, Yi Xian remained impassive, delivering another punch. This time, over 100 members of the Ghost Shadow Pavilion had yet to reach him before they were obliterated, dispersing into a crimson mist. Thus, more than 300 members of the Ghost Shadow Pavilion met their end at the hands of Yi Xian in mere moments. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Gui Sha would never have believed that his subordinates could perish so swiftly at Yi Xian's hands. Such a spectacle was beyond the realm of belief, even for the most audacious filmmakers. At this juncture, Yi Xian approached him. Yi Xian. Upon seeing him advance, Gui Sha's expression morphed dramatically, and he erupted with an astonishing aura, leaping high to deliver a powerful punch towards Yi Xian. This strike bore the strength of a grand martial spirit. Indeed, Gui Sha, the pavilion master of the Ghost Shadow Pavilion, possessed genuine prowess, a fact no one had anticipated. "Die, you scoundrel!" Gui Sha shouted as his fist barreled toward Yi Xian's face. Yet, Yi Xian remained unperturbed, raising his hand to firmly grasp Gui Sha's fist, then delivering a swift kick that sent Gui Sha sprawling, blood spewing forth as he crashed to the ground. "You!" Lying on the ground, Gui Sha gazed up at Yi Xian, his face a mask of disbelief, desperate to utter something. Yet, Yi Xian seized him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a mere stray dog. "Release me. I have information to share." Gui Sha gasped, his legs flailing wildly, his face flushed with desperation. "Information? What information?" Yi Xian inquired coolly. "Let me go first. This is something you will definitely find intriguing. It pertains to the person you seek." Gui Sha struggled to articulate through his distress. "You lack the standing to negotiate. Speak now, or face your demise. The choice is yours." Yi Xian tightened his grip, as if intending to crush Gui Sha's throat. "No. I will speak. I will speak. Just don't kill me." Realizing that Yi Xian was indeed intent on his death, Gui Sha could no longer contain his fear and pleaded for mercy. "Speak." Yi Xian commanded, his expression unwavering. Just as Gui Sha was about to divulge his information, suddenly, a sharp blade materialized in the air, descending rapidly toward Yi Xian's head. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. "Brother, be careful," Yi Qing exclaimed. Her face drained of color as she instinctively shouted a warning. Upon witnessing this, Gui Sha's previously despondent expression transformed into one of elation, and he cried out, "Ing Sha, eliminate him. Your timing couldn't be more perfect. I truly adore you." With that, He turned his gaze to Yi Xian, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Yi Xian, how foolish you are. Ever since the establishment of the Ghost Shadow Pavilion, we have always operated in pairs. Did you genuinely believe I, Gui Sha, would face you alone? You are destined to perish at Ing Sha's hand, and our ambitions shall be realized. Ha ha ha, is that so? Yet, in the face of Gui Sha's derision, Yi Xian's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated this all along. With lightning speed, he extended 2 fingers to intercept Ing Sha's descending blade, halting its momentum entirely. In an instant, silence enveloped the arena. Chapter 70. Finding Fang Feihu. How could it be possible to block my strike with just 2 fingers? The shadowy assassin was astounded, his face a mask of disbelief. This attack had been a culmination of all his strength. He was confident that his blow was invincible, capable of obliterating anyone. Yet, he never imagined that someone could intercept it, and with merely 2 fingers, no less. This was utterly inconceivable, leaving him in a state of shock. Release me. The shadowy assassin roared, attempting to withdraw his blade. However, to his astonishment, the knife remained immovable. Damn it! His expression turned grim as he summoned his inner strength, attempting to drive the blade downward with ferocity. Yet, the weapon still did not budge. He found himself in an exceedingly awkward predicament, unable to advance or retreat. Observing Yi Xian and Apos' composed demeanor, the assassin broke out in a cold sweat. Just as he was about to utter something, Yi Xian abruptly pinched the blade's tip between his fingers, snapping it with ease. Then, with a sharp flick of his fingers, he sent the fractured blade piercing through the assassin's chest, spraying a fountain of blood. You! The assassin coughed up a mouthful of blood, gazing at Yi Xian, desperate to articulate something, but before he could utter a word, he collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. The shadowy assassin was dead. Witnessing this scene, the ghostly assassin's expression morphed into one of utter despair, as though he had lost a beloved family member. The shadowy assassin had been his greatest trump card, and now, witnessing his demise, all hope dissipated in an instant. Before Yi Xian could speak, the ghostly assassin hurriedly pleaded, "Please, don't kill me. I will tell you everything. It was not my idea to abduct your sister, it was Fang Feihu's. He approached our Ghost Shadow Pavilion, promising us substantial rewards. Given that you have slain so many of our members, we consented to the kidnapping. Yi Xian, I implore you, spare my life. Had I known it would end this way, I would have never dared to lay a hand on your sister." With a swift motion, Yi Xian crushed him, narrowing his eyes as he mentally inscribed Fang Feihu's name onto his death list. Without hesitation, he dialed Zhu Wen's number, speaking in a cold tone. "Find out Fang Feihu's whereabouts immediately. I want to know his location within 10 minutes. Understood." Zhu Wen recognized the gravity of Yi Xian's anger and took it upon himself to investigate Fang Feihu's whereabouts. Since assuming control over numerous families in Jinghai, his power had grown immensely, enabling him to stir the winds of change with ease. Tracking down a single individual was a trivial matter, and as long as Fang Feihu remained in Jinghai, it would be a straightforward task. After concluding the call, Yi Xian escorted Yi Qing home and contacted Uncle Fu, arranging for him to stay at the Yi family villa. Uncle Fu, a skilled martial artist, would ensure Yi Qing's safety. Additionally, Yi Xian instructed Uncle Fu to train a group of bodyguards, preferably martial artists, to protect the villa, assuring him they could contact Zhu when if necessary. Once he had made these arrangements, Zhu Wen called back, stating, "Brother Yi, I have located Fang Feihu. He is currently at Qianlong Mountain Villa, attending a meeting with several influential families from Jinghai." Qianlong Mountain Villa? Very well, I understand. Yi Xian hung up and set off towards the villa. At that moment, within Qianlong Mountain Villa, opulence reigned supreme, with dazzling lights illuminating the lavish decor. This was a top-tier establishment, entry reserved for those worth billions. In an extravagant private room, Fang Feihu was engaged in discussions with several family leaders from Jinghai. The table was laden with exquisite dishes, bird's nest, sashimi, even bear paw, delicacies rarely encountered. Yet, none of the high-ranking individuals present paid any attention to the food. Their focus was entirely on Fang Feihu and Apos' discourse. Seated at the head of the table, Fang Feihu spoke with a smile, "Rest assured, our leader will arrive in 2 days. That scion of the Yi family will surely meet his demise, thereby alleviating your concerns." Upon hearing this, the head of the Wei family spoke with evident worry. "Fang, this scion has caused unrest throughout Jinghai. The thought of him annihilating so many families keeps me awake at night. I barely sleep with one eye open. I fear I may not survive until 2 days from now. His words resonated with the others, who echoed their fears. Indeed, I share your concerns. At this rate, the entire Jinghai may soon fall to him. Yes, I've heard he has already wreaked havoc in Jiangbei, even annihilating the Feng family. He is nothing short of a harbinger of chaos, leaving destruction in his wake. Perhaps we should consider fleeing for now and return after 2 days. The atmosphere was thick with trepidation as the families voiced their fears of Yi Xian. I understand your concerns and empathize with your current thoughts. Fang Feihu replied with a slight smile. But you must realize that everything you are experiencing is under our leader's control. He is aware of all that transpires in Jinghai. In my view, the Yi family scion is not to be feared. I had already notified the Ghost Shadow Pavilion to deal with him upon my arrival. If all goes as planned, we should receive good news soon. As he spoke, his phone rang. See, good news is already on its way. Fang Feihu answered the call. But upon hearing the voice on the other end, the smile vanished from his face, replaced by shock. How could this be possible? After hanging up, Fang Feihu's expression was grim, his brow furrowed deeply. Observing this, someone inquired, what happened? This question echoed the collective curiosity in the room, and all eyes turned toward Fang Feihu. With a pained expression, Fang Feihu uttered, the Ghost Shadow Pavilion is no more. At this proclamation, the room fell into a profound silence. Chapter 71. The hidden card what? The Ghost Shadow Pavilion has been annihilated? The words echoed through the hall, plunging it into a momentary silence before erupting into chaos. One must understand that the Ghost Shadow Pavilion was not a weak presence in Jinghai. It possessed formidable warriors of the martial spirit level. The obliteration of such a force was indeed a profoundly terrifying event. The head of the Wei family displayed a fleeting look of horror, promptly rising to his feet, exclaiming, this remnant of the Yi family is far too formidable. We must devise a strategy, or we shall all meet our demise in due time. Indeed, perhaps we should vacate Jinghai and seek refuge elsewhere for a couple of days before returning, another suggested. Yes, I concur, we should leave at once. Echoed several voices around the room, their collective fear palpable. After all, the speed with which Yi Xian executed his vendetta was astonishing. If they tarried, they might find themselves the next victims of such a calamity. As these sentiments were voiced, Fang Feihu, seated at the head of the table, shook his head and declared, it is too late to leave, he has arrived. As his words sank in, the crowd struggled to comprehend the gravity of the situation when a cacophony erupted from outside, followed by the swift opening of the door. The assembled individuals turned to witness a young man striding confidently into the room, flanked by numerous security personnel who dared not intervene. Yi Xian. The sight of the young man sent chills of terror through the assembly. They scrambled to their feet, retreating with faces etched in fear and trepidation. They had never anticipated that Yi Xian would find them so swiftly as they contemplated escape. Upon entering, Yi Xian cast his gaze around the room and fixed it upon Fang Feihu, who remained motionless in his seat, and coldly inquired, are you Fang Feihu? Indeed, I am, Fang Feihu replied, maintaining an air of composure that starkly contrasted with the surrounding leaders of various family factions. At last, I have found you. Yi Xian wasted no words. His figure lunged toward Fang Feihu with lethal intent, sending tables and chairs flying in his wake. Fang Feihu and Apos, brow furrowed as he commanded, stop him. Instantly, 3 figures clad in black emerged from the shadows, exuding a chilling aura. Their eyes, like those of venomous serpents, locked onto Yi Xian with icy determination. The presence of these 3 formidable warriors of the martial spirit level instilled a sense of relief amongst the gathered family leaders, who had begun to understand why Fang Feihu appeared so unperturbed. That remnant surely did not anticipate that Fang had already laid a trap for him. One knowledgeable observer remarked with a smirk. Indeed, not even we foresaw this, another added, their apprehension evident. Now it became clear why Fang Feihu was unafraid. He had meticulously prepared for Yi Xian's arrival. With Fang's cautious nature, the fighters he had summoned were undoubtedly elite, capable of eradicating this threat once and for all. This realization meant that they could abandon their thoughts of fleeing Jinghai, a place they were reluctant to leave, as the 3 black-clad figures charged at Yi Xian without hesitation. It seemed to them that eliminating him was merely a routine task, not worthy of concern. Get away, Yi Xian growled. His brow knitted in irritation as he unleashed a powerful punch. The 3 assailants exchanged glances, scoffing at a single strike, dismissing it entirely. After all, They were warriors of the martial spirit level, capable of dispatching most opponents with ease. However, when Yi Xian's fist made contact, their expressions shifted dramatically. With a single blow, he obliterated one of the black-clad men, leaving not even a trace of his existence. By the heavens, this remnant is terrifying. We underestimated him. The remaining two assailants, witnessing their comrade's gruesome demise, exchanged horrified glances, contemplating their next move. Yet, Yi Xian did not grant them the luxury of deliberation, delivering two more devastating punches that similarly reduced them to mere fragments, their remains scattering across the floor. This spectacle rendered the entire assembly speechless, especially those who had previously mocked Yi Xian, their faces contorted in disbelief. Yi Xian was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Even 3 martial spirit warriors had fallen before him. What level of martial prowess had he attained? Alas, no one could provide an answer. Seeing his dispatched fighters, Fang Feihu's expression remained devoid of sympathy. Instead, he fixed a cold gaze on Yi Xian, stating, "Well, you wretched cur, your strength is indeed formidable. No wonder the families of Jinghai fear you. You possess some merit, but if this is all you can muster, then you shall perish here." He then bellowed, "Jack, Tom, Alice, it is your turn to take the stage." As his words reverberated, 3 foreign individuals emerged from the crowd, 2 men and a woman, who were clearly the ones Fang Feihu had summoned. With an expression of indifference, Fang Feihu introduced them. "Yi family remnant, behold these 3, each an enhanced individual from abroad, possessing strength that surpasses ordinary warriors. To perish at their hands would indeed be your fortune." The trio regarded Yi Xian with calmness, showing no signs of fear. "Ha ha ha, allow me, Tom, to teach you a lesson and send you on your way." One foreign man stepped forward, a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes as he gazed at Yi Xian. Chapter 72. The Genetic Mutant. Upon seeing Tom step forward, Fang Feihu's expression brightened as he exclaimed, "Tom, if you can eliminate this brat, I shall reward you with 10-fold the bounty." Hearing this, Tom laughed heartily, rest assured. Is it not merely a matter of dispatching this yellow-skinned monkey? To me, it is but a flick of the finger. With no further ado, he advanced towards Yi Xian. As he moved, his aura steadily intensified, ultimately rivaling that of a mid-level grand martial artist. "Boy, prepare to meet your demise." After fully mobilizing his muscles, Tom lunged fiercely at Yi Xian. In the throes of his assault, his form underwent a startling transformation. His head elongated, his muscles swelled, tearing through his clothing. And most astonishingly, his hair grew coarse and wild. In the end, he morphed into a werewolf. A living, breathing werewolf with fangs. What manner of creature is this? Witnessing Tom's transformation, the leaders of the various families were struck with sheer astonishment, their eyes wide and mouths agape, as if they could swallow a dozen eggs whole. They were mere mortals, possessing some wealth, yet they lived in this mundane realm and had never encountered such a werewolf. Noticing their shocked expressions, Fang Feihu calmly reassured them. "Do not panic. This is merely a genetic mutant, engineered by the world's most advanced biotechnology, inspired by the legendary werewolves of the Western world. With him here, eliminating this remnant of the Yi family is a foregone conclusion. Just sit back and enjoy the show." Upon hearing this, the previously flustered family leaders fell silent, their gazes fixed on the arena, eager to witness Yi Xian's fate. Meanwhile, Jack and Eli were engaged in their own discussion. With a smirk, Jack remarked, "Eli, how many moves do you think this brat can withstand under Tom's onslaught?" Eli glanced at Yi Xian and replied, "In my estimation, this yellow-skinned monkey from the Great Xia will falter within 3 moves, without a doubt." "I concur," Jack affirmed confidently. After all, Tom has transformed into a werewolf. Even a martial artist from the Great Xia would merely be fodder. As their words fell, the werewolf Tom had already pounced upon Yi Xian, his massive claw aiming to strike down upon his head. He had used this very strike to crush countless skulls, embodying sheer brutality. "Die!" Tom bellowed internally as his colossal claw descended upon Yi Xian's head. But at that moment, Yi Xian raised his arm and countered with a swift slap. This single blow not only dismantled Tom's claw, but also shattered his entire being, reducing him to a cloud of crimson mist. The arena fell into silence. Everyone was astounded. They could hardly fathom that this seemingly ferocious werewolf had been obliterated by Yi Xian's casual slap. Was this some sort of jest? This was a werewolf. Jack and Eli's smiles froze instantly, their eyes reflecting sheer disbelief. They could not comprehend how the notoriously lethal Tom had been unable to withstand even a single strike from Yi Xian. How could this be possible? Such an absurdity was a first for them. Even Fang Feihu, upon witnessing Tom's annihilation, felt his skin prickle and began to tremble slightly. This was a genetic mutant, crafted using the most advanced biotechnology, boasting strength that surpassed that of martial artists and capable of transforming into a more formidable werewolf. Yet, such a being had perished at Yi Xian and Apos' hand. This Yi Xian, the remnant of the Yi family, was nothing short of a monstrosity, an utterly invincible aberration. However, he soon regained his composure, inhaling deeply to quell the tumultuous emotions within him. He turned to Yi Xian and stated, "You, the remnant of the Yi family, continue to astonish me. Sometimes I truly wonder if you are even human. Who possesses such monstrous capabilities? Now that you have slain Tom, let Jack and Eli deal with you. Their genetic modifications surpass Tom's, and I refuse to believe you can withstand them." With that, he turned to Jack and Eli. Speaking earnestly, "You two must exert your utmost efforts to subdue this brat and eliminate him." In response, the duo nodded solemnly, declaring, "Rest assured. Since this brat has slain Tom, we shall ensure his demise to avenge him." They then turned to Yi Xian, simultaneously unleashing a furious roar as their forms underwent a dramatic transformation. Before the onlookers' eyes, Jack and Eli now appeared drastically different, no longer resembling humans in the slightest. Their mouths were filled with razor-sharp fangs, their claws extending to 10 centimeters, glinting ominously in the sunlight, evoking dread. But what was even more striking was their skin, which appeared ghostly pale, as if they had dwelled in the underworld, untouched by sunlight. As the crowd beheld their transformation, they gasped in unison. These are the vampires of Western legend. Indeed, at that moment, Jack and Eli embodied the very image of vampires as depicted in Western lore. This so-called genetic modification had altered them into such beings, leaving the onlookers questioning the intent behind it. With a ferocious roar, Eli bared her fangs and lunged at Yi Xian's neck, as if intent on draining every drop of blood from him. She had been transformed into a vampire, and now bore some of their primal instincts. "Get away from me." Yet, as Eli charged, Yi Xian's expression darkened, and he delivered a powerful slap. Bang! As expected, Eli was instantly obliterated into a mist of blood, dissipating into the air. Witnessing his companion's demise, Jack was enraged. Their bond was far from simple. They were not only combat partners, but also lovers. Now, with his beloved slain at Yi Xian's hands, an uncontrollable fury surged within him. Chapter 73, Self-Detonation. "I will drain your blood and turn your body into a specimen to commemorate my deceased beloved," Jack bellowed, unable to contain the fury that surged within him as he lunged at Yi Xian. His body conjured multiple phantoms in midair, moving with unparalleled speed that eclipsed even that of an aircraft. With his hands raised, he aimed to extinguish Yi Xian's life. In response, Yi Xian simply raised his hand and struck out. Jack felt an overwhelming force crash into him, his expression shifting to one of horror as he attempted to evade. But it was too late. Bang! He was obliterated, his body shattering into a pool of blood, resembling a crushed watermelon, a sight utterly gruesome. Silence. An oppressive silence enveloped the scene. No one anticipated that these three genetically modified beings would be so easily vanquished before Yi Xian, their demise utterly devoid of value. Gulp. Fang Feihu, regaining his senses, swallowed hard, his face a mask of shock. He could scarcely believe that the three genetically enhanced masters he had painstakingly summoned from abroad could not withstand Yi Xian for even 10 minutes before meeting their end, leaving him feeling profoundly disheartened. "Yi Xian, you." Fang Feihu attempted to speak, but Yi Xian had already seized him, coldly demanding, "Tell me, who is the leader? And where is he now? You will learn nothing about the leader from me." Fang Feihu, realizing his fate was sealed, flashed a fierce expression and retorted defiantly, "Refusing to speak, are we?" Without further ado, Yi Xian extended his hand and brutally tore off Fang Feihu's thigh. The sickening sound of tearing flesh echoed as Fang Feihu screamed in agony, blood gushing forth. This brutal scene caused the onlookers within the private room to furrow their brows, their eyes filled with dread and unease. "I will give you one more chance. Will you speak?" Zhang Xin inquired. Ha. Despite the loss of a leg, Fang Feihu remained unyielding, his weakened form a mockery as he grinned at Yi Xian. "You foolish remnant, why the rush? Just wait for 2 more days. The leader will appear on his own. When that time comes, feel free to ask him your questions. A non-answer. Yi Xian, undeterred, proceeded to rip off Fang Feihu's other leg. Fang Feihu let out a scream of unimaginable despair, nearly succumbing to the pain. Gazing at Yi Xian, he shouted, "Kill me, you bastard. If you have the guts, then do it." Still defiant, Yi Xian's hand descended once more, severing Fang Feihu's arm, blood spraying violently. The scene instilled a chilling terror in the hearts of all present. He was terrifying. Was Yi Xian a demon risen from hell? By this point, Fang Feihu was nearly numb with agony, his voice hoarse as he weakly implored Yi Xian, I will tell you. Please, just end my suffering. Speak. If your answer pleases me, I shall grant you a swift end, Yi Xian stated. Fine. Fang Feihu feigned compliance. Yet a maniacal glint flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, with his remaining hand, he grasped Yi Xian tightly, roaring, "You wretch, even in death. I will take you down with me." Yi Xian was taken aback, tension coursing through him as he sensed impending doom. Just as he contemplated casting Fang Feihu aside to escape, a deafening explosion erupted from within Fang Feihu, who transformed into a massive bomb, detonating before Yi Xian. Boom! A thunderous roar filled the air as a towering inferno surged skyward, engulfing the vicinity in flames. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward, obliterating the entire Qianlong Manor. The leaders of various family factions perished in the explosion, their bodies reduced to mere fragments, leaving no remains. As the echoes of the explosion faded and the flames subsided, Yi Xian emerged from the wreckage, his expression ashen. He had never imagined that Fang Feihu harbored a bomb within him, self-destructing at such a critical moment, completely unforeseen. This meant his leads had once again been severed. In that instant, Yi Xian felt a murderous intent boiling within him. After a prolonged silence, he exhaled deeply. It appeared that to uncover the leader's whereabouts, he would have to wait 2 more days. Very well, I shall wait, Yi Xian resolved. With Qianlong Manor reduced to ruins, and having gleaned no useful clues from the chaos, he decided to return home. At the Yi family villa, upon learning of Yi Xian's return, Yi Qing rushed over with a face full of delight, and even Uncle Fu was no exception. Let us go inside, Yi Xian smiled at them, nodding in agreement. Yi Qing and Uncle Fu accompanied him into the Yi family villa. Once seated, Yi Xian produced the main map and asked, Uncle Fu, I have always wanted to inquire. What secrets does this map conceal? Why do so many wish to possess it? Today, the Ghost Shadow Pavilion abducted my sister in exchange for the map, prompting my curiosity about the secrets it harbors and why it attracts so many, including those from the Eastern Isles. Yi Qing, equally puzzled, chimed in, Yes, Uncle Fu. What secrets does this map hold? Hearing their queries, Uncle Fu furrowed his brow, reflecting for a moment before sighing. Well, it seems there is no harm in revealing this to you, as you would learn it eventually. The secrets of this map were once shared with me by the old master during his lifetime, and now I shall impart them to you. Yi Xian and Yi Qing leaned in attentively, eager to absorb the elder and Appo's words. With a voice laden with age, he recounted. Do you recall when the old master mentioned that this ancient map consists of 2 parts, a main and a subsidiary? By uniting these 2 maps, one could decipher the contents within. At that time, I had inquired about the secrets of this map, and he revealed that it is, in fact, an ancient map detailing the location of the great Xia's Dragon Vein. Dragon Vein. Both Yi Qing and Yi Xian gasped in astonishment. Chapter 74. The Dragon Vein. The news of Fang Feihu's demise spread like wildfire throughout Jinghai. Upon hearing this shocking revelation, the faces of the numerous family factions in Jinghai turned ashen. Fang Feihu was no ordinary figure. He was the enigmatic envoy dispatched by the leader of the faction. The fact that he had fallen at the hands of Yi Xian was utterly staggering, leaving countless individuals restless and sleepless. They had once reveled in their assault on the Yi family, greedily seizing their wealth, but now, faced with such a calamity, their previous exhilaration had dissipated entirely. Regret consumed them as they lamented their avarice, wishing they had not been so greedy, thus sparing themselves from the torment they now endured daily. This remnant of the Yi family was too formidable. Perhaps it was time to flee Jinghai. At that moment, someone in the crowd disseminated the news, igniting a flicker of hope among the factions that harbored animosity toward Yi Xian. They yearned to escape Jinghai. However, as they waited, not a single soul dared to make the first move. They understood the peril of being the first bird to be shot. If anyone dared to escape Jinghai first, Yi Xian would undoubtedly pursue them. At that juncture, their fates would no longer be in their hands. With this realization, their desire to flee extinguished, and their only hope now lay in the arrival of their leader in 2 days, who they believed would eliminate the Yi family's remnant. They could only hope that Yi Xian would not come for them in the meantime. Meanwhile, in the Yi family villa, upon hearing the term Dragon Vein, both Yi Xian and Yi Qing were taken aback. Noting their astonishment, Uncle Fu continued, "Yes, the Dragon Vein. It is said that there exists a Dragon Vein on our Great Xia land. Once discovered and favored by it, one can become a person of great fortune. These individuals are often the darlings of heaven, capable of seizing the world, establishing kingdoms, and becoming ancestors of empires. Many ancient emperors found the Dragon Vein, allowing them to establish dynasties and dominate realms. Even if your ambitions do not lie in conquest, merely finding the Dragon Vein for cultivation can lead to rapid advancements in martial prowess, elevating one to the ranks of the world's elite warriors. However, the location of the Dragon Vein has never been stable. It has always been in flux, leading to the rise and fall of empires throughout history. Countless individuals have endeavored to locate the Dragon Vein, but have ultimately failed to catch even a glimpse of it. Rumor has it that the Yi family's ancient map contains the location of the Dragon Vein, which has attracted the covetous gaze of many ambitious individuals. Alas, the Dragon Vein is not so easily found. Even if these ambitious souls obtain a copy of the map, without the original, they cannot uncover the Dragon Vein. After hearing Uncle Fu's words, the two realized that the Yi family's ancient map concealed such a secret, explaining the intense interest from so many. After all, it was the Dragon Vein. With the guidance of the ancient map, one could conquer the world, establish a dynasty, and become a revered ancestor. Who could resist such temptation? It was far more alluring than mere wealth or beauty, and it was no wonder that they coveted it so fiercely. Yet, why would such a treasure reside within an ordinary family like the Yes? Yi Xian's brow furrowed once more as he posed this question to Uncle Fu. However, Uncle Fu, being merely the steward of the Yi family, could only comprehend the value of the ancient map. He had no further insights to share. By the way, Uncle Fu, do you know why the Easterners are also so eager to obtain the original map? Do they intend to establish a dynasty in our Great Xia, or become revered ancestors themselves? Yi Xian inquired with a cold scoff. Certainly not, Uncle Fu replied, his expression darkening slightly. The Easterners harbor grand ambitions. I suspect they seek the Dragon Vein to plunder our nation's fortune. Plunder our nation's fortune? Yi Qing's delicate features contorted in confusion. Indeed, plunder our nation's fortune, Uncle Fu affirmed. Ever since their defeat, they have remained unrelenting, searching for opportunities to invade our Great Xia once more. Unfortunately, our nation's fortune has remained robust, with rapid economic development and a comprehensive national strength that ranks among the best in the world. Thus, they have turned their sights to seizing our nation's fortune. If they can locate our Dragon Vein and transport it back to their islands, the loss of the Dragon Vein would unleash calamities upon us, earthquakes, floods, and various disasters, plunging our people into suffering reminiscent of the late Qing dynasty. Conversely, with the Dragon Vein in their possession, the Easterners would thrive, enjoying favorable weather and peace. And it wouldn't be long before their national strength eclipsed ours. At that point, Great Xia would be in grave danger. Upon hearing these words, Yi Xian's countenance darkened. No wonder the Easterners were so intent on obtaining the original map from him. Their ambitions were insatiable. Even Yi Qing was indignant, exclaiming, "These Easterners are utterly despicable. After all this time, they still covet our Great Xia. I say we should have obliterated the entire Eastern Island, sinking it beneath the waves, so they would finally learn to behave." Yi Xian nodded in agreement with her sentiments. Thus, the three continued their discussion, covering various topics, including the downfall of the Yi family and other matters. Suddenly, Yi Xian's phone rang, interrupting their conversation. Upon answering, a frail voice emerged from the other end. "Is this Yi Xian? I am Feng Shilin, the father of Feng Congnan. Lin Xiaoya is in my custody. If you wish to see her alive, come to the Banshan Villa in Jiangbei. I give you only half an hour. If you fail to arrive by then, you may as well prepare for her funeral." With that, the call ended abruptly, leaving Yi Xian no chance to respond. Hearing the dial tone echo in his ear, Yi Xian's expression darkened ominously. He had not anticipated that after annihilating the Feng family and barely departing Jiangbei, Feng Shilin would seize Lin Xiaoya and use her as leverage against him. igniting a furious blaze within him. "Brother, what is the matter?" Noticing the change in Yi Xian's demeanor, Yi Qing inquired with concern. Chapter 75. Feng Shilin Xia Yu has been taken away. Yi Xian said, "Oh, Sister Xia Yu has been kidnapped?" Upon hearing this, Yi Qing's delicate face was filled with concern as she asked, "Is she going to be all right? Brother, are you going to rescue her?" "Yes, the kidnapper has summoned me to the Banshan Villa in Jiangbei, or else Xia Yu will be in danger," Yi Xian replied. Already rising to his feet, he addressed Uncle Fu, saying, "Uncle Fu, I entrust everything here to you. If anything happens, you can call Zhu Wen to send skilled martial artists here. Rest assured, young master, I will notify young master Zhu if anything arises. Besides, I am capable enough to ensure Qingqing's safety," Uncle Fu replied confidently. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yi Xian wasted no more time and hurried to the Banshan Villa in Jiangbei. This time, he was determined to eradicate the threat completely, ensuring that no future harm would come from this incident. Meanwhile, at the Banshan Villa in Jiangbei, Feng Shilin was seated inside, sharing tea and conversing with an elderly man whose hair was also gray. Surrounding the entire villa were numerous armed guards and formidable martial artists. Of course, this was merely the visible presence. It was impossible to ascertain how many more concealed threats lurked in the shadows. Feng Shilin, holding a string of Buddhist beads, spoke calmly. "Brother Chu, what do you think of my proposal?" "Well, Feng brother, this matter is of great importance and cannot be resolved lightly by myself. I need to ponder it further," the old man replied after sipping his tea. He was none other than Chu Shanhai, the head of the Chu family in Jiangbei, whose influence surpassed even that of the Feng family, making them a true behemoth in both economic and political spheres. Feng Shilin had invited him here to discuss the potential downfall of Ling Bingxian. However, having lived for many years, Chu Shanhai was astute enough not to choose sides without sufficient incentive. After all, Ling Bingxian was the highest commander in Jiangbei. Toppling her would not be an easy task. If handled poorly, it could spell disaster for the entire Chu family. Understanding his concerns, Feng Shilin continued, "Brother Chu, I am aware of your apprehensions. Before coming here, I visited the heads of other families in Jiangbei, and many of them have long harbored grievances against Ling Bingxian, waiting for an opportunity to bring her down. This is precisely why I sought you. I hope you will consider it seriously. If this endeavor is successful, your family's export business will undoubtedly see a significant increase in profits." Upon hearing this, Chu Shanhai furrowed his brow, contemplating the proposition seriously before finally stating, "Very well. I can agree to support you for now. However, I must make it clear that if anything goes awry during this process, I reserve the right to withdraw. And you must not hinder me." "Haha, rest assured, that will not happen." Feng Shilin laughed heartily, the beads in his hand clicking rhythmically. They then proceeded to discuss the finer details of the plan, eventually touching upon the annihilation of the Feng family. As the topic arose, even Feng Shilin, known for his composure, could not suppress his anger, declaring, "You must have heard about the complete destruction of my family. It was done by Yi Xian, Ling Bingxuan's junior disciple. I have captured Yi Xian's woman, and I am certain he will come here." "Huh, I truly do not believe it. While I may not be able to touch Ling Bingxian for the time being, do you think I cannot deal with a mere boy?" Feng Shilin's voice dripped with disdain as he spoke. His hatred for Yi Xian, who had obliterated his family and murdered his son and grandson, was palpable. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chu Shanhai fell silent, patiently waiting. Feng Shilin too remained unhurried, biding his time. After all, he had given Yi Xian half an hour to arrive. If he failed to show, Feng Shilin would not hesitate to unleash his wrath. After all, it was Yi Xian who had provoked them first, ruthlessly killing his son and grandson. This left him devoid of any compassion for Yi Xian and his associates, replaced only by an insatiable thirst for vengeance. As they concluded their discussion and waited, the half-hour mark approached, when suddenly, the grand entrance of the villa was forcefully burst open. A young man strode in confidently, disregarding the numerous guards and martial artists as though they were mere shadows. "Yi Xian, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you." Feng Shilin recognized him immediately. Ever since the downfall of the Feng family, he had dispatched individuals to gather every piece of information regarding Yi Xian. Thus, at their first encounter, he could easily identify him. Enough with the pleasantries. "I am here. Where is Xia Yu?" Yi Xian cut straight to the chase, raising his voice. "Humph, little brat. You should worry about your own safety first. You should know that I have laid a trap here with many top-tier martial artists. I truly wonder where you find the courage to speak so boldly, Feng Shilin retorted. Without uttering another word, Yi Xian advanced step by step, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the guards around him. Humph, arrogant boy. Losing his patience, Feng Shilin no longer wasted time and commanded, attack. Eliminate that brat. A reward of 1 million. At these words, the guards and martial artists were filled with greed. 1 million. Such a lucrative opportunity. Without hesitation, they charged toward Yi Xian, their faces alight with madness. Though they had heard tales of his prowess, they believed that with their overwhelming numbers, they could surely defeat him. After all, how could one person withstand such a horde? Unless, of course, he possessed 9 lives. But even 9 lives would not protect him from such a multitude. As the throng of martial artists surged forward, Yi Xian remained unfazed. With a swift motion, he struck out a hand. The sound of a resounding crash echoed as dozens of guards were sent sprawling, bursting into a cloud of blood. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, those who had yet to engage came to an abrupt halt, frozen in fear and unable to advance another step. Chapter 76. Visitors from the mountain upon encountering Yi Xian. Feng Shilin's expression stiffened as he witnessed the annihilation of his entourage with a mere slap. He gazed at Yi Xian and remarked, "Well, young man, you truly live up to your reputation as a formidable fighter. I presume it was by such ruthless means that my Feng family was eradicated by you. Rest assured, once I eliminate you, I shall employ your very methods against your family and friends." With that, he turned to the multitude of martial artist guards, his countenance darkening as he commanded, "What are you all doing? Stop dawdling. Charge forward and eliminate this brat. I promise each of you a reward of 1 million. With such an enticing offer, despite the imminent peril, the guards, driven by greed, rushed forward with fervor, heedless of the danger that lay ahead. The age-old adage, "Men die for wealth, birds perish for food," rang true, and they were no exception. However, it was unfortunate that while they charged forth with great speed, they were sent reeling back even faster. Yi Xian showed no mercy as he raised his arm, delivering powerful slaps that obliterated the foremost attackers instantly. Following this, he thrust both palms forward, unleashing his internal energy like a volcanic eruption. A dragon-shaped surge of energy surged forth, clawing its way into the ranks of the approaching guards. These individuals, merely ordinary people albeit trained, lacked the cultivation to withstand such force. They were torn apart without a hint of resistance, dissolving into a mist of blood and gore. In an instant, the ground was littered with severed limbs, and rivers of blood flowed freely. A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers, each face etched with shock. They had known of Yi Xian's prowess, but this was beyond comprehension. Nearly 100 men had been dispatched with such ease. It was an inconceivable feat. Even Chu Shanhai's expression turned grave, his eyes fixed on Yi Xian, pupils constricting in realization. So, this is Ling Bingshuan's disciple? Indeed, he is no ordinary individual. No wonder he could bring about the downfall of the Feng family. His capabilities are truly formidable. Feng Shilin, witnessing the swift annihilation of his men, was initially taken aback, but soon regained his composure. The disdain in his gaze towards Yi Xian was replaced by a flicker of seriousness as he said, "Yi Xian, your skills are indeed impressive. It's no wonder you carry yourself with such arrogance at such a young age. Your capabilities warrant it. The downfall of my Feng family at your hands is no injustice. But do you believe I have made no preparations to confront you? That would be a grave error. Know this. I have mobilized decades of connections to invite a figure from the mountains to assist me." At the mention of a figure from the mountains, those in the know turned pale. In the realm of the Great Xia, where martial practitioners existed, so too did many ancient sections. These sects resided atop various renowned mountains, overseeing their domains while subtly influencing the course of events in the world. The fact that Feng Shilin had managed to summon a master from such a sect suggested he had indeed invested heavily. It could very well be his life savings at stake. Yet, the identity of this mountain dweller remained a mystery. Even Chu Shanhai felt a pang of curiosity. It was well known that ordinary folk seldom encountered mountain sects, let alone persuade them to descend for assistance. Feng Shilin had evidently demonstrated considerable skill in this regard. Seemingly sensing the curiosity surrounding him, Feng Shilin, with a proud demeanor, declared, "Let me be frank. Young Yi, I have summoned none other than the 7th elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, Feng Qingxian." With that, he raised his voice in reverence, "I invite Elder Feng." As the words fell, an elder exuding an ethereal aura emerged, accompanied by a young boy wielding a sword. The elder, clad in a long robe, with white hair and a piercing gaze, strode forward with the vigor of youth, defying his apparent age, indicating a mastery of martial arts at its pinnacle. This was Feng Qingxian, the seventh elder of the Heavenly Sword sect. Upon the elder's arrival, Feng Shilin felt a surge of confidence and quickly approached him, bowing respectfully. Elder Feng, the young man before you is the one I spoke of. If you could eliminate him, my Feng family shall become a vassal of the Heavenly Sword sect, and we shall deliver all our resources and medicinal supplies punctually to the mountain. Upon hearing this, Chu Shanhai's confusion evaporated. Realizing that Feng Shilin had indeed pledged allegiance to the Heavenly Sword sect in exchange for their assistance, it was a fair arrangement, considering these enduring martial sects required sustenance and resources for their existence. Thus, it was customary for prominent families to provide material support to mountain sects in exchange for martial protection. Without a doubt, Feng Shilin had forged an alliance with the Heavenly Sword sect to combat Yi Xian, and in doing so, had committed his family to a path of servitude. Feng Qingxian, after considering Feng Shilin's words, nodded and turned to Yi Xian, his gaze indifferent as he stated, "Young man, it would be best for you to take your own life, lest I sully my hands with your demise." His tone was devoid of arrogance, as though the act of taking a life was merely a mundane task, devoid of significance. It was worth noting that Feng Qingxian held a revered position within the Heavenly Sword sect, a stature that left most individuals in awe. Had it not been for a previous incident involving a family that had collaborated with the sect, he likely would not have descended from the mountain, let alone set his sights on the Feng family. As he stood there, commanding Yi Xian to end his own life, the crowd held their breath, eager to witness how Yi Xian would respond to the Heavenly Sword sect's challenge. Would he comply with the demand for self-destruction? Chapter 77. A sword's radiance illuminates 14 continents under the gaze of the crowd. Yi Xian remained unfazed by Feng Qingxuan's words, responding coolly. "What are you to demand that I take my own life?" The moment the words left his lips, the atmosphere turned electric. The gathering erupted in an uproar. Shock filled the eyes of those who beheld Yi Xian. It was well known that Feng Qingxian was a member of the esteemed Heavenly Sword sect and a revered elder. To question his worth in such a manner was akin to publicly humiliating him. This was an act of reckless abandon. Even Chu Shanhai, witnessing the exchange, could not suppress a gulp of astonishment at Yi Xian's audacity. Among those present, only Feng Shilin found joy in Yi Xian's bold declaration, knowing it would undoubtedly infuriate Feng Qingxian. At this moment, even if Yi Xian wished to escape his fate, it would be in vain. Not even Ling Bingxian could save him now. As predicted, Feng Qingxuan's countenance darkened upon hearing Yi Xian's retort. With a gaze that could pierce through flesh, he coldly declared, "Yi Xian, you are the first person in many years to speak to me so insolently. If you seek death, I shall oblige." Without waiting for a reply, he turned to the sword-bearing disciple behind him, instructing, "Use my treasured sword to slay this boy. He is not worthy of my intervention." Understood, the disciple nodded, stepping forward, drawing the Qinggang sword from his back, and sneering, "Prepare to meet your end." With that, he swung the sword, its chilling light reflecting ominously as it lunged toward Yi Xian. Unarmed, Yi Xian raised his hand, delivering a single, powerful slap that obliterated the advancing disciple into mere dust. The Qinggang sword clattered to the ground, its sound echoing loudly in the silence that followed. He is dead. The sword-bearing disciple of Feng Qingxian has been vanquished. It is crucial to note that despite his title, the disciple was not a mere youth. He was likely decades old, signifying profound mastery. Yet, such a formidable figure had perished at Yi Xian's hand, a feat that astonished all present. Feng Shilin and Chu Shan were momentarily stunned. They had anticipated the disciple's intervention would conclude the matter, yet they could never have foreseen Yi Xian's devastating display of power. "Disciple." Feng Qingxuan's expression shifted dramatically. Darkening with fury as he exclaimed, "Yi Xian, you dare to slay my disciple? This will be the gravest mistake of your life. I swear to scatter your remains. Enough of your empty threats. If you possess the courage, then come at me." Yi Xian retorted, his impatience palpable. "Since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall gladly assist you." Feng Qingxian wasted no time. Drawing in his true energy, he summoned the fallen Qinggang's sword into his grasp. With a swift thrust, he unleashed a strike that sliced through the heavens with chilling grace. The sword's power, wielded by him, was exponentially greater than that of his disciple, dazzling the onlookers. No one dared to doubt the might of this strike. "Huh, this boy is finished." Feng Shilin, filled with anticipation, reveled in the prospect of Yi Xian's impending doom. It was well known that Feng Qingxian, a master of unparalleled skill, would surely prevail. However, the ensuing events shattered all expectations. As the formidable strike descended, Yi Xian's expression revealed only a trace of surprise. This elder possessed considerable strength. Yet, it was merely a fleeting moment of astonishment. He knew that Feng Qingshuan's intent to slay him was utterly futile. In an instant, Yi Xian acted. Channeling his true energy, he enveloped his right hand and thrust it forward with decisive force. A massive hand of true energy surged toward Feng Qingxian, who, sensing the overwhelming power, altered the trajectory of his strike, redirecting it toward the approaching hand with astonishing speed. Boom! As the hand of true energy descended, Feng Qingshuan's sword aimed to intercept, but it was rendered utterly ineffective, disintegrating into a fine mist of blood, vanishing without a trace. Witnessing this scene, the crowd fell into stunned silence. No one could have anticipated such an outcome. Feng Qingxian, a figure of renown, had succumbed to Yi Xian and Apos' might, a revelation that left all in disbelief. Chu Shanhai, pale and trembling, wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that he had lived blissfully ignorant for so long. Today, he had witnessed a power beyond imagination. Feng Shilin, who had once beamed with confidence, now stood aghast, his expression frozen in disbelief. Dead. The formidable expert I painstakingly summoned has perished just like that? Didn't he even manage to defend himself? In a whirlwind of chaos, Feng Shilin's mind reeled, shattered by the implications of what had transpired. With Feng Qingxian reduced to a mere blood mist, the Qinggang sword fell to the ground. Yi Xian approached, lifting the blade to assess its weight, recognizing its quality as it remained intact despite the destructive force of his blow. Having secured the sword, Yi Xian turned toward Feng Shilin, who, upon seeing him advance, turned pale and shouted at the remaining guards, "What are you waiting for? Charge at once." At his command, the remaining warriors surged forward, grasping the Qinggang's sword. Yi Xian swung it, and with a series of resounding thuds, the heads of his assailants fell, their eyes wide open, forever staring into the void. Chapter 78. A life for a guarantee. The villain nestled amidst the hills was suffused with a repugnant scent of blood, with crimson liquid flowing freely, resembling a hell on earth. Nobody anticipated that Yi Xian would possess such overwhelming strength. It was utterly beyond their expectations. As Yi Xian approached, Feng Shilin trembled uncontrollably, retreating step by step, his lips quivering as he stammered, "Why you? Don't come closer. Please don't come closer." However, Yi Xian appeared oblivious to his pleas, brandishing the Qinggang's sword and continuing his advance. Feng Shilin had no choice but to back away until he was cornered against the wall, halting his retreat in sheer terror. At that moment, Yi Xian stood before him, coldly inquiring, "Where is Lin Xiaoyue?" Upon hearing this, Feng Shilin, fearful of concealment, hastily replied, "She is in the backyard. She is in the backyard. I beg you, do not kill me." The backyard? Yi Xian nodded, raising his sword, preparing to strike. "Ah!" Feng Shilin, terrified, cowered in the corner, clutching his head, utterly stripped of the dignity he once wielded as the patriarch of the Feng family. After all, the mightiest are often the most fearful of death. Possessing wealth that ordinary individuals could never hope to attain, no one wishes for their demise. Yet, just as Yi Xian was about to sever Feng Shilin's head, a sudden voice rang out, "Stop!" As the words fell, Chu Shanhai hurriedly approached, imploring Yi Xian, "You cannot kill Feng Shilin." "Oh, why not?" Yi Xian's gaze focused on Chu Shanhai, causing him to shudder involuntarily, a chill creeping into his heart. Without daring to hesitate, Chu Shanhai quickly explained, "Because he is the sole voice of the Feng family now, and the Feng family has become a vassal of the Tianjin sect. You have already killed Feng Qingxian. If you eliminate him as well, you will irrevocably offend the Tianjin sect. With their ancient martial arts sect's disposition, they will not spare you." "Oh," Yi Xian nodded, then swiftly beheaded Feng Shilin. Thud! A severed head rolled onto the ground, its eyes wide open, staring at Chu Shanhai with a look of deathly disbelief. "You!" Chu Shanhai, witnessing Yi Xian's disregard for his words, erupted in fury. "Yi family brat, did you not hear what I said? You will eventually meet a fate worse than death. Get lost." Yi Xian swatted him aside, sending him flying several meters away, coldly declaring, "If you dare utter another word, you shall join him." With that, he proceeded towards the backyard. Chu Shanhai lay on the ground, racked with pain, watching Yi Xian's retreating figure, his eyes ablaze with rage, yet powerless to act. In the backyard, Yi Xian strode in without obstruction, likely due to Feng Shilin having earlier dispatched everyone to confront him. In an abandoned room, Yi Xian found Lin Xiaoyue bound and gagged. Whoa! Upon seeing Yi Xian, Lin Xiaoyue's eyes brimmed with tears of joy, her delicate face glowing with emotion. Enough, do not cry. It is all right now, Yi Xian reassured her as he untied her bonds. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry for causing you trouble again. Lin Xiaoyue, now free, expressed her guilt. It's fine, Feng Shilin is dead now. Let us return, Yi Xian replied. What? Feng Shilin is dead? Lin Xiaoyue was taken aback momentarily. However, upon realizing it was at Yi Xian's hand, she felt a sense of relief. Without further ado, she followed Yi Xian outside. During their departure, she caught sight of Chu Shanhai writhing in agony on the ground, a flicker of shock crossing her face. It was evident that he too had been injured by Yi Xian. Once they left the villa, they made their way back to the Lin family. Upon Lin Xiaoyue's safe return, the Lin family collectively exhaled in relief, rushing forward to welcome her with inquiries. Since Lin Xiaoyue had assumed the role of head of the Lin family, her exceptional capabilities, coupled with Yi Xian's imposing presence, had not only won the hearts of the Lin family but also elevated their status throughout Jiangbei, solidifying her position within the family beyond challenge. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away, atop a towering mountain, the air was thick with sword energy, accompanied by the resonant shouts of martial training. This was the Tianjin sect, a solitary force that commanded respect among countless family factions. At that moment, a disciple hastily rushed into a grand hall, panic etched across his features. Inside, the sect leader and elders were engaged in a discussion, and upon the disciple's abrupt entrance, their brows furrowed in displeasure. What is the matter? Compose yourself before speaking, the sect leader admonished. Breathless and frantic, the disciple exclaimed, Sect leader, elders, it's dire. Something terrible has happened. What calamity has befallen us? The sect leader responded with a cold snort. The other elders turned their attention to the disciple, their brows knitted in concern. Eager to ascertain the nature of the crisis he spoke of, under their scrutiny, the disciple began to sweat profusely, yet he hurriedly stated, Sect leader, elders, we have received word from the foot of the mountain that the seventh elder and his sword-bearer apprentice have been killed. As those words echoed in the hall, an eerie silence enveloped the space. But within the next second, chaos erupted. What did you say? The seventh elder is dead? Is this true? What happened? The seventh elder is immensely powerful. Who could have slain him? Are you certain you did not hear false news? Who would dare kill a member of our Tianjin sect? Especially an elder? Indeed, this must be pure nonsense. The sect leader and several elders were in disbelief that Feng Qingxian could be slain. After all, he was an elder of the Tianjin sect. Who would dare to take his life? Only someone who sought their own demise would attempt such a thing. Seeing their skepticism, the disciple nearly wept in desperation, insisting, Sect leader, elders, I assure you it is true. The seventh elder has genuinely been killed. His body is on its way back. This news comes from our disciples in the secular world. If it is false, I am willing to pay with my life. At this declaration, the grand hall fell into a profound silence, a palpable sense of dread coalescing in the air. Chapter 79, Confession. Upon hearing his words, the gathered crowd could no longer doubt their veracity. After a moment's pause, the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, with a frigid expression, inquired, Who is responsible for the death of Elder 7? Without a moment's hesitation, a disciple promptly responded, according to reports from below the mountain. It was a young man named Yi Xian. Yi Xian? A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in the leader's eyes as he declared, Very well, I understand. Immediately notify the second-generation disciples to dispatch personnel to capture this murderer and bring him back to the mountain, led personally by Elders 3 and 4. At this pronouncement, the attendees trembled with apprehension. They were acutely aware that the leader was thoroughly enraged. The death of an elder was no trivial matter, warranting utmost seriousness. Meanwhile, in Jiangbei at the Lin family estate, Yi Xian sat in a chair, listening attentively as Lin Xiaomiao reported on the family's affairs, while the senior members of the Lin family stood quietly below, not daring to breathe. Even when they occasionally glanced at Yi Xian, their gazes were filled with respect. Fearing to display even a hint of disrespect, they understood all too well that this young man had not only eliminated the previous head of the Lin family, but had also obliterated the entire Feng family. Rumor had it that even Feng Shilin had not been spared, which astounded them all. It was well known that the Feng family was a formidable presence in Jiangbei, a true noble clan, and Feng Shilin was no ordinary figure, possessing connections beyond measure. The mere thought that such a family had been annihilated instilled fear in their hearts. After listening to Lin Xiaomiao's report, Yi Xian nodded, opting for silence. His primary focus was on tracking down the murderer of his parents, leaving little room for concern regarding other matters. Lin Xiaomiao was aware of this, and, after dismissing the senior members of the Lin family, turned to Yi Xian, biting her lip, as if she had something to say. "What is it? Speak your mind," Yi Xian urged, noticing her demeanor. Caught in her thoughts, Lin Xiaomiao's cheeks flushed crimson, and she stammered, I am fine. Is that so?" Yi Xian stood up, not pressing further. "If there's nothing amiss, then I shall take my leave." As he prepared to depart, Lin Xiaomiao, suddenly anxious, rushed forward and embraced him from behind, her soft form pressing against him. Summoning her courage, she confessed, "Yi Xian, I like you." "What?" Yi Xian froze, doubting his own ears. "Yi Xian, I like you." Now that she had voiced her feelings, Lin Xiaomiao no longer hesitated, pouring out her heart. "Yes, you heard me right. I have feelings for you. I don't know exactly when it began, perhaps from the moment you saved me in northern Myanmar. Maybe it was during our time together after I returned home that I gradually fell for you. I was uncertain if my feelings were genuine until the moment I was kidnapped. All I could think of was you. From that instant, I knew I truly liked you." Yi Xian stood speechless, absorbing her words as Lin Xiaomiao continued. "I realize I am not worthy of you. Only someone like Lady Ling Bingxian deserves you. Yet, I cannot help my feelings. I am uncontrollably drawn to you. I wish to bear your children, to offer you my first time. You have saved me so many times. I have long considered myself yours." This took Yi Xian aback, and just as he contemplated a response, Lin Xiaomiao tightened her embrace, pleading, "Yi Xian, please accept me. I promise not to trouble you, nor will I tell anyone, including Qingqing." Dressed in a white short skirt, Lin Xiaomiao and Appo's alluring figure and radiant beauty could captivate any man. Yi Xian was taken aback by her bold confession and found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, a phone rang, providing Yi Xian an opportunity to break the tension. He answered, realizing it was a call from Ling Bingxian. "Junior brother, I heard you are back in Jiangbei. Remember to come find me. I have reserved a restaurant for us to dine together." "All right, sister. I will come find you right away," he replied before hanging up and turning to Lin Xiaomiao. "This matter cannot be rushed. Let us take our time. I must leave now." Without waiting for her response, he exited. Watching him depart, Lin Xiaomiao felt an urge to call out, but ultimately remained silent, her heart heavy with disappointment. After leaving the Lin estate, Yi Xian hailed a taxi, heading straight to the restaurant mentioned by his sister. Ling Bingxian was already waiting for him there. Upon his arrival, she greeted him with a warm smile, wrapping her arms around his, feigning annoyance. "Junior brother, why did you not inform me of your arrival in Jiangbei? If it weren't for Qingqing mentioning it, I would still be unaware." Feeling her warmth against him, Yi Xian responded, "I came in such haste that I had no time to notify you." "Very well, I trust you. Let us go inside for dinner. I have reserved the entire place for us," she said, pulling him along. Inside, the opulent decor and brilliant lighting spoke of luxury. As she led him into a private room, "Let us sit here. I have already instructed the kitchen to prepare our meal. It will be served shortly." Just as they settled in, a series of alarming beeps resonated in the room, reminiscent of a timer expiring. "Not good, there's a bomb." Yi Xian's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he enveloped Ling Bingxian in his arms, unleashing his inner energy to form a protective barrier around them. Just as he completed this, a deafening explosion erupted, followed by a massive fireball shooting into the sky. The bomb detonated. Like a volcanic eruption, an overwhelming shockwave radiated outward, shattering tables, chairs, and walls into mere rubble, leaving nothing intact. This was a blast equivalent to hundreds of kilograms of explosives, as if aiming to reduce the place to dust. Chapter 80. Wrath. A thunderous explosion resonated, unleashing a formidable shockwave akin to a tsunami or a volcanic eruption, instantly engulfing the entire private room and obliterating everything within. Without any forewarning, the space was transformed into a sea of flames, thick smoke suffocating the air. It was a catastrophic explosion, claiming the lives of countless waitstaff who perished in the inferno. Those who were fortunate enough to be at a distance fled in terror, their faces pale with disbelief as they beheld the raging firestorm. They could scarcely fathom that such an apocalyptic scene, typically reserved for the silver screen, was unfolding before their very eyes. Was this reality? Could anyone still be alive within that inferno? Their minds raced, especially considering that an immensely significant figure had reserved the entire venue for the evening. Was that individual still among the living? If she had perished, chaos would surely engulf the entirety of Jiangbei. As these thoughts coursed through their minds, they witnessed a scene that would forever be etched in their memories. Emerging from the inferno, a young man cradled a woman in his arms, utterly unscathed, even his clothes remarkably intact. The onlookers were rendered speechless, their expressions frozen in sheer astonishment. They could not comprehend how anyone could survive such a devastating explosion. Was this a divine being? All right, it and Appos, that's fine now. Release me. Little junior brother, said Ling Bingxian, her expression chillingly composed as she stepped from the flames. She had never anticipated that someone had planted a timed bomb at the banquet she had orchestrated. Was it an attempt to assassinate her? Or her little junior brother? Or perhaps a plot to eliminate them both? Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Bingxian retrieved her phone, her visage as frigid as ancient ice. There has been a major explosion here. Investigate. Leave no stone unturned, even if it means turning Jiangbei upside down. She commanded coldly before ending the call. She was certain her subordinates understood the gravity of her words and would act accordingly. Meanwhile, Yixian's expression darkened. He too had not anticipated that a bomb had been planted in such proximity, coincidentally detonating just as he and his senior sister entered. This was an unsettling coincidence. Turning to Ling Bingxian, he voiced his concern. Senior sister, there must be a traitor among us who leaked the information about our dinner, allowing the bomb to be placed here. Such a coincidence cannot be mere happenstance. I even suspect that during your previous investigation at the Feng family, this traitor betrayed your plans, leading to your failure. A traitor? Ling Bingshuan's countenance darkened. Even without Yi Xian's insight, she had sensed the presence of a spy. After all, her recent failures and this incident were too telling. Someone had been covertly divulging her movements. A wave of foreboding washed over her. She vowed to unearth this traitor and exact ruthless vengeance. Taking a deep breath, Ling Bingxian suppressed her fury, allowing a smile to grace her lips as she addressed Yi Xian. Do not worry, little junior brother. I have already dispatched people to investigate. I trust we shall have results soon. For now, let us change venues and not allow this incident to mar our meal. Yi Xian shook his head. Senior sister, while that may be your intention, others may not be inclined to let us depart. I fear our meal may be a lost cause today. Ling Bingxian was taken aback. Why do you say that? Because someone is already here to kill us, Yi Xian replied. At his words, Ling Bingxian and Appos' expression shifted. And just as she opened her mouth to respond, a group of individuals clad in black, wearing masks and armed, surged forth from the shadows. Upon witnessing Yi Xian and Ling Bingxian emerge from the flames unscathed, their initial astonishment quickly morphed into resolve as they encircled the duo. Remaining composed, Ling Bingxian surveyed the scene and coldly inquired, Who are you? Who sent you to kill me? Yet, her question fell on deaf ears as the assailants continued to close in, intent on trapping them and ensuring their demise. Senior sister, why waste breath on them? Just watch me, Yi Xian declared, his resolve set as he charged toward the encroaching figures. The audacity of those who dared to plant a bomb and seek their lives stirred no mercy within him. Attack, commanded the leader of the black-clad assailants, and without hesitation. The group surged forward, weapons drawn, aiming to eliminate Yi Xian. Some even turned their aggression towards Ling Bingxian, clearly intent on harming her. Be careful, senior sister, Yi Xian warned. Have no fear, little junior brother. I am no mere decorative vase, she retorted, raising her delicate hand and striking down at the advancing foes. With a series of resounding impacts, the assailants were reduced to mere blood mist. The sight left the leader of the black-clad group in shock. They had not anticipated Ling Bingshuan's formidable prowess, but their lack of information had proven detrimental. Meanwhile, Yi Xian was equally astonished by her capabilities, realizing she was far more formidable than he had presumed. Noticing his astonished expression, Ling Bingxian smiled and teased. What's the matter, little junior brother? You may be strong, but so am I. Yi Xian managed a sheepish grin, but there was no time for further banter as he plunged into battle against the remaining assailants. Chapter 81. Do you wish to rebel? Bang! With a single strike, Yi Xian's palm swept forth, instantly transforming several of the foremost black-clad figures into a mist of crimson. Witnessing the identical brutality exhibited by both him and Ling Bingxian, The leader of the black-clad men felt an overwhelming surge of disbelief. Was such cruelty truly necessary? His subordinates were among the elite, yet they were rendered utterly powerless against these two. How absurd. What left him even more speechless was the fact that Ling Bingshuan's methods mirrored Yi Xian's with uncanny precision. He could only lament that these two were indeed sister and brother, products of the same ruthless master, both steeped in bloodshed. As he pondered this, Yi Xian continued his onslaught, dispatching a significant number of his own men with powerful slaps. Ling Bingxian also joined in, ruthlessly eliminating several more. In the blink of an eye, the once formidable force of 300 to 400 black-clad men had dwindled to fewer than half. Seeing this, the leader of the black-clad men grew frantic and shouted, "Do not approach him. Use long-range firepower to take him down." It must be said, a person who has ascended to such a position possesses a modicum of intelligence. Recognizing the prowess of Yi Xian and Ling Bingxian, he understood that his subordinates stood no chance in direct combat. It would be futile to sacrifice them needlessly. Utilizing firearms to eliminate the threat was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Upon hearing his command, the remaining black-clad figures collectively exhaled in relief. Yi Xian and Ling Bingxian were simply too powerful. Should they charge forward, they would surely meet their demise. The ability to eradicate them with firearms was indeed fortuitous. Without hesitation, the group brandished their weapons and opened fire on Yi Xian. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flames of gunfire erupted like scythes wielded by death itself, indiscriminately aimed at Yi Xian and Ling Bingxian, creating a truly terrifying spectacle. In response, Yi Xian unleashed his internal energy, forming a protective barrier that enveloped both himself and Ling Bingxian. The bullets struck the shield with a thunderous roar, akin to blows against solid stone. Yet they could not penetrate, being completely thwarted. Witnessing this, the leader and Apos' face contorted with urgency. He understood that Ling Bingxian and Apos' identity was not to be trifled with. If they lingered any longer, they risked attracting the attention of authorities. In that event, they would surely suffer dire consequences. With a flash of determination in his eyes, he raised a rocket launcher and aimed it at Yi Xian and Ling Bingxian. Boom! A rocket, trailing a fiery tail, soared toward them, crashing into the protective barrier with a resounding explosion. "I refuse to believe you can survive this." After firing the rocket, the leader wore a smug expression. However, the next moment, his smile vanished abruptly. As the smoke settled from the explosion, Yi Xian and Ling Bingxian remained unscathed within their protective barrier, which had withstood the rocket's ferocity. The leader was astounded, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. He had never imagined anyone could withstand such an attack. Was this person a superhuman? Yet, after the initial shock, clarity returned to him. He slapped his thigh in frustration, cursing, "How could I forget? These two cannot be killed even by explosives. How foolish of me to think a rocket would suffice." Meanwhile, Yi Xian had grown impatient. He had lost all tolerance for their incessant assaults. He recognized that their tactics were limited. Once exhausted, they would be devoid of options. It was time for him to take action. With this thought, he dispelled the protective barrier and charged toward the black-clad man. Upon seeing Yi Xian daring to advance, a flicker of panic flashed across the faces of the black-clad figures. Yet, it was quickly replaced by resolve. Undeterred by fear, they surged toward Yi Xian in unison. Seeking death, Yi Xian scoffed, his internal energy surging as he thrust both palms forward. Roar! A dragon-shaped wave of energy surged forth, clawing its way toward the advancing black-clad men. My goodness, what is this? The sight left the attacking figures paralyzed with terror. They could not fathom such a surreal spectacle and attempted to flee, but it was too late. The dragon-shaped energy, imbued with terrifying might, tore through the ranks of the black-clad men, shredding them into countless pieces. In an instant, the air was thick with a cloud of blood, dismembered corpses, and scattered entrails, creating a ghastly scene. Witnessing such a brutal massacre, Ling Bingxian shook her head. While she too reveled in the ability to obliterate foes, she could never summon such a large-scale slaughter. At that moment, the leader of the black-clad men stood frozen in horror, his body trembling uncontrollably. He had arrived with hundreds of men, yet they had been annihilated in such a manner. The shock was beyond comprehension. Was Yi Xian a devil? No. He was far more terrifying than any devil. As Yi Xian approached, the leader felt an instinctive urge to flee. Yet, he had barely taken a few steps before Yi Xian seized him as one would a chick, his limbs flailing in desperation as he shouted, "You scoundrel! Let me go! Let me go! Behave yourself!" Unperturbed by the man's struggles, Yi Xian delivered a resounding slap, instantly marring half of the leader's face, knocking out several teeth, and causing blood to pour forth, a ghastly sight. Speak. Who sent you to kill my sister? Yi Xian demanded coldly. He now understood that these individuals had come with the intent to harm his sister. Their actions made it abundantly clear, had he not intervened, they would have swarmed her mercilessly. This revelation left him astounded. His sister was the supreme commander of Jiangbei. How could anyone dare to plot against her? Were they truly attempting to incite rebellion? Chapter 82. Poison is suicide. Go ahead and kill me. I shall divulge nothing. The cloaked man glared at Yi Xian. His face twisted with resentment. Is that so? Yi Xian's expression hardened as he forcefully wrenched one of the man's arms from its socket, his voice icy as he inquired. Will you speak? A harrowing scream escaped the cloaked man as he writhed in agony, but he remained resolute, cursing vehemently. If you think you can extract information from me, abandon that hope. If you have the guts, just kill me. Yi Xian's demeanor grew even more frigid. Just as he prepared to inflict further torment by tearing off another limb, unexpectedly, Ling Bingxian approached, saying, Little junior brother, leave him to me. We have specialists for interrogation, and I refuse to believe I cannot extract useful information from him. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Xian acquiesced. At that moment, the cloaked man let out a derisive laugh and addressed Ling Bingxian. Heh, Ling Bingxian, I told you, you will not get anything of value from me. With that, he cast a mocking glance at Yi Xian, and to their shock, black blood began to flow from his mouth. Before either Yi Xian or Ling Bingxian could react, his neck tilted, and he was dead. Both Yi Xian and Ling Bingxian were taken aback, hastily inspecting the body, only to discover that the man had succumbed to poison, indicating that he must have concealed the toxin within his teeth. These individuals are exceedingly professional, Ling Bingxian remarked, her expression darkening. Yi Xian cautioned, Seventh sister, it appears there is a traitor among us in Jiangbei. You must exercise caution. Fear not, little junior brother. Your elder sister is no mere ornament. It will not be so simple for anyone to take my life, Ling Bingxian reassured him. After the commotion, their appetite for dining had vanished. Ling Bingxian stated, It seems I will have to treat you to a meal next time. I must return now to oversee the investigation. Very well, Seventh sister, take care. If anything arises, do not hesitate to call. Your affairs are my concerns, Yi Xian replied. Ha ha ha. Understood, little junior brother. Mua Ling Bingxian said, and before Yi Xian could react, she planted a swift kiss on his cheek before departing. Yi Xian was taken aback by the sudden kiss, his hand brushing against the mark on his face, a warm sensation blossoming within him. After leaving, he intended to return to Jinghai but sensed something amiss. A glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. He turned and entered a bustling tavern, the atmosphere lively and filled with patrons. Upon entering, a server approached with a professional smile, inquiring, Good day, sir, what would you like to eat? Yi Xian casually chose a table in the hall, seated himself, and replied, Just bring me some of your signature dishes. Certainly, sir, please hold on a moment. The server responded before retreating to the kitchen. As Yi Xian surveyed the hall, he noted that every table was occupied, filled with couples, families with children, and tourists drawn by the tavern's reputation. After memorizing the layout, he closed his eyes to rest. The tavern's efficiency was impressive. Within 15 minutes, his meal arrived, a feast for the senses, tantalizing his appetite. Gazing at the array of dishes, Yi Xian sighed, wishing Seventh sister were present. However, he understood that given recent events, her responsibilities would keep her from dining with him. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he began to eat. Half an hour later, having satisfied his hunger, he lingered, leisurely sipping his drink, as if awaiting something. Suddenly, a figure clad in black robes, face concealed save for a pair of eyes, appeared in the air. It was an Eastern ninja. Without hesitation, the ninja brandished a dagger, aiming a lethal strike at Yi Xian and Apos as head. Yet Yi Xian seemed to have anticipated this encounter. He swiftly extended 2 fingers, clamping down on the blade, halting its advance. With his pupils slightly dilating, the Eastern ninja's expression shifted as Yi Xian raised his head with a smile. I've been expecting you. Your speed is rather slow. I've had enough time to enjoy a meal. Yagura. The Eastern ninja's face paled in shock, realizing Yi Xian had foreseen his arrival, and in a fit of rage, he abandoned the dagger, pulling out 2 shuriken and hurling them at Yi Xian. The blades shimmered with a blue hue, clearly laced with poison. Yi Xian chuckled lightly, casting his dagger with force. The weapon whistled through the air, deflecting the incoming shuriken and continued its trajectory, striking the Eastern ninja and sending him crashing against tables and chairs in his wake. This event unfolded in mere seconds. The patrons in the hall were startled, screaming in terror and scrambling to find refuge in the corners. What is happening? The tavern manager, alerted by the commotion, rushed out to investigate, only to find the Eastern ninja bleeding profusely on the ground, struggling. Meanwhile, Yi Xian remained composed, sipping his drink as if nothing had transpired. Upon witnessing this scene, the manager's expression shifted, and he looked at Yi Xian with a scowl, demanding, "Who are you to cause such a disturbance here?" "A disturbance?" Yi Xian replied with a smile. "Did you not see that he attempted to kill me? He is an Eastern ninja. Surely you can recognize that? I care not who he is, but you have injured him, which is unacceptable. I expect an explanation, or I shall report this incident," the manager asserted with indignation. "Unfair," Yi Xian retorted, ready to take action. However, at that moment, a horde of Easterners burst through the door, each a skilled martial artist, their formidable presence unmistakable. Chapter 83. Toasting with penalty wine. A throng of Eastern warriors burst into the hall, each wielding a katana, instantly enveloping the space in a palpable aura of menace. What on earth has transpired? What are they here for? Am I to meet my demise here? Oh, dear mother, I am not ready to perish. I have yet to find a girlfriend, and I am still a naive youth. Upon witnessing the influx of Eastern warriors, the patrons' faces contorted with terror, each individual gripped by profound fear. It was evident that these warriors bore ill intentions, a sentiment shared by all present. "Get out." A man, standing at a mere 5 feet tall with a handlebar mustache, emerged from the ranks of the Eastern warriors and bellowed impatiently at the cowering patrons in the corner. At the sound of his voice, hesitation evaporated, and the diners rushed towards the exit in a panicked frenzy. Some, in their haste, abandoned their trousers, fleeing in utter disarray. Yet, in this moment of desperation, no one paid heed to such trivialities. Even if they had, mockery was far removed from their minds. "Hey, stop. Who gave you permission to leave? You haven't paid your bills yet. Come back." The manager of the establishment, witnessing the chaos, turned pale and rushed forward, desperate to intervene. But the patrons were too consumed by the instinct to survive to heed his cries. They surged out the door, ignoring him entirely. Enraged by the scene, the manager stormed forward, pointing an accusatory finger at the diminutive Eastern man. "Who do you think you are? Who gave you the right to let them go? No, you shall bear the responsibility for the losses incurred today, or I shall lodge a complaint against you. Do not think that I will refrain from doing so just because you hail from the East. Get lost, foolish pig of the great Xia." The man, known as Jiro Sasaki, the leader among the Eastern warriors and a high-ranking member of the Sakura Agency, stood resolute despite the manager's tirade. "What? You want me to get lost?" The manager seethed, jabbing a finger at Sasaki. "Do you have any idea how much you've cost me by merely being here? This establishment belongs to my brother-in-law, and I assure you, with one call, I could have you and your ilk exterminated. I will say this once more. If you wish to avoid death, leave." Sasaki replied, suppressing his murderous intent as he gripped his katana. "Huh, I shall not leave. Do you dare to kill me?" The manager scoffed. Having grown accustomed to a life of arrogance and disregard for authority since he had dropped out of school to join the underworld. "Die." Sasaki's expression remained cold and devoid of emotion as he swung his katana downwards. Before the manager could comprehend the gravity of the situation, he was cleaved in two, his lifeless body crumpling to the floor in a pool of blood. Even in death, he could scarcely believe that someone had dared to take his life. After disposing of the manager, Sasaki approached Yi Xian, eyeing the ninja he had previously dispatched with a swift strike. He then turned his gaze to Yi Xian, his demeanor chillingly composed. "Yi Xian, I presume? Did you anticipate our arrival and deliberately await us here?" "Indeed," Yi Xian replied, nonchalantly toying with his wine glass. "The moment you dispatched that Eastern ninja to trail me, I was aware of your intentions. If I am not mistaken, you are from the Sakura Agency, correct?" "Indeed. That is correct." Though taken aback by Yi Xian and Appo's foresight, Sasaki and Appo's confidence in his warriors and Appo's ability to subdue Yi Xian remained unshaken. "Yi Xian, let us dispense with pleasantries. Surrender the main map, and the Empire of the East shall grant you clemency. I hope you appreciate this opportunity." "You seek the main map?" Yi Xian's expression remained impassive as he retrieved the Qin Gang sword from his previous conquest and placed it upon the table. "Perhaps you should first inquire whether this sword consents to your demands." Upon realizing the Eastern warrior's desire for the main map to exploit the Dragon Vein, Yi Xian's animosity towards them intensified. These wretched Easterners, having been defeated, still harbored ambitions against the Great Xia. Truly, their treachery warranted eradication. Yi Xian, you should heed an ancient saying from the Great Xia. One who does not appreciate a toast must endure a penalty drink. I hope you do not miscalculate your position. Sasaki's expression was one of disdain, unfazed by Yi Xian's defiance. Miscalculate. Yi Xian chuckled softly. I would advise you and your eastern cohorts to withdraw your filthy agency from the Great Xia, cease all criminal activities within our borders, and return to your homeland. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you here and now. You. Yi Xian's words ignited a blaze of fury in Sasaki. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded, charge. Eliminate this insolent fool of the Great Xia, and be cautious of the main map on him. Its preservation is crucial to the success of our mission. Yes. The Eastern warriors nodded in unison, drawing their katanas in a synchronized display. The blades glimmered menacingly under the hall's illumination. Without further ado, a swarm of Eastern warriors lunged at Yi Xian, their faces alight with murderous intent. Foolish. With a resounding clang, Yi Xian unsheathed the Qingang sword, executing a swift slash before sheathing it once more. The entire sequence transpired in less than a second. The Eastern warriors sensed a fleeting flash of white light. Their throats chilled, and then, one by one, their heads soared into the air, blood gushing forth in a gruesome spectacle. From a distance, this scene was nothing short of breathtaking. Chapter 84. There is nothing I cannot resolve with one stroke. What? Upon witnessing the numerous subordinates he had dispatched being decapitated by Yi Xian with a single sword, Jiro Sasaki wore an expression of utter bewilderment. What on earth is happening? Is this Da Xiao fool truly so formidable? This contradicts all intelligence reports. After seeing Yi Xian kill so many of his men, he remained nonchalant, leisurely seated at the table, sipping his drink as if the entire event hadn't transpired at all. Jiro Sasaki's brow furrowed deeply. This Da Xiao fool shows an utter lack of respect for me. Sitting there without a hint of vigilance, not even sparing me a glance. How infuriating. Da Xiao fool, prepare to taste my blade. The more Jiro Sasaki thought about it, the angrier he became. Unable to contain himself, he seized his katana and lunged fiercely at Yi Xian. It is worth noting that he was already at the mid-stage of the martial spirit realm, significantly stronger than his subordinates, and ranked as the third strongest within the Sakura agency. He could not believe he would fail to eliminate this Da Xiao fool. Huh! Jiro Sasaki roared, swinging down his sword with ferocity. The blade's energy instantly cleaved through the table before continuing its relentless trajectory toward Yi Xian's body. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as Yi Xian, wielding the Qingang sword with one hand, effortlessly blocked the descending katana. Baka! Jiro Sasaki bellowed, exerting all his strength to press down on the katana. Yet, it proved futile. Now it's my turn. Yi Xian let out a cold snort, without hesitation. He drew the Qingang sword upward with force. Swish! The sound rang out as Jiro Sasaki's katana was audaciously severed by Yi Xian's Qingang sword. Clang! A resounding noise erupted as the katana broke in two, one half clattering to the ground. What? Jiro Sasaki stared at the hilt of his broken katana in disbelief. What on earth is happening? How could my katana shatter so easily? This is outrageous. Although his katana wasn't a legendary blade, it had been personally bestowed by the Emperor of Ying, certainly not an ordinary weapon. Yet, it had broken so easily, leaving him utterly astonished. Could it be that the Emperor had given him a defective blade to deceive him? As countless thoughts raced through his mind, anger flashed across Jiro Sasaki's face as he shouted at Yi Xian, "You Da Xiao fool! How dare you destroy the blade gifted to me by the Emperor of Ying? This is an unforgivable sin, and I shall make you pay with your life." Without a moment's hesitation, he charged at Yi Xian, completely oblivious to the fact that he was no match for him. Enough of this. I've had my fill of drinks. It is time to attend to business. Yi Xian coldly snorted, rising to his feet, emanating a formidable aura. With a single stroke of his sword, a 10-meter-long blade of energy sliced through the air. What? Jiro Sasaki, witnessing this fierce sword energy, was momentarily paralyzed with fear. He had intended to attack Yi Xian, but now he was compelled to defend himself. Raising the broken katana before him, just as he completed this action, the sword energy surged forth, striking him with a thunderous boom, propelling him several meters away, crashing violently into a wall. He gasped, blood spilling from his mouth. In an instant, he lay on the ground like a defeated dog, completely devoid of fighting spirit. This was merely the result of Yi Xian holding back. Had he unleashed his full power, Jiro Sasaki would have been reduced to mere vapor beneath that sword energy. As he gazed at the approaching Yi Xian, Jiro Sasaki's face was a mask of shock. He never anticipated that Yi Xian would be so powerful. Despite being at the mid-stage of the martial spirit realm, he was utterly outmatched. This was terrifying. Enough of the idle chatter. Reveal the location of your Sakura Agency headquarters, and I shall spare your life. Yi Xian demanded, placing a foot on his chest, his voice icy. Heh, da xiaofu. You will never learn the whereabouts of our Sakura Agency headquarters from me. Jiro Sasaki sneered defiantly. Despite not being Yi Xian's opponent, he would never betray the great Eastern Empire. Refusing to speak, Yi Xian showed no mercy, and with a swift motion, he brought down the Qinggang's sword. Jiro Sasaki's arm was cleaved away in an instant. Jiro Sasaki was taken aback by Yi Xian's ruthlessness, losing an arm without warning. Was this man a devil? Speak, or I shall not hesitate to turn you into a mere stick. Yi Xian's words were laced with a sinister smile, yet there was no mirth in his eyes, only sharpness. Faced with the cruel smile on Yi Xian's face, Jiro Sasaki was genuinely frightened. Realizing that Yi Xian was indeed capable of such brutality, all his previous bravado evaporated, and his loyalty to the Eastern Empire vanished as he hurriedly confessed, All right. I'll tell you. Please, don't kill me. Our headquarters is located in a high-end club in Jiangbei. Get up and lead me there, Yi Xian commanded. All right. Jiro Sasaki was nearly paralyzed with fear. Without hesitation, he complied with Yi Xian's demand. Yi Xian lifted his foot, and Jiro Sasaki struggled to rise from the ground, suppressing the agony of his severed arm while hastily leading the way. Upon exiting the tavern, a Dongfeng car awaited them, the very vehicle Jiro Sasaki and his comrades had arrived in. Yi Xian and Jiro Sasaki entered the car and set off toward the headquarters of the Sakura Agency. Meanwhile, within a luxurious club, Hideo Fujita sat on a tatami mat, his expression fluctuating between unease and anxiety, as if something monumental were about to occur. What is it, Fujita-kun? Asked Yamada Ataro, a Ronin warrior clad in traditional garb, who sat opposite him, noticing his troubled demeanor. It's difficult to explain, Yamada-kun, but I have a foreboding sense that something dreadful is about to transpire. I dispatched Jiro Sasaki to eliminate Yi Xian, yet he has been absent for so long with no word. I fear something has gone awry. Hideo Fujita spoke with palpable concern. Upon hearing this, Yamada Ataro burst into laughter, saying, Fujita-kun, what are you worried about? With me here. Even if that Yi Xian were to arrive, there is no need for concern. It's merely a matter of one stroke. Even if something unexpected occurs, it will only take 2 strokes. You must know that my reputation as Yamada Ataro is not one to be taken lightly. Chapter 85. Soared Chi like a dragon. Upon hearing the words of Yagyu Ikiden, Fujita Ikaku, who had been somewhat apprehensive, felt an immediate sense of reassurance and burst into laughter, exclaiming, I seem to have forgotten that Yagyu-kun is here. You are absolutely right. As long as you are present, even that foolish pig from the Great Xia would be doomed if it dared to show its face here. It is well known that Yagyu Ikiden is quite renowned in the East, particularly for his one-sword style, which is greatly revered among East Asian warriors. Without a doubt, his prowess could rank him among the top 50 in the entirety of the East's martial arts domain. He is indeed a true master. Had he not been passing through Jiangbei, Fujita Ikaku would likely never have had the fortune to invite him here. Indeed, Yagyu Ikiden nodded with a smile before continuing, Fujita-kun, you have been stationed in the Great Xia for many years. I have heard that the women here are quite different from those in the East. Is that true? Yagyu-kun, if you were to inquire about other matters, I might be at a loss for words. But when it comes to this, I have much to share. Fujita Ikaku replied with a hearty laugh. From my experience, the women of the Great Xia possess a strong sense of morality. When you conquer them, it brings a profound sense of victory. However, the women from our land are quite the opposite. They tend to be more proactive than our men in this regard, leaving little to be desired. If you wish to experience the women of the Great Xia, once Sasaki Jiro returns, I shall have him procure a few female students from Jiangbei University for you to entertain. I assure you, it will be quite delightful. At these words, a spark of excitement ignited in Yagyu Ikeden's eyes as he said, in that case, I must extend my gratitude in advance, Fujita-kun. I can hardly wait to experience the women of the Great Xia, especially the students. Rest assured, you shall have your chance soon. Fujita Aikaka laughed heartily. As the two engaged in this provocative exchange, occasionally sharing lewd smiles, an abrupt and tremendous noise erupted from outside, followed by a chorus of agonizing screams. What on earth is happening? Upon hearing these sounds, Fujita Aikaku and Yagyu Ikiden ceased their conversation, exchanged glances, and promptly rose to investigate the commotion outside. Meanwhile, outside the establishment, Yi Xian advanced with Sasaki Jiro, dispatching every East Asian warrior that attempted to obstruct their path. You damned Great Xia pig. This is not a place for your kind. Get out, shouted a warrior clad in East Asian attire, his head wrapped in a white cloth, as he fiercely berated Yi Xian. Yet, the only response he received was a burst of sword chi from Yi Xian, with a swift, slicing sound. The East Asian warrior was cleaved in two, his organs spilling gruesomely onto the ground, painting a horrific scene. Witnessing this sight, the remaining East Asian warriors were instantly gripped by terror, their faces paling as they turned to flee. However, Yi Xian had no intention of letting them escape easily. With the Qinggang sword in hand, he unleashed a barrage of sword chi that seemed to possess a will of its own, precisely striking down every fleeing East Asian warrior. In an instant, the area was enveloped in a thick, iron-like stench of blood, the ground saturated with crimson. As Fujita Aikaku and Yagyu Ikiden emerged, they were met with this gruesome tableau, their expressions shifting dramatically. Who the hell is committing such a massacre here? This is utterly outrageous. Upon seeing Fujita Aikaku, the previously ailing Sasaki Jiro suddenly regained his vigor, shouting, "Minister Fujita, it's me, Sasaki Jiro. Please, save me." His words immediately captured Fujita Aikaku's attention. Upon noticing Sasaki Jiro's severed arm and his body marred with wounds, Fujita Aikaku was taken aback and inquired, "Sasaki Jiro, what happened to you? Who has done this?" At this, Sasaki Jiro nearly burst into tears, exclaiming, "Minister, can't you see the person behind me?" Hearing this, Fujita Aikaku turned to look, his eyes widening in shock as he gasped, "Yi Xian, it's you." As he uttered this, a tumult of emotions surged within him. He could not fathom that the Great Xia pig they had been targeting had actually come here. This was the headquarters of the Sakura Agency. And yet this Great Xia fool had found his way here. What could he possibly want? But there was no time for speculation. A wave of elation surged within him as he gazed at Yi Xian. Fujita Aikaku burst into laughter, saying, "Yi Xian, who would have thought you? This foolish Great Xia pig would find your way here. Do you not realize this is the headquarters of our Sakura Agency? Now that you are here, there will be no escape for you. If you are wise, surrender the main map now, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, you will witness the might of the Great East Empire." Before Yi Xian could respond, Sasaki Jiro, eyes rolling, nearly fainted as he cried out, "Minister Fujita, you must make him release me. I am still in his grasp." "Oh right," Fujita Aikaku exclaimed, slapping his forehead. He turned to Yi Xian and said forcefully, "Yi Xian, did you hear that? Release Sasaki Jiro at once and hand over the main map, or do not blame us for being impolite." As his words fell, Yi Xian tightened his grip around Sasaki Jiro, coldly retorting, "Oh, I am quite eager to see how you intend to be impolite to me. You." Seeing Yi Xian ruthlessly threaten to harm Sasaki Jiro right before him, Fujita Aikaku was consumed with rage, his eyes nearly igniting with fury. He could not believe Yi Xian's audacity to so brazenly murder Sasaki Jiro before him. This was a blatant affront, an intolerable insult. Gather and tear this Great Xia fool to pieces. I want his life to be the price for Sasaki-kun's demise. With this command, a throng of East Asian warriors surged from the establishment, charging toward Yi Xian, each face reflecting a fervent desire for bloodshed. Clang! The Qinggang sword was drawn. A glimmer of sword light flickered, and then the sword struck like a dragon. An immense wave of sword chi erupted, shredding the oncoming East Asian warriors into countless fragments that rained down like confetti. Chapter 86. The despairing Yagyu blade, the sword energy surged forth like a rampaging dragon, instantly shredding the numerous Eastern warriors that stood in its path into mere fragments. In a heartbeat, the area descended into a sea of blood and mountains of corpses, with a heavy stench of blood rising to the heavens, detectable from dozens of miles away. Yi Xian, upon witnessing the instant demise of his subordinates, was met with an expression of utter shock from Fujita Aigo. He could hardly fathom that Yi Xian possessed such formidable power, rendering his men utterly incapable of retaliation. After regaining his composure, he raised his gaze to Yi Xian and coldly declared, Yi Xian, you foolish pig from the great Xia. How dare you slay so many valiant warriors of our great Eastern Empire? I shall ensure that you pay for this in blood. With that, he wasted no time and turned to Yagyu Ichitaro beside him, instructing, Ichitaro, handle this detestable pig from Great Xia. Remember, do not let him die too easily. Rest assured, Fujita-kun, you should have let me take action sooner. Otherwise, we would not have lost so many of our valiant warriors, Yagyu Ichitaro replied. Stepping forward and addressing Yi Xian with an air of arrogance. Listen well, foolish pig from Great Xia, I am Yagyu Ichitaro, a master of the Eastern One-Blade School. Renowned among many disciples. Against an enemy, I need only a single strike to resolve the matter. Of course, some adversaries are simply unworthy of my blade. I hope you, foolish pig from Great Xia, possess the qualification for me to draw my sword. Seeing his ostentatious demeanor, Yi Xian scoffed and retorted, Does your mother know how pretentious you are? Upon hearing this, Yagyu Ichitaro's face turned crimson with rage. How dare you speak to me like that? You foolish pig from Great Xia. Prepare to die. With that, he charged at Yi Xian without unsheathing his sword, seemingly considering Yi Xian unworthy of such an honor. Yi Xian, however, was unyielding. He swung his Qin Gang sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy that cleaved through the air. By the heavens! Realizing the magnitude of the sword energy, Yagyu Ichitaro halted in his tracks, swiftly drawing his katana. He bellowed, Very well, foolish pig from Great Xia. You have earned the right to make me draw my sword, but that is all. Prepare to die. As he spoke, he wielded his sword with great force, unleashing a massive wave of blade energy. Fujita Igo, witnessing the clash of sword energy and blade energy, was struck by a deafening sound. The sword energy pierced through the blade energy with relentless force, hurtling toward Yagyu Ichitaro. How is this possible? Yagyu Ichitaro's face twisted in disbelief. He never anticipated that his strike would be insufficient to counter Yi Xian's might. Yet, soon his expression transformed into manic laughter. At last, after all these years, someone has pushed me to use my second strike. Foolish pig from Great Xia, should you perish beneath my second blade, I shall concede you possess some skill. With that, he unleashed his second strike, which indeed boasted even greater power than the first, hurtling toward the incoming sword energy. The sound of a piercing clash reverberated through the air as the blade energy dissipated, while the sword energy continued its relentless advance toward Yagyu Ichitaro. Nanny! Yagyu Ichitaro was momentarily stunned. His second strike was his most powerful technique. How could it fail to disrupt Yi Xian's sword energy? No, I refuse to believe it. He roared, channeling all his strength into a flurry of strikes, shouting, Yagyu third blade, fourth blade, fifth blade, 99th blade. In the blink of an eye, Yagyu Ichitaro unleashed 99 strikes, each carrying the same formidable power as his second. Yet, to his utter shock, when the massive wave of blade energy collided with the oncoming sword energy, it disintegrated in an instant, failing to withstand even a moment. What? Yagyu Ichitaro's eyes widened in disbelief. Even in his wildest dreams, he could not accept that his 99 strikes had failed to block a single sword strike from Yi Xian. Was this some cruel joke from the heavens? Ah, foolish pig from Great Xia, you. As the sword energy bore down upon him, a frenzied expression crossed Yagyu Ichitaro's face. He opened his mouth to utter something, but before he could finish, the sword energy cleaved him in two, leaving no trace of his existence behind. Yagyu Ichitaro was no more. Silence. The air was thick with an oppressive stillness, devoid of any sound, even the faintest breath. Fujita Igo's face was a mask of shock as he gazed at Yi Xian, terror flooding his eyes. He could hardly believe that his once proud master, Yagyu Ichitaro, appeared so utterly weak against Yi Xian. Even after unleashing 99 strikes, he could not withstand a single sword strike. The disparity in their strengths was glaringly evident. Fujita Igo could scarcely fathom the level of power Yi Xian possessed, realizing that even the renowned Yagyu Ichitaro of the East was no match for him. As he pondered this, Yi Xian swiftly advanced, his right hand forming into a claw as he aimed for Fujita Igo and Appo's throat. The sight sent Fujita Igo's expression into a frenzy of fear. He could no longer hold back, screaming with desperation, "Help me! Someone save me! I do not wish to die!" At that moment, a shadowy figure, an Eastern ninja cloaked in darkness, appeared, throwing a smoke bomb to the ground and coolly declaring, "Smoke escape! Instantaneously, the area was shrouded in dense black fog. The ninja seized Fujita Igo's shoulder, preparing to make their escape. Fujita Igo exhaled in relief. But what transpired next was entirely beyond his expectations. Chapter 87. The Fall of the Cherry Blossom Agency Ninjas? Once again, it is you pesky flies. Yi Xian's expression turned frigid, and without a moment's hesitation, his outstretched right hand transformed into a palm. With a swift motion, he struck. A powerful surge of true energy erupted with a deafening roar, dispersing the black mist that enveloped the area, revealing the scene within. Just as the Eastern ninja was about to escort Fujita Eiko away, he witnessed the unfolding chaos, and his expression shifted dramatically. He dropped Fujita Eiko and charged toward Yi Xian with murderous intent. Chinese pig, die? The Eastern ninja bellowed, crossing his shurikens and viciously slashing down at Yi Xian. In response, Yi Xian brandished his Qingang sword, slicing through the air with a swift stroke. The sound of a sharp cut echoed, and the Eastern ninja was cleaved in two by the razor-sharp sword energy, his lifeless halves thudding to the ground. Witnessing this scene, all remnants of hope evaporated from Fujita Eiko's heart. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, trembling and losing control of his bodily functions. Grasping Fujita Eiko by the neck, Yi Xian lifted him into the air, coldly inquiring, "You are Fujita Eiko, correct? At last we meet. Please, Yi Xian, do not kill me. I beg you, spare my life." Fujita Eiko, suspended in the air, was nearly paralyzed with fear, his face as pale as a ghost. "Spare you? How naive." Yi Xian scoffed, then pressed on with his inquiry. "Fujita Eiko, I ask you, besides collaborating with the Feng family, who else do you Easterners import the poison products from Fudao with?" Upon realizing there was a traitor beside his senior sister, Yi Xian understood that this matter was far more complicated than it appeared. Perhaps he could extract some useful information from Fujita Eiko's lips. Fujita Eiko hesitated for a moment before hastily responding. "The only partner we Easterners have in Jiangbei is the Feng family. There are no others. As for whether the Feng family has sought additional partners, we Easterners are unaware. After all, as long as someone guarantees the smooth import of our Fudao products into your Great Xia and facilitates their sale, that is sufficient for us. We do not restrict the Feng family from seeking other collaborations." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's expression darkened. "Are you implying that you are of no further use?" As he spoke, a hint of murderous intent seeped into his tone. No. Esteemed Mr. Yi Xian, I am the head of the Cherry Blossom Agency, and I possess a wealth of knowledge. I am of great significance to you. Please do not kill me. If you spare my life, I shall divulge everything I know, including matters pertaining to the annihilation of your Yi family." Fujita Eiko, desperate to survive, spilled forth his words. "What? You know about the destruction of my Yi family?" Yi Xian was taken aback. "Yes, I know a bit. After all, we Easterners participated in the siege against your Yi family back in the day," Fujita Eiko admitted. Yi Xian and Appo's expression shifted as he pondered the implications. It was true that apart from the leading group, there were also Easterners involved in the assault on the Yi family. It seemed reasonable that Fujita Eiko would possess some knowledge of these events. However, he was uncertain about the extent of what Fujita Eiko knew. Without wasting more time, Yi Xian pressed for clarity. "Then tell me, who was the so-called leader back then?" Fujita Eiko's countenance changed, his forehead glistening with cold sweat. "I truly do not know. The ones who led the charge against your Yi family were not members of our Cherry Blossom Agency, but rather from the Yamaguchi-gumi. I only heard the Yamaguchi-gumi mention it on occasion, and that is what I wish to convey to you." "The Yamaguchi-gumi?" Yi Xian's expression hardened. "Where are they now?" Fujita Eiko replied. "Since the Yamaguchi-gumi stormed your Yi family and acquired certain items, their mission in Great Xia has essentially concluded, and they have returned to our eastern homeland. You would not be able to locate them now. However, I have heard rumors that due to the series of failures faced by our Cherry Blossom Agency, there are high-ranking officials in our homeland suggesting the redispatch of the Yamaguchi-gumi to Great Xia to seek you out and reclaim the master map you possess. Thus, it won't be long before Yamaguchi-gumi members come looking for you. If you can capture them, you may uncover the true identity of the leader." As Fujita Eiko spoke, he withheld a critical thought, whether Yi Xian would even survive an encounter with the Yamaguchi-gumi. The distinction between the Yamaguchi-gumi and the Cherry Blossom Agency was stark. The former was known for its martial prowess, while the latter primarily focused on assassination, intelligence gathering, and subversion, thus lacking in military strength. The Yamaguchi-gumi members were all formidable fighters, whereas someone like Lu Xing Yidao would be but a novice among them. Yi Xian, no matter how skilled, would not stand a chance against them. Of course, Fujita Eiko would not divulge this information to Yi Xian. After absorbing Fujita Eiko's words, Yi Xian let out a cold laugh, declaring, "As long as this so-called Yamaguchi-gumi dares to seek me out, I shall ensure they return to whence they came with nothing. Even if they do not come, I will, one day, eradicate them in the east and avenge my family." At this declaration, Fujita Eiko shuddered involuntarily. Despite his confidence in the Yamaguchi-gumi, he felt a chill at Yi Xian's words. It was as if Yi Xian's assertions were unequivocal. If he claimed he could annihilate the Yamaguchi-gumi, then he undoubtedly could. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Yi Xian spoke once more. "Well, it appears you have outlived your usefulness. It would be better for you to perish." "No, you cannot kill me." Fujita Eiko's terror escalated as he realized his impending doom, and he struggled desperately. He had worked tirelessly to ascend to the position of head of the Cherry Blossom Agency and had yet to savor its fruits. How could he accept death? He was unwilling to meet his end. "Your desire to live does not concern me," Yi Xian coldly replied, and with a surge of true energy, he shattered Fujita Eiko into a mist of blood, dispersing him into the ether. Subsequently, Yi Xian eliminated the remaining Eastern warriors present. Thus, the Cherry Blossom Agency was no more. Chapter 88. The Operation from the East in the Eastern Land of the Island Nation of Japan. The Grand Hall of the Ikuwa family was filled with a multitude of individuals. Yet, the expressions on their faces were grim, reflecting an atmosphere thick with tension. Silence reigned, an oppressive quiet that felt almost unbearable. After an indeterminate period, the elder seated at the head of the table finally sighed and spoke. "Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all aware that our Sakura agency in the Great Xia has been annihilated by Yi Xian. Apart from a few who were on missions abroad, every one of our members has perished without exception." At this proclamation, an initial hush fell over the gathering, soon followed by an uproar. A voice rose above the din. "Patriarch, that despicable Yi Xian is utterly detestable. He has already slain Kanako, and we have yet to settle that score. Now he dares to obliterate our Sakura agency. This is sheer audacity. I propose you give the order for me to infiltrate the Great Xia and capture Yi Xian, so he may face the consequences. Furthermore, I have heard rumors that he has acquired the master diagram. Let us seize this opportunity to reclaim it and spare ourselves any further delays." This suggestion was met with enthusiastic agreement from the assembly as voices chimed in, echoing support for the notion of capturing Yi Xian, with the Ikuwa family leading the charge. "Indeed, that accursed pig of the Great Xia deserves to be eradicated. We should have acted when he first took Kanako's life, rather than waste so much time." The fervor of the crowd was palpable, their collective resentment boiling over. They had invested immense effort into establishing the Sakura agency, which had only just begun to infiltrate the Great Xia, only to see it so abruptly extinguished, a monumental waste of their years of toil. Observing the fervent discussions, the patriarch closed his eyes in contemplation before finally addressing the assembly. "Enough. I comprehend your sentiments. While eliminating Yi Xian is indeed crucial, recovering the master diagram is of even greater significance. You must understand, this diagram is not solely desired by us, it is coveted by other nations as well, including those from the Great Xia." Hearing this, the earlier speaker interjected once more. "Patriarch, as I mentioned, it is a straightforward task. If you allow me to lead a team into the Great Xia, I can not only eliminate Yi Xian but also retrieve the diagram. What could be simpler?" The elder scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Oh no, you speak with such ease, but have you considered the possibility of your demise in the Great Xia? If Yi Xian truly is as feeble as you claim, then our Sakura agency would not have been entirely obliterated." At this, Ono and Appo's countenance shifted. His initial eagerness to confront Yi Xian and gain favor in the eyes of the Emperor of Japan had not accounted for the real danger he might face. The patriarch's words rang true. Yi Xian was no ordinary adversary. If he were, the Sakura agency would not have met its downfall. The atmosphere in the hall grew somber as others began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The patriarch continued, "Moreover, if you were to perish in the Great Xia, and they discovered you were sent by the Ikuwa family, how do you think the Great Xia would respond? I can assure you, to preserve himself, the Emperor would sacrifice our family without hesitation. To him, we are but a minor inconvenience. Our extinction would mean little unless we possess the master diagram, which might grant us some standing in his eyes." The weight of the patriarch's words settled over the room, and the expressions of both Ono and the others reflected a dawning realization. The elder noted their change in demeanor and wasted no time in issuing his command. Wasn't there talk of deploying the Yamaguchi-gumi? I hereby authorize their mobilization. Let them act swiftly to secure the master diagram. And let it be known, Yi Xian must be eliminated as well. We cannot allow our agency's sacrifices to be in vain. Additionally, we should enlist the IGA ninja clan to ensure this operation is flawless. The Emperor of Japan has granted us little time. With this declaration, the assembled individuals shuddered, their eyes wide with astonishment. The Yamaguchi-gumi was a formidable force, having played a role in the massacre of the Yi family 5 years prior. The IGA clan, steeped in the art of ninjutsu, produced ninjas of unparalleled skill. They were astonished that the elder would summon both of these powerful factions into action. It was clear that for Yi Xian, far across the ocean in the Great Xia, death was merely a matter of time, and the acquisition of the master diagram was all but assured. Without further hesitation, the hall erupted into a flurry of activity as the orders were swiftly disseminated. Meanwhile, after obliterating the eastern warriors of the Sakura Agency, Yi Xian meticulously searched the premises for clues regarding the annihilation of the Yi family 5 years ago. Regrettably, his efforts yielded no results. Instead, he stumbled upon evidence implicating the Sakura Agency in bribing officials within the Jiangbei government. They had ultimately succumbed to the allure of Eastern women and wealth, choosing to betray the core interests of the Great Xia. Yi Xian's gaze turned icy. Had he not been preoccupied with investigating his family's plight, he would have relished the opportunity to personally eradicate these traitorous scoundrels. He took out his phone and sent the list of names to Ling Bingxian, knowing that once his senior sister became aware of this treachery, the days of these traitors would be numbered. Chapter 89 Clues of the Annihilated Family at last. Having found nothing of value within, Yi Xian departed from the place. Soon, a team dispatched by his senior sister would arrive to take over and search for useful clues. After leaving, Yi Xian seized the opportunity to return to the Lin family. Yi Xian, is that you? Upon seeing Yi Xian at the Lin residence, Lin Xiaoyue was overwhelmed with excitement, her face flushed with a vibrant hue. The memory of her previous confession to him resurfaced, causing her breath to quicken. Yi Xian smiled faintly. What is this? Am I unwelcome? No, not at all. Lin Xiaoyue quickly shook her head. I'm just thrilled to see you here. Come on, let us go inside and not linger at the door. Yi Xian nodded in agreement, and together they entered the Lin family home. Once seated in the living room, Yi Xian inquired, Xiaoyue, now that you have taken control of the Lin family, I need you to leverage its influence to investigate whether any forces from Jiangbei were involved in the massacre of the Yi family. His expression grew solemn as he spoke, for he had sensed a palpable change during his visit to Jiangbei. Particularly after dismantling the Feng family, the feeling intensified, as if a formidable force lurked within Jiangbei, inexorably drawing him closer. He had a premonition that this force was not solitary, but rather comprised numerous individuals, potentially linked to the internal traitor in his senior sister's faction. He wondered how long it would take for his 7th senior sister to uncover this traitor. Lin Xiaoyue nodded in response to Yi Xian's words. Actually, there is no need for you to mention it. I had already instructed the Lin family to closely monitor this matter. Wei Yi learned that the Song family from Jiangbei sent people to Jinghai about 5 years ago, around the same time as the Yi family's demise. Furthermore, according to our elders, the Song family had approached us, seeking to invite the Lin family to Jinghai for a certain undertaking. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, we had to decline. I believe that by visiting the Song family, we may uncover the true purpose of their journey to Jinghai, which likely relates to the annihilation of your Yi family. The Song family? Yi Xian was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Lin Xiaoyue possessed any knowledge of these events. He had heard of the Song family before, aware that their influence in Jiangbei surpassed even that of the Feng family. The realization that this family might be connected to the downfall of his own was unexpected. The deeper he delved into the matter, the more convoluted it became, revealing a network of significant players involved. Prepare for my visit. I must go to the Song family. Regardless of whether they were complicit in the massacre of the Yi family, I need to investigate, Yi Xian declared with a stern visage. Lin Xiaoyue had no objections and responded, Yi Xian, I will accompany you to the Song family. I am quite familiar with Jiangbei. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xian agreed. With him present, Lin Xiaoyue would be safe from any harm. Let us not delay, we should depart at once. Yi Xian rose. Certainly, Lin Xiaoyue replied. As they exited the living room, a long Lincoln car, arranged by Lin Xiaoyue, awaited them. Without hesitation, Yi Xian opened the door and entered first, followed closely by Lin Xiaoyue. With a swift rev of the engine, the driver propelled the vehicle forward towards their destination, the Song family. Meanwhile, the Song family was abuzz with jubilant festivities, celebrating the wedding of Song Qingshu's son, Song Mingjie. Guests from affluent families across Jiangbei filled the venue, including hotel magnates, construction company chairpersons, and heads of influential clans. Congratulations, Song Qingshu. Your son is marrying today. Soon, you shall hold your grandchild. Indeed, the Song family has a promising future. The air was thick with praise for Song Qingshu, who basked in the accolades, his delight evident, perhaps more profound than his own wedding day. Ha, you are all too kind. Please, indulge in the feast today. If any hospitality is lacking, I shall make amends on another day, he bellowed, his smile stretching from ear to ear. As the merriment filled the room, an unexpected sight interrupted the celebration. A long Lincoln car boldly entered the premises, disregarding the security's attempts to halt it. What is happening? The crowd froze, astonished that someone would drive into the venue. Given the significance of the day, all guests had parked their vehicles outside in respect. Yet, someone brazenly drove in, displaying an audacity that astonished everyone. Even Song Qingshu furrowed his brow, casting a displeased glance at the Lincoln. Who dares to enter my son's wedding in such a manner? He thought, bemused by the lack of decorum. As the door swung open, a striking man and woman emerged. The man was tall and handsome, while the woman exuded grace and beauty. This is Lin Xiaoyue, the newly appointed head of the Lin family. Recognizing her, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Lin Xiaoyue had become a legendary figure in Jiangbei, having triumphed over adversity to reclaim her family's honor. Yet, the question lingered. What was she doing here? The Lin family and the Song family had no known ties. And who was the young man accompanying her? They were unfamiliar to the gathered guests. Chapter 90. The affairs of the Yi family. Lin Xia entered the hall with her entourage, instantly igniting a flurry of whispers among the attendees. Even Song Qingshu furrowed his brow and stepped forward, stating, "Head of the Lin family, as far as I know, I did not extend an invitation for my son's wedding. What brings you here?" His tone was frigid and disdainful. Although the Lin family held a significant position in Jiangbei, they were no match for the Song family. The two families existed on entirely different planes. This was precisely why the Song family had not invited the Lin family to Song Mingjie's wedding. Lin Xiaoyue remained silent, seemingly unfazed by his words. Yi Xian, with his hands clasped behind his back, fixed his gaze upon Song Qingshu and inquired, "Song Qingshu, I must ask you, did your Song family partake in the massacre of the Yi family 5 years ago in Jinghai?" At this, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. The annihilation of the Yi family in Jinghai 5 years prior was a matter that had echoed throughout Jiangbei. The enormity of the event was such that it had not gone unnoticed. Song Qingshu's face darkened at the mention of the massacre, clearly caught off guard by the inquiry. This incident had been thoroughly suppressed 5 years ago. How had this individual unearthed such information? Noticing his father's silence, Song Mingjie stepped forward, looking down at Yi Xian with arrogance. "Who do you think you are? This is not a place for you to speak. If you know what is good for you, leave at once." Today was supposed to be a joyous occasion for him, having gone to great lengths to coerce the bride into agreeing to marry him. He had plans to hasten the ceremony and retreat to celebrate with his bride. But now, this young man had interrupted him with irrelevant questions, wasting precious time. However, before he could finish, Yi Xian's brow furrowed, and with a swift motion, he struck out. With a resounding clap, Song Mingjie instantly disintegrated into a cloud of crimson mist. The scene left the onlookers momentarily stunned, but soon, the women in attendance erupted into blood-curdling screams. "Murder! Run!" The atmosphere descended into chaos, transforming what should have been a wedding into a funeral. The blood mist splattered onto Song Qingshu, drenching him in gore. Mingjie. He could hardly comprehend that his only son had perished before his very eyes, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. His heart bled at the realization of losing his sole offspring. Glaring at Yi Xian, his eyes burned with rage as he roared, "You wretch! I care not for your identity, but for daring to slay my son. Prepare for your demise. I shall tear you to shreds." Unable to suppress his fury any longer, he bellowed, "What are you all standing around for? Did you not see my son has been killed? Attack!" At his command, the assembled warriors and guards of the Song family surged towards Yi Xian without a moment's hesitation. Many among them had already attained the rank of Grandmaster. To them, this young man had committed an unforgivable crime by turning their young master into a mist of blood. "Kill him," they shouted as they charged. With a mere flick of his hand, Yi Xian dispatched them all effortlessly. The onlookers gasped, astonished that he could obliterate so many with a single strike. Was this a jest? Ignoring their astonishment, Yi Xian stepped forward, his icy gaze fixed on Song Qingshu. "Song Qingshu, I will inquire once more. Did your family participate in the massacre of the Yi family 5 years ago in Jinghai?" With his warriors dispatched, Song Qingshu's pupils constricted in fear. "Who are you? Why do you seek knowledge of that event?" "I am Yi Xian," he replied. "Yi Xian?" The name sent shockwaves through the crowd. The deeds attributed to Yi Xian had been nothing short of astonishing, including the rumored annihilation of the Feng family. Many had longed to meet him, never expecting to encounter him under such circumstances. "You are Yi Xian, the sole survivor of the Yi family." Song Qingshu's face twisted in horror, his body trembling. He had not anticipated that this young man was the last remnant of the Yi family. It seemed the Song family had indeed been complicit in the massacre. Realizing that the truth was out, Song Qingshu dropped any pretense. "Indeed, I participated in the downfall of your family, and I acquired something valuable then. Come, if you have the courage to retrieve it." Yi Xian's eyes glinted with coldness as he reached out a hand, grasping towards him. "Ancestor, save me!" Song Qingshu cried out in terror, abandoning all dignity as he shouted for assistance from the depths of the Song family's estate. "The ancestor?" The crowd gasped, astonished. They were aware that the elder was a formidable martial artist, having reached the realm of martial spirit 50 years ago. Now, after half a century, they could only speculate about the extent of his power. As these thoughts raced through their minds, a deep sigh echoed through the air, resonating in their ears. Moments later, an elder emerged from the depths of the Song family's ancestral home, his form flickering and ethereal, appearing before them in the blink of an eye. Chapter 91. Half-step Martial King the Elder, clad in a tattered black robe, appeared emaciated yet exuded an aura of terror. This presence transcended that of a martial spirit, even surpassing a great martial spirit, approaching the realm of a martial king. However, there remained a discernible gap between him and a true martial king. He was a half-step martial king. The crowd was astounded. Tremors of fear, shock, and exhilaration coursed through their hearts. It was essential to remember that although the ancestor of the Song family was merely a half-step martial king, his power was still formidable enough to sweep away everyone present. No one had anticipated that the Song family harbored such a formidable figure. Had the Song family revealed such strength earlier, their status in Jiangbei would undoubtedly have soared. Upon seeing the ancestor emerge, Song Qingshu, emboldened, straightened his posture and laughed heartily at Yi Xian. "Ha, descendant of the Yi family. Did you not expect my ancestor to still be alive? You dare to wreak havoc in my Song family. That is a surefire path to your demise." Yi Xian snorted coldly, his outstretched hand accelerating with intent to seize Song Qingshu. "Young man, do you not see the elder before you? Do you dare to attack my kin in my presence? Do you not recognize my existence?" As the elder surveyed the scene, he quickly grasped the situation. Witnessing Yi Xian audaciously attacking Song Qingshu before him, his expression darkened. "Withdraw at once." With a chilling gaze, the Song ancestor retaliated against Yi Xian's approaching hand with a powerful punch. Whoosh! A whirlwind erupted, as if a tempest had swept through, sending objects and guests alike tumbling. Some injured and bleeding profusely. The force behind that punch was terrifying. "Get lost." Yi Xian redirected his hand and struck back at the elder's fist. "Humph, young man, you know nothing of a martial king's strength." Before he could finish, the Song ancestor was sent flying by Yi Xian's strike, crashing through the wall behind him. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the scene. No one could fathom that Yi Xian and Appo's casual strike had so easily dispatched a half-step martial king. This was utterly inconceivable. Even Song Qingshu was dumbfounded by the outcome. This was his ancestor, the cornerstone of the Song family. Yet now, he had been effortlessly flung aside by Yi Xian. Surely, this must be an illusion. Yi Xian. From the rubble, the elder rose, his once pristine black robe now tattered and torn. Such humiliation. He never imagined he would be sent flying by a mere junior. Where could he hide his face? "Very well, young man, you have thoroughly enraged me. I was initially inclined to show mercy and merely cripple your hands, but now that seems unnecessary. Prepare to face your demise." With that, the elder transformed into a gust of wind, reaching for Yi Xian's throat with deadly intent. Undoubtedly, if caught, it would mean certain death. Xiaoyu, stand behind me, Yi Xian commanded. Without hesitation, Lin Xiaoyu complied, seeking refuge behind him. In that fleeting moment, the elder lunged forward, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Yet, Yi Xian was swifter. He reached out, seizing the elder's throat with astonishing speed, effortlessly neutralizing the attack. You, how is this possible? The elder's face paled, disbelief etched in his features. I am a half-step martial king. Do you understand what that means? A top-tier master. Yet here he was, ensnared by a mere youth, utterly immobile. This was absurd. Release me, and I shall ensure your safe departure from the Song family. I will overlook your intrusion. Your words are excessive, Yi Xian coldly interrupted. Then with a swift motion, he snapped the elder into Appo's neck, discarding him like a rag doll. He was dead. A half-step martial king had perished just like that. The onlookers could scarcely believe their eyes. This was a being on the verge of becoming a martial king. And now, he lay lifeless. How could this be? Ancestor, dead? Song Qingshu was left utterly speechless. This was the greatest support of the Song family, their hidden trump card. Now, he lay dead before him, leaving Song Qingshu in a state of shock and terror greater than the death of a son. Yi Xian Yu. Song Qingshu gazed up at Yi Xian, about to speak, but Yi Xian would not grant him the opportunity. With a swift kick, he knocked Song Qingshu to the ground. Placing his foot on his chest, demanding coldly, "Tell me, what did you take from my Yi family 5 years ago?" Song Qingshu scoffed. Yi Xian. You've killed so many from our Song family. Do you think I would divulge anything? Dream on. With a sharp crack, Yi Xian crushed one of his legs beneath his foot, his voice icy. I have no patience for your nonsense. You had best share what I wish to know. Song Qingshu screamed in agony. He had not anticipated Yi Xian's ruthlessness, crushing his leg without hesitation. He had hoped to negotiate for his life. But Yi Xian was not playing by the rules. Will you speak? Yi Xian pressed, now standing on his other leg. Yes, I will. Please, show mercy. At that moment, faced with Yi Xian's terrifying methods, Song Qingshu no longer dared to entertain any thoughts of negotiation. The only priority now was survival. Chapter 92. Fragment of the submap. Faced with Yi Xian, Song Qingshu no longer dared to hesitate. He began to recount the events of 5 years ago with the urgency of pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Yi Xian, 5 years ago. I was invited by someone who claimed that the Yi family of Jinghai possessed an ancient map. This map clearly recorded the location of the Great Xia Dragon Vein. If one could seize this map, they could discover the Dragon Vein and dominate the world, establishing themselves as kings. The temptation was insurmountable, so I, from the Song family, joined the pursuit of the ancient map at the Jinghai Yi family. That night, in the frenzy to obtain the ancient map, chaos ensued. In the midst of the turmoil, the map was inadvertently torn into 7 pieces, and by chance, my Song family acquired one of those fragments. Now, I am willing to hand over the fragment we obtained to you. Please, spare me and my Song family. Upon hearing that the submap had been divided into 7 pieces, Yi Xian's gaze turned icy. Hand over the fragment your Song family possesses to me. Please, follow me. At this moment, Song Qingshu dared not utter another word, and led Yi Xian to a room, retrieving the ancient map from a safe within. Upon receiving the map, Yi Xian noted that its material was identical to that of the main map in his possession. Furthermore, the edges of this submap were quite irregular, clearly indicating it had been forcefully torn. Realizing that Song Qingshu had not deceived him, Yi Xian took the fragment into his possession. If he could locate the other 6 pieces and combine them with the main map, he would be able to find the legendary Dragon Vein. Yi Xian, may I go now? Seeing Yi Xian secure the ancient map, Song Qingshu felt a wave of relief and cautiously inquired. Enough with the nonsense. Yi Xian's expression darkened as he questioned, You mentioned that your Song family was invited to annihilate my Yi family. Who was that person? At this, Song Qingshu's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth, saying, I do not know. That person was extremely mysterious, and no one knew their identity. However, I do know that everyone referred to him as the leading brother. The leading brother? So it is this individual. A flicker of malice flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He had not anticipated that this person had managed to contact so many, even reaching those from Jiangbei. Do you know who holds the other 6 fragments? Yi Xian pressed further. I do not know. That night was sheer chaos. Everyone was in a frenzy. Not only those from your Yi family, but even our companions turned on each other in the struggle for the ancient map. The scene was utterly chaotic. I barely managed to obtain one fragment, and, fearing it would be taken from me, I left with my group at once. As for who ended up with the other 6 fragments, I truly do not know, Song Qingshu explained. Hearing this, Yi Xian nodded. At this point, Song Qingshu thought he might be spared. However, the next moment, Yi Xian swiftly severed his head with a single stroke, sending him to his demise. Exiting the room and entering the courtyard, Yi Xian noticed that the wealthy guests who had been attending the wedding had already fled during the brief moment he had gone inside to retrieve the submap. Lin Xieyue, who had not accompanied him into the room, saw him emerge unscathed and let out a sigh of relief. She then asked, Yi Xian, how should we handle the other members of the Song family? Understanding that Song Qingshu had entered but not returned, she was certain he had met his end. Upon hearing her question, Yi Xian pondered before responding. When my Yi family was annihilated, aside from Song Qingshu, there were undoubtedly others from the Song family involved. Without a doubt, these individuals are the direct descendants of the Song family. Therefore, while I can spare the other members of the Song family, the direct descendants must all be eliminated to prevent future threats. With this declaration, it was essentially determined that the fate of the Song family's direct descendants was sealed. Subsequently, Yi Xian eradicated the remaining direct descendants of the Song family before departing with Lin Xieyue. On their way back, Lin Xieyue suddenly said, Yi Xian, could you accompany me to pay respects to my mother? Lin Xieyue's biological mother had passed away many years ago. Upon hearing her request, Yi Xian readily agreed. They purchased paper money and drove to a cemetery. Upon finding Lin Xieyue's mother's grave, Yi Xian lit 3 incense sticks. Meanwhile, Lin Xieyue knelt on the ground, burning a significant amount of paper money, expressing long-held sentiments to her mother. Mother, your daughter has achieved success. Not only have I become the head of the Lin family, but I have also avenged you. If you are aware of this in the afterlife, you can rest in peace. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face as she recounted all the events that had transpired recently, pouring out her emotions. Finally, she glanced at Yi Xian and then at the stone tablet before her. Mother, I have found someone I cherish. He is worthy of my lifelong commitment. Today, I brought him to meet you. You will bless us, won't you? I hope you will protect him as he seeks out the true enemy from years past, to avenge our family. After finishing her heartfelt words, Lin Xieyue wiped her tears, stood up, and apologized to Yi Xian. Yi Xian, thank you for staying with me for so long. I have taken up your time. Yi Xian shook his head, indicating it was of no matter. As they exited the cemetery and entered the car, just as they were about to return to the Lin family, Yi Xian's phone rang. The screen displayed Zhu Wen's number. Upon answering, Yi Xian asked, Zhu Wen, what is it? Yi Xian? A strange, aged voice emerged from the phone, sounding unusually frail. Zhu Wen is in trouble. Yi Xian's expression darkened immediately. Who are you, and what have you done to Zhu Wen? Ah, so you are Yi Xian, the voice continued. Fear not. I have not harmed him. He was simply a nuisance, and I have allowed him to rest for a while. The voice then added, it seems another named Zhang Dafu is also resting alongside him. What I wish to convey is that I am waiting for you at your Yi family. If you are late, you may not see them again, including your sister. With that, the caller abruptly hung up. Listening to the busy signal ringing in his ear, Yi Xian's face turned furious as he crushed his phone, coldly declaring, whoever you are, if you dare harm my sister, I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. Seated in the driver's seat, Lin Xieyue trembled at his words and asked, Yi Xian, what happened? Is there a problem? Qingqing is in danger. Drive to Jinghai immediately, Yi Xian commanded coldly. Upon hearing this, Lin Xieyue hesitated no longer and pressed the accelerator. The car speeding towards Jinghai like an arrow released from a bow. Chapter 93. The people of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Meanwhile, at the Yi family's villa by the Jinghai, Fu Bo and Zhu Wen lay in a pool of blood, barely clinging to life. The ordinary martial artists responsible for surrounding the villa were either dead or severely injured, none left standing. The hall was filled with individuals clad in white robes, each adorned with the emblem of a sword on their chests. They bore a chilling demeanor, their presence sharp and formidable like the blades they carried on their backs. Seated on the sofa before them were 2 elderly men. One, with hair as white as snow, radiated vitality, while the other, dark-skinned and exuding a fierce aura, was equally imposing. They were the elders of the Heavenly Sword Sect, 3rd Elder Feng Qingzheng and 4th Elder Feng Qingyun, both experts of remarkable prowess. Behind them stood the sect's 2nd-generation disciples, who had descended the mountain seeking vengeance for the 7th Elder. Let me go? Yi Qing struggled against the grasp of two disciples, her face a mixture of shock and fury. Earlier that day, while at home, these intruders had stormed in, indiscriminately attacking anyone in sight, even injuring Fu Bo and Zhu Wan, who had rushed to protect her. Their actions were utterly despicable. "Behave yourself," admonished fourth elder Feng Qingyun, irritation evident in his voice. At his command, the two disciples wasted no time in slapping Yi Qing across the face, drawing blood from her lips. "If you do not comply, I shall have you killed. Though you are Yi Xian's sister, to us, you are no different from a mere animal." Tears streamed down Yi Qing's face as she protested, "You villains! Not only did you hurt brother Zhu Wan and Fu Bo, but you also struck me. My brother will not let you go unpunished." "Your brother?" Feng Qingyun chuckled, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. "It appears you are unaware of the reality. While your brother may be formidable in the mortal realm, before our heavenly sword sect, he is no more than a common creature. I could extinguish him with a single blow." "You." Yi Qing was momentarily taken aback by the elder's arrogance, but quickly regained her composure. "My brother told me he is invincible. In his presence, your sect is no more than a fragile facade, easily shattered." "Invincible?" Laughter erupted from the crowd, as if they had heard the most absurd claim. Even the third elder joined in the amusement. Fourth elder Feng Qingyun laughed so hard that tears threatened to spill from his eyes. "Little girl, your words are the most entertaining I've heard in years. To claim your brother is invincible. Even our sect leader, after years of cultivation, would not dare make such a claim. You are truly a frog in a well, unaware of the vast world outside. Your ignorance is astounding. Furthermore, your disrespect towards our sect has angered me. I shall have your tongue severed, so you may never speak again." As he spoke, he gestured to a nearby disciple, who understood the command and approached Yi Qing, intent on carrying out the order. Terror washed over her, rendering her pale. But just then, bang! A loud crash echoed as two heavenly sword disciples were violently thrown through the door, landing lifelessly on the ground. "What is happening?" The hall fell silent as Yi Xian appeared. His gaze darkened at the sight of Fu Bo and Zhu Wan, both barely alive. Without hesitation, he rushed to their side, placing his hands upon them and channeling his energy into their bodies. "Zhu and Fu Bo, how are you?" With Yi Xian's energy flowing into them, the bleeding from their wounds gradually ceased. He then employed the Huayang needle technique, stabilizing their injuries and averting the threat of death. "Brother, quickly save Qingqing." The first words out of their mouths upon awakening were a plea. Yi Xian, no longer hesitating, entrusted them to Lin Sheiyue before swiftly making his way to the hall. "Sister." Yi Qing and Appo's face lit up with joy upon seeing him. However, upon noticing the blood at her mouth, Yi Xian's fury ignited. In an instant, he moved with such speed that shadows trailed behind him, reaching her side in a heartbeat. "You." The two heavenly sword disciples were taken aback, about to utter a word. Yet, Yi Xian did not grant them the opportunity, delivering a single strike that obliterated them. "Qingqing, it's all right now. Brother is here," he reassured, embracing her gently. With her brother's arrival, Yi Qing's pent-up emotions spilled forth in tears, evoking both pain and anger within Yi Xian. He could not fathom that anyone would dare harm his sister. Such a transgression was unforgivable. "Yi Xian, you have finally arrived." Seeing Yi Xian's display of power as he dispatched his disciples with ease, both Feng Qingyun and Feng Qingzheng rose from their seats, their expressions icy and their eyes glinting with murderous intent. "Who are you?" Yi Xian positioned himself protectively behind Yi Qing, his own expression mirroring their coldness as he surveyed the group in white robes. "We are from the Heavenly Sword Sect," Feng Qingyun stated, hands clasped behind his back. "The one you killed, Feng Qingxian, was our seventh elder. You understand now, do you not? Yi Xian, I offer you a chance. Come with us to the mountain to face punishment, and I shall spare your friends and family." Understanding their intentions, Yi Xian's realization dawned. He then responded coolly, "What do you think your Heavenly Sword Sect is? To dare harm my sister means I will bring about your sect's annihilation." His declaration left the gathered disciples in a state of shock, their mouths agape. They had witnessed arrogance before, but this was unprecedented. Who had ever dared to utter such a threat against the Heavenly Sword Sect? Such audacity had never been seen until today, as Yi Xian boldly proclaimed their impending doom. Chapter 94. The Northern Dipper Bagua Formation. The destruction of our Heavenly Sword Sect is no laughing matter. Huh, what a bold claim, young man. It appears you are utterly ignorant of the strength of our mountain sections. Very well, today I shall enlighten you, allowing you, an insignificant ant of the secular world. To witness our prowess. Feng Qingyun laughed heartily, dismissing Yi Xian entirely. Without further ado, he commanded, Jian Yi, Jian Er. Step forth and demonstrate our heavenly sword sect's swordsmanship to this arrogant fool. Yes, elder. The two young men, clad in white robes and bearing solemn expressions, stepped forward and coldly remarked, Please instruct us. In an instant, their swords were drawn, and the air around them crackled with an icy, bone-chilling aura of murderous intent. Though they spoke of instruction, their hands showed no mercy. Their sword techniques were fierce, targeting vital points with every strike. Swish, swish, swish. Jian Yi and Jian Er wielded their swords, creating blossoms of steel that surged towards Yi Xian. Witnessing this, Feng Qingyun stroked his beard and chuckled, Qingzhong. How many moves do you think this young man can withstand against Jian Yi and Jian Er? In response, Feng Qingyun remained silent, his gaze fixed on Yi Xian, his expression betraying a hint of seriousness. Feng Qingyun, unfazed, boisterously replied, Brother, you are being overly cautious. This is plainly obvious. Are you suggesting that Jian Yi and Jian Er cannot contend with him? Junior brother. Feng Qingyun furrowed his brow, displeased with his dismissive attitude. The sect master knows my prudence, which is why he sent me along with you. Do not forget, this young man was capable of slaying Lao Qi. He is no ordinary adversary. Just look, Lao Qi's sword remains in his grasp. Hearing this, Feng Qingyun stroked his beard and laughed. Rest assured, brother. Lao Qi's sword will soon return to us, and as for this young man, his death is a foregone conclusion. As soon as he finished speaking, two piercing screams echoed. To the astonishment of all present, Jian Yi and Jian Er were sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground, unconscious. The entire assembly was taken aback. No one had anticipated such an outcome. This was not at all what they had envisioned. Feng Qingyun was so shocked that he inadvertently tugged at his beard. Jian Yi and Jian Er had been defeated? How could this be? Had he misjudged the situation? Only Feng Qingjing's face shifted as he quickly commanded, All disciples, heed my words. Form the array. At his command, the stunned disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect snapped back to reality. Without hesitation, they swiftly encircled Yi Xian according to the positions of the Big Dipper, a faint yet palpable force locking him in. The moment he moved, he would be met with a barrage of attacks. In a flash, Feng Qingyun and Feng Qingjun took their positions at the heart of the formation. Instantly, the array seemed to come alive, filled with endless transformations. From an aerial perspective, one would observe the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect forming a pattern reminiscent of a Bagua diagram, with Feng Qingyun and Feng Qingjun, one in black and the other in white, representing the yin and yang fish. Seeing the formation activated, Feng Qingjun let out a sigh of relief and turned to Yi Xian, stating, Yi Xian, this is our Heavenly Sword sect's signature formation, the Northern Dipper Bagua formation. Within it lies the infinite transformations of the 5 elements and the lethal aura of the Northern Dipper. Countless enemies have perished under this formation since our sect's inception, and now you shall have the honor of joining them. Feng Qingyun sneered, Yi Xian, I had intended to deal with you personally, but my elder brother, in his desire for caution, has chosen to employ this formation. Thus, you should prepare to meet your demise. With that, he bellowed, activate the formation. In an instant, the hall was suffused with a bone-chilling murderous aura, reminiscent of an ancient battlefield. Yi Xian found himself surrounded by a multitude of adversaries. Swish, swish, swish. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect began to move, transforming the formation into an unpredictable whirlwind. Countless blades surged forth from all directions, converging upon Yi Xian, who found himself at the epicenter of an overwhelming assault, with no means of evasion. In that moment, the atmosphere was charged with lethal intent. Fancy but futile, Yi Xian remarked. He then raised his Qinggang sword and unleashed a single strike. With a resounding slash, a tremendous wave of sword energy surged forth, cleaving through the Northern Dipper Bagua formation. Crash! The disciples within the formation, initially prepared to defend against the sword strike, were caught off guard by its overwhelming power, resulting in many of them being bisected in an instant. The formation's integrity faltered as one segment was shattered, teetering on the brink of collapse. Hold firm. Utilize the Northern Dipper sword technique. Feng Qingjun and Feng Qingyun were startled to see Yi Xian dismantle the formation with a mere sword stroke. They hastily shouted their commands. Upon hearing their elders, the remaining disciples wasted no time and unleashed the Northern Dipper sword technique. In a heartbeat, the hall was illuminated by glinting cold light, with sword energy crisscrossing as if to annihilate all things in existence. This was the lethal prowess of the Northern Dipper sword technique. In the face of the oncoming assault, Yi Xian executed a second strike. With this swing, he decimated another section of the Northern Dipper Bagua formation. As two segments fell, the entire formation could no longer sustain itself, collapsing with a thunderous crash. Seizing the moment, Yi Xian unleashed a third strike. The sound of metal slicing through flesh echoed, resulting in over half of the disciples from the Heavenly Sword sect being decapitated, their blood gushing forth like a fountain. The scene was one of utter chaos. 3 strikes. Yi Xian had dismantled the Northern Dipper Bagua formation set up by the Heavenly Sword sect with just 3 strokes. Silence enveloped the hall. Even Feng Qingyun, known for his fiery temper, stood momentarily stunned. Confusion, shock, fear, and doubt played across his face, rendering him a figure of absurdity. Yet, at that moment, no one dared to mock him. He could never have anticipated that the individual he regarded as an ant, Yi Xian, would shatter their grand formation with merely 3 strikes. Was the heavens toying with them? This just seemed far too grand. As Yi Xian approached, the Qinggang sword trailed behind him, sparking with every scrape against the ground. Chapter 95. The fusion of twin swords. The sound of sword tips scraping against the ground echoed like a harbinger from the depths of hell, sending shivers through the hearts of all present. As Yi Xian approached, drawing ever closer, Feng Qingyun urgently shouted, "Junior brother, the only way to counter Yi Xian now is for us to combine our swords and unleash the ultimate strike. Otherwise, we face certain demise." "All right, senior brother. I shall join forces with you." Since Yi Xian had shattered the Northern Dipper 8 trigrams formation, Feng Qingyun had abandoned any notions of underestimating him. He recognized that the death of their 7th brother was not in vain. If he and his 3rd senior brother did not unite, it would be nearly impossible to leave this place alive. Fusion of twin swords. The 2 men shouted in unison as they leapt into the air, their swords merging tightly together, thrusting downward toward Yi Xian with ferocious intent. A violent surge of sword energy erupted, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, engulfing the entire hall and tearing everything within into shreds. "Ah, brother, be careful." Seeing the scene unfold, Yi Qing's delicate face turned pale with fear, her heart racing for Yi Xian. She was shielded by a protective layer of true qi left by Yi Xian. Otherwise, she would have succumbed to the overwhelming sword energy. Fusion of twin swords, indeed? Yi Xian's expression remained unchanged, strands of hair dancing wildly. He raised his Qinggang sword to meet the oncoming attack. Bang! The 2 tremendous forces collided with a resounding thud. Crack! The sound of metal fracturing rang out. Remarkably, Yi Xian's Qinggang sword could not withstand the ferocity of the assault and snapped in 2. Yet, in that moment, the power of the twin swords was thoroughly exhausted. What? He is still alive? Feng Qingyun and Feng Qingxian were utterly astonished to see Yi Xian standing unharmed, with only his sword broken. They had never anticipated that under their combined might, Yi Xian would emerge relatively unscathed. This revelation left them in disbelief. What level of martial prowess did this young man possess? Was he truly invincible? Yet how could this be possible? At that moment, Yi Xian had reached them, stating, "The Heavenly Sword sect, is it? I shall remember this. I will pay a visit." What do you mean? Feng Qingyun and Feng Qingxian inquired. However, Yi Xian offered no response. Instead, he swung the broken sword downwards. Splat! Blood gushed forth as 2 noble heads rolled onto the ground. "Ah, the 2 elders are dead. Run!" The remaining disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, witnessing the demise of Feng Qingjing and Feng Qingxian, lost all will to fight against Yi Xian and turned to flee. Yet, Yi Xian swiftly intercepted them, blocking their escape route. With a single stroke of his sword, several disciples fell, leaving only one trembling disciple, paralyzed with fear. Yi Xian addressed him, "Return and tell your sect leader to prepare for my visit." Upon hearing this, the frightened disciple dared not utter a word, nodding vigorously as if his life depended on it. "You may leave now," Yi Xian concluded, unleashing a few sword energies that propelled the disciple away. Now, the scene was left littered with corpses and blood. "Qingqing, I will summon help to clean this up. Let us first check on Uncle Fu and Zhu Wan," Yi Xian said. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing readily agreed. They stepped outside and were greeted with joy upon seeing Lin Xie. "Qingqing, Sister Xiaoyu," Yi Qing exclaimed, leaping into her embrace. Lin Xie smiled brightly, for they had not met in quite some time. "Brother Yi, those people." Zhu Wen began to inquire as soon as he saw Yi Xian emerge. Worry etched on his face. Zhang Dafu beside him shared a similar concern. "Do not fret. I have dealt with them all," Yi Xian reassured. Upon hearing this, both Zhu Wen and Zhang Dafu exhaled in relief, only to be reminded of their injuries, causing them to gasp in pain. "Do not move. I will administer a few more needles, and you will be able to move freely," Yi Xian instructed. Earlier, he had only stabilized their conditions, preventing them from succumbing to death without fully healing them. Now that he had the time, he would ensure their complete recovery. Listening to Yi Xian, Zhu Wen and Zhang Dafu obediently remained still on the ground. Yi Xian wasted no time, concentrating qi into needles. He swiftly began the Hua Yang needle technique, invoking life from death. No unforeseen events transpired after the needle treatment. Zhu Wen and Zhang Dafu appeared slightly fatigued, but quickly regained their vigor. "Thank you, Brother Yi. I am fine now," Zhu Wen expressed. "Young master, I am also well," Zhang Dafu added as they stood. Yi Xian nodded and then turned to Zhu Wen, "Summon people to tidy this place, and arrange for compensation for the families of the fallen brothers, including those from before. We shall integrate their livelihoods into the development of the Yi family group. These warriors died protecting the Yi family, and I shall not neglect them." "Understood," Zhu Wen affirmed, promptly beginning to contact others. Observing the chaos within the Yi family villa, Yi Xian frowned. "This cannot continue. It is time to establish a formidable force to protect the Yi family. This force must be powerful, comprising skilled martial artists, or we will be unable to withstand increasingly potent adversaries. Now, it is crucial to enhance the strengths of Zhu Wen and Uncle Fu. Only by elevating their capabilities can I feel somewhat reassured and prevent future calamities at home. The most prudent method to enhance their cultivation is through the use of medicinal pills, which I can concoct myself. During my time on the mountain, I learned various disciplines, not only martial arts, but also the craft of alchemy. With this in mind, Yi Xian penned a prescription, instructing Zhu Wen to gather the necessary ingredients. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Sword sect disciple, who had been dispatched to inform others, was named Jian Shilu. He traveled in fear, finally returning to the mountain. Upon seeing the words Heavenly Sword sect, Jian Shilu sighed in relief. The weight on his heart finally lifted. Wasting no time, he made his way into the sect, eager to relay all that had transpired at the Yi family estate. Chapter 96. A scene of terror. Thud, thud, thud. A hurried tolling of the bell echoed throughout the entire Heavenly Sword sect. This sound signified that momentous events were unfolding within the sect. What has happened? Why did the bell ring? It is worth noting that this bell had not tolled for many years, indicating that something significant was indeed amiss. Come on, enough talk. Let us gather. At this moment, whether they were newly initiated disciples or esteemed elders, everyone within the Heavenly Sword sect heard the bell and immediately set aside their tasks to assemble in the main hall. In a short span of time, all members of the sect had gathered. The assembly hall was densely packed with people, and at the forefront stood several elders of the sect, their expressions grave. At the highest position sat the sect leader. Jian Shirley stood nervously in the center of the hall, scarcely daring to breathe. He had never witnessed such a multitude gathered in one place, and it was clear that this incident was indeed serious. The sect leader, with a stern gaze, addressed him. "Repeat what you told me earlier, so that everyone may hear." Upon hearing this, Jian Shirley did not hesitate and promptly replied. "We were ordered to apprehend Yi Xian, but we were completely annihilated." "What?" As these words left his lips, an uproar erupted in the hall. Shock and disbelief painted the faces of all present. They could hardly fathom that the elders and disciples sent to capture Yi Xian had all been vanquished. How could this be possible? After all, the mission had been led by two esteemed elders. Is this not outrageous? The sect leader paid no heed to the clamor and continued, "Proceed." Jian Shirley continued, "Furthermore, Yi Xian audaciously declared that he would come to visit our sect personally and instructed you to wash your neck clean in preparation." This statement incited an even greater commotion. The assembly struggled to comprehend the implications of Jian Shirley's words. Did he just say that Yi Xian had the audacity to demand the sect leader prepare for his visit? A threat. A blatant threat. They had never imagined that someone from the lower realms would dare to threaten those of their standing. In their eyes, those from below, regardless of their family affiliations or strength, were mere ants, existing solely to provide resources for the sect's elites. Yet today, someone had the audacity to openly challenge them. An affront that could not be tolerated. Silence. The sect leader's voice cut through the chaos, icy and fearsome. I called upon you to hear your opinions. At this, someone could no longer contain themselves and shouted, Sect leader, what more is there to discuss? That wretched Yi Xian has killed our brethren and dares to threaten us. I propose we unite as a sect and eliminate him once and for all. Yes, I concur. Yi Xian is but an insignificant insect from the mundane world, emboldened by a modicum of strength to kill without restraint. Such arrogance cannot be allowed to stand. Indeed, let us strike him down. The assembly buzzed with righteous indignation, their eyes ablaze with fury. Even the elders at the forefront supported this course of action. It had been many years since the Heavenly Sword sect had been so brazenly challenged. If they did not act against Yi Xian, how would their peers perceive them? Hearing the fervor of his followers, the sect leader nodded, coldly declaring, Since you all feel this way, it is decided. We shall descend the mountain and obliterate the Yi family, leaving no survivors. Agreed. The crowd echoed in unison, their resolve hardening. Caught in the fervor of the assembly, Jian Shirley, who had been anxious moments before, now smirked and said, By the way, when I left, that insufferable Yi Xian seemed to have infused some sword energy into me. I thought it might be formidable, but now that I'm back, nothing has happened. It appears that Yi Xian is nothing special. Before he could finish, he suddenly felt the atmosphere in the hall grow ominously silent. All eyes fixated on him in horror. What is the matter with you all? Jian Shirley asked, bewildered. As he spoke, a fissure appeared on his forehead, faintly glowing with a crimson light, revealing glimpses of his brain. The crack widened, causing the onlookers to instinctively step back in fear. What is happening? Jian Shirley finally sensed that something was wrong, his expression shifting as he exclaimed, Why is my body in such agony? He raised his hand and noticed a crack forming on his palm. Even more alarming, similar fissures began to appear all over his body. No. Sect leader, elders. Save me. Panic-stricken, Jian Shirley lunged toward the sect leader on the platform. But in that moment, a deafening explosion resounded. Jian Shirley's body erupted, scattering blood, flesh, and entrails in every direction. As he detonated, several strands of sword energy burst forth from his remains, slicing nearby disciples in half. The hall fell into stunned silence. Disbelief etched on every face. No one could have anticipated that Jian Shirley, a living being, would explode before their eyes. A chill coursed through them at the sheer terror of Yi Xian's power. Yi Xian, I will not let you escape this time. The sect leader, drenched in Jian Shirley's blood, could hardly contain his fury, letting out a deafening roar. At that moment, someone cautiously inquired, Shall we still proceed to annihilate the Yi family? Silence enveloped the hall. Everyone seemed to have lost their ability to hear. The Yi family, after a thorough cleansing, had returned to its usual state. Yi Xian received a shipment of medicinal herbs from Zhu Wan, who frowned as he pointed at the cart filled with materials. Brother Yi, these are the herbs you requested. But there is one that I could not find anywhere in Jinghai, not even in Jiangbei. Chapter 97. The Herb of Resurrection. Is there still one herb yet to be found? Yi Xian furrowed his brow and inquired, Which one is it? The Herb of Resurrection. Zhu Wan replied. To think it was this particular herb. Yi Xian's brow knitted tighter. It was essential for the elixir he intended to concoct to enhance the abilities of Zhu Wan and the others. No other herb could serve as a substitute. He had not anticipated that Zhu Wan would fail to procure such a vital ingredient. Brother Yi, is this herb truly that important? Should I venture to Zhonghai or Lingnan to gather it? Zhu Wan asked, noticing Yi Xian's growing concern. There's no need. The time to meet with the leader is fast approaching, and it would be too late for you to travel to Lingnan or Zhonghai now. Yi Xian shook his head resolutely. He understood that to prepare against any potential ambush from the leader or others, he must significantly bolster Zhu Wan and Uncle Fu's power. Only then could he face the meeting without falling into a passive predicament. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xian suggested, Let us proceed directly to the Heavenly Sword sect. As a prominent martial arts faction, they must have a habit of collecting herbs. We can eliminate them to eradicate future threats and simultaneously search for the Herb of Resurrection. Directly to the Heavenly Sword sect? Zhu Wan exclaimed, startled. Is that wise? Their strength is formidable. He recalled how 2 elders and a dozen disciples had easily defeated him and Uncle Fu along with their guards. Now, Yi Xian intended to storm their stronghold. It was undeniable that their experts would be numerous, raising the likelihood of severe consequences. With me here, what is there to fear? Yi Xian replied nonchalantly. In his eyes, the Heavenly Sword sect was but an inconsequential entity, easily vanquished. Hearing Yi Xian's confident words, Zhu Wen chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, Brother Ye's martial prowess is unparalleled. We need not fear the Heavenly Sword Sect. Very well, let us not tarry. We shall head to the Heavenly Sword Sect at once, Yi Xian declared. Zhu Wen naturally had no objections. Before departing, Yi Xian instructed Yi Qing and Lin Shiyue to remain within the Yi residence and not wander about. With Uncle Fu present, ordinary troublemakers would think twice before causing any disturbances. Moreover, the allure of wealth had attracted a number of martial artists to serve as guards for the Yi family. While their strength and loyalty were not particularly high, they could still deter other families from attempting theft for the time being. Nevertheless, Yi Xian understood that relying on them for long-term protection was not viable. Their weakness would ultimately be their downfall when faced with true experts. Brother Yi, let us set forth, Zhu Wen urged. Since they were to gather herbs, he had summoned several trustworthy subordinates, who followed in a small truck. Meanwhile, Yi Xian and Zhu Wen rode in a luxurious Rolls-Royce, driven by a dedicated chauffeur. Unbeknownst to the Heavenly Sword Sect, danger was approaching as they continued to strategize on how to counter Yi Xian. Since the incident with Jian Shiroyo's explosive demise, their discussions had shifted towards a more cautious tone, realizing the terrifying nature of Yi Xian's abilities, which required extraordinary control over one's qi. The convoy, following the lead Rolls-Royce, journeyed towards their destination with great momentum. After a 2-hour drive, they arrived at the Heavenly Sword Sect, marked by a colossal stone tablet inscribed with the 3 characters for Heavenly Sword Sect. The characters appeared as if etched with iron hooks and silver strokes, exuding an ancient and profound sword intent that could be felt even from a distance. This Heavenly Sword Sect appears to possess some strength, Yi Xian acknowledged, stepping forward. Who dares trespass upon the Heavenly Sword Sect? 2 youths clad in white robes suddenly materialized, demanding an explanation. In response, Yi Xian unleashed a blade of energy. With a swift stroke, the guards fell, their heads severed before they could utter another word. Advancing further, Yi Xian encountered several disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect, who met the same grim fate. Stay here and await my return. I shall inform you when the matter is concluded, Yi Xian instructed, gesturing for Zhu Wen and the others to remain behind. He recognized that the deeper he ventured, the stronger his adversaries would be, and he could not guarantee the safety of Zhu Wen and the others. Brother Yi, I wish to accompany you, Zhu Wen insisted. There is no need. Remain here and do not stray. Await my news, Yi Xian replied, continuing forward. Are you, Yi Xian? A voice called out as he entered. Yi Xian had become the center of discussion recently, and his visage was well remembered. Without further discourse, Yi Xian dispatched the individual with another strike of energy. As the bodies piled up, the Heavenly Sword Sect finally sensed something amiss. Some members, utilizing surveillance cameras, saw Yi Xian enter. Although they lived atop the mountain, they were not entirely disconnected from modern technology. Yi Xian has arrived. The news spread like wildfire. Boom. The copper bell hanging on the mountain began to toll. Its sound urgent and resonant, akin to an alarm in the mundane world. Clearly, it signified an emergency within the Heavenly Sword Sect. Without hesitation, the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect dropped their tasks, gathering swiftly. Those already in the main hall, engaged in discussion, were left bewildered, uncertain of the situation unfolding outside since they had not left since their last assembly. Chapter 98. What do you take me for? Bold and reckless. Daring to intrude upon the Heavenly Sword Sect. Who exactly are you? A group of disciples from the Heavenly Sword Sect rushed out, blocking Yi Xian's path. Noise. Yi Xian furrowed his brow, and with a single strike of his palm, he reduced the frontmost disciples to a mist of blood, sparing only one. You. Witnessing the demise of his companions, the surviving disciple was nearly paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably. Enough of this nonsense. Take me to see your sect master, Yi Xian declared with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone indifferent. Otherwise, you shall die? All right, I will lead the way, please don't kill me. The disciple, thoroughly intimidated by Yi Xian's brutal methods, hastily agreed, not daring to hesitate. Thus, under the guidance of this disciple, Yi Xian strode forward, heading towards the conference hall of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Along the way, anyone who dared to obstruct him met with a tragic fate. This left the guiding disciple in a state of terror, his scalp tingling, yet he remained silent, obediently leading the way. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Sword Sect's hall, Master, elders, something terrible has happened. A disciple rushed in a flurry. What is the matter? Why is there someone ringing the alarm? The sect master frowned and inquired. The other elders and high-ranking members of the Heavenly Sword sect turned their gazes towards him. The disciple, trembling with fear, quickly replied, "Master, it's bad. Someone has broken in." At this revelation, the hall fell into stunned silence. One elder, filled with rage, exclaimed, "Who dares to be so audacious? Do they seek death? Indeed, how dare they invade our Heavenly Sword sect? Have they lost their minds?" Others echoed in indignation. The sect master's frown deepened as he scrutinized the panicked disciple. His voice cold, "Is what you say true? Do you know who has intruded?" Just as the disciple was about to respond, a voice rang out from outside. "It is I." The crowd was taken aback, turning towards the source of the voice, only to see a young man with his hands clasped behind his back, striding in. Following him was the guiding disciple. "You are Yi Xian." Upon seeing the young man enter, the sect master was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming in shock, "What, Yi Xian? He is Yi Xian." The hall was filled with astonishment at his name. They had only been discussing Yi Xian moments ago, never expecting him to arrive so swiftly. "Yi Xian, having killed so many of our kin, dares to come to our Heavenly Sword sect in person? Do you take us for fools?" A hot-tempered elder stepped forward, admonishing him with fury etched upon his face. "I did not permit you to speak." Yi Xian's expression turned icy, and with a single motion of his hand infused with energy, he struck out. "You are too arrogant." The sixth elder, infuriated, made his move. A sharp sword appeared in his hand, exuding a terrifying presence. Yet, alas, under Yi Xian's palm, both he and his sword were reduced to mere dust, vanishing from existence. An elder of the Heavenly Sword sect had perished in an instant. The scene left everyone present in shock. However, the fifth elder, closest to the sixth elder, quickly regained his senses. Witnessing his old friend's obliteration, he was instantly consumed by rage, pointing at Yi Xian and bellowing, "Yi Xian, what is the meaning of this? What wrong did the sixth elder commit for you to kill him?" Yi Xian regarded him with a cold glare. "Who allowed you to point at me?" With that, he transformed his palm into a blade, striking down. With a slicing sound, the fifth elder's arm was severed, blood spraying forth in a gruesome display. "Ah!" The fifth elder let out a scream, nearly fainting from the pain. The onlookers were rendered speechless, their souls trembling. Yi Xian was utterly unrestrained. Not only did he kill indiscriminately, but he had also maimed two elders before their very eyes. Such arrogance, such tyranny. Yi Xian, with two elders slain before him, the sect master could no longer contain his fury, slamming his hand on the table and shouting, "Yi Xian, killing before me. What do you take me for? What do you take the Heavenly Sword sect for? Do I not exist in your eyes?" Yi Xian looked up, his gaze devoid of warmth. "You are the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect? Come down here." With that, he reached out a hand. "You insolent brat." The sect master roared, unleashing his inner strength and delivering a powerful punch towards Yi Xian's outstretched hand. The punch surged forth with a ferocious wind, causing a sonic boom in the air. The sect master's might was undeniable. What a splendid strike! The onlookers cheered as they witnessed the sect master take action. In their eyes, the sect master was an unparalleled master. Countless foes had perished at his hands. This Yi Xian, daring to come here and provoke the sect master, was surely doomed. Boom! The sect master's fist collided with Yi Xian's palm, and in an instant, he was propelled backward as if struck by a speeding truck, crashing against the wall and spitting out blood, collapsing to the ground. "Master!" The crowd was alarmed, rushing over to assist the sect master. Shock reverberated through the hall, as each face displayed disbelief. The invincible sect master was bested by Yi Xian? How could this be? A chill crept up from the depths of their hearts. At that moment, Yi Xian took a step forward. The marble floor cracked beneath his feet, leaving two deep impressions. What does he intend to do? The crowd's expressions turned to terror. Chapter 99. The Fall of the Sword Sect. Yi Xian, what do you truly desire? An elder questioned, his face contorted with rage. Ever since Yi Xian arrived, he had not only slain two elders, but had also injured the sect leader, an abhorrent act indeed. What do I desire? Yi Xian replied with a cold smile. Of course, to kill you all. You have gone too far. The elder retorted, his countenance filled with fury. Have I gone too far? Yi Xian chuckled as if he had heard the most amusing joke. Those who kill are destined to be killed. You should have anticipated this after sending people to take my life. The elder was left speechless. After all, Yi Xian's words rang true. He could not find fault in them. Coughing, the sect leader, supported by others, finally managed to stand. Everyone, Cease wasting words with Yi Xian. Quickly, set up the formation. His power is terrifying. Only by relying on the formation might we stand a chance against him. After exchanging blows with Yi Xian, he realized that in a one-on-one confrontation, no one could match his strength. This revelation filled him with both astonishment and dread. How formidable was Yi Xian? If granted more time, would he truly become invincible? Beyond anyone's control, the Sword Sect had already offended Yi Xian. He could not be allowed to survive today. Otherwise, in the future, the Sword Sect would face annihilation. Upon hearing the sect leader's command, the elders and disciples in the hall wasted no time and swiftly took their positions for the formation. Their speed was indeed impressive, a testament to their rigorous training. What was once a convoluted formation was completed in mere 3 seconds. The Big Dipper 8 trigrams formation. Indeed, once again, they employed this formation. As the Sword Sect's ultimate formation, its power was unparalleled. This time, they pooled their entire sect's strength to establish it. An entirely different scale compared to the smaller formation set up by the Third Elder and others at the Yi residence. Kill. Once the formation was complete, the sect leader, suppressing his internal injuries, bellowed. In an instant, countless sword lights flickered, casting chilling shadows. The area transformed into a realm of slaughter. Yi Xian found himself surrounded. Countless sharp swords stabbed towards him, as if intent on piercing him with innumerable wounds. Humph! Yi Xian snorted coldly, his fingers slicing through the air like a blade, swiftly striking out. A massive sword energy erupted forth, tearing apart all the incoming blades. The force of the sword energy did not diminish. It surged into the formation, claiming the lives of several Sword Sect members. This scene left everyone in shock once more. The sect leader felt as though he might lose his mind. He had not anticipated that even with the Big Dipper 8 trigrams formation in place, they would still be unable to contend with Yi Xian. What kind of monster had they provoked? Kill again. The sect leader roared furiously. He refused to believe they could not slay Yi Xian. After all, this was the combined strength of their entire sect. With his words, the entire formation began to operate once more. This time, every sword in the hands of the disciples, bolstered by the formation, converged into a gigantic sword. This colossal blade measured 10 meters in length and 5 meters in width, its edge impossibly sharp, radiating an unparalleled aura of slaughter. Under the collective will of the disciples, it descended violently towards Yi Xian. Unfazed, Yi Xian unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! A deafening sound erupted as his fist collided with the colossal sword. Despite his minuscule stature compared to the 10-meter-long blade, when his fist struck, it shattered the entire sword into fragments. Everyone felt an immense force surge through them, leaving them numb and causing them to spit out blood involuntarily. Shock! A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Yi Xian was simply terrifying. He was undoubtedly the strongest individual they had encountered in many years. Even the sect leader felt a profound chill within his heart. Was this the day the Sword Sect would meet its end? Before the Sword Sect members could make their next move, Yi Xian took the initiative. He channeled his inner energy, emanating a fearsome aura, and lifted his foot, stomping down fiercely. Boom! The ground cracked open, marble fragments levitating into the air. Propelled by Yi Xian's control, hurtling towards the surrounding crowd. Whoosh! 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 The shards of stone flew outwards. The disciples of the Sword Sect paled, attempting to shield themselves from the oncoming debris. But it was too late. The flying fragments pierced through their bodies, leaving them lifeless on the ground. Boom! In that instant, the Big Dipper 8 trigrams formation could no longer sustain itself, collapsing in a cacophony. No one had expected such an outcome. In this battle, at least half of the Sword Sect's disciples had perished. As they beheld Yi Xian's figure, the remaining survivors trembled uncontrollably, retreating in fear. Yi Xian, you are a demon. A true demon. How could you slay so many from the Sword Sect? You are inhuman, utterly inhuman. The sect leader, witnessing the multitude of fallen bodies, felt as though he were suffocating. He had never imagined that one day, under his leadership, the Sword Sect would face such a calamity. This was utterly unacceptable. Yi Xian, you little wretch, I shall fight you to the end. The sect leader screamed wildly, brandishing his sword and charging towards Yi Xian. Seeking death, Yi Xian kicked a sword on the ground, sending it flying towards the sect leader. Caught off guard, the sect leader was pierced through the forehead, his eyes wide with disbelief. With a thud, he fell to the ground, lifeless. Dead. The sect leader was dead. The remaining survivors were left in a state of shock. Several elders trembled, pointing at Yi Xian, struggling to utter a word, but they were swiftly silenced as Yi Xian dispatched them without granting a moment's reprieve. With the sect leader and elders all slain, the remaining disciples of the sword sect showed no hesitation. They dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground, bowing to Yi Xian in desperate supplication. This scene was profoundly shocking.